and sort of shift accordingly.
Okay. Can we talk about Liam Neeson, which I know happened yesterday, but it's gathered some steam this morning.
Yeah, it's quite an extraordinary interview that the actor has given to The Independent. It's not just one that's been published sort of online and on in the paper, but it's also there's audio of it as well, in which he talks about. It feels very much like a confession, actually, in which he talks about how he was told of a close friend had been raped, and he asked the friend what colour was that person. They replied black, and he then admits to arming himself with a kosh and saying that he hoped he'd come across a black man and kill him. So I mean, it's quite extraordinary. And as I say, we've got the audio. So we're hoping to run a little clip of that with a credit to the Indie, and we'll think about probably doing lives on it during the day.
We'll have to
put in bids, obviously, to see if we can speak to him.
Discuss whether we run the audio as it is, or whether we cover up the offending parts of it.
Yeah, let's have a listen and decide.
It's quite stark.
I mean, what's extraordinary about it is he presumably did loads of different interviews promoting the same new film, so that tends to be what happens.
Yeah.
And he just chose one moment to say this.
Yeah, as I say, it feels like this was something that he clearly has never talked about before, and almost as if he wanted to get it off his chest.
Yeah.
Who's going to talk about it?
So I think Lucy's around.
Lucy's about. Obviously, it's a part of a story, but that shouldn't necessarily.
I think it's really about him and his reputation, isn't it? Isn't that?
Yes. From my understanding of the interview, it's an extended, where he says this is an extended bit talking about like the pathology of vengeance.
Yes, revenge.
In which he talks about troubles and stuff, and in which he's being self-critical. So I can see how maybe in this interview, unlike the others, it would have come through.
Can Lucy get in touch with his agent or publicist?
Yeah.
He may apologise today.
There's been no official comment on.
No, at all.
We have reached out to his US agents overnight, but there's been no response yet from them.
TV-wise, Francesca, you happy with that?
Yeah, I think so. That's right.
Yeah. And well, you've already got a story out.
Yeah, we've written it up. Obviously, we'll look to move it on as and when.
And take whatever we do with the video or the audio, really.
The audio, correct.
Yes. Okay. Paul, do you want to run through other home news?
So we start with Libby Squire, who is the student from Hull who's still missing. There was quite a, I suppose, a development in terms of pleas yesterday from her parents. It was a very much a controlled statement filmed by the police asking for information. Then afterwards there was a police presser. So we're back today just to see where this may take us. There was quite a lot of searching going on in water nearby and just door-to-doors, checking, drains, etc. And there was a report in some of the newspapers, or in one of the newspapers last night, about a neighbour apparently hearing a scream at the time of her disappearance. So Sally Lockwood is there and live from 8. And then we'll just see where it takes us today.
See if there are any developments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know if the police are planning on doing any updates?
At the moment we don't, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Other home news?
Other things, just a note that we are, after a couple of good days in Guernsey, heading out of there this morning. So that for us, just for the moment, is we draw a line initially, but we'll keep an eye on it, of course. There's a story this morning about paedophile hunters, which overnight 5 people were arrested in Leeds by West Yorkshire police, who subsequently released all 5 on bail, but used the arrests on suspicion of falsely imprisoning people as a chance to sort of reiterate the need for people to not act as self-styled vigilantes, but actually to contact the police rather than take matters in their own hands. I know that Mark White's done quite a lot on this
You did
in
a
the
very
past.
big story on it last year.
Yeah. So we can certainly talk to Mark this morning, David.
Certainly, yes. I mean, the only thing I would say is that this particular incident sounds like it's the kind of thing that does happen from time to time, all the time.
Are they saying that these arrests were made as a result of an operation by hunters? Or,
well, it seems that there were a number of cases, and in this particular case, the accusation is that people were falsely imprisoned or wrongly imprisoned.
Yeah, we've written it up online, by the way. So.
Yeah.
Maybe worth.
A little more digging.
Well,
Mark,
also on digital, pulling out the stuff that Mark did last year. So it was quite extraordinary characters that he came across.
Yeah. Did the police have, because obviously the police kind of look both ways on this. In some cases, it's helpful to them.
Yeah.
In other, but at the same time, they have a message that you shouldn't do it. Did they ever come up with a national strategy?
Well, they act upon evidence. They actually never did come up with a national strategy, which is part of what you're saying. They do look both ways in it. Many successful prosecutions emerge out of evidence gathered of paedophile hunters. But in this case, it sounds like they're actually falsely accused of falsely imprisoning somebody. So that's over and above the gathering of evidence. So I don't think that we can necessarily say that the police's response to this case is any kind of change on what they would say about paedophile hunters generally.
Just a strengthening of that reminder that people shouldn't take matters in their own hands.
Because most paedophile hunters wouldn't do that. They wouldn't sort of imprison somebody. They collect evidence and then do a sting, plaster it up on YouTube or somewhere.
I think we need to hear what Mark's got to say about it, don't we?
Okay.
Can I just go back to Guernsey? Sorry.
Yes.
It's obviously a story that's been resonating really well on mobile. And so if we're pulling out, what's the mechanisms for updates on the...
We're in touch with all the relevant people that will effectively let us know if there's a move. I know the search vessel that has been used, and the one that was actually the one that identified where the aeroplane was, is heading back to the UK today. So we're in touch with rescuers, we're in touch with agents.
Okay.
So if there's a slight development on that in terms of wreckage, in terms of other pictures, then we'll be on top of it.
Okay. It's difficult to determine how long it's going to take to raise it, and then it doesn't. I don't think it goes to Guernsey. I think it goes to Ostend.
Okay. I'm not questioning the decision to pull out. Just make sure that we don't miss anything.
Yeah.
Subsequent.
Any other home news stuff, Paul?
Couple of things very quickly. Carers. We're not doing a lot of this at the moment, but we could do. Some stark figures have been released by Carers UK. 1 in 7 juggling the day job and caring for elderly, disabled or sick relatives. And there's a figure that says 600 people a day are leaving jobs to care for people. It's quite a lot. And they're calling for the government to introduce statutory care leave. So it certainly could be something that we could guest during the day.
Yeah, definitely.
We're writing that up for.
And a couple of notes, if I can, on court cases very briefly that we will be covering today, or certainly giving an eye across the Hatton Garden Basel trial. That Adele Robinson is at Woolwich Crown Court. The prosecution began outlining its case yesterday, so we'll be there again today. Yesterday was very much kind of a bit of a history lesson about what happened way back. Hillsborough continues. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that today. And there is a trial out in the west of England that Dan Whitehead is across as well. Concerning accusations around drug smuggling.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
On Hatton Garden, is Adele, can you ask her to file a copy for us?
Yeah. Do you want that as a rolling copy, or do you
No, I
want to
think
live blog
maybe
it?
later, at the end of the day.
End of day. Yeah.
Andy, foreign-wise, there's quite a bit going on, although a bit later on, really, on the whole.
A lot of it is geared towards a little bit later, yeah. Venezuela, there's still sort of quite a lot of moving
parts to it, not just to the story, but to our deployment as well over the next couple of days. The Lima Group meeting in Canada yesterday echoed sort of calls from the EU for the military to recognise Guaido as the interim president. I'm hoping that we'll get some picture maybe of this sort of aid contingent being prepped today, which is due to arrive tomorrow. Dominic will be in late morning and can pick that up with studio chat. Stuart will be out and about, gathering what he can, working towards a VT, probably for 10. So it's certainly in terms of daytime coverage, it's Dominic who will be reliant on.
It's worth talking to him, I think.
Yeah.
Maduro's done a couple of interviews the last couple of days. And there was something out of Ottawa yesterday, wasn't there?
There was, yeah. That's the Lima Group.
Yeah, exactly.
With this, which is the grouping of South American countries.
Yeah,
Okay.
the pressure's building on him, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not going away. It's sort of like ebbs and flows a little bit, but it's not going away as a story, certainly.
Yeah.
You know, and then it'll pick up again with this aid deployment, which we think will arrive tomorrow. Yeah.
All right.
Can I just mention the Crawford piece, which I know ran yesterday, but just so people are aware, in terms of the duration, there are 3 versions. So there's a shorter version running in Sunrise at just under 3 minutes, but there is also a 4.5 minute, which has got it goes into a lot more depth and context with the interviewees. So if there's space for it, that'd be great to get that out.
Very powerful piece.
Post Sunrise. Yeah. I mean, again, it's fascinating talking and hearing from what to you and me are sort of everyday people who you'd meet in the street here. Later on, Cordelia is interviewing Raj Shah, who was Deputy Press Secretary from the White House. Is going to talk about the sort of the relationship the White House has with the media, which hopefully will be a slab for 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I've been in contact with Emily Powell, so they're going to aim it for 5:30 for us.
Yeah, 5:30. Yeah, and then also in the States we've got the State of the Union, which happens overnight our time tonight. If there are lines to talk about, then we've only got Cordy in DC, but Hannah should be available in New York, so we'll just need to sort of flip-flop as to who talks at what time, if you like.
We've got some guests lined up for the 6 on that as well, but I just need to check studios
Great.
with you. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's where, I just wanted to mention the John Oliver interview as well, which Hannah did last night, and there's some quite good stuff about sort of the rigours of news gathering, and there are some of the more sort of entertaining excerpts which probably need a little bit of editing.
Last time she interviewed did fantastic business on YouTube, and that was one of our most watched.
Was it?
On YouTube, where I talked to the head,
Yeah.
so we'll cut it long again.
Yeah.
Cut Oliver long.
Yeah.
Strong views.
Okay.
Hoping the UAE is quite a big deal. We should not let that go.
Yeah, day 3. I mean,
Yeah.
day. Well, I think it's day 2 of activities, isn't it? Sort of he arrived.
Well, he's holding a mass in the site of the Great Mosque in Abu Dhabi, which is quite a big deal.
There'll
I
be
would say.
pictures today, won't there?
Yeah,
There are pictures already.
Yeah.
The mass is coming in live. I thought it was in a sports stadium.
It's a sports stadium, but you can see the,
He went to the mosque
Yeah,
yesterday.
We did some guests on it yesterday, but it's certainly worth marking when we see the picture today.
Yeah. Anything else anybody that we should be talking to, bidding
I
for?
was going to suggest the Warwick University story, which has been around for a few days. There were some male students who were banned for up to 10 years for being part of a WhatsApp group that talked about raping other students. And then they appealed and they were going to come back after a year's ban. And then there's been quite an outcry about that from female students on campus. And now, overnight, the Vice-Chancellor says those 2 male students won't be coming back, and it's been quite widely covered, but not the fact that they're now not coming back. It might be something we should try and get into today.
Yeah. On the university side, I think I can check that out for sure.
You said it's been running for a couple of days, but overnight you think it's moved?
Longer than that.
It's definitely moved overnight.
Okay.
On the university side of things, I was quite interested in the David Harding, the self-made billionaire who's given £100 million to Cambridge. Obviously, Oxbridge generally has been criticised over recent sort of months, recent years really, about diversity, and this partly has been made to tackle that issue, but also the postgrad side, so underprivileged and diversity within Cambridge specifically in this case. It's his alma mater.
He'd be a good live interview, so
yeah.
It's a hell of a lot of money, and the lack of diversity at Oxford and Cambridge is...
Yeah.
20 million for debt-free degrees.
Yeah.
How many does that buy you?
Get your calculators out. And last thing from me...
Sorry, so who's going to chase him?
We can chase that. We can put a bid in.
Okay. And
try and find out how to get hold of him. I wonder whether he's also accessible via business, but...
someone from Cambridge.
And last but not least, a couple of royal mentions. Couldn't leave without that. The Duchess of Cambridge is out today visiting a couple of schools, all to do with mental well-being, and Charles and Camilla are at the Supreme Court marking the 10th anniversary, so pictures there.
Okay. Michael, who's on Ian King?
Some good guests. We've got Sir George Buckley, who's the chairman of both Smiths and Stanley Black & Decker, and the MD of Bacardi UK. And we'll probably have a look at HMV, which is just breaking this morning, is being bought by a Canadian company, Sunrise Records. So they're saving 100 stores, but 27 will still close, so it's about 450 jobs. If you're interested in the
Kind of slow death of HMV, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting about it, though, is it's Mike Ashley has lost out for once, because he was obviously interested in HMV, but wanted rent holidays for 6 months. So obviously didn't get it this time.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
And that was the morning meeting. If you wanted to have a way of seeing just how collegiate an organisation Sky News is, I mean, that's a pretty good example. Input, output, digital, on-screen, all coming together. It's as much about finding out what the news actually is that day. That's why you had that brief by both foreign and home desks. But also other contributions were invited. You know, there were stories coming from Peter Diapre, someone I've known for a long, long time here at Sky News. But as well as finding out what the news is and prioritising that news, it's also a meeting that sets how we cover the news. Now, that doesn't just refer to digital, that doesn't just refer to television, it also refers to radio as well. And in a moment or two, we will be, and there he is, we will be able to speak to Ashish Joshi, who's going to bring us up to date with just, I mean, Sky News Radio, it's a central part of what we do here now, Ashish.
Yeah, it's a huge part of what we do here, and perhaps people don't completely realise just how big the radio operation at Sky is. When you think of Sky, you think Sky TV, you think online, digital, but in fact there are millions and millions, and Dave Terrace, the radio editor, will tell us exactly how many numbers are involved. Sky News Radio, huge operation. Just what are the numbers? Give us the overview.
So Sky News Radio caters for commercial radio, so there are about 300 radio stations in the UK, and the last audience figures are available suggest that nearly 36 million people listen to commercial radio. The nation really loves radio, so our job is to provide national and international news to all those commercial radio stations for them to be able to complement their own local news gathering. So what we do here, we use the might of the Sky News news gathering operation, and we convert that into radio material. So we write radio scripts, we take radio clips designed for bulletins, and we also do an on-the-hour, top-of-the-hour bulletin, which is exactly 2 minutes. Every station has the option to opt into that, but most will opt in out of hours, so evenings and weekends when stations aren't staffed. Some stations do staff 24 hours, others don't. So during the day, stations will use us primarily as a news resource, but in the evenings and overnights and weekends, they'll use us for the bulletins as well.
And there are all the new digital demands as well. People might be listening on their smart devices.
That's right. You can ask all the smart speakers, Alexa, Amazon Alexa, Google Home for the latest news from Sky News, and what will come up is the latest bulletin that we produced at the top of the hour, which is exactly 2 minutes.
Okay. Do your clients tell you what they want to serve their audiences, or do you tell them that this is what's happening today and this is what we'll be providing?
I think it's a bit of both, actually. So we're instinctively focused on stories which will cater for commercial radio. So we'll have a discussion about that. Charlie, who's just got in, will do a random ring around in a moment to talk to some of the stations about what they're liking, and then we'll base some of our news gathering on that. But we tend to have a good feel for what commercial radio stations...
Dave, I've got to leave you because I'm going to join one of your radio reporters, Laura, who is preparing to put a bulletin together, so hopefully we can walk across the newsroom floor. This is Paul Harrison on the home desk. You saw him earlier in that meeting. The reason I'm trying to hurry is because I've got to get to that radio studio before. Leela, if you can get the doors open. This is Leela. She's an output producer. She's helping me today, so we're going to walk in and hopefully Laura will be about to go on air. Hi, Laura. This is Laura. She's about...
Drawing a thick black line between yesterday and tomorrow. They want help. They're crying out for help.
This is IRN and Sky News Radio.
The Premier League trophy.
From the Sky News Centre at 8, a fire in central Paris has killed at least 8 people. One woman's been arrested, as Simon English reports.
Around 200 firefighters were called to a residential building in the upmarket 16th arrondissement overnight. The district is home to famous museums and some of the city's wealthiest residents. More than 30 people were injured. Around 20 were rescued from windows or nearby roofs as flames leapt into the night sky. Prosecutors say this...
Breaking news, and 100 HMV stores have been bought by Canadian retailer Sunrise Records, saving almost 1,500 jobs. But 27 stores will close with immediate effect, with 455 redundancies. The world's first minister for suicide prevention says there's no doubt social media is playing a part in the number of young adults it's affecting. The latest figures show more than 5,800 people took their own lives in the UK in 2017. On Safer Internet Day, Jackie Doyle-Price says the normalisation of this content online poses a risk, particularly in younger people.
The internet generation, people access information all the time using their own devices, and so what starts off as feelings of anxiety and depression will lead people to
Theresa May is expected to acknowledge Brexit as a concerning time for those in Northern Ireland. In a speech today, she's due to insist she can get a withdrawal deal which avoids a hard border with the Irish Republic. Actor Liam Neeson's been accused of racism by online critics after revealing he once went looking for a black person to kill after a friend was raped. He admitted walking the streets with a weapon for about a week to seek revenge. In sport, Liverpool missed the chance to go 5 points clear at the top of the Premier League last night. They were held to a 1-1 draw by West Ham at the London Stadium. That's the latest. I'm Laura Safe.
Hey Laura, how did that go?
Yeah, it was all right. Not too bad. Bit nerve-wracking with the camera here, but yeah, all good.
Is it nerve-wracking anyway, thinking that when you're putting out one of your bulletins, tens of millions of people are listening to your every word?
Not really, no, not anymore. It is when I think about it too much, but no, you get used to it.
Do you ever get recognised for your voice?
No, not really. Sometimes I have in the past, but when I was working in sort of commercial radio stations and things like that.
You seem to be quite self-contained. You write your scripts, you control all the equipment, and that's a lot of demand on you. It feels quite pressurised.
Yeah, well, we all work in a big team, so we all write scripts, and then we all check each other's scripts, and then I just pick what I want to put in the bulletin every hour, and then just collate the bulletins of about 6 stories and a couple of clips as well.
So did you say you were choosing the stories you want to put in your bulletin? So that's left up to you?
Yeah, so I pop them in and then I just double check with the desk editor that he's fine with it or she's fine with it. And then if they want to change anything, then they'll just let me know that they've just swapped something around or changed something slightly.
Hopefully there are going to be lots of aspiring journalists watching Channel 523 today, and they haven't quite made up their minds on whether they want to be print journalists or radio journalists or TV journalists. Is there a completely different set of skills you need to be a radio journalist if you wanted to be a TV journalist, for example?
With radio, I guess it's just I suppose it's sort of more immediate than television. You don't need a camera. You can just record anywhere on your phone, anything. So
essentially, journalism is the same.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
The way the scripts are written.
Yeah, the scripts are just slightly tighter. Sometimes the audiences are slightly different for radio than they are for television, depending on who you're audiences. If you're working for sort of certain commercial radio stations, then it'll be different.
Okay. One top tip for an aspiring radio journalist.
Listen to, take loads of advice, ask loads of questions, and listen to what everybody tells you to do.
Okay, good advice. Laura Say, thank you very much for giving us an insight into the world of radio. Neil.
Ashish, thanks very much. And thank you, Laura. Did you see they're hitting 8 absolutely second on? Is this giving you an idea of why we find this business so exciting? And just take you back to the morning meeting, the 7:30 editorial meeting, as we look at pictures from inside the gallery as Sunrise continues its show into the last hour of Sunrise, in fact, and we'll be spending a bit of time with the Sunrise team after their show as well. But let's just go back to that editorial meeting and the point of it. I mean, as we were describing, it is about flagging up what the big stories of the day are and working out how we're going to do them, who's going to do them, and how we get them on air. But it's also there are also a few technical terms that might have been mentioned there. One of you's been getting in touch, and if you have got any questions, tweet them using the hashtag that you can see at the bottom right of the screen there, Sky News Raw. One question was, what is bidding? It was mentioned an awful lot during that morning meeting. Are we going to bid for this? Are we going to bid for that? That, in essence, means, oh, we're just going to try and speak to them. We bid for an interview. So whenever you hear people saying using that particular phrase, that's what we're talking about. Are we bidding for the Foreign Office? Are we bidding for Liam Neeson's agent? Are we bidding for X, Y, Z? So that's, keep your questions coming in. We're just having a quick look around the newsroom, and as you can see, Ashish is just parked himself. We'll give him a minute or two to get himself settled. But central to any news organisation, particularly any television news organisation, are the desks, the home desk and the foreign desk. The foreign desk deals with everything that is outside of the UK. The home desk, everything domestically. And of course, different days have different news agendas. Different days there are big stories outside of the UK that we would choose to lead on. But in general, the bulk of our news comes from via the home desk. And our series of bureau up and down the country, James Matthews, of course, up in Scotland, many of you will be very familiar with. Gerard Tubb up in the northeast as well. All of them being brought in by the home desk, being allocated a story to proceed with, and after that point, depending on the story, sometimes you are pretty much left to your own devices. Just going to see if we can bring Ashish back in, because he's going to be chatting to that chap that's standing there with the phone to his ear, Paul Harrison. Now, he was formerly one of our royal correspondents, a big fan of red trousers, which he asked me not to mention on air today. Those two facts entirely unrelated, of course. But now, of course, as home news editor, he sets the tone, sets the agenda, and tells correspondents what to do. Ashish is here. Ashish, come on, let's go pester Harrison for a while, shall we?
Let's go and talk to Paul Harrison. Pester? Probably not. He might be a little busy. I've been told to pester you by Neil.
You've been told to be nice to me, is what you...
We heard you in the morning meeting today. You're the man in the hot seat, driving the news agenda, as it were, today. Lots of responsibility on your shoulders. Do you ever worry about just how much is going on and how you're going to cope on a day-to-day basis?
Every minute of every day. There's a lot going on today. So it is a juggling act, as any news editor would know, on any newspaper or news channel. It's about making sure you don't drop a ball, if you can help it, that you've got the right people doing the right stories, being in the right place at the right time. So
I was going to say, is it a question of logistics, moving your assets around to meet the demands which are being made constantly of you by your output team?
Yes, it's a bit, it's a bit like this is the pressure point, if you like, from making sure that the programmes get what they want when they want it. That we're not forgetting that there are other things that are required from the reporters, the camera crews, engineers, because the planning are looking at tomorrow. So I've got pressures for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, pressures for now, and so it's about trying to make sure everyone gets a decent bite of the cherry. Obviously, the focus has to be principally on today, because we're having to do the news now. We're having to react to stuff that we don't know about. Obviously, we're doing the things that we do know about, but things will happen through the day, and we've got to be on top of that.
And what our viewers will know is that you a correspondent, a legion, an army of fans, a royal correspondent, travel the world. How different does it feel to be here? And does that give you a completely different skill set? You understand the pressures on your teams out in the field. Is that what you bring to this job?
Well, I think that having worked in the field does help to then come on the news desk, and therefore you do have a bit of an understanding about what it's like in the field. I can just feel my phone vibrating now as we speak, as everyone's going, "You don't think that at all." But actually, having been on air before for around sort of 12, 13, 14 years or so, you do understand the kind of pressures, the demands. Obviously, they are different now. I think the demands are greater now, so you have to bear that in mind because of all the platforms that you have to provide for. It's not just telly, it's mobile, it's online, it's radio. And so there are a great number of pressures on not just the reporters. You have to remember that behind the reporters and the correspondents, there is a team of cameras, engineers. It's a massive team effort, and you've got to make sure everyone doesn't get run ragged.
I'm going to go and talk to one of your colleagues in a minute, but just before we go, I'm sure lots of people want to know is, do you miss being out in the field? Do you like being on a news desk?
I do, especially on days like today when it's raining.
And I'm sure all of your correspondents out in the field who are standing under a cloud will thank you for that.
Well, it's just worth mentioning, of course, the other reason that I came off air is that I have to leave it to the good-looking ones, like David Bowden.
Thank you, Paul. You're very busy. I'll leave you alone. I'm going to talk to your colleague on the foreign desk. This is Andy Marsh. He was just talking to Peter Diaparis and some instructions from the foreign desk to the floor.
Information as much as anything else, actually. Just, we did an interview with John Oliver in the States yesterday, and it was about whether it was a one-camera, two-camera shoot, which basically affects our sort of editing capabilities and what we can actually do with it.
Your job, I was just talking to Paul Harrison on the home desk, is it the same sort of job? Or does yours change because of your geography, and your remit's much larger, isn't it?
Well, it is, but then we're not self-reliant on gathering picture. So I think on a domestic level, on the home desk, it's like if there's a story that develops in whatever it is, whether it's Wigan or the West End, Sky are responsible for gathering their own picture and voices. We do deploy on such as Venezuela. We've deployed on. I mean, there are two classic examples today. Venezuela, we've got two teams deployed on that, which we will gather our own material, but we also have sort of partnerships with broadcasters over there and agencies, and that sort of supplements, because obviously we can't get everything on such a wide scale. And then the other sort of headline story today is the fire in Paris, which we've sort of taken a active decision not to go at the moment, because it's a straightforward sort of tragic event. Keeping an eye, but we will gather pictures from. We have partners, our French partners. We do picture exchanges with, so we can still tell that story, but we don't actually have to go to gather it ourselves.
And I suppose because you're working across so many time zones, at the back of your mind, you're always wary of waking up that correspondent in the middle of the night and making that call, and having to live with that decision all the time, I guess.
And quite often you wake people up unnecessarily. But sometimes you've got to wake. You've got to speak to somebody. If there's an earthquake in whatever territory it might be in the middle of the night, you've got to. It's almost like you've got to err on the side of caution, and if you need to get somebody moving and somebody up on that, you cannot be behind the curve. So you've got to call them, and I think they live with that as a way of life almost.
And I suppose, Andy, you're thinking all the time as well when you're deploying correspondents into hostile zones.
Yes.
You're always thinking about risk management as well.
100%, yes, yeah. I mean, more and more, I think, I would say over the last 10 years, the whole risk assessment side of things has really come to the fore. So we have procedures in place, not just on a sort of administrative level, but also very much on a practical level as well. And I would say the majority of people who work on this desk, and certainly on the planning side of things, have all been deployed to sort of hostile environments. So there is you need an element of sort of basic background knowledge to.
I was talking to Paul a little earlier on, and I suppose your background's a little similar. You were out in the field. You've got years and years of foreign news gathering experience. You were in Brussels as the bureau chief there. Do you miss being on the road, or do you like being behind a desk here?
I certainly miss the adrenaline of it and the pace. I think when you're on the desk, it's a little more, life is a little more predictable and stable. But what we try and do here is, I think the people who are best at this job are people who have operated in the field, and vice versa. The people who are best in the field are also connected to the newsroom and understand how it works. So we try and mix. We try and mix it up a little bit. So you've got a bit of this, but then also getting out and about to stories as and when appropriate. I did 10 years non-stop on the road, which was, which is that can be quite draining. So it's quite nice to have a bit of a, to pull back a little bit and have a better balance.
And thank you very much, Andy. A little insight into how Sky News manages its award-winning foreign news operation there.
And that is the thing you often forget working at Sky News. When I first started, I was surrounded at Westminster by people like Peter Lowe, who you've already seen, Adam Bolton. The people who have worked for Sky News, and Andy Marsh, as he was saying, has worked for Sky for 16 years, have an incredible amount of experience. And it is rare, in fact, I think it's almost impossible to find a senior member of staff who isn't keen on helping everyone out. I mean, Andy Marsh was, you might remember, Alex Crawford's road into Tripoli. He was on that 4x4 with her, making sure that coverage happened. His 6 years that took place at the 6 years that he was working in Brussels, any number of stories. Now, what we're having a look at the moment is the mobile huddle. Mark Alford, that you can see there in the middle of your screen, leading that meeting. So let's have a listen in and see another part of Sky News and the way that it prioritises and works out how we tell the story.
We've also tweeted button.
Thomas, you
go out last night, and I don't know what more we can do apart from keep mentioning it.
There was a suggestion the other day that maybe we could do what we did with these sensitive video and just have it automatically off. Is that possible soon, maybe? So that you have to opt in, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem with that is you need to remember to switch them on. That's the issue, because it's really important.
It's less dangerous, though. It prompts you, it won't let you do anything until you choose an option.
That's probably a good idea.
That's a really good
idea. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I better make a note of that. Okay, what else we got? Ronan is on his way back from Poland. He'll be back in the newsroom mid-morning, I hope, the traffic permitting. Bethan is on day one of her news comment in social, and Emily is on day two of being mobile, and Alex Marshall started yesterday as AE for VJU, and Adam Tate took on responsibility for social as well as Snapchat. So there's some staff changes. Reminder on clarity, we've got a bit of Brexit news today with Ireland, so let's make sure that we explain in copy the backstop and Article 50, withdrawal agreement and all that sort of shebang. Connor, we got the jargon explainer up. Thank you. And then for those who weren't around yesterday, we had a bit of good, Alan had a bit of good news. We hit the 1 million subscribers mark on YouTube, so please take a look at our content on there. I think the ones to call out, especially at the moment, Charlie's brilliant asexuality piece. Have a look at that, and if you like it, share it. And Hannah's done a nice piece on vegans doing Veganuary. Have I said that right? I think it's Veganuary.
There's also a good playlist of the best of Sky News over the years. So if you want to nominate your favourite package.
Speak louder so everyone can hear you.
Oh yeah, you need to talk up, apparently.
There's a great playlist of Sky News, the best of, and Divider, of course, is there as well. So well worth pushing.
Is it still Mosul Snatch Squads at the top?
Yeah.
I think it probably
Mosul Snatch Squad, Mexico Narco State.
Yeah.
Okay. Most popular story yesterday was the Salah plane discovery again. We're pulling out of Guernsey today, but obviously if you see anything on any rivals or any social media, flag it to the home desk because it's doing rather well for us, so we need to keep across that. Anwar, over to you.
Okay, I'll start with Salah. We'll obviously keep an eye on Salah, and then Brexit. Theresa May is going to Northern Ireland today. She'll make a speech at 12 o'clock. We're going to kick off a live blog ahead of that. It might go for about an hour, and then we'll see what lines come out of it. There's a few kind of comings and goings in number 10 before she heads off to Northern Ireland as well. Cabinet meeting 9:30. She's also meeting this working group to discuss, where we're going with the EU. And also we've kind of kicked off with a story on what Merkel said last night. Some fairly positive things about Brexit. So our milband team, Aubrey Allegretti, will be across most of that with some support from here.
So Aubrey will do the blog?
Aubrey will almost certainly do the blog.
And do you know who's going to do snap analysis yet, or is that still to be decided?
No, we don't know yet. They're going to decide it.
And then Faisal at the end of the day?
Yeah, so Faisal's is in Northern Ireland with Theresa May.
Okay.
And he'll file us some analysis at the end of the day. Okay. Other things this morning, nasty story, Paris, fire, which in a nice part of Paris, killed 8 people, number of people killed might go up, and we've got a good bit of video on that, which is on the app already. And sorry? Yeah, and it's likely, it looks like it's arson. The Paris police have arrested a woman, so we'll just keep an eye on that.
Okay,
and if you just keep an eye on what's going on with that. There's a few other bits and pieces. Our IS stuff by Alex Crawford interviewing 2 UK doctors and a pharmacist, still doing very well, so we'll just keep that up for a bit. Venezuela, keeping an eye on that. The story's been kind of doing quite well for us as well. There's been some development last night with lots of Latin American countries kind of urging Maduro to let some food.
So what have we done with that? Because we had the interview with Maduro, and now we've had the South American countries saying that they want the military to side with the opposition. So
we've updated the copy on that at the moment.
Is it high up?
We just
it's reasonably high up, but it would have pushed the Trump quotes too far down if I'd put it any higher.
Okay.
So it's a bit midway.
Okay. Can you take another look and see if a joint intro would work?
Yeah.
Just have a look.
Yeah.
Is it been explained about why the military is still on his side? Like, is it because they get paid lots of money?
So,
because we had the Air Force.
So we've got Dom doing lives on it today, so we should get Dom to file that analysis.
Yeah, because without the military on side, he's basically, he's not going to be president anymore.
That'd be the tip. Yeah, if the military turns against him, then.
And if it's already started, but there's not enough to come.
Okay. What else you got, Anwar?
Pope, good pictures, mass in UAE, big. It's quite big, so I think Will, you're going to look at doing a bit of that. We're writing. We've written a story. You're still writing, Emily, on carers. Hundreds of people quitting their jobs to look after loved ones. I think you're almost done with that, are you?
Yeah.
Cool. So we're doing that. Couple of other things. We're putting together a piece which Amanda Walker filed last night. It's, Divided United States, which is kind of a
so
look
this
ahead.
is the update to the original interactive, Why is America so polarised, and she's filed quite a good analysis about that. And
okay, can we project that well, because it'll do a good job previewing the
obviously the State of the
Union
Union is a great peg to do it.
Yeah, our missing Hull student, we're keeping an eye on that. Libby Squires, her parents made an appeal last night, so our desks are keeping a very close eye on that. A few other bits and bobs. On our TV channel, we're going to have the spitting image.
Actually, that's one for you, Will.
Spitting image of Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher's on AOP today. So the spitting image version.
Nice.
So
the old spitting image. Amazing.
Yeah. So that'll be a good viral bit video.
Yeah.
So I mean, those are things we're watching, and Charles and Camilla in court today. It's the Supreme Court's 10th anniversary. So another 20 years before they catch up with Sky News. So Charles and Camilla in court, that might be quite a nice picture of them maybe sitting on the Supreme Court judges' benches.
We're just putting the audio of the Liam Neeson interview.
Oh yeah, and also I'll mention a Liam Neeson story, which is we've got some audio which we're going to.
Well, I think there was a glitch with the version that went out on TV that you could sort of see the swear word for a second, but I'm doing another version. so I was about to cut it.
Thanks, Will. So we make sure we give that a good show.
Okay.
Any updates to the Liam Neeson story turn of other tweets?
Oh yeah, good point, Grant. A couple of other cases, including Hatton Garden trial of the man known as Basil, which we're keeping a close eye on. State of the Union, I'll mention, that's Trump made fun of him to do it, but that's going to be overnight for us, about 2 o'clock in the morning our time.
Yep.
There's that. I think, yeah, I've got a couple of things on my list, but...
okay, let's go around. Which way do you want to go?
I'll throw it out. Shall we go to Gemma?
Oh, hang on. Yeah, let's go Gemma, and then we'll go to the artist formerly known as Alex Martin. Gemma, what have you got on showbiz?
Just before showbiz, I don't know if you've seen this. Adam Parker just sent an email from Staffordshire Police saying...
I haven't.
You've seen that?
I haven't seen
it. You haven't?
What is it?
4 children who died in a house fire in Staffordshire.
4 children?
Yeah.
Right.
House fire.
Children do that as a briefing, yeah?
Thanks, Tom.
Right, a break and a push.
Connor, do you want to oversee the push? All right, so Gemma, showbiz.
Angelina Jolie going to Bangladesh to visit
Yeah, sorry, I
Rohingya.
think we put that top, actually.
Yes.
We put that top. Tom, yeah?
That's fine, yeah. I'm just looking for the content.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah, go on.
Angelina Jolie going to is in Bangladesh visiting Rohingya. There's pictures I've seen on Getty that we can
Yeah,
use.
that's good. I had that on my list, actually.
Yeah,
That's good,
so
yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney has got a gold Blue Peter badge, which is
A gold
very
Blue
rare.
Peter badge?
Yeah.
For doing what?
For his services to music, I think.
Oh,
wow. Peter Jackson got one last year, I think, but they're sort of
Took him a long
very
time
rare.
to get
Only
a badge.
a few people have them, but yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. That's
I don't know.
quite fun.
I don't know if it's sort of a fairly newish thing. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. But yes, that's
Yeah,
a nice
that's
one.
great.
And then obviously I'll look out for any Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson,
as
yeah.
well. And then
Yeah, keep an eye on Liam Neeson, yeah.
yeah. And then another. This isn't an Ant story, and I haven't. Where have I put it? I haven't actually seen this anywhere. I've just seen it on Twitter. I haven't had a look to see if anyone had reported on it, but it's quite an unusual one. Let me find it on Twitter. A woman who had a brain tumour. She's tweeted saying, "I sent my brain tumour to Antarctica, and this is now my favourite photo of all time." And
Well, she actually sent her brain tumour.
this woman, so a woman here called Ariel Waldman, who says she's a NASA advisor on Twitter, took it to Antarctica, and they've taken this kind of...
What, her actual brain tumour?
Yeah.
Just go in and
What, in like a jar?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Just send me that link, I'll have a look at it. Yeah.
I mean, okay.
It's just a really sort of...
That's extraordinary on so many levels.
And the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, I reckon that should be on the list. Okay, so dressed for the job that he wants, not the one he's got. It's science and tech reporter.
Thanks, Mark. I was at NATO HQ in Brussels and a military base in Mons yesterday.
What you're looking at is mobile. You'll have heard just during that discussion that a story got mentioned that there's been a house fire, fatalities, and then there was mention of what's known as a push notification. Get your mobile phone out and just have it close to hand. In the next few seconds, what you will get is that notification sent straight to your phone. We tend to do this only with really significant bits of news or, set piece events. It's not something that we try. We certainly get rather annoyed if your phone were buzzing all day long. But let's just see if we can just have a little listen in and see if we're getting close to the point of it being sent.
we just need breaking images. House fire in Staffordshire.
Follows on from the duty of care.
Children died in Staffordshire. House fire.
Yeah, that's good. So that was a mail splash.
4 children
DCS didn't release it under
Yeah,
embargo.
that's fine.
The mail splash prominently features the minister. I'm not sure where they got it from. Sunrise is doing it. I don't know if he wants to hold back and wait to check against delivery when the speech is given, or if we should just
I'm happy.
get out. Okay. Study was published in Nature Astronomy reveals the Milky Way is a tad twisted. The embargo on that lifted yesterday, but our readers haven't seen it, and pictures from
died in a house fire.
And additionally, Roland Manthorpe had a sit-down with Marguerite Costanza. That BT went at 6 o'clock this morning. His files, you can get that piece out, talking about digital journalism.
Are you going to look after that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you get that
check your intro?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of journalists have lost their jobs.
That's great.
Thank you, mate. Okay, so you're doing the nature stuff first, right?
No, I'm going to do the Margaret James stuff first.
Okay.
And if you've got your mobile phone to hand, you'll have just had a notification that says that gives you the information about that house fire in Staffordshire. So that is how quickly that we can operate here. Literally in that meeting that you were watching there, a news story drops, a news story, found a bit of information, I think was from one of the wire services, decisions taken to get it out there as soon as possible, and that little link will take you to a holding page of the website where soon there'll be more information. Just had a question from Imran asking just how many meetings there are that take place through the day. There are quite a few. You might have heard a little bit of a giggle from colleagues in this alternative gallery here. Story meetings essentially at 7:30, 9:30 and 3 o'clock. Planning meetings looking forward to coverage later in the day and days to come. Those take place around 10:15, 3:30, 5:15, and the digital huddle that you've seen. It's on this kind of mobile-only get-together. That's at 8:15 and at 2:30. So plenty of meetings that take place through the day. I mean, in general, back in my days as a reporter, we weren't really welcomed with open arms into those morning meetings, because in essence that's where some of your colleagues talk about how you did the day before and whether or not you were going to get a decent story that day. So of course I made a point of showing up to them from time to time. That led to one of the characters that you've seen on screen earlier, Paul Harrison, former royal correspondent, currently home news editor. He can do a remarkable impersonation of our head of news, John Riley, who we'll be speaking to a little bit later on today, and he has used it on 5 separate occasions to play tricks on me. We might be getting our own back today, Paul.
In Thailand, a lorry overturned and unleashed 80,000 cans of beer into the fire.
So there is, except the kick, everything is synthesizer and of course the voice of Donna.
Yeah, and when you hear the intro to that song, you
Thanking
immediately
next.
know what it is. It is iconic, as are you.
And let's take you back inside the gallery
close
where
the
Sunrise
LED
is still
screen,
going on. Neil Hunter there is one of our directors at Sky, but in that position I suspect he'll be the technical... Oh no, in fact he is directing the show. Mike Kumar at the bottom left there. We're in the middle of an interview, so you often don't hear very much chat in the gallery at times like this.
Close the screen. Stand by.
Weather bumper next. Stand by weather bumper.
Stand by TX. And take us TX. Weather bumper, stand by camera 4.
So 45 on
TX
weather
is transmission, and as you can see on the screen there, that's them running the bumper, as we call it, a little bit of advertising that takes us into the weather with Nazanin.
And today will be no exception, although to begin with...
Whilst the weather is going on in the VR screen area of Studio 6, as you can see, Sarah Jane's still talking to the guests that we've had in the studio. Basically, it is just easier from a practical point of view to keep your guests sitting down before you get them out of the studio. Otherwise, they have an alarming tendency to walk in front of cameras, which galleries, particularly directors, don't like very much.
20
TX. Will become dry and brighter. Meanwhile, there will be sunshine for a time before it becomes cloudy
15.
across the Midlands, central, southern and eastern England. As I said, across eastern areas it will stay
10, 9,
8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And take us TX. And we're on a bumper and a break.
Thanks, Naz. Actually,
3
getting 55 there.
minutes.
Let's get some photos.
Yeah.
Stand up. You go stand up.
Story 114 needs
Hello.
Take ES5 away from you now instead of grabbing bottles.
No worries. Lovely.
And in a microcosm, that is what goes on in the gallery from day to day. We have at times that we're supposed to try and hit the brakes. That often doesn't happen because of news or items overrunning. But timing is everything. There is a set point at which we have to come off here unless there is breaking news, and we do what's known as dropping the brake. Sometimes we also crash the brake. That's why a big braking event takes place, or there's a big live event that takes place, and we want to get to it, but unfortunately we're on the commercial break. We will crash into it. It's all pretty much seat the pants stuff, but again, that's what makes it so much fun.
Just a little disco move. So what's your favourite disco move?
This one.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that one. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, keep going. Let's go.
Become famous.
Yeah.
Perfect. There you go, look. Woo, perfect.
And if you want to find out what Sarah Jane was up to there, just check one of her many social media channels. You'll find it there in about 30 seconds or so,
Thank
would
you so
imagine.
much. It was so good to meet you.
Good luck. See you in Manchester.
Oh, what good fun.
And that, for people of a certain age, is Giorgio Moroder, I've just realised. You get Giorgio Moroder in on the day that I'm not working on Sunrise. Fantastic.
Thanks. She knows, because she's mic'd me up.
Good
Yeah.
fun.
That was great.
And then 118 touch needs coding as well.
It'll be a map.
Well, as we watch Giorgio Moroder leave the studio, let's return to Ashish Joshi. Now, where are you now, Ashish? That looks like a very relaxing cafe area.
So he...
It is a relaxing cafe area. It's the bistro. I'm on the second floor outside the newsroom. I'm going to hand you straight over to Adam J and his output team. They're deciding what stories are going to go to air, how they're going to be treated, and what correspondence to attach to those stories. So you can tune in now.
So it's already been sorted.
We've got the clip, great. Okay, so that's presumably the bit that has been legal to go out, and we will stick with that. Again, that's Maz looking after that. John Bond's going to Wilmslow, so he'll be down the line. Okay. There is a possible story we will cover. I think 4 or 5 paedophile hunters arrested in Leeds overnight for false detention, false imprisonment. Mark White's going to look at that because he's done a big piece on it last year that we can use bits and pieces of. We will see where that goes, whether or not. We will speak to him, and then Jess is going to look after all of this. What we might do is have, so Ashish and Katie are looking after the Raw channel when it's on air. When either of them aren't on air, we might get them to come and talk to you and explain exactly what's going on. There are also a couple of pieces running from Violent Mantle. And
specifically references Sky News Raw, the Mantle one can kind of run by itself. It's more on news funding, a bit of look at the newspaper industry and how it hasn't translated to digital.
So that's more to do with the 7 o'clock special that they did last night.
Yes.
Okie doke. Then there are a couple of nice pieces that started running last night that we will carry on running. One is the ISIS prisoners, Alex Crawford's piece.
Oh, yeah.
Written to Irish nationals who claim to be innocent and want help from their governments. And there is George Mitchell has spoken to us.
Excited.
That would be difficult. Not to get excited.
It's always a last meeting, isn't it?
So George Mitchell interview about the Good Friday Agreement. Other bits and pieces we are looking at. HMV has been bought out of administration, probably just a nib unless we guessed it. I suppose we could do an Ian King.
Not Ashley.
Not Ashley, so Ashley has lost his bid. Could get Ian King up at some point. And then Hatton Garden trial gets underway today. I think the prosecution outlined their case yesterday. We might hear from the defence today.
Martin Brunt.
Not Martin Brunt. I think that's Adele. I don't think Brunt is around today. Alcohol use and misuse stats out at 9:30. We will just have a look at those and see whether they merit any inclusion.
And just a couple of other things. Venezuela, pressure's still up on Maduro, so we'll just keep that going. Dominic Waghorn can do a few set turns. And the other story we quite like is the carers, the 1 in 7 carers, having to either take time off work or extended time off work or just give up their jobs completely, and sort of calls for workplaces to be a bit more understanding and building proper time off.
That's quite good.
It is quite a good talking point, I think.
David Goodhart might come in. David Goodhart, who came in about 2 months ago, author of The Road to Somewhere. He's very good on paying carers. That there's this great army of unpaid carers providing childcare and elder care, etc. Policy exchange.
Right.
Okay. We have a State of the Union disco set up at 11:30 that we might postpone until tomorrow, until after the event.
Okay.
Let's see how we do for times, because there's a lot of long VTs, and we just had John Barnes added to the rundown for 11 o'clock. So let's see how we stand for time. But, I mean, if we get David Goodhart, we could slot him in as a single guest instead of that disco.
I feel arguably you could just do that tomorrow. Just move it to...
All right, and there is a fake news disco at 12:30 as well.
The Thatcher puppet, the spitting image puppet, might make a nice nib in the bulletin. It's on AOP.
And we can fair deal vegetables. They'll have what we're
Great.
Oh, Lucy, did you want to mention the vase story as well?
There's a lovely story this morning about a lady who's discovered a vase in her attic, and it's been sold for £600,000. Needless to say, it's come through a relation who was given it by somebody in China who had a link to a Chinese emperor. So
Where
this
is she?
vase,
In the UK?
I believe the lady who had it doesn't want to be named, but it was in the UK, and it's gathering dust.
Fantastic.
Worth a fortune.
The auction house, and
Right.
hopefully some people come back. We'll try and get on, because I think the afternoon we're interested as well. So we'll see what they come back with and see when we can get them on.
Bit of light and colour?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Anybody got anything else?
The philanthropist, the physics grant.
Yes.
100 million quid. All right, he's got £1 billion, but 100 million quid's still a lot of money to give away, isn't it?
Yeah, but in going through Cambridge, I think, and through his company.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
See you.
Yeah. Okay, look, let's go over and talk to Adam and Colin. Colin, you're about to go on air. Are you happy with the way the news is shaping up? Some breaking news stories. You've got the fire to deal with, 2 fires.
Yeah, I mean, as always, we sit there in the 7:30 meeting, you get an agenda, and you look at your rundown, you think that's pretty much going to fill it, and then throughout the day, within an hour or so, I mean, it sounds like a pretty tragic story, and we're just getting details through of it now, so
Yeah.
got our correspondent on the way there.
Colin, as an anchor, how much of an input do you have into these editorial meetings? Are you just given the stories and you go off and prepare yourself?
Depends how you're feeling. Depends whether you're revved up.
How are you feeling today?
Yeah, quite revved up. I mean, it's a quiet news day. It's a patchy news day, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, you have certain hobby horses. One of mine, suggests a guest who may come through for us or not. You can shape it. You can shape it to a great degree.
Yeah. And how fluid do you have to be? Because it's changing all the time.
Well, you know, don't you? You can spend 2 hours preparing for an interview or a story that then, for technical reasons, doesn't happen. That happens quite a bit. So you have to, dance on a pin a little bit. You've got to be quite flexible and quite fleet-footed, for sure.
Yeah. And Adam, are you happy with what's been given to you today, or do you always go back and say, sorry, I just can't cope with this, I need more reporters, I need more camera
Well, I
crews?
mean, there's always a resources issue. I mean, most of the time we've got people who can get to where they need to be. Don't think it looks like there's going to be an issue today. We will always try to make sure that everything fits in the time that we're given.
Okay, good.
Sure, the stressed interest of truth-telling, Ashish, that normally there's quite a lot of gallows humour, which you won't be surprised to know we excised from that meeting.
I thought that was quite a tame meeting, actually. I was quite surprised. But, hey, look, good luck. We'll be speaking to you as you prepare to go on air and while you're on air as well. And, Adam, good luck with your news gathering and your programme and your outputs today. We are going to go back into the newsroom in a little while to talk to the head of Sky News, John Riley. That should be an interesting interview.
One for you to mind your P's and Q's on, definitely, Ashish. We're straight back into the newsroom. A number of meetings, of course, taking place across the organisation, as much as anything else, just to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, that we know the stories that we want to hit. But as you've also heard, and you've probably also seen as we've moved through those meetings, there has already been an evolution to the news. Stories have cropped up that weren't there when we sat down at 7:30. There are all now being busily added to rundowns. Correspondents who weren't assigned to stories are already getting into their cars and heading out on the road. And a little later on, in fact, on Sky News Raw, we'll be following around Sally Lockwood as she covers a story from start to finish. We're entering into the last kind of 20 minutes of sunrise. I mean, that is a shift and a half for the people that work on that programme. I mean, I wake up at around about 2:30, and I'm generally off for 3:30. The team have been in before midnight. That doesn't mean that eyes get taken off the ball. Certainly we always meet, and in fact we'll be showing you a little bit of it afterwards, a little debrief huddle in the same place that the outfit team was just meeting to plan ahead for Colin's show. Given we just mentioned Colin, I mean, there is a man who is, the consummate presenter. He's intelligent, he's smart, he's eloquent and unflappable, which I have to say I think is probably the quality that you need most to do the job that he does. He was formerly, of course, a correspondent, a reporter out in the field, worked as a Europe correspondent for an extended period of time. And that does play into it. You don't have to have been a reporter to be a presenter, but sometimes it helps. Mike Bradbury there, news editing on the home desk once again. Now, final preparations are being made as we move from this building down to Westminster for all-out politics. It's been a huge priority, of course, in the lead-up to that 2016 referendum and in the aftermath, that we give as much resource as we can to our politics programmes and indeed our politics department. You can just see over the camera there Adam Bolton, our editor-at-large, busily prepping for the show. He also generally tends to have a little quick chat with Sarah Jane on Sunrise, a little throw-ahead, as we call it, a little tease to the programme. Not sure if that's happening today. Sometimes it gets dropped. This is the man who will be running the next show from 9 o'clock. Here's Wisby.
And make sure I'm logged in.
And for a variety of reasons that I won't bore you with, we use a different gallery for the programme from Westminster than the gallery that we are currently using for Sunrise. So there's a bit of technical jiggery-pokery that needs to take place and a few seats that need to be moved.
The Midlands, can't we? After
to keep your questions coming in, Chris Houston, who in fact I know, has emailed in asking, how do you deal with reading the auto cue whilst you've got all those voices in your ear? Do you know what? From a presenter's point of view, and I can't speak for everyone, that part of it is not difficult. When you're reading from a script, it's quite easy to compartmentalise one part of your brain to deal with the stuff that you're reading and saying out loud, and the other part of your brain to listen to the voices in your ear. As our producer in the gallery just mentioned, it does rather depend on the director that you have there. There's some directors speak more, some directors speak less. A happy medium is always best, I find. And Ashish is in the newsroom once again. Ashish, where are you now? I think you were mentioning you're going to be talking to our head of news, John Riley. Been head of news since when?
2006, John Riley took over as head of Sky News. He's been here much longer than that, of course, and even longer in television. Look, this is the newsroom. It's quite quiet at the moment. Everyone's busy after their morning meetings, deciding what they have to do. And on this side of the newsroom, just to give you a sense of the geography, looking out across at all of this. In this office, first thing you notice, no walls, no doors. This is John Riley behind his desk, hard at work. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Good.
Yeah.
Look, one of the first things that has to be asked is, when you announced this idea of Sky News Raw, it was met with incredulity. It was just, why on earth would you let so many cameras into a working news environment? Why are you doing this, John?
We decided today to let the cameras in behind the scenes in our control rooms, in our meeting rooms, in the newsroom, to talk to people and see how we work. Because I feel very strongly that it's important that news organisations are transparent about the decisions they take. I'm keen that we demonstrate that we're a group of people who come to work non-stop, 24/7, to try and make stories that are significant and relevant to our audiences without any particular agenda. Our aim is to offer and produce world-class independent news. And I think it's good to try and knock down the barriers. I also think that I hope in a very small way what we're doing today will encourage young men and women from all sections of British society to want to work in television, whether it's as a camera operator, a sound recordist, as a floor manager, on air, or as someone who makes decisions behind the scenes, to see that actually anyone could work in television, and it's not the preserve of a privileged elite.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Before we talk about the past, in the present, when you look out across your newsroom, it's a very diverse newsroom, and that's one of the things you're very keen on engaging with is people from not the traditional backgrounds who work in television news, but trying to get other people interested in what we do.
Yeah, the people here are responsible for the recruitment of both technical teams and journalists and on-air staff have gone out of their way the last 5-6 years to try and encourage people who wouldn't naturally think of a career in television to think about it, because it's great fun. I mean, like all jobs, it has its ups and downs, but it's great fun, and you get to work on some really exciting projects, both in front of the camera and behind the camera. And remember as well, Sky News is now a multi-product news organisation, so there's opportunities in radio and opportunities, of course, in digital journalism.
Yeah, you were talking about transparency. I guess, as the head of Sky News, that's one of your biggest challenges, is to restore trust in journalism and restore trust in media, not just in Sky News, but media in general.
Yeah, I take issue a bit with your word restore. I mean, I've been lucky enough to have worked on the BBC 9 o'clock news, as it was then, 30 years ago, on News at 10 in the days of Trevor McDonald and even Alistair Burnett, and here for a very long time. I think broadcast news has a very strong track record of offering accurate news and current affairs. So I don't think it's an issue of restoring trust. I think the mainstream broadcasters have a very strong record of offering the British public and international audiences, in our case, accurate, impartial news. So I think it's a question of restoration.
How do you convince people that Sky News, other news organisations in this country are to be trusted? Because we've seen, with the advent of Trump and America and what's happening there, fake news. We didn't even talk about fake news 5 years ago. Suddenly it's on everyone's lips. Is that one of your biggest challenges?
Yeah, it's a challenge, but it's always a challenge to ensure, as I said earlier, I guess, that we are really rigorous in our journalism. And I don't think, you know, some organisations have hired fact checkers and all that. I think it's about employing men and women who are very focused on pursuing the truth, very focused on getting the facts right. Accurate news is about checking information and getting the facts right. And if you're not sure about something, don't broadcast it, don't publish it. Get the facts right. And it may take a while to confirm a story, or if you're not sure about the entire validity of a story as it's developing, tell your audiences what you do know and you're 100% sure, and what you're not entirely sure about. Be straight and honest and transparent with them.
Sure. I suppose so much has changed while you've been a journalist, but Sky has always been one of those organisations with a reputation for being first and fast. Has that changed with the advent of social media? Is that still our raison d'etre? Do we still pay more attention to breaking news because that's what the public tunes into Sky News for? Or can we beat Twitter? Can we beat the other social media platforms?
Well, we can beat them by
breaking news.
We can beat them by being right. So on Saturday, for instance, our city editor, Mark Kleinman, broke the story that Nissan was no longer going to carry on with the production of its new model of car in Sunderland. A big story with very significant repercussions for the northeast of England and beyond. Sky News, I guess, has changed a little bit. It's no longer just about straps across the bottom of the screen. We employ a number of specialists, our political team, our foreign affairs team. We have a lot of bureaus around the world in business and economics, as I've mentioned, and in science and technology. And we expect them to find out what's going on and reveal stories, come up with original, distinct journalism. So Sky is still about big coverage of big breaking news events, terrible things like the Grenfell fire that you were involved in that morning. But it's also about offering original, distinct journalism. And I think one can outdo the likes of Twitter.
All right, look, I'm running out of time. There's so many questions I wanted to ask you. First of all, in your years at Sky News, your top 3 stories that you've been involved in?
In Sky News?
Yes.
I like big stories with consequences. So September the 11th, 2001, 9/11 was a massive story, a big story with very significant geopolitical consequences well after the date itself. That was a big deal for me and for Sky. I like the campaigns that Sky News has run. We led the charge on the election for TV election debates in 2009, 2010, trying to be more transparent with court coverage and get the cameras into courts with the other broadcasters, and of course our campaign on single-use plastic. Journalism can be a force for good. The final thing, stories, I like bizarre stories. And I wasn't the boss, it's a long time ago, 15 years ago. We did a story about a horse on a farm in Northamptonshire, and it loved playing football. And we sent a team off to cover it, and we had this horse dribbling the ball live. And I think that's what television should really sort of revel in. You know, the big and the bizarre.
Okay, great. I've been getting lots of questions from our viewers. You've answered most of those. I have been getting viewers from my colleagues, people who work underneath you, and the one question they want to know, just a yes or no answer, if you would. Do you watch Sky News output 24 hours a day?
Not quite.
Okay, because they feel like you do sometimes. Thank you, John Riley, the head of Sky News, giving us an insight into what it's like in this highly pressurised role, leading this team of journalists 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Ashes, thanks. Do you know, it is pretty easy to be quite cynical, but hopefully you're getting an impression that from the very top, literally from the top of the organisation down, we enjoy our work here at Sky News. We're enthusiastic about it, we're excited about it, and there are a myriad of ways in which, if you are getting slightly excited about this, you can make your way into journalism, be it radio, television, broadcast in general, or print. I mean, I had a pretty circuitous route into it. In essence, I was working as a freelancer on what's known as the contracts desk in the newsroom. It was an admin position, no editorial, no chance of appearing on television. The lady who ran that desk, Paulina, mentioned to the then head of input, a guy called Simon Cole, that, do you know what, this Neil guy likes his politics. I was called in for an interview for a permanent job on the contracts desk. The next day he phoned me up, said, you haven't got it, but sent me down to Westminster, to our Westminster bureau, on a 3-month contract as what was known as a news assistant. And around about 6 months after that, maybe 9 months at a push, I did my first shift as a political reporter. You can, in television, if you are enthusiastic enough, and indeed if you've got an organisation like Sky with people like John Riley, Peter Lowe, Adam Bolton, Jonathan Levy behind you, trying to get you enthusiastic and trying to get you in, yeah, you can end up, well, presenting Sky News Raw. All Out Politics is just coming up at in a few minutes' time. So let's see how we move from the gallery that you're watching on your screen to the one next door and take us into the programme proper.
30 seconds.
Meanwhile, across Ireland and Northern Ireland, it's cloudy. There's spells of rain there already, less cold too, and that rain is going to be moving its way eastwards through today with heavy downpours at times across Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales and northern and western parts of England. The
15.
Midlands, especially the East Midlands and central, southern and eastern England, will become cloudier after a
10,
bright start.
going off there on this bumper.
With a bit of patchy rain,
7,
but the heaviest of the rain will be out towards the west, although
5,
Western Ireland becoming dry and brighter later.
3,
Winds will also
2,
strengthen across the western coast too.
And on the bumper, thanks, Naz.
Thank you, Naz.
Stand by. Here we go. And we are
off.
PCR 22.
Thank you
Takes over.
guys.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Nice programme. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary, mate. Cheers.
22 to TX. Just to let you know we're in gallery 22. Please start to count to us. Thank you.
Says, do you happy to open
It's about 240 to the ident now.
Welcome.
Yeah, that's for me.
Then
into the key points.
Gallery to TX, gallery 22.
Into the key points, then tomorrow.
The openers?
Yeah.
Just to let you know we're in 22 now for the next 2 hours. Thank you.
I'll do it after we've done the intro, yeah?
I need a camera. Who's on cams next door?
Yeah, we'll do the welcome to All Out Politics, 2 hours of news.
Ads.
La
Good
la
man.
la. You start with some breaking news this hour. We'll probably have a correspondent there in the 10 o'clock hour, I think.
Adam, you see an auto cue move there?
Yep.
Yeah, he's good.
Right, we're happy.
Should we go for it then? Go for the top.
2 minutes to ident.
2 minutes. So, Adam, do you want a quick run through?
Have we got tomorrow?
All right. This is All Out Politics coming up in the next 2 hours.
Here's to tomorrow. Can you hear me?
Okay, go on. Go on.
Theresa May heads to Northern Ireland to try to salvage her Brexit deal, as she admits it's a concerning time for people there.
Thanks, guys.
Beforehand, Mrs May is meeting her cabinet as Conservative MPs accuse the Brexit divide across the Brexit divide continue to search for an alternative to the backstop. We'll have the latest live from Downing Street.
Very done.
Growing concerns that the dispute over the Irish backstop could harm a trade deal with the United States after Brexit. We have a special report. Also this morning, the Business Secretary under fire of the £80 million Brexit sweetener to Nissan.
Next Q on.
And as Sky News marks 3 decades on air, we'll examine the challenges facing mainstream media in a digital world and look back at what's changed in 30 years.
What has changed?
Labour's anxious to do everything it can.
1 minute to Ida.
What the party sees as first steps by the government to destroy rather than reform the NHS.
Right, there we go. Perfect stuff. Right, okay, we'll start from the top again.
See, not a bit. It hasn't changed a bit.
45 seconds.
You're back from the top, Joe. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's Greg Clark going in. Piers tomorrow, just checking you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Hello.
Yeah.
Great, straight live with you. We'll do the key, some key points on the developments of today.
30 to Ida.
Then come to you.
Okay, great.
So your live shot will be in 30 seconds. Stand by.
Yeah, thanks.
20 to Ida.
Okay, stand by.
20. 15.
15.
Iden in 10, 9, 8, 7,
So
6,
stand by, Adam.
5
20
seconds,
to us.
4, 3, 2, 1. On the Iden.
Iden is away. He's watching there, please, on cams.
1, 0.
And 10 seconds to us now. Your live shot is 20 seconds away. Hold that for me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Adam, cue.
This is All Out Politics coming up in the next 2 hours.
Read on.
Theresa May is heading to Northern Ireland to try and salvage her Brexit deal. As she admits, it's a concerning time for the people there. Beforehand, the Prime Minister is meeting her cabinet as Conservative MPs across the Brexit divide continue to search for an alternative to the backstop. We'll have the latest live from Downing Street.
Next, and cue on.
Growing concerns that the
Clear
dispute
of your live
over the
shot,
Irish
step in, please.
backstop could harm a trade deal with the United States after Brexit. We have a special report.
Mix and Nissan.
Also this morning, the Business Secretary is under fire over the £80 million Brexit sweetener offered to Nissan.
Mix and cue on.
And as Sky News marks 3 decades on air, we'll examine the challenges facing mainstream media in a digital world and look back at what's changed in 30 years.
Full sound.
Labour's anxious to do everything
Let's
it
push
can
that slightly on
to
sound
fight
if you can.
what the party sees as first
There
steps
we
by
go.
the government to destroy
So,
rather than reform.
breaking
the
at the top
NHS.
in Staffordshire,
Adam
breaking.
Bolton, Sky News.
And wiping. Stand by, Adam. And in 3, 2, 1, and cue. Breaking.
Well, no change there then. Good morning. Welcome to All Out Politics. 2 hours of news, debate and opinion from the heart of Westminster. And we start with some breaking news this hour. 4 children have died in a fire in Stafford. Police and emergency services were called out at overnight at 2:40 a.m. to Sycamore Lane in the Highfields area of Stafford. 2 adults and a 5th child are now being treated in hospital for injuries.
Thank you.
4 children have died in that house fire. Staffordshire Fire and Rescue and West Midlands Ambulance Service attending the scene.
Reading on, Adam.
Theresa May will head to Northern Ireland
into
later
the key
today
points
as she
first.
continues to attempt to salvage her Brexit
Stand by
deal.
tomorrow.
She'll meet business leaders and politicians as she faces demands to dump the backstop from the withdrawal agreement. She's also expected to admit that it's a concerning time for many people in Northern Ireland.
Read on.
Here are today's main Brexit developments.
QR.
Theresa May will give a speech in Northern Ireland later in which she's expected to insist that she can secure a Commons majority for a Brexit deal.
Read on.
Meanwhile, Conservative MPs from across the Brexit divide are meeting to try and find an alternative arrangements to the backstop.
And read on.
And the Business Secretary, Greg Clark,
taking us to
is
tomorrow
facing
next.
criticism over an £80 million Brexit sweetener
We've not got
deal
the pictures.
he agreed with Nissan.
Didn't run, okay.
And wiping.
Well,
for
before
tomorrow.
Mrs May heads to Northern Ireland, she's hosting the weekly meeting of the Cabinet in Downing Street. And Sky
is it something
News'
with
political correspondent Tamara Cohen
OS1
is
next.
there.
No, should have run.
Tamara, the Prime Minister very much concentrating on Northern Ireland over the next couple of days. She may even miss Prime Minister's questions tomorrow.
OS1, yeah?
Yes, it sounds like that may be the case because she'll be travelling to Belfast, we understand it, this afternoon and staying there until tomorrow to meet businesses and politicians, including from the DUP, who prop up her government and who support for a Brexit.
Do you want me to get Shelley to look at the pictures? Or?
And Theresa May will be saying when she arrives this afternoon that she knows people are concerned about the ongoing deadlock. Of course, she has been tasked by Parliament.
They're in a different order, 24 and 26 are in a different order.
And she will be reassuring
that's why,
Ireland that whatever happens, her commitment to keeping the border open is unwavering, and she thinks that there is...
Faisal VT next, Adam. Second one to tomorrow, if you wish.
That Gromit's missing. Key point Gromit is missing in the last one. Like the graphics Gromit's there.
Hard on that, and we'll be meeting around the corner from here later today for a second day of talks about what an alternative.
Copy it now, Piers. I fixed it.
Would that work now? Piers next door.
I'll take a run through it in the break as well, so we can be sure.
Shelley, for the key points, for some reason there was a bit of the third picture
coded in blue.
sticking.
Well, this is the gallery as All Out Politics goes live. Bottom left of your screen there is Piers Wisby, who's the responsible for All Out Politics. Job title is essentially he's an assistant editor. He tells a rather amusing story about the fact that sometimes All Out Politics doesn't begin with a political story. Twice, in fact, it has started with a football story. Arsene Wenger leaving Arsenal and Jose Mourinho being sacked by Manchester United. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Adam Bolton isn't necessarily entirely across all of the football news, but he does like, in Piers' words, to get his expertise across. Piers tells me, during an interview with Nick Powell, our sports editor at Sky News, Adam made up a new player called Didier Pogba, a cross between Didier Drogba and Paul Pogba. Everyone in the gallery, according to Piers, agreed that he would indeed be a good player. Now let's leave Gallery 22, shall we, and take you back to the pantry or the coffee room. Here's Ashish. Now, over your shoulder, Ashish, the best team at Sky News, the Sunrise team, yes?
When we had the stills of her, so we kind of reflected on that. But I thought a good mix of stories, lots of talking points, some very good guests, and some very nice treatments and setups, really.
Yeah.
So well done.
Yeah, all good stuff.
Disco boogie.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the most awkward disco dancing I've ever done with the father of disco. No, he was good.
I'm definitely going to go and see him in Manchester, though, I think.
Are you going to go?
Yeah. April the 5th.
We'll all come with you. It could be a sunrise outing.
Was he cool? He was great.
Yeah,
he was great,
yeah.
and even danced with SJ during the break.
Yeah.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be on platforms later.
Yeah, great. That was my legacy from this morning's show. Yeah, brilliant. Well done, everyone.
Cool.
Are you planning tomorrow? Who's planning tomorrow?
Thank you, Neil.
Done. Thank you. James, well done. Thank you.
Well, that's the end of the Sunrise huddle. There are days in which it goes, well, let's listen to Ashish.
All morning. Pretty calm show today. Not many big breaking stories.
Well, we had the story coming out of France, which was good in terms of the way that we turned it around. You know, when we first came in, first thing in the morning, we had a few pictures in from Paris, but you know, straight off the back of the 6 o'clock, we got Inzi in to talk about what had happened, and then at 7 o'clock, he was able to turn around not just a live, but a VT as well, a package as well. So in terms of the approach to it, he got off the block straight away, hit the ground running, and it's a good turnaround.
Great. Does that happen quite often? What time do you start working in the morning? 4 o'clock, 5
Yeah, so I mean, we have our first meeting about 4:30. So it'll be myself and Sarah Jane when I'm on Sunrise. So our first meeting is about 4:30. I tend to get in for about 4:20 But yeah, I mean, it does happen. Just depends on the day. It depends on the story, where in the world it is. But it can be a very, very fast turnaround. So you come in, you do your research, you do your brief, and then all of a sudden everything completely changes because there's a breaking news somewhere, whether it's in the country or somewhere in the world.
Yeah, you were on the road for a while as a correspondent here at Sky News. Do you miss being out on the road?
I miss it so much. I mean, it's
it's a different kind of job being a presenter. The pressures are very different. I mean, you've got to be across all the stories in a day. When you're on the road, you know, you're just focused on the one story that you're on, you know, and that's what you dedicate all your time to, whether, you know, you're running around, news gathering, door knocking people. But, you know, I do really miss it because there's also the camaraderie that you get being on the road with a team, you know, with your cameraman and the engineer who's in the truck, and you're driving around from place to place to place, you know, looking for the story, interviewing people. And you don't get that as much being in the studio.
But the pressure that comes with being an anchor on 24-hour news, I mean, I don't think people understand just how pressurised it is. I've been in that seat, you know, and big breaking story, and the autocue is just wiped.
Yeah.
And you're looking into a blank screen and you think, I'm terrified. How do you not let the nerves
Well, what I often say to myself, and what I say to people, is that you've got to very much be like a swan. So on the surface, you're graceful, you're in control, you know, everything's completely fine. But, you know, underneath, you know, your feet are moving around because there's so many moving parts. You know, you've got the gallery in your ears, you've got the producer, you've got the director who are talking to you, you've got information on computer screens that, you know, bouncing. We have like what are called red drops, so like breaking news lines and urgent news lines. So you're getting all these things flashing in front of you. So you've got to be really calm and really composed in order to be able to relay that information and essentially do your job, yet knowing that things are moving so fast and things can change at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, so what happens now to Kamala? I expect you're going to go straight off to the gym, are you? Or how do you decompress after coming off 4 hours of being on a high?
Yeah, decompress is the word. Get some breakfast, get a coffee. I actually split my time between London and Manchester, so when I finish a run of shifts here at Sky, I get to drive up back to Manchester. So before then, take some time off, maybe get my head down for a couple of hours, and then if I'm on Sunrise the next day, is back to it. Get across all the stories. For me, a good programme to watch, if I've been on Sunrise the day before, is the 5 o'clock programme with Mark Austin, because in many ways that is my breakfast telly.
Yes.
So you're across all the day story, and then you try and get your head down again for about 8, 9 o'clock.
You might not be surprised to learn that Sky News Raw is trending today. Just before I hand back to Neil, show us those disco moves everyone's been talking about.
You're embarrassing me and shaming me, that's enough, that's what you're going to get.
There you go, Gamal Fanbulla, the second most handsome man at Sky News.
Well, thank you very much, Ashish. I think we all know who number one is. Actually, interestingly enough, Gamal Fanbulla, great chap. Every time he appears on television, my 3-year-old toddler goes, "Hello, Daddy," which tickles Gamal almost as much as it does me. What you're looking at right now is Studio 6, where the Sunrise team assemble between the hours of 6 and 9. It's a bit like the Marie Celeste, isn't it? Absolutely abandoned. But as you can see, Nicky Morgan currently talking to All Out Politics in the shape of Adam Bolton. Let's take us inside Gallery 22. And at times like this, of course, Adam has been doing this, well, since day one of Sky News. He was one of the starting members of staff. So he will be able to tell you just how political commentary and coverage has evolved over the years. A lot of what we do, though, is based on set pieces. You'll often see us in what's known as central lobby of the Houses of Parliament, that bit between the Lords and the House of Commons. You'll also see many people in Downing Street. And we can go to Downing Street, where, as you can see, Enda Brady is willing to take a little behind-the-scenes look, because you and me both, Enda, we have spent goodness knows how many days being rained on in Downing Street. So take us through what we can actually see there.
Well, here we are in Downing Street. I'm going to give our viewers a view that you normally wouldn't get of number 10 Downing Street. This is where the photographers leave their ladders. They've everything stored here for the big set-piece occasions when they need to get here, pick their ladder out, go and get their place in the crowd and get that all-important shot of the Prime Minister or a visiting foreign dignitary or cabinet members arriving as they are this morning. So today, Tuesday, it is cabinet meeting and all of the crews are here ready and waiting for the ministers to arrive to go and see the Prime Minister inside number 10. And here we have Tamara Cohen, our political correspondent on Sunrise. Hello, Tamara. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell us about your day here Ministers arriving. What are you hoping to see, and what will you ask them?
So pretty much every Tuesday we come here to cover the Cabinet meeting, which starts at 9:30, but sometimes you see Cabinet Ministers coming in earlier to have other meetings with the Prime Minister. We saw David Lidington, the Deputy Prime Minister, rushing in about 8 o'clock. And so we wait to see them all come in. We don't get given an agenda or anything. The Cabinet discussion is supposed to be secret, although recently it's been quite easy to find out afterwards who said what to whom. But we tend to film them coming in, sometimes shout, ask what's going on, are you going to get a deal, do you all disagree with each other, and that is quite useful for putting together our packages later so that we have a bit of drama around their arrival. And often when we shout at them, there's one coming, no, not one coming through here, once we shout at them, they often turn around to look at us, so we get a better...
But they never say anything, do they? Nothing substantial.
They do. I've had, I mean, it's not usual. I've had a couple of times saying, you know, we're going to get a deal, and just before the vote was supposed to happen in December, a couple of them said, I hope so, or you sometimes get a little something. My colleague John Craig had a great one with when David Davis was Brexit Secretary, and there were the talks to the DUP, and he shouted, have you brought your chequebook? And I think he nodded and said yes. And so, so there are sometimes some good ones, but it's unusual that they do say something on the way in. They certainly don't tend to come over here and talk to us beforehand.
So a lot of it is political theatre, really, but it's very useful for your report later in the day when you need the material to illustrate the story.
Yes, when we're putting together a package later in the day, it's great to have them walking in, especially if we're talking about what one of them is alleged to have said, to have a picture of them coming in, and just to have us shouting and their reaction to it. So.
What do you do in between live reports? So you pop up on Sky News for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. What do you do for the next hour in between your next live?
So generally make calls and try. Sometimes I pop across the road to Parliament to try and catch an MP having their breakfast and try and move the story on a bit. So this morning I did a live here at 8 o'clock. I went and made some calls and chatted to a couple of people and found out a bit more. That is Liz Truss, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. We're going to get an alternative to the backstop. There you go, she doesn't answer my question. I make calls, and today I found out a bit more about this group of Brexiteers and Remainers who are meeting, not here, but around the corner in Whitehall, to talk about what the Attorney General, Geoffrey Cox, see the BBC is shouting at him, and found out a little bit more about how that meeting went yesterday, so I just used a bit of that in my 9 o'clock live, and so we just try and kick the story on throughout the day.
And when you meet these politicians, are they always quite open and happy to chat about what their thinking is or where everything's going?
Sometimes you can have a conversation which is on background, so it's not for... Sometimes it's for quoting, and sometimes it's just for our understanding. So just to sort of give us an idea that, you know, they think that this is around, these are the sort of areas that the discussion was focusing on. So I heard this morning that the discussions yesterday about the Irish border were very much focusing on where the checks would be taking place, which is quite interesting because the Brexiteers had wanted something a lot stronger than that, I thought, a few weeks ago. So it's interesting that they were putting to civil servants, this is what we want, try and work on it. So it was just an idea about where the discussion was going. So sometimes they're more open than others, but sometimes they're... That's Brandon Lewis, Tory Party Chairman. You're going to find an alternative to the backstop?
Nothing from him.
Strangely enough, nothing from him either.
So what can we discern from? We've seen the Attorney General, Conservative Party Chairman.
Yeah.
David Lidington was one of the first in, very loyal to the Prime Minister. Yeah. What can we discern from the pattern of arrivals this morning? At where are we now, 9:16?
Nothing tends to be discernible from the pattern of arrivals. You sometimes see... If someone has gone in at about 8 o'clock, it means they're having a pre-cabinet meeting with the Prime Minister, but they're just assembling for 9 o'clock now. And
another arrival here?
Another arrival here.
Is this a ministerial vehicle?
Car, yes.
And obviously we can't see into it because the windows in the back are all blacked out.
Sometimes they go all the way up to the door so we can barely catch them on camera. Oh, maybe nobody. Nobody.
No, they've changed their mind, perhaps.
Sometimes, usually we expect the cabinet to last an hour and a half, couple of hours, but there have been some epic ones, and you know that maybe they're all.
And how quickly then? We hear about cabinet leaks when we read the morning's newspapers the next day, or we watch Sky News an hour later. How quickly does information come out of what's happened in cabinet?
Depends what's going on, because it used to be, well, until quite recently, it was very difficult to find out what went on in cabinet. But now, because the Cabinet, as we know, are deeply split on many of the issues around Brexit, it's become quite easy for the newspapers to ring up people close to Cabinet ministers in the afternoons and find out what was said. So there has been a lot of concern about leaks, I believe, in Downing Street, and I think a lot of the more sensitive discussions are apparently being done in smaller committees now.
And we've another arrival here.
Another arrival. This is Penny Mordaunt, International Development Secretary. She is a leading Brexiteer in the Cabinet.
So they would never come over here and chat. They just go straight in, and that's business-like.
They go straight in and straight out, unless they reply to one of our shouts, which does occasionally happen. But no, they don't come and give us a briefing on anything that happened, because it is supposed to be secret.
Right. Tamara, we'll let you go and glean what is going on in Cabinet. So there we have first-hand look inside number 10 Downing Street, almost as close as we're going to get. So we're kept inside this pen, all the photographers and the camera crews, and another Cabinet arrival right now. So there we have Amber Rudd heading in to number 10 Downing Street. Big day ahead. Cabinet just about to get underway, and she acknowledges the photographers, and this is what we do when we come to number 10 Downing Street for Sky News.
Enda, thanks very much. I mean, it's quite a decent day in London. When the weather is awful, Downing Street is perhaps one of the worst places to be standing. There's absolutely no cover, as you saw, where the cameras and the correspondents stand. And some days, on big set-piece events like the budget, you actually aren't allowed out. So you have no access to toilets, you have no cover, and you can't leave. It's pretty grim. At the same time, though, you can have some fun. I remember a few years back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor. You saw Tamara there, rather gamely, asking everyone who went in whether they had an alternative to the backstop. Sometimes you can have a little bit of fun with the shout that you put in. So on the day that Arnold Schwarzenegger was here, in his official capacity as governor of California, we had a bit of a sweepstakes to see who could come up with the best one. A sound recordist for a broadcaster whose name won't be mentioned shouted just at the point of the handshake between the Prime Minister and the Governor, "Get me to the chopper," which didn't go down very well with the boss class at that time. Let's head back to the gallery, setting up the All Out Politics programme. They will, in the gallery themselves, be keeping half an eye on what's happening in Downing Street. They tend to dip into these pictures. So, of course, what you're watching at the top right there is a replay from the other week as we wait to go back on air with the programme.
Right. 30 seconds, Adam, 30.
As you just heard from Stuart, the director, there, just half a minute before they come back. Everything's pretty loose, everything's pretty relaxed. You know, Adam has been broadcasting for a good few years now. It's not as if he's going to be flustered by anything particularly.
Adam, listen, we'll just do latest Cabinet arrivals very quickly.
But what you tend to find the last 10 seconds, 15 seconds or so, as Piers is doing, just a little bit of information about where we're going to go next and what is going to be happening. And for some reason, Enda is having a selfie with Tamara.
Livingston and McDonald's, isn't it?
Oh, stand by transfer, thanks for the
yeah.
Stand by F Foxtrot, F roll.
So are you going to stay here or leave?
F
So
is to line, Adam Q.
What do you do next?
I'm doing one more time.
Okay.
Just log that for me.
Mrs May is going to Northern Ireland after this meeting, and we believe she's going to be at night, which raises the question of whether she'll be back by noon tomorrow.
No shot. That should be.
Or whether the stand-ins, David
Sky Today
Livingston,
pictures.
the Chancellor of the Duchy
not
of
a live shot.
Manchester, and the Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry will be taking PMQs. Well, that's for tomorrow. For today, we'll have live reports on what's going on in the Cabinet as they develop.
You next.
Penny Mordaunt there.
Back
Well,
in
time to
vision,
review
and
the
cuts,
opinion
change
pages
straps.
of today's newspapers. And in The Guardian,
On the
Tony
graphic.
Blair, remember him, former Prime Minister, says it's time to end the argument over leaving the European Union, and what he calls a blind Brexit won't give the nation closure.
Service one now.
He says Stephen Pollard, writing in the Daily Express, claims the latest group of breakaway pro-Remain Labour MPs have a tough task, but their main job is to stop Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister.
And the Times.
The Alternative Arrangement Working Group of Conservative MPs is very alternative indeed in Morland's cartoon in The Times.
And the Telegraph.
In the Daily Telegraph, William Hague says the crisis in Venezuela
what we're watching
has
at the moment
shown
is
the
the Sky
Labour
News views, the All Our Politics views, the Sky Views section. It's the cartoons, the satirical pieces, the opinion pieces, and what you're seeing in essence is Stuart, the director, in the middle there, just triggering the images on, but also cueing Adam as well, so he knows exactly where he is in the script.
Rachel Sylvester in the Times urges the government to
And then you'll see a nice wipe, and he'll bring in the guests.
Give us the signal there on 24.
I can't quite see who we've got in the studio today. They're tucked behind one of the monitors that you can see in the bottom right there. That black rectangle over which you can just see the guests. That's one of the off-air monitors. So Adam can basically see what is going out on the channel.
Well, John, to go through those are the political
and one steady there, cut.
And the writer and researcher Maya Goodfellow. Welcome to you indeed.
24 cut.
Venezuela and Jeremy Corbyn,
22 cut.
Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have refused to criticise Maduro. William Hague really sticks the boot in. They are guilty on 3 counts of supporting economic insanity, indifference to intense human suffering, and a refusal to accept any measures to alleviate it, all because of their adherence to an ideology and hatred for any
more cabinet arrivals coming in.
What do you say, Maya?
21 single rights, please. 21 cut. Super there.
Well, let's going to show you around the Millbank newsroom. The chap that you're looking at the moment is Dan Williams. He's the boss, running a team of, I think it's around about 30 people, 30 journalists based in Westminster. Again, as you often find, a huge CV on this chap here. He used to be your Washington news editor, the African news editor. Also was our head of international news. When asked to provide an interesting fact about himself, he says he's won 2 BAFTAs and an Emmy for various international coverage. I can't see those on the desk, but no, he heads up. In terms of the architecture of where he is, the layout, he is sitting directly opposite our political editor, currently Faisal Islam. But of course, if you've been keeping across social media yesterday, you will know that our new political editor, soon-to-be political editor, is Beth Rigby, currently our deputy. And there you can see at the back, of course, Dan Williams. Then Lucy Plint, who's the senior news editor in terms of politics. She does a little bit more of the kind of the day-to-day, the on-the-job stuff. And then you've got Claire Parry at the bottom left of your screen, the political news editor. Her job description, well, she essentially needs to know what the stories are, where the correspondents are, where the crews are, where the stories are, and where the stories are that we don't yet know about. Making sure that we break them first ahead of the opposition. And that is still part of the raison d'etre of Sky, is to find out what's going on, make sure it's right, and then get it on screen, whatever form that screen might take, just as soon as possible. You cannot do that as a political journalist without the assistance of your head of politics and your political news editing team.
That we think we need, then John Craig can do them late.
It turns out Chavez and certainly Maduro are pretty much stinkers these days, and they have clearly...
Is it fair to criticise socialism because of what they've done?
So they represent a socialist regime. Their socialist regime clearly is going down the Sawney and doing massive damage to the Venezuelan people. I don't think it's necessarily about socialism. It's how one government has handled its socialism.
What you'll also find is a lot of people not necessarily directly attached to politics also having their desks. Just in that very back of the shot there, the Sky News Tonight team sits over there. Dermot Murnaghan will be in the office a little bit later today. You also get a number of our specialist correspondents choosing to make Westminster their home. Alistair Bunkle, for example, always prefers to be in SW1 rather than out here in West London. Don't know why. Mark Kleinman, city editor, also has a desk there. Ed Conway, our economics editor, tends to be found down there. Martin Brunt, our crime correspondent, possessor of the best Mac in journalism, also you're far more likely to find him in the office here at 4 Millbank rather than back at base here at the Sky News Centre.
That's coming in a few months' time. What they're trying to do is refusing to take sides. Interesting, the holding line for an entire shell of cabinet. We can't intervene. It's not for us to pick on they see in Venezuela. They fall back in this age-old Corbyn argument. There has to be dialogue.
And here is our floor manager in the Westminster office. Look, the floor manager, I think, is one of those roles that unless you're working in television, you probably don't know a huge amount about. But in essence, they stop telly looking rubbish. They get guests in at the right time. They make sure that chairs are moved away at the right time. They make sure that the correspondent and presenter is lubricated with as much coffee as they can get inside them, depending on the show that you're working on.
What about the point that Stephen Pollard, the editor of Jewish Chronicle, makes?
But it's also an extra pair of hands to make sure that if something goes wrong mid-show, the presenter, currently, of course, Adam Bolton, doesn't need to worry about, for example, rebooting their computer or mopping up the coffee that they've knocked over onto the floor.
And he says, well, whatever happens, our duty is
The gallery staff for All Out Politics very happy today.
Thank you.
21 cut. This is the lull, yeah. This is the lull. 22 cut. Go for his single.
1 minute left.
Is there going to be a breakaway party?
21
Is
cut.
there going to be a leadership challenge on Theresa May? And last weekend it just happened to be, is there going to be a breakaway party? Not very much has changed since the last time
cut.
we all read these stories, Adam. Apart from maybe one thing, and this is, in my view, the only thing that could actually create a breakaway party, and that is the forcible removal of Labour MPs from their party. It's also beginning to happen on the Tory side as well, with Nick Bowles in big trouble in Grantham. So the likes of
One
Chris
thing to
Leslie,
remember is that
Frank
it does
Field has
look
already
pretty
gone,
relaxed in the gallery at the moment. And even on big news stories, you will not necessarily hear people shouting and swearing at each other too much. This is a pretty structured bit of the programme. There's not much that tends to develop too much around about this time, although I think I remember from the morning meeting, we'll be returning to another meeting in just a couple of minutes. You can see at the bottom right there that there are some statistics coming out at 9:30. Though what will happen is the team will take a look at them rather than putting them straight to air. So that you might see a little bit of breaking news during All Out Politics today. But it's when you have, for example, I'll give you one of the stories on which I worked, the London Bridge attack. I was literally sitting in the studio at 10:25 one evening, getting ready for the press, for the paper review, and someone suggested that we might want to take a look at Twitter because something had happened on London Bridge. You then start rolling on that story, and at times like that, things become a little bit more freewheeling. Programmes like this, a little bit more structured, but you just never know.
Welcome to the Sky Video Conferencing Service.
Well, welcome to the Sky Video Conferencing Service. That's how we communicate, as you noticed in the 7:30 meeting. That's how you communicate with Westminster again. This is another meeting, another 9:30. Let's see how things have progressed. Let's see what has changed in terms of the news agenda. A couple of stories that weren't mentioned at 7:30, certainly being mentioned on screen now. So let's listen in.
Right, Tuesday morning. What are we going to win at? Should we talk through things? Is Nick here?
I'm here.
Yes, you are. Do you want to start off with Theresa May in Northern Ireland?
And that is Christina Nicolotti Squires.
Can you talk us through what you can on that?
Yeah, so she is off Northern Ireland today, where she'll make a speech later this afternoon. She is expected to promise to find a deal with the EU that can both command the majority of the Commons, but also get broad support across the community in Northern Ireland. So Faisal is there, and he will work on a BT this evening, and he'll be there late, so you can do a live into the 10 as well. Back here, a few bits going on. There's Cabinet this morning, so we'll get arrivals and departures as normal, and we're also expecting the Alternative Arrangements Working Group, so that's the Malthouse Compromise Group, to have more meetings today. So we'll again try and get them on the way in and out and see if anything comes out of that, which could either be wrapped into Faisal's VT for later, or we can work out if it merits more.
Okay.
And in terms of access to people over there, Lucy, is there anyone kind of set up? Is he getting to business people or anyone like that?
Not set up at the moment, but George is with him and is working on some of that. And we've got a bid in for an interview with Arlene Foster as well.
You still do your award? Because it feels like you want him to kind of, it's almost taking a temperature in Northern Ireland of...
That's what she's gone to do, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And he needs to do the same kind of thing.
Okay. And what about the...
I think there won't be, bearing in mind sort of Faisal's live commitments around the speech, obviously he'll be in for that, it's a Q&A, and we'll want him to do lives. I'm not sure how much time there's going to be for him to do huge amounts of gathering.
What time will Stephen get there?
Stephen Murphy will be there latest midday.
Okay.
So Stephen could take over the live.
So potentially early afternoon, he could do a little bit of gathering.
That'd be good. Okay, and what about the...
I think we prefer, to be honest, I think probably better for Faisal to do the lives and see if Stephen can maybe help with the gathering. But shall we chat?
Yeah, let's talk about that afterwards.
More about that later.
Okay.
I mean, there will be times, I suspect, where Faisal can't be live, or do you not envisage that being the case?
I mean,
yeah, no, of course there will. There'll be times, you know, when he's got to be in for the speech and immediately afterwards, and obviously he won't be able to come up live.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of Stephen going up from Dublin was to free Faisal to be able to shoot stuff. Anyway, we'll sort it out.
Yeah, but you'll want Faisal around the speech, getting a question to Theresa May off the back of the speech and then live off. So there's a big chunk there where you'll...
Yeah, of course. I'm talking about like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock onwards.
And shall we just mention the Blevins thing, because I think tonight we'll sit alongside it.
Yeah. So Simon Coveney is in New York. We understand lobbying the sort of the Irish political lobby over there, who are concerned about backstop and reneging on the backstop, that kind of thing. So Blevins has got a sit-down interview with him. I don't know what time yet. I've not spoken to them yet, but it's probably a case of it working as a sort of a packaged slab, if you like, that runs off the back of the Northern Ireland piece from Faisal.
Andy, sorry to interrupt, but as I said in the 7:30, Coveney's now getting there very much later.
But Coveney was in Brussels yesterday for the Arab League meeting.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Coveney's movements are exactly.
Well, it's only Blevins. I spoke to Blevins last night, late on. He said Coveney doesn't get there in time for him, David, to have any access to him, and the access will be the next day. So it's obviously you'll talk to David.
Yeah, when he
He has also shot a sequence in the sort of Irish bar in New York or something last night, with expats talking about, talking about the backstop and Brexit and the border and their views. So, that would work into something either for tonight or tomorrow, whenever it is.
Yeah. Let's see what the timings are on that then. Okay, anything else politics-wise?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, where do you want to go to next, Nick?
Social media?
Yes.
Yes, so it's quite a development on that story today. On a number of levels, we'll get Jason Farrell to take a look at the side of the plan to effectively ask all social media companies to sign up to a code of conduct today, and that will be launched effectively by Margot James this afternoon at 2:30 on Internet Safety Day. I think it is today as well.
Yeah.
You speaking to Jason Farrell today about what his movements are, and he can be at both, or he's at a different event this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, he is at a different event this morning, but that does go into the piece this evening.
Has he got a case study?
The event this morning is I've not got a case study in the bag, but obviously...
That's the key thing, isn't it?
So if he gets a case study, it may be that he cannot go to the Robin James thing this afternoon.
I mean, we can do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we get a question to him.
Yeah.
Or even just this week.
Okay.
Just to check, has Jason bid for Margot, or do we need to?
I think, Lucy, did you?
We've got a bid in for her already.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Right. I guess the question is just, does it go far enough? Will it achieve what they want?
There have been so many of these summits and meetings.
Yeah.
I think it seems to have actually changed. Okay.
Great.
Still a hot topic, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it will be all week as well.
And then the other great talking point today is the Liam Neeson interview.
Yes, so...
Yes.
Yeah, Liam Neeson has rather spoken out in a way that has caused quite a lot of controversy this morning, or rather he did it last night, but it's obviously making waves. We will be talking today to John Barnes, who's going to talk to us about, oddly, we think his line will be good on Liam Neeson. You might think, what? But what he's saying is well done to him for kind of being honest and kind of you know, giving clarity on his thoughts back then when it happened. You know, most people wouldn't be honest about it and wouldn't explain how they feel.
Unexpected quarter.
So whether it's as strong as that, we'll see. But the plan is to talk to John Barnes later on. The story, if no one's aware, is of course that he said that when he found out that a friend of his, a close friend, had been raped, that he armed himself with a kosh and was looking to try and kill a black man, as he says, which is obviously in all quarters really had an impact. Woodsy, you're putting other feelers out as well, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Barnsley, and he's very articulate, very passionate about why he wants to sort of come on and talk about this. But I thought, I mean, 24 hours ago, this will be a 24-hour story by the time we're on air tonight, so we've got to try and move it on.
Yeah.
And I think that the feeling that, you know, we had this kind of a sharp intake of breath from everybody last night, and then people condemning it, and now we need to sort of move on from there. So I'm trying to get a publicity kind of angle as to, you know, whether it does spell difficulties for his career, and, you know, how can these incredibly bland junket interviews, which, you know, seldom make news, how can they explode like something like this? I mean, we kind of want our celebrities to bare their souls a bit, don't we? We don't want them to come on and talk about how they like gardening. You know, we want them to say controversial things. Now, I don't think he said this to simply just sell his movie, because if he had that plan, he would have said it in all the interviews that he'd done about it. But it's been obviously preying on his mind, and he suddenly just went blah.
But he also didn't
with
do it it by mistake. I mean, instead, you know, he said,
No,
I'm
but-
saying this to a journalist.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether he went into it in a pre-planned thing or whether it was just a question which triggered it. I mean, that's a good question to put to Clement.
I mean, to your question about how it's affected him, I mean, Paul and I were kicking around, do we Sky Data poll it?
Yeah, could.
You know, was he right to speak out? Does it damage your image of him?
Yeah.
Does it make you less likely to see a film? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, just in the voice of the publicity angle, I think Dominic Mohan, former editor of The Sun, who's now got a PR company and does crisis management, is quite keen to talk about it as well. So I think we'll probably get him.
And we've got a bit in for the film critic who did the interview as well. They're in New York, so.
I mean, there are a lot of people calling for a boycott of this film now, aren't there?
Yes.
I mean, you know...
Dave, do we have the
easy thing
capacity to Sky Data poll it if we wanted?
Harry's in today. Let me speak to Harry. I mean, almost certainly we can. It's just... we're
Give me the question
we
right.
happen to be doing tons of them at the minute, and we start this sample husbandry issues.
Okay.
I think if it's anonymous like that, you wouldn't be able to do this in a Vox Pop, but you could do it in Sky Data. I mean, one of the things that John Barnes is talking about is encouraging people to confront their inner feelings. Might not be inner feelings now, but have you ever felt racist in the past? Have you ever had an angry racist thought in the past? You know, I don't know how honest people would be on the Sky Data thing.
Yeah.
They certainly wouldn't do it in a Vox Pop, would they?
No, I think it's more about him himself.
Okay.
And then foreign-wise, later tonight we're expecting a Venezuela piece.
Oh, Venezuela, okay.
Yeah, so well, Stuart has interviewed a doctor and then he's hoping to get access to a hospital later today where explore the avenues of, well, of people who have been caught up in the protest and injured by authorities, that kind of thing, but also shortage of available medicines, equipment, that kind of thing, which will tie into the into the aid line of the story as well, and shortages of medical equipment and food and that kind of thing. So again, I haven't spoken to them yet, but that's the sort of that's the aim for a 10 o'clock piece.
And then you mentioned State of the Union.
And then obviously State of the Union late tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, so Nick and I were just discussing about whether the Raj Shah interview, which Cordelia is doing, if we can sort of take elements of that, like an insight into the White House, and sort of turn that into a preview piece, basically, about what's...
Yeah, because that's what it'll be in effect, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
We're doing a debate at 6:30 with a couple of voices out of the US on that. So we've got a Democratic strategist going into...
Who's going into the Bureau, yeah.
Into the Bureau. And then we're doing a Republican Party voice as well. So there might be some...
Yeah, that could be a good interview, couldn't it?
Can we...
On Venezuela, I mean, if you wanted to try Stuart Ramsey live, you should talk to him about that, because tomorrow is really important with the aid arriving at the border, and Amanda Walker will be there, but she won't be there for 10 tonight. But Ramsey can talk about it if they're able to do it.
Yeah, we haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that's quite nice to do.
So just off the back of the State of the Union preview, can we obviously trail that we'll be carrying it live overnight? obviously.
Yeah.
What else?
Well, there's an air pollution story, but again, embargoed for 10.
Yes, just after it's Dan Whitehead. He's got many of the elements already. This is a UNICEF report.
Time is agreed.
Yes, we've done her, and a new inquest was ordered, I seem to remember.
So you've just got to be a bit careful sometimes with these stories. Oh, I mean, there are some ridiculous embargoes that we're often told, well, as broadcasters, you're not allowed to do this till midnight, and then you see it in the first edition of the papers, which generally are starting to arrive in our inbox. We get the front pages sent to us via email most of the time these days, before we get the hard copy, as it were. And then we have to play a little bit of catch-up. So there are sillinesses around the embargo system, but in general, it works pretty well as a system of making sure that people don't get a head start on others.
Then the next day there was a car bomb when there was some gunfire and all this sort of thing, and then it's then the sort of the rumour mill that circulates around, you know, who did what was one part of the other, and then there's rumours about the rumours, and then the Russian government now talking about bringing in legislation to sort of to counter fake news reports and basically prosecute people, which, given that that's the sort of supposed allegedly
there's an irony,
origin of an awful lot, is that yeah. But it's like I say, it's a good watch, and it's in already, and she'll file for online, whatever.
And I think, I mean, not being in planning yesterday, but in terms of the Sky News Raw story.
Yeah, we should be doing a piece.
Well, should we? That's what I was going to ask you.
Absolutely,
yeah.
but I thought the plan always was to forgive me, I wasn't in planning yesterday. But I think we should do a piece, basically capturing the best of the day, I suppose, and the best moments, and there's interviews with John why we're doing it, and why we're doing it, and what the point of it is, and you know, it'd be nice to mix a few other people in there. So I think we should. Yeah, who can do it? Is Lucy in today? Right. Okay.
I'll have a look and see who's on next. 2 o'clock.
Okay, because I'd like to put that together.
Yeah, it needs to be the right kind of person, really, isn't it?
I mean, Ashish is in now.
But he's tied up doing it until I don't know what time, because Katie takes over, isn't she?
Yeah, exactly. So
Could it be finished at 5 anyway?
Yeah, they could be done at 5 o'clock.
So I think those who are involved in it will have a better handle on it.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll presume it's Ashish, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashish or Kate Spencer.
I mean, it stops at it does stop at 5, doesn't it?
Yes.
So actually, Katie could do it.
Katie do it well, actually.
Yep.
Okay. It's quite nice to get a mix of people in the order as well.
So
Spencer for 1900.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Go on.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, Hull.
So, yeah, we're in Hull with Sally Lockwood. There are things she's checking out.
Yep.
And a location she's going to. I think it's play it by ear scenario initially.
Yeah. Presume the police are not putting the parents up, are they? That's what the message...
Yeah, I think that was the point of yesterday, was that they don't want to be in front of a bunch of journos, understandably, at this stage. So we'll see where it goes.
We're trying friends of hers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We tried the Hull University group of students yesterday. There's been a real kind of groundswell from them, but they currently don't want to talk to us. But we'll check in with the university press office again today.
Okay.
And have we spoken to the neighbour mentioned in the papers hearing a scream, isn't there?
One of the things we're checking out.
Great.
Okay.
And the only thing that has just, recently happened, the deaths, it appears, of 4 children in a fire.
Oh, yeah.
Stafford.
Really sad. Who's on the way there?
So we've got Becky Johnson, should be there more or less now. So they'll try and find out what's gone on, talk to people around to see what happened, when it happened, whether there's anybody in custody or not, whether there is anything slightly untoward about this, other than being a Tragic.
I think the fire in Paris is probably a marker by the end of the day, isn't it?
There has to be a thing behind it, you know, for it to
Just
be
back on the Staffordshire story, depending on what comes out, obviously, you know, I'd be keen for a piece for 5 if we get voices and there's the story there.
That was my thinking, is that in all likelihood, even if it's not something that will sort of push through the evening, certainly I think
But with 4 children dead, it's...
Lives and pictures, and we're probably going to drop the helicopter up.
Okay, so anything else before we recap?
We quite like for daytime the carers story. I don't think we've.
I was going to mention that. It's a really good. It's a really good.
Huge number of 600 people a day that would leave their jobs to help care for a relative. So it's really good for us for guests. I think probably is the best way to handle it.
I suppose if you're doing the social media story and you get a strong case study on that.
Yeah.
They're not obviously not similar, but they're similar types of stories, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot, especially for 10. There's a lot around tonight.
Yeah.
If we get an incredibly good case study, then maybe you could take a view.
That figure is almost unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, so every day, 600 people leave their employment in order to care for someone.
I wonder whether that's
is that really true?
But that might be not permanently.
It might be temporarily.
It might also be changing the way that you work.
Yeah. Which is why they're pushing for this sort of government as a statutory care leave, because you do need a bit of time just to sort stuff out. It's a good story.
Okay. Right, so we've got Faisal on Theresa May in Ireland. Let's see what comes of Blevins, but I think that might be more for tomorrow. Jason Farrell on social media. Ian's going to be doing the Liam Neeson discussion.
Yeah.
Katie Spencer's not in the right order, but Katie Spencer's doing the anniversary project piece.
Yeah.
Diane Magnay on fake news from Russia. Ramsey doing a piece out of Venezuela with doctors. And is it Cordelia doing State of the Nation preview?
It is, yes. Yeah. We've only got Cordy and Hannah active today. The other two are travelling.
That's it, isn't it? I think I've got everything. Yeah? Okay.
And I was going to say, Guzman, which is the Guzman trial, will just need to be aware if that does come back, then Hannah will do that.
She can do that, fine.
The journo who interviewed Neeson is in New York.
Yeah.
Is Hannah available? If we can get to them, could Hannah go and interview them for us?
Yeah.
Be better than doing down the line.
Sure. Hannah plus crew and do it. I mean,
and obviously Dan Whitehead on pollution.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot there, isn't there?
Can I just mention the new HMV buyer is on Ian King today, from the Canadian company Sunrise Records.
Okay, great. We'll have a listen and use
He was great on the radio this morning, actually.
Yeah. I mean, he's an interesting guy.
He's quite good.
He's only 34 years old.
He's really into vinyl.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I bought it. Seriously, they're going to bring back in the stores in Canada. They brought one. They put vinyl in the stores. So that could be quite good, actually.
Yeah.
Let's try and run some across the afternoon.
And Ian King's talking to David Harding.
Yes, Ian knows him, so he will ask him. That's the guy that made the big donation to Cambridge.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Anything else? Anyone? Any thoughts or ideas? Thank you very much.
And that is the end of the 9:30 meeting. A couple of things to say. I mean, first of all, do keep your comments and questions coming in using the hashtag Sky News Raw. You can see them on the right of your screen there. And one person who's been getting in touch today is Hayley Barlow, who happens to be head of communications for Channel 4 News, who's telling us that our channel is weirdly compelling viewing, yet hugely helpful ahead of our own 9:30 editorial meeting. So, Channel 4, always happy to follow in Sky News' footsteps. But the other thing to say about that meeting is pretty clearly news is not static. Now that was evidenced in a couple of ways then. I don't know if you detect, but there was a touch of to and fro, a little bit of back and forth when it came to what our political editor Faisal Islam was going to be doing today. In essence, if you can't get the pictures, if you can't get a voice on it, you can't have someone reporting on it, it is very difficult to tell the news. Of course, it is a bit different from the old days of print where someone simply needed to turn up with 20p for a phone call, a pad and a pen. Making television news, there are obviously more resources, so as the editorial priorities of the day change and people get moved to different stories, different parts of the country, onto different jobs with different start and finish times as well, sometimes that means that our editorial priorities have to change along with them. But the other thing I mean about the news not being static is that it evolves, that it changes. Now, in that meeting there, you'll have noticed a chap with a little hint of a Northern Irish accent. That's Ian Woods, one of the most senior and certainly one of the most respected journalists that we've got working here. He was talking about he was talking about the story about who's the Irish chap, the actor, Liam Neeson, who's made his way into the papers today because of what some people are suggesting are unguarding comments, other people suggesting a rather useful confession. His point in the meeting was, look, the story, by the time this goes on air tonight, it's going to be 24 hours old, so we need to look at how we report it. We can't simply report what happened, because it's already happened, but how we kind of shift focus, we explore other avenues, we develop a story from yesterday into another piece of news by the time we get to the evening transmission.
Just Millbank, just need to talk to Millbank and just say, I mean, they'll be aware, don't worry.
A couple of you have asked how long the delay is that we have going on here. Yeah, and a couple of others have suggested that perhaps there isn't the gallows humour that you might often get in a newsroom. Things have been, of course, toned down today for Ofcom reasons, but you are getting as close to what it really is like in the newsroom on a daily basis. And I apologise in advance because there will at some point be a slip up in terms of the language. But Craig asked this question on Twitter. What's the gallery like when there are technical difficulties? Well, the hope is that you guys never notice it. I mean, I suppose, given that there are any number of technical problems that can happen and any number of solutions that can be found, the best thing to say is, well, it's business as usual. You just have to make sure that things on air look as smooth as possible and that the people who can sort the technical difficulties get the opportunity to do so. Things go wrong in television news a lot of the time, and that doesn't matter whether you're at Sky, BBC, ITN, or our friends at Channel 4 News. Clearly, you just need to be a little bit fleet-footed. You need to be able to react to it, and that as much is reflected in how we deal with things editorially as how we deal with things practically. Craig was also asking how many people work in the Westminster studios. Frankly, Craig, I'm going to have to check that one out and get back to you, because it is a bit of a movable feast. But in terms of Westminster staff, I think there are around about 30. But people like, as I mentioned, Mark Kleinman, Ed Conway, Alistair Bunklemove, in and out. And that's the news desk in the Westminster office again. Don't want this to get all kind of Alan Partridge, Roger Moore is at the Chiswick roundabout, but I am told that Harriet Harman is in makeup, so we may well be seeing her moving into the studio in a couple of minutes' time. She'll come through that door there, this door here, that you can see, and be rushed straight into the studio. I mean, so much of Westminster, and you may be wondering why we're not seeing many of the reporters around. Well, as my old boss at Westminster, Jonathan Levy, used to say to me, why are you sitting here? Why aren't you out finding your story? I mean, if you want to find out what's going on in Westminster, yep, your mobile phone, your access to your social media is as important as anything else. But you also need to be over in Palace of Westminster, finding people, asking the questions, and building relationships.
Low cloud will bring fog to hills, but the west of Ireland will have some late brightness. The rain.
Guess what? We're going to another meeting in the not-too-distant future. I know it seems like there's an awful lot of time spent discussing things, but you need to. You need to make sure what's going on. In a second, we'll be bringing in Katie Spencer. But that meeting at 9:30 then gets translated into telly by the evening team. They'll be discussing who's going to be looking after, what we call VTs, edited reports, in essence, back at base. They'll be discussing who will be working on the nibs, the news and briefs, those little news items that bring up. In fact, let's bring in Katie Spencer. Hi, Katie. Who are you with? Again, we're in the pantry again. I've never called it the pantry before. I've only just noticed that there's a sign up over in the corner describing it as such. But what are you there for?
I sense you're being a little bit sarcastic about the number of meetings we have, Neil, but we are at another meeting. This is the one where the evening team will basically set out their stories for the day. Nick Phipps is the output editor for tonight. He'll be deciding which producers basically are going to be working on which stories and assigning them to certain stories, which they'll follow up throughout the day. I'll step out the way and let you have a little listen, actually, to them.
But who would that voice be?
So, do you think Apple would say that? Someone like about like a Bonnie Greer or a,
Yeah, Bonnie Greer's not a bad call actually for the American angle as well.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean,
and I think graphics-wise, there's a Sky Data poll, but there's nothing beyond that, don't you?
yeah, I mean, we have a template for that if you want to do that. But he could have just been angry. With anyone who was involved.
Yeah.
Like it.
When you're famous.
Yeah, because you jump on the race thing, but it could be that he was angry that his friend was attacked rather than it being about race.
But that's why I think I think you're all right that we need a voice who will kind of articulate the race. It's not acceptable, but actually the piece fundamentally is about Liam Neeson and what impact these comments will have on him and whether people want to see his films. Yeah. Okay, so thanks, Lee. Right, so what else have we got to talk about? So, Sky News Raw.
Yes.
So, you're going to... I think you obviously just need to talk to Chris Howard and get across the channel recording.
Yeah.
And it's really a kind of...
Best of the day.
A best of the day, isn't
Right.
it? It's as simple as that, really.
Yeah. We've got John's interview.
Yes, I saw that was running maybe just before 9 o'clock. So I think, how can I put it, that's probably the one interview that should definitely feature in there, and then we'll see what...
And then go follow Delise around.
Yes, exactly. and then we can have a kind of crazy loop where this bit gets featured and it's the meeting talking about the package, talking about the package.
That would be
like
so
mirrors facing each other. Exactly. Okay. So that would be a Katie Spencer piece, we think, for 7 o'clock. All right, so Aoife, you are looking at a couple of things. So on the social media story, Jason Farrell is on that and Jordan is already across it, so I think just go and check in with her. I guess from what they're saying in the meeting, we're trying to get to the Margot James event, which is 2:30. We need a case study, really, and I don't know, I mean, have any of you worked on the social media story over the last few weeks? Have we ever spoken to any of the kind of famous cases involved?
I think we put some bids in, but we haven't gone anywhere.
So that will be I mean,
like a refresher.
it feels like an essential bit, really, doesn't it, to kind of get a parent who can speak to us today.
I think, is it Molly? Is it her father's talking, I thought? Or he has spoken, so he might do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think we had a bid in there, but I think he was taking a break from media.
I mean, it may be that because of today that he decides to come out and re-engage, but and I suppose the central question is the kind of so the government's saying there's a new white paper that comes out next month, and as part of that there will be a provision for kind of a compulsory code of conduct that these companies have to sign up to. But it's have we seen this before? What have the companies done previously in terms of signing up to it, or has it changed their behaviour? And whether that's a kind of industry commentator, or I don't know, is there a kind of British startup that is in the same field? I mean, it's not really Martha Lane Fox, but I mean, is there a kind of a British voice in the internet world who can kind of articulate? Look, I know to get these guys to agree to change, you actually have to do X. Hit them in the pocket, regulate them, or whatever it is.
Touching on mental health of young people and social media, is that what you want? Is that what you want the case study to be?
I suppose because it's not a new story today. It feels like the thing today is about the government moving to act, and so actually, I feel like it's not so much about the mental health side of the story. We know that that's why people are concerned and that these Instagram and so on can kind of have this impact. But I don't feel like we need to get into talking to, psychotherapists or whatever.
No, I just heard on the radio the other day there was a head teacher of a school in North London who made the case of, we actually don't know how bad it is for kids, and we don't get that living in our generation, how bad it is right now to be a 14, 15, 16-year-old. And she made the case of, you know, we have all these rules on how old you have to be to drink, how old you have to be to drive, how old you have to be to get married. So we do have all these kind of social rules on protecting children, and yet this is kind of the Wild West, and we're not protecting them.
It's whether that's a great guest, isn't it? I'm just not sure whether that's... Do you want to go and have a chat to Jordan and see how it's... I mean, I suppose more it feels to me like today, you've obviously got to have Margot James in the piece, you've got to have someone from the industry or who knows the industry reacting to it, and you've got to have a case study. I just wonder whether that's it probably for the voices, but anyway, let's see. Okay.
Is there a graphic that illustrates the proposal? Is it that defined?
Yeah.
Or what they've done previously.
Yeah.
I think it isn't it actually? It's kind of, you know, making it up that in 2014 they brought in X, in 2016 they did Y, and yeah.
And what kind of things could it be? Just, you know...
Well, they're saying a compulsory code of conduct as part of the white paper that's being proposed next month. But what... Beyond that... Exactly. What's the deal? What would that whole code of conduct hold them to? I don't know. And it does feel slightly as if... I mean, Margot James today is giving the speech, but the kind of suicide prevention minister was on the radio this morning. You know, it's a slight, you know, throw it at the wall kind of approach, you know, from the government, given that they know that there's so much publicity around this at the moment. So we need to be critical.
To illustrate if there's not something a little bit more explicit to go on.
But I still think Gilbert's point about doing some form of what actions have been previously taken would be a way of fleshing that bit out. Okay. And then on air pollution, I think if you just go and check in with Dan about what yes, but basically what help he needs. I don't think he's expecting to have a package producer, so it's really, again, is there a graphic there which looks at, you know, it's various medical bodies who come together to talk about the risk. So if they're highlighting particular figures about the number of children who are getting ill or whatever, then I think we just need to illustrate that. Have you done any previous nice designs on air pollution? I don't know, it strikes me as there's a very nice bespoke graphic idea there.
I mean, there could be, but it depends. It's easier, I think, to talk about the causes and illustrate that than it would be to talk about the
actual contaminants.
Yeah, if you're talking about, you know, roadside, or, you know, what are the particulates that are affecting them, and who produced them and where they're coming from, I think you can start to see that and visualise it. Whereas I think if it's just in kind of numbers of children affected or whatever, then I think it gets harder to. So if it was a, you know, a little environment and it had a factory in it and a car and a log fire and a whatever. You know,
is this for the country or is this for?
I think it's nationwide. Yeah.
So I know London's doing a pollution survey, aren't they?
There's a website that you can check pollution in your local area in London. There are monitors everywhere.
Dilly, you were mentioning about the schools.
There's schools also that are doing their own air testing within their school grounds, and there's one school in my neighbourhood that has paid to install air purifiers in their classrooms and is monitoring and, you know, brought down the levels of what the kids are breathing. It's quite expensive.
Well, let's leave the evening team's planning meeting. Nick Phipps, actually, the chap who was in control there with the long luscious hair, actually was very instrumental in getting me on screen as a presenter. The first presenting gig I ever did was during the Scottish independence referendum on the night itself. But just to show you, this is Gallery 21, which is kind of off air at the moment, but as you'll notice, there are still people in there. Engineering work taking place often happens. You need to update, you need to maintain, and sometimes you need to take a big hammer to it just to make it work. But clearly in the times when this gallery isn't being used, we have to prioritise. We have to make clear that there is still stuff to be done. This, I think, is the on-air gallery. Is this the... Oh, in fact, we'll go there next. And again, to be honest, although people are sitting down and more generally looking towards the screens, you couldn't really tell that one was on and one was off, could you? Anyway, just to reference back that evening team meeting, what you saw is people are starting to finesse the way in which the stories will be told. So you heard talk of case studies. Now that's an example of someone who has personal experience of the story that you're talking about, and those are the backbone of many a VT. But also vox pops, as we call them, vox populi in the Latin, you know, going out and just literally asking members of the public, what do you think about X? It's still a technique of television news that we use to this day. But also, what you'll have picked up on, it's not just the reporter, of course, that goes out and has to source guess or choose locations or whatever else. In fact, actually, sometimes the reporter, as is the case with Katie Spencer, who's on another job today, providing you all this information on Sky News Raw, well, when she comes off at around about 5 o'clock today, she'll be straight on to doing a VT for 7 o'clock. We get our money's worth out of our correspondence here. One of the reasons why I'm quite glad to have moved on to presenting.
No deal with Brexit. They were probably on day one.
Mustn't they?
But they had no idea what they would do as a
Coming to 21. On 22. Coming to 24.
Well, you've got
21.
Cut.
Cut.
Manage the flow through Holyhead.
Name her again if you can.
The lorries and the trailers that are coming through.
Theresa May heads to Northern Ireland later. Senator George Mitchell, the man who brokered peace in the province, has told Sky News that Mrs May mustn't make any decision that might, in his words, make her assumptions right as more possible. And that includes the return to customs checks at the Irish border, since which the drive into Blevins in New York.
I mean, this is significant to Wales in a wider respect because 90% of what we export, agricultural products we export, goes to the EU. But the other thing that's coming through Holyhead, of course, are non-agricultural animals. And they were saying when we met them last week that they were going to meet DEFRA later last week to deal with non-agricultural animals.
22. 21. Cut. Coming to 24 next.
Which will be held the weekend after we leave, we anticipate. The majority of the Irish racehorses that come through will come through Holyhead as well. And at present, there is uncertainty about how that's going to work. Coming through and going back.
Why? Because 24 cut.
Medical checks or something. I mean,
21 cut.
Agricultural animals, and they haven't been in the United Kingdom, and they haven't been considered as such so far.
Now,
coming 22
Wales, of
cut.
course, did vote narrowly for Brexit.
Those numbers that you and Natasha mentioning there, those are the cameras that she's cutting between, if you're wondering. So it gets slightly confusing. At Westminster, there is a camera 22. We are in gallery 22. That can lead to some mishaps sometimes.
In the last hour, it's coded, it's fine.
Okay.
Next will be the Blevins VT.
I've got half of Snowdon even in my constituency. The sort of sheep that the farmers of Dougal Meirionydd produce, there has been no market for them for decades, and they haven't been marketed in the United Kingdom either. They need to be able to export their livestock, and as I said, 90% of that goes to Europe. Other areas, so if we have a no-tariff arrangement perhaps for agricultural produce,
okay, how long have we got left?
Then that will affect, of course, you've got to have no tariff for one area, it's got to be for everything. So that will then affect steel, which is very important for
Come to
Wales.
22.
No tariff then
22.
means that we could well be
Voting vision, Adam.
6 minutes.
21.
Spitting image.
But you see,
24.
You know, Holyhead, we're talking about Holyhead, there's direct route to Dublin.
Coming to 1.
You'll often hear the director actually telling Adam when he is in vision. Sometimes you need to scratch or pick at something, and you don't want to do that when the camera's on you. Sometimes you also need to reach for a quick drink. Sometimes you need to find some notes. Sometimes you need to have a cough. All of these things the director can help you with by killing your microphone and telling you when you are not in vision.
And then for the land bridge to come through the United Kingdom and down to Europe, Holyhead is the major route for that.
So we're
22 cut.
away from Brexit. What are the priorities?
Coming to 21. On 21.
To avoid the problem?
Coming to 24. 21 staying here.
Backstop and the implications.
How long left?
1 minute. 1 minute.
Minute left, Adam.
And I wonder how many government ministers have, frankly, because the freedoms for individuals to choose their identity and their citizenship, implicit with that is the freedom of movement. That it's very difficult to see that actually anything will be able to come
Blevins VT next.
answer this than the backstop we presently have. And it is impossible to...
Well, hang on, I mean...
22 cut.
Freedom of movement on the island of Ireland and... Right,
21 cut.
But they were also, when the Good Friday Agreement was created, that they were under the assumption that we would remain within the overarching European rules and that they function within those. And this is now being questioned in terms of customs union and the single market requirements.
Yeah, but that's about goods, it's not about people.
But people are moving as well, you see, across, and their right to choose citizenship. Now...
But that's not affected.
22 cut.
I mean, no one says
24.
People's rights are affected by
21
Brexit
cut.
in the Island of Ireland.
But if you can't move capital across...
Oh, well, that's different.
Yes, but
staying on 21.
These fundamental freedoms that are implicit in the Good Friday Agreement, either we have them or we don't, and that's what the government is presently questioning. And of course, it's interesting with this working group, which entirely consists of members of the Conservative Party, which is hardly democracy as we.
Camera 23, read into Mitchell package.
Somewhat ironic.
Thanking out of vision. 23 will be next.
I would be arguing that for
Blevins,
say,
VT next.
Single market, if that is being discussed for Northern Ireland, well, in all honesty, to operate through a port like Holyhead, which is so critical to the fragile, the vulnerable economy of North Wales and Wales as a whole, that needs to be extended. The customs union and the single market needs to be extended throughout the United Kingdom in order for that to operate properly. But one thing that I would like to say as well, that we've been mentioning the government here, and going back to Wales, Welsh government, including Labour Welsh government, voted for a people's vote last week. And one of the other things that's holding us back here is the sheer intransigency of the Labour front bench that won't even discipline its own party members, something which they whipped them to vote for, the Yvette Cooper amendment. We're seeing them also
dropping in 22, voting vision.
It's the only place where Labour is in power.
So, what do you think is going to happen 52 days till we leave?
Coming to 21.
On
21.
I hope there will be serious discussion about the need for a customs union and the single market. I hope that those who are working to realise those proposals here in Westminster will actually start working together and talk as one voice. It's not a matter of having your own favourite proposal and working against each other. And I hope the government actually starts...
On 22?
In practice, we
21.
will see how things
Cut.
go. We're in this ridiculous fluctuating situation of having a week where little happens, and then when it all kicks off again next week, we shall see how it goes next week. Don't ask me to predict, because I have to answer you intelligently. But for anybody outside
coming to 21,
who sees their jobs under threat because of this, they will be wondering why the government
read on 23 next.
For an abstract exercise.
Okay, Ms. Roberts MP, thank you very much indeed.
23 cut. Q.
Well, as Mrs May heads
package
to
ready
Northern
to go.
Ireland later, Senator George Mitchell, the man who brokered peace in the province, has told Sky News that the Prime Minister mustn't make any decision that might, in his words, make a resumption of violence more possible. That includes a return to customs checks at the Irish border. Senator Mitchell spoke to our senior Ireland correspondent David Blevins in New York.
On the package, 2 minutes 30. Server A?
If anyone understands the risks, George Mitchell...
Well, that is now into a VT. You've heard that here. That stands for videotape. It essentially means it's an edited report by our senior Ireland correspondent, David Blevins. So we're going to step away a little bit from all-out politics. And, you know, regular viewers of the channel will know that I am one of the presenters on Sky News' finest piece of output, the Sunrise programme. The reason it's so good, well, aside from the team and me, it's probably down to the lady that you'll be able to see shortly on the right of your picture, Sarah Jane Mina. She's been joined by Katie Spencer. You guys have been sending in some questions. Let's find out what you've all got to ask Sarah Jane.
Well, this is normally the time of day when Sarah Jane Me would be getting to go home, but we've cornered you and we're forcing you to do a Q&A on Twitter, aren't we? You've had your debrief, haven't you, post-sunrise? That's what happens after the show finishes.
Yeah, had the debrief. I'd normally be leaving at about now, but I'm going to do a Q&A session, question and answer session on Twitter, which I've never done before.
So technology, so that'll be fun.
Technology. So
let's see if we can do this on air.
I'm not normally allowed my phone on camera. I'm always told off for checking Twitter under the desk in the studio, but I'm allowed to have my phone here. So
shall we drag in Liv from Social?
Come on, Liv, you're going to show me how it works.
How do we do this?
Okay, so we've curated questions, haven't we, from viewers this morning?
Yeah, so we posted a tweet asking for questions, and then what we've done is we've curated them into a feed so that you're able to answer them live on Twitter now.
Okay.
So you'll just hit, there's a little film button, and then you'll go live when you hit it, and you can answer everyone's question individually with a video.
So it's all getting very meta. Filming you, filming.
Yeah, exactly.
God, okay, and the hashtag is #SkyNews if you're watching at home and you want to tweet me a question. This is the first one from James on Twitter. He says, what is the procedure when a major breaking news story happens? Is there a meeting to decide to break into other coverage? Right, I'm going to open this and record my answer to James now. Hi, James. I wouldn't say there's a meeting as such. There isn't enough time for that. We have producers working in our team who see the newsline come in, and then they make calls. They start to verify this information. And once we've got enough verification, then a voice comes in my ear and tells me to break the news. And often we only have 2 or 3 lines of information. So we give what we can, and then we chase it up and find more information for you at home.
For your tenure on Sunrise,
I've probably deleted that now.
Don't delete
Liv, just
it.
make sure
Come
that's
on,
gone
Liv,
to James.
Say, you've done some huge stories during Sunrise that have broken in that way, though, haven't you? I was thinking the Brussels bombing.
Yep, Brussels
one,
and the Manchester bombing as well.
Yeah,
I was the first live anchor on the scene that morning. I got to Manchester just hours after it had happened, and we went live. We brought Sunrise on air earlier that morning at 5 o'clock. And it was a very personal story for me because I'd lived in Manchester for 6 years. Yeah. And I'd used to go and watch concerts at the arena. I knew the city centre really well. I've got a real affinity with Manchester. So that was a really testing morning. In fact, I think somebody's asked me about one of the... let me just try and find it. I think it was asking about, what was the story that you worked on that's affected you the most? Yeah, what's the most memorable event? Mark McGovern's asked that. And for me, it was the Manchester bombing, because it's like my second home. So I went up there with just a bag, a notepad and a pen, cameraman, soundman, and ended up sort of living back in Manchester for a week, covering the story as it unfolded. But that was very upsetting, but I took it very personally and really wanted to do that story justice for the people of Manchester. So there you go, Mark, I've answered your question live
we'll
on
do the video in a minute.
523, yeah, we'll do the video for that one.
It does. I think that's one of the things we do really well on Sunrise, though, isn't it? You see a lot of the other breakfast shows, they're stuck at desks, and that's what they do. But you, I mean, take it at the start of the week, for instance.
Yesterday,
this story.
Yeah. I've just thawed out from Sunderland. Warm people in Sunderland, really cold temperatures. I was up there yesterday morning. I got the phone call around 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon, and that's how it works in breaking news. It was literally, I was halfway through a pub lunch, had to down knife and fork, get in a car, drive from Kent to London, pack a quick bag, get on a train from London up to Sunderland. I arrived in Sunderland, I think, just after 8:30 in the evening. Met the team there, had a quick chat about what we were going to do the next day, and try and get some sleep, because of course the adrenaline's pumping, because you're sort of planes, trains and automobiles trying to get there.
I mean, it's full on what you do, though, isn't it?
I love it. And we want to get out there to the stories. I mean, everybody says, oh, it's so cushy, being in the studio, but we want to be out there telling stories. So when it justifies the presenters being out on the road, if it tells the story better, then we love being out there. I mean, I must admit, it tends to happen in the cold temperatures. We tend to get sent out. I think the viewers quite like seeing us out in the cold, though.
Suffering
Makes a change in the cushy studio, yeah.
Do you just have a grab bag ready to go then?
You'd like to think I was that organised.
Right, okay.
Kay Bailey, Queen of Sky News, always has one packed. And I always think, yes, I should do that, But yeah, anything that's in my grab bag is normally not very practical. It's normally sort of packed for winter temperatures when it's summer when it's winter. I never quite get it right. But I'm always ready to go. The phone's always on, so you just never know when the call's going to come.
Should we do another question then?
Okay, what should we do? What advice would you give to aspiring journalists? I'm currently studying my first year of a journalism degree, and I want to know what I should do to further my opportunities. This is from Gemma Nettle. Hello to you, Gemma. Here we go. Hi, Gemma. When I first started out, I only wished that YouTube was around, because I think it's so easy to get opportunities now to hone your craft. So if you can't get work experience at your local newspaper, radio station, TV station, or on a university publication or college paper, something like that, go to YouTube. Film things that you're really passionate about and put them out there and get feedback. I think it's a really good way of just putting yourself in front of camera and telling stories.
You are particularly good on social media, though, aren't you, as well?
Just checking the lid.
Check they haven't deleted it. Do you think that's a part of your job, I guess, as well, to be a presence on social media now?
It's amazing, isn't it? Because when I used to watch TV when I was younger, newsreaders or programme presenters would read out letters. There'd be a postbag. And we still do get a few letters here at Sky News, but the immediacy of, well, I say email, even that's an old medium now, but Twitter, Instagram, comments on YouTube, comments coming into us via the Sky News apps, you really get a sense of what people are interested in. It's sort of when we come in of a morning, we'll put lots of tweets out, and you'll notice the ones that take off and people really focus their attention on. And it sort of gives us an idea of how the rest of the news agenda is going to go that day. And I just like being able to interact with viewers in the morning as well.
Yeah. I mean, is that part of the joy of doing a breakfast show as well? Because people have their routines, and I guess they sort of consider you a part of their daily...
I love being at people's breakfast tables. I mean, half the time in the breaks I'm eating my breakfast as well, so I'm with you on that one. But it's just nice being able to be with people as they start their day, and they're often, you know, we're often the first person that they see in the morning as they switch on the TV, and we give them all the information they need to get up and get on with their day. So I find that a real privilege, and I really like doing it as well. And I love the interaction through social media. You really do get to chat to people and get their feedback. So
when do you sleep, though?
Oh, when do I sleep?
When's bedtime on a typical weeknight? Is it embarrassingly
sleeps for the
early?
week. Well, no. Do you know what? I wasn't very well recently, so I've made a New Year's resolution, which is still standing, to go to bed earlier. So I'm probably going to bed about 7, half 7 now, or like starting to unwind.
Right.
Like no social media, none of that. A good hour before bed, reading a book and just unwinding, because, you know, I do run on adrenaline, and it's really important to get sleep in. Afternoon naps are key as well. I love an afternoon nap. It feels so decadent.
Is that your plan for the day?
Yes, I'll probably go. Do you know what? I'm going to go to the gym today. I've got so much adrenaline with doing this and doing lots of other things. I think I'll go to the gym. I'll be good today. And there was a really good question here, and I'm trying to find it. It was about people that have been here for 30 years. Where is it?
Is our big anniversary today.
This is where you keep talking, so while I find the question, we're looking out for each other. Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Scott Wheeler Jr. Is there anyone still from day one, including off camera, at Sky News? 30 years service. Yes, plenty of on-screen talent. Kay Burley, 30 years. She posted a great picture on Twitter today of her with all the original lineup of presenters, all men. And Kay is the only one standing. Adam Bolton as well, and Martin Brunt, our crime correspondent, and Adam, our cameraman, give us a wave. Celebrating 30 years at Sky News. He got a nice bottle of champagne engraved, wasn't it?
There you go.
There you go.
And when will you officially have done 30 years?
Oh gosh, how long have I been at Sky now? Because I've been at Sky Sports and Sky News.
You're downstairs, yeah.
Yeah, so I started out at Sky Sports and Sky News. I was the only broadcaster to do both. And God, I just turned... Oh, I'm about to give away my age then. I've been here about a decade doing both, but Sunrise, 2 years now. So yeah, so I've just passed the 10-year mark. Got another 20 years to go.
What do we... Catching you up,
yeah.
What do you get for 10 years?
Actually, what have I got for 10 years?
For 10 years?
No, anyway, everyone's looking slightly nonplussed. I didn't get anything. I don't need anything. Being able to come in every morning. Oh, that's the boss on the phone now.
Telling you where your present
coming in every morning. You don't need any presents. Quite right too, boss. Quite right too.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You're
going
welcome.
to be taking a few more questions.
I've got quite a few coming in now. One of them saying, "How do you look so fabulous?" I think that's from my mum. Thanks, Mum. Good hour in hair and makeup, believe me, and some good lighting. Can't believe we're under strip lighting here in the kitchen.
No, it's
that's
not good. We should have some sort of Instagram filter if we're doing this on Twitter or something.
Oh, Liv, can we sort out post tweets? Can we stick a filter on there? Yeah, so I'm going to answer a few more, and you can follow it on Twitter.
And
that's our producer off camera there, just knocking things over. Come on, Neil. You did. I saw you out of the corner of my eye.
Neil Walker's breaking stuff. Neil Patterson's doing the voiceover today. Who you usually work with, of course.
Has he been? You know, has he been good? Neil?
I mean, he's been a little bit cheeky.
He is.
Before
cheeky,
we cross back to him, I mean, is there any sort of gossip?
Well, when they did say
know,
we're doing this new thing for the 30th anniversary, Sky News Raw, it's going to be uncut, unfiltered in the newsroom. Neil Patterson is providing the commentary. I was like, good luck. How long are we going to stay on air there for? How long have we lasted now? We've been on air since 7, so he hasn't taken us off the air yet. No complaints to Ofcom.
I don't think we've had to use the swear button yet.
No, but there is a big swear jar for Neil. Doesn't swear, I'm lying.
And we will hand you back to the live feed.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Like a profane Alistair Bruce, let's take you elsewhere in the newsroom. No swearing from me. It's actually, I think, why they asked me to do this. This is probably the one place that I could have to stand with a microphone open all the time where I'm not going to step. And we're looking again at the newsroom. And a lot of you have been asking, why are we forcing our staff to stand? Actually, it's an option you can have here. plenty of people choosing, indeed as our head of news does, John Riley, prefers an office without a chair. Does mean you have to get a kind of a computer screen to elevate it. Paul Harrison as well, not one for sitting down. Not sure that there is actually any empirical evidence that it helps you out, but it does keep you on your toes, keeps the blood pumping. Well, All Out Politics has just come back on air, so it's probably an appropriate time for us to think about how we broadcast our coverage from Westminster. Over the past few weeks, of course, from before Christmas, in fact, you'll have seen plenty of shots like this from what we call Abingdon Green, and that is just opposite the Sovereign's entrance. That's essentially the Lord's entrance to the Houses of Parliament. If you're kind of trying to imagine it on a map, basically at the River Thames running left to right behind that. And look, guess who it is? It's Enda Brady. Enda, tell us about what goes on in Abingdon Green. How does it all work there?
Well, good morning from the very heart of Westminster. This is where all of the political coverage comes from. We're on College Green, and this is where all the broadcasters come down for all the very significant political developments. And of course, they've been here for weeks and months on end, really. I guess you could say for the past 2.5 years, this has been the very beating heart of British political journalism. Now, these structures here are what the broadcasters put in to house all their microphones, their camera kit, their equipment, their cables, correspondents, presenters. This is where we're based. This is Sky News just up here, and I'm not sure if you can see her just up there, but Beth Rigby, our new political editor, is up there and waiting for us. Now, normally, we're only allowed to have these structures here when Parliament is sitting. When Parliament goes into recess, we have to take everything down. So it was good news the other week, really, that there's not going to be a February recess because of Brexit, so everything can stay exactly as it is. This is a Henry Moore statue here, made in the 1960s. It's called Knife Edge, and that is something that a lot of people would walk past and not really ever look at, but we see it all the time when we're here. So we're going to go up inside the Sky News studio here on College Green, and we're going to have a chat with our new political editor, who is Beth Rigby. I'll just run up these steps. Now, normally this would be all locked up and there would be security here. We've opened it up. We've got behind-the-scenes access. And here is our very own Beth Rigby. Congratulations on your new appointment. Welcome to your office. Beth is our new political editor. Beth, good morning to you. Talk us through a typical day in the life of a political editor.
Well, I'm not a political editor yet, but I'll talk to you about what do you want to know about my day? What do I do? I wake up quite early and I go straight onto Twitter and I go through all of the morning news, maybe send out a tweet about 6:30 in the morning, and then we come into the lobby. And I get into work at about 9, but the kind of day in the lobby, I would say in there, we have a big press briefing with the Prime Minister's spokesperson at 11, and that's when all the different lobby journalists from all the different newspapers and broadcasters, we all go along.
How many people
The guy's James Slack. He used to be the political editor of the Mail. There's about 30 to 40 there. It's off camera. In America, they actually do it on camera, but we do it off camera. And he runs through the diary of the Prime Minister and all the Cabinet and all the things that are happening that day, and then we ask questions about whatever we want. And sometimes it goes on for 20 minutes, and sometimes it goes on for an hour. It just depends what's going on. But that's sort of 11 o'clock. And then around that, we'll have set pieces. Is the Prime Minister doing a speech? Like she's doing a speech today in Ireland. We'll have select committees. We need to go and watch that. Debates in the chamber. And on really big days, as you know, we are here. We'll be here with it all going on behind us. And the reason that broadcasters all come to here on Ab Green, and you can see, Ender, you just walk through it. There's loads of different tents at the moment, and that's because it's been so busy on Brexit and all of the stuff and the parliamentary somersaults and twists and turns on the meaningful vote and May's Brexit deal. All the broadcasters for weeks have been here, and because we think it will kick off again, we're all still here. So we're not broadcasting here for the moment, but everyone just keeps their tents. I think the BBC's over in the far corner, ITV here, we're here, and then all the radio stations down on the green. and we're quite lucky because we've now got this Perspex.
So I was about to ask, what difference does that make?
Well, it makes it warmer. If you have a look, Jonathan, these are... So this is the glamour. This is the up top, the lippies on.
Let's check out the shoes.
Check out my shoes. I mean, and you know, and I'd also be wearing thermals.
Because it gets so cold here.
It's freezing. And say when I do it here with someone like Kay or Adam, they can't move. Like Kay will come here at
literally anchored to
2
the spot.
p.m. and she will leave at 5 p.m. She can't go to the loo. She can't move. So you get absolutely freezing. You just have to stay. So the Perspex makes it much warmer. But the actual real reason we had to put it up was you would have known.
A lot of noise in the background.
There was a lot of noise and a lot of protests. I mean, this place behind us, it's calm now, but it was full of protesters and they were shouting and sometimes really unpleasant.
Breaking news. Larry the cat has just walked past the front door
at
Downing Street. We're looking at Larry. No, we're looking at him. No, he's fine. He's fine. I think he's just earwigging on cabinet. So you sit. Larry the cat is on air at the moment.
If cats could speak, that would be a good source. That cat.
And tell me, when do you sleep? You know, your phone is going all the time. Politicians, ministers, people texting you, spokespeople. When do you rest? Do you get any rest?
I don't get that much rest, but I don't mind because I love it. So, look, it's really busy at the moment, and there is a sort of patter to the day where it starts really early and it ends really late. But that's kind of comes with the territory. I mean, we're in exceptional times, aren't we? I tend to try and get. I mean, it depends if I'm doing a live in the 10 o'clock news. But I try and get home. I try and see my kids and my husband. I try and get to bed quite early. I tend to watch the 10 o'clock news. Then I might watch a bit of Newsnight or Question Time, and then I try and get to bed by about 11.
And you travel quite a bit as well. The Prime Minister goes away, you go with her.
Wherever she goes, we go.
How does
well,
that work?
actually, Faisal, our political, he's over in Ireland with her at the moment. But, I mean, look, wherever she goes, one of us will go with her. And if it's not Faisal,
on the same plane
it
or
will be
different?
me. It depends. I mean, when she does trips away, like when she went to, you know, if she goes to the States or something, she has a plane, and what happens is we all have to get there really early, and then we all wait for her to come, and we all get on her plane. And what she tends to do is she'll obviously sit at the front, and we're all in the back, and then she'll come down the plane, and then she'll give us all a briefing. And that's like really great. The Prime Minister's briefing on the plane, and then it's inevitably there'll be a story from that, and then we'll all write it up on the plane, and we come out and we.
But you've got no signal on the plane.
No, we're all trapped in the plane, writing our copy, and then we come out and we release it to the world. But she travels a lot, and someone always has to go with her. I mean, at Sky we man-mark them wherever they go. We go. You know, I went up to Staffordshire last week because Boris Johnson was doing a speech. You know, it's really important that we're actually there with them.
What's the Prime Minister like then, away from the cameras and the microphones? As a person, what would you just describe chatting to the Prime Minister? She's not,
you know, she's not dissimilar to how you see her, you know, performing. She's very reserved. She's very polite. She doesn't. You know, David Cameron was really effervescent, and he'd chat and he'd come in and he'd dominate the meetings. That's not her style. She's much more low-key. As I said, she's reserved. You know, when I saw her at the garden party in the summer, I put on a sort of very snazzy pair of shoes, and we chatted about my shoes.
So she noticed your footwear?
Yeah, we had a chat about shoes, which I can't, you know, I put them on especially for her, because shoes are her thing. You know, so we talk a bit about that, but she does, I mean, it's not her thing. She's a reserved PM, and any MP would also say that. I mean, her staff tell me that when she's really, you know, off camera and behind the scenes and with her in a team, she's actually really funny and she cracks loads of jokes. But she certainly doesn't show that when she's with us. She's
very serious, very professional.
Yeah, just very reserved and professional, but, you know, really polite.
So tell me, political reporting, is that something you always wanted to get into?
Yeah.
You know, anyone watching, any young person who wants to get into the media, into journalism, just talk me through. So you were in newspapers before. So what did you study? How did you become a political correspondent?
So my love for politics really started when I was at school, because I just loved reading political stories. My parents used to get the papers, and I'd go through all the papers. And then I did a politics A-level. And then I went to university and I did a political degree. I did social and political science. And then at university, I did, you know, what we all do. Like I launched a little magazine in college, and I, you know, tried to write for the university paper. And then I got a internship at the Financial Times, and then they gave me a graduate trainee job, and then I worked there for 15 years. But I loved politics, but I was at the Financial Times. It was a business paper. So I was actually a business financial journalist for 10 years. So it took me, I went on a journey where I knew what my end point was, but I was a financial journalist before I moved into the lobby and became a political journalist, because that was, the FT gave me my route in, and that's what I did. And I actually loved doing finance as well. But I did banks, I did retailers, I used to write about M&S, that's why I've got a love of clothes. All clothes retailers, love them. I used to write about Waitrose, all sorts. And then I came to the lobby in 2010 for the Financial Times.
So how was it when you first kind of arrived as a newbie?
It was hard.
Are people kind of, you know, excluded if you haven't been there forever?
They're a bit like, who are you? You're like in the lobby now? When I started, it was massively male-dominated as well.
Was that a problem?
Well,
how were you treated?
They're very nice, but it just felt a bit of an alien environment, because it was a kind of... it was very male-dominated. There were no female political editors. There were a couple of deputies, and it was just, you know, it's changing now. It's opening up a bit, but you know, that was 8 years ago. I mean, Parliament, not just behind the scenes in terms of what we do, but on the benches as well, has changed massively over the past 8-10 years in terms of getting female MPs in as well. Both the Conservative Party and Labour have really worked on that. But it used to be very much an all-boys club in there, and it is changing.
It's changing, right? Beth Rigby, our new political editor on Sky News. Thanks for your time. Fascinating insight into what goes on here. We'll step out of the way and we'll leave everyone watching Sky News Raw with a shot of where it all goes on and what we do here in the heart of Westminster.
And thanks very much indeed. Beth Rigby, commonly known around the newsroom as Riggers. She's going to be a fantastic political editor when she takes over in May. And she also scares me witless, so yeah, she'll be deploying that against the politicians that she comes up with. Now, what are we looking at here? We are looking at the afternoon production team meeting. Emily Deaker on the left there, speaking to, on the right, Jonathan Samuels, who will be presenting. The chap that's standing in the middle, you'll recall, we mentioned him in the 9:30 meeting. That's, of course, Ian Woods, one of our senior correspondents. I think he's been assigned to the Liam Neeson story today. At the very least, he was certainly contributing to it. Let's just have a quick listen in and see what's going on.
Yeah, and I think that if he had confined his comments to the idea of revenge out of an incident in the province, it wouldn't have attracted nearly as much attention. It's the racial element as well, and it's the phrase black bastard. And what doesn't come across is the black bastard thing, what he apparently did in the interview.
We'll guess that in the 2 and the 4. The other story that I really like is the carer story.
Yes, I like
story. Carers. So,
remind me of that statistic, because it's an incredible statistic.
So 600 people a day leaving jobs because they need to be able to get home and care for people at home. So they've got a normal job in the day, and then at home they care for somebody, be it somebody that's elderly, be it somebody that's disabled. This figure is just unbelievable. So we're going to try and get a case study. I think it's the best way to tell the story rather than an expert. I think it's try and get a real person who is living through this.
That shouldn't be impossible, because there are loads of organisations that work with people.
Exactly. So let's go for that at kind of 3:10.
Okay, good idea.
We need to keep an eye today on missing Libby. We are trying to get Hull University students to talk to us. Understandably, I think they don't want to at the moment. There's a real movement from them to try and look for her. So we're just waiting for an update from the police if they've got any new info, or from Libby's parents gave a statement yesterday. It was a kind of really controlled police statement yesterday, so there could be something again today. It is Sally Lockwood in Hull.
Are we expecting anything from the police? Have they said?
It's just as and when they've got something new to tell us, really. So, what else?
And this fire story,
yeah, we're sending 4 children who died, and there are adults and a child who are in hospital. So again, it will be kind of watch and wait and see what happens.
As we've been saying all the way through this programme, we're trying to bring you as close to a newsroom as possible. Occasionally that does mean that bad language slips through. So if there was any bad language in the last minute or so, our apologies. We will try and keep a closer eye on that in the future. But we're talking about real life. We're talking about real stories. And sometimes those provoke real emotions in the people that are covering them as well as the people that are the subject of the story.
So Kate, John Cotshall just did a little impression of her on set. Yeah, which might be quite fun to...
There's a social media responsibility and then there was also a suicide prevention.
Why not? That sounds great.
Try and handle both.
Thanks, Kate.
And so
So let's move over to the morning team. Now, if you keep an eye on your clock, you'll be able to see, of course, John Colshaw speaking to Adam Bolton there about the Margaret Thatcher. But this is the production desk for the morning team. Colin Brazier in charge. Sam Foster is the lady that you're looking at, is closest to the screen there. Now, their show starts in roughly 17 minutes' time, so again, you'll notice people are panicking. There's no sense of stress, not much anyway. A lot of the work will have already been done in terms of the scripts and the openers. Others will be getting duped across from earlier rundowns. Others will be getting created anew. And Colin Brazier himself, I'm sure, will be playing around. Now, the studio, of course, for the show from 11. We've been in Studio 6 at the Studio 6 for Sunrise. Then we were in Westminster for the All Out Politics show. But you will know, of course, the Glass Box, which is across the road from where we are. Glass Box, not an official name for it, but it has become so. I always try to refer to it as Philip Schofield's The Cube, but that didn't catch on. Colin Brazier will be heading over there soon. In fact, I think we might be able to see him at some point soon. A lot of people working in this building, not just Sky News. In essence, you've got the boss of Sky News, Big Boss, works in this building as well. A lot of the senior management of Sky PLC. That is the back of Colin Brazier, who's just doing final preparations before we come in. Again, you'll notice that all of the cameras, as with Studio 6, are not automated, but are all controlled remotely. Colin Brazier checking the hair. Always got to do that before you go on air. But shall we go downstairs from the Glass Box? You'll notice that it's on stilts almost. At the entrance to the building, you'll be able to find Katie Spencer. I don't know what on earth she's doing on the red sofa. In fact, oh, she can hear me, in fact. Katie, what are you doing there? Come on, get up. You've got a lot of work to do today.
I'm having a rest. Come on, you get to sit on a chair all day, so it's my turn now. So we're in Sky Central, where a lot of people who don't just work for Sky News, they work for the other channels work. And I just thought we'd give you a little guided tour of some of the perks you get from working at Sky sometimes. Look, this is Sky Cinema, so this week, if you get the time, if you get to pop out from your day's work, you can see all these sort of various things at the cinema that we've got here. Look, you've got all this cinema memorabilia as well. Bane from The Dark Knights over there, his costume. Also, we've got Batman as well, so it's quite good fun. But guys, have we ever been to the cinema or on a Sky News shift?
Never.
Never. Not on a Sky News shift. You want to work for one of the other channels, that's how you get to go to the cinema on your lunch break. So if I take you out here to the auditorium bit, over here we have various different restaurants where you get to enjoy your lunch, pick from a wide variety of menus. If you're a vegan, we've been celebrating Veganuary, so you can pick from a range of vegetarian delights. We'll take you through here. Look up here. You might be able to see Colin is already in the glass box up there, gearing up to get ready for his show at 11 o'clock. That's Sarah, the floor manager, giving us a little wave there. He's got 15 minutes beforehand, so I would imagine now is the time where he's just double-checking the rundown and having a look at things like that. But come on, are we up for a walk? Stairs. This is where my lack of fitness will be shown for everyone on Sky News Raw to see. But so, if you're reporting on a live story on the day, what you have to do, because remember, the general production team is in an entirely different building. If you know that you're a reporter who's on a live story, you have to factor in probably 10 minutes to get over here and to get mic'd up and to get ready to be on set. I have to say, sometimes I've managed it in 5, but you're generally a bit out of breath, which is not a good look. Right, here we go. You can see all these people that work at Sky who have these leisurely coffee breaks. Come on, why are we working so hard? Right, Colin is in there getting ready for his show. Shall we go and see if we can annoy him a little bit? Now, you might remember from the last time we were talking with Sarah Jane, Adam Murch, who's the cameraman. Hello, Adam. He's been here 30 years. Adam, you've got an interesting fact about where we're standing at the moment, haven't you?
This used to be the Harrods Depository.
Yes, Harrods used to be based here.
It's not from Harrods, it came from here.
So there you go. Interesting fact for you about where we're standing. Right, come on. I think we've got time to go inside the glass box. Obviously, when they're going live, you have to make sure you're very quiet. Colin. Avon calling.
Nice to see you.
How are
I've
you?
already got makeup on. Don't need to buy any, love.
Okay, that's fine. Can you show us
Yeah,
around?
come on in, come on in.
This is your home, really, isn't it?
Home from home. The glass box. Come on through.
So
This
you-
is Sarah, who
Hello,
keeps us all in order.
On
You
hand.
don't have anything to say to the camera?
No. So this studio, Colin, it
Yes.
sort of moves around throughout the day, doesn't it?
The
And
studio does,
changes-
the desk does.
The desk.
The desk does. It's important to be precise in journalism, I think you find, Katie. Yeah, it does. The desk rotates, so you get different backdrops all the while. We like it here. You get a bit of natural light, which is unusual, as you know, for a studio. The acoustics are a bit peculiar. Your voice bounces back off the glass a little bit, so you have to sort of slightly modulate your voice. And it can be quite distracting. So, I mean, you know this, when you're, the viewer doesn't, but as you're looking into the camera, you'll know this from doing live location stuff,
Yeah.
you're looking into the camera, and the most distracting thing, well, either high-tone pitch coming through your ear,
always good.
it's very distracting, or movement just off the side of the camera. Do you find that very distracting? I find it quite distracting. So, for instance, you've got a camera over here, and you've got people coming down the stairs. A few royal trips, they were fun, royal trips.
Talk us through the show as well itself. So, ahead of the show actually going to air, what level of preparation have you got? Ahead of the show actually going to air, what level of preparation have you got? Do you already know what guests are on? Have you already worked out questions?
And as you know, Christ, somebody said to me this morning, how long have you been at Sky? I said 22 years, of which about half of the time has been spent presenting. And actually, when you're steeped in it and doing it every day, you have this sort of residual level of knowledge about stories and institutions and the way the news works that actually puts a base under sort of how far you can fall, as it were.
That's not us, is it? What time is it?
Don't panic, no, what time is it? I missed the clock. Where's the... Sorry, you shout. It could be a five-minute warning. So you've got this sort of base level of knowledge, which almost just sort of needs topping up. And on a story, for instance, like Brexit, I don't need to think twice about what the backstop is, because it's, it's hopefully lodged. Don't ask me what the backstop is, but it's lodged. It's sort of lodged in there. But you've still got to cram. It is a bit like doing an exam some days.
Yeah.
The court cases, you've got to make sure you don't say anything legally daft. So you've got to do your due diligence.
Yeah.
And there are certain things, as you know, which after a while you develop a little bit of a spider sense about a guest or a topic, and you know that is eggshells, and you need to tread quite carefully.
Yeah. And also, I guess, when it's certain politicians, is there a sense that you might know that there'll be an answer that they want to give? So it's finding a way to...
Sure, which is fine, which is fine, you know how to play that. There are some politicians who you know could be trouble. Funny enough, I interviewed him, I met him in the flesh up in Bradford, George Galloway, who was briefly the Respect MP for East Bradford, wasn't he? And charming, actually charming, but on the telly, he was a hand grenade with the pin half out, a little bit.
Yeah.
So there are people like that. It shouldn't render you cowardly. You should still ask the questions that need to be put, but you are conscious perhaps that there may be an attempt to do a bit of grandstanding. You still got to put the questions right.
How many years have you been at Sky now?
22.
22?
You get less for murder, as the floor manager said earlier.
Has it changed a lot in 22
Yeah,
years?
enormously.
Yeah.
It's been domesticated, it's been house-trained. We fulfil a function that I think, I wasn't here right at the beginning. You need to talk to people like Kay Burning, Adam Bolton, but even in the time, I was talking to somebody the other day about the sort of that time around about 9/11 in particular. And Adam will remember this stuff. We took sort of risks in the field, places like Afghanistan, Iraq, southern Lebanon, which we wouldn't take now.
Really?
Really. I look back and I think, that was hairy. And I think it was partly because we were still a little bit wet behind the ears, our sense of risk management. The whole industry's changed in this regard. It was a little bit Wild Westy, and that's definitely changed now.
What's your take on social media? Do you think it has become a part of a journalist's role to engage with that?
I think back, and I'm 50, and therefore all middle-aged men think the world is going to hell in a handcart, don't they? But I remember interviewing Sebastian Faulks, a novelist, Birdsong, most memorably, who said to me, this was the first, on air, said to me, this is the first generation in human history which will be more stupid than the previous one, which is never, is a very tendentious thing to say. But I think, he's a literary figure, he's a thoughtful man, and it was an interesting idea. I say no more than that he was suggesting that social media is not making us more thoughtful, actually.
How long have we got until...
How long have we got, Sarah?
10:52.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Till on air?
Till on air.
Right.
Can we have a quick look at your rundown as well? So what have we got coming up?
All the sites might be about. Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Coffee, essential.
Coffee essential. You've got to raise your metabolic rate. The doctor's not happy about that.
Scripts, because if anything goes wrong and the computer crashes...
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, again, in some respects, working in a studio is easier than your job sort of on the road. But I remember when in the late 90s, was it late 90s, covering a story about foot and mouth and having a young baby at home and not sleeping much that night before, flying through the day, getting to the 5 o'clock broadcast and just losing my train of thought quite horribly, such that I thought that's the end of my TV career. And somebody reminded me of that thing that happened, not dissimilar thing happened to Winston Churchill in the House of Commons, where launching into a long speech, got halfway through it, and then completely forgot where he was, what he was saying. And thereafter, he always made sure he had a piece of paper with 4 words scribbled on it, little keywords that could just prompt him into another thought. So I tend to do that. If I'm doing an interview, I'll just have some words, particularly if I'm at the news wall, because, your mind can sometimes stray, can't it?
I'd say I always have notes in my hands.
Just a couple of words.
Even if you don't look
just
at
a jog. Just a jog. And this is slightly different. The scripts are, the autocue does fail periodically. The key thing is just not to be scared. Yeah. You are talking to one person, aren't you? I mean, not literally. But it's a conversation. And I think I hope we've moved away from that slightly sort of declamatory style of news presenting, which was about this sort of Walter Cronkite authority figure, this is the news, to something a bit more curious, a bit more thoughtful. And I think of someone like Evan Davis, for instance, on BBC Now, the PM presenter, who absolutely exemplifies that people are not going to buy anymore that we know everything, because they know lots as well now. We're not the custodians of information like we used to be. So that sort of authority, that false authority that we used to try and communicate in this very declamatory way, is old hat.
Well, we do have to leave you to it. You want a glug of your coffee before you start as well. Just to sum up, first couple of stories.
Well, this dreadful house fire in Stafford we've got a reporter on the scene there who'll tell us what they know.
Right.
Again, I mean, she may not know as much as she's able to tell us at this stage for legal reasons or reasons around sensitivity towards the family. Dreadful story. That will probably leave the bulletin all day, I would have thought.
Leave you to it, and we'll be quietly lurking in the background, so apologies if you hear us making a noise in the background. Good luck. Thank you for talking to us, Colin. So what are we on? We're on 10:55, so 5 minutes before Colin goes live, and we'll just creep out so we're not in shot, and we'll leave you to go back to the live feed.
Katie, thanks very much indeed. Just again, Colin Brazier, of course, he's been in this game for many, many years, but, we're 4 minutes ahead of the top of the hour. He's quite happy to talk away about how he does his job, about what comes on. We are surrounded with quality and experience here at Sky News. This is Gallery 22, just as our All Out Politics approaches the end of the hour.
On the
Right,
bumper.
I'm take it to 35. So
10
that
seconds.
is
9.
75.
And moving us into
7,
weather as well. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping. Our Europe correspondent, Mark Stone, has been in touch. He's asked me to say hello to all of you watching us on Sky News Raw and 523 or elsewhere. Mark Stone already owes me six pints for getting the word hamster into a two-way 10 years ago. So that's another 6 pints you owe me, Mark.
20 on weather.
Also, big shout out to those watching from the canoe. We know you're watching today. But again, we're going to be moving from Gallery 22 back to Gallery 21 as transmission moves from Westminster to the glass box.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rolling bumper, 5 seconds. 4. Sponsor wipe next. 3.
Teasing State of the
2,
Union at the end as well.
1. Wiping. Envision. Q.
15 to bumper.
Politics here on Sky News. Please join us again tomorrow on our 30th and 1
10 to bumper.
Coming up, the latest
9,
from Stafford
8,
as for
Scroll down to Q. Scroll down to Q. Read on.
4,
read on.
And just before we go, time to tell you
2,
tonight we have a special
1.
programme here on Sky News. President
Take the
Trump's
bumper.
State of the Union address. That's
Rolling
at 2
bumper.
a.m.
5 seconds. 4.
2 to a fair. 1.
1.
Just got in there. Just got it. Sorry, that was a bit tight at the end. Great stuff.
And we
Really good
managed
show.
to
Well done.
squeeze in every single bit of information that we needed to there. Adam Bolton, a complete pro. Now it's just a little bit of prep time ahead of Colin Brazier taking over in the glass box. So let's just watch as this gallery is essentially unstaffed. Let's move back to Gallery 21.
Have we got cameras? Claire. Brilliant. I want an MCU of Colin, please. And then out of the openers, Claire, just
cue you for that pull-out.
TX Gallery. We are now in Gallery 21, okay?
Yeah. Spoken Downing Street, then. I have. Downing Street are happy to. Stop it.
I don't want a big logo push in, just a desk-wide loose MCU.
Go ahead, knock 10.
We've got Becky. Yeah, we have.
You want the who? Yeah.
So Downing Street
yes, thank you, yeah.
and Stafford, both live shots in the openers, okay, in 1 minute.
Basically,
Becky, as soon as we're off the live shot, you can run in, okay?
Yeah,
I've got you reading a
keep it on
statement and a grab.
first
We haven't got the
quarter, so
grab
don't
yet.
leave.
I'll let you know, okay? Someone will let you know.
story then.
I've got the graphic, though. I think I've got the graphic. So ident opens to Colin. Got an LVO, then a live shot OS6, followed by a live shot OS5. 2 more LVOs, then a full SOT Neeson grab. Can you shout at me?
Becky on
her
OS6. Becky Hayes, Adam in the gallery. As soon as we are clear of your live shot opener, I will step in
do a
if I
map
were you, 'cause you
into
are
boxes
right
with
at the
OS6.
top. 1 minute. Yeah, I was just going to say, so the graphic is there for you to speak
45
to.
seconds to
The
Ireland.
grab is not there yet. I will
Also
talk.
Q, all
I will
right?
let you know
Colin,
as
you
soon
want
as,
to
because it's just fed.
Why am I got
Let's
close?
go ahead and think about the chair.
Confidence is high, Ben.
Adam G is the
Guys,
producer
Adam
of
here,
Bottom
just
Left.
shout as soon as
Ben
that
Fisher,
grab
the
is good to go
director.
for
They are running the
House
show now, so let's listen in 50 seconds to the top of the hour.
30 seconds, ident roll. 45 seconds to you guys.
30 seconds to the ident.
Okay, stand by. 30 seconds to your live shot.
Alan. 20 seconds. Classified grab. Yes. Page 27, as you know.
20.
Could appear any moment. It's not there yet. 10 seconds. 9.
Ident next. Here we go.
7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All the idents.
Ident's running. Stand by. 15 seconds to camera 8.
Coming to Colin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6 seconds.
Camera 8. Here we go.
5,
Mic's up.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And Envision Q.
This is Sky News at 11 o'clock.
LVO.
These are headlines
Cut.
this morning. 4 children
OS6
are
next.
killed after a house fire breaks out in the middle of the night.
On your shot.
Stafford.
OS6 Q.
2 adults and another child are being treated in hospital. We are live at the scene.
OS5 next. White. Downing Street live shot. Q.
Also today, Theresa May chairs cabinet before heading to
Paris
Belfast,
next.
where she'll promise a Brexit deal that honours commitments
Clear of your
to
live
Belfast.
shot, Becky wants
And
to get
Mix
in.
and Q on. Paris.
10 people die and nearly
Clear of your
30
live
people
Neeson
shot.
next.
Howard
LVO and a
Rock
SOT.
plays in Paris.
And Mix Q. Neeson.
The Hollywood star Liam Neeson.
Grab next. SOT here.
After admitting this to an interview.
And SOT. Strap out. 10 seconds here.
Yes.
Live wipe to Raw next in about 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Mike's in. Wipe. Colin Q. Last one.
Celebrate our 30th birthday today.
Camera 8 next. Logo wipe
You see
here.
behind the scenes, live and raw.
Start your move. Wipe. Go 8. 3, 2, 1, cue. In vision.
Good morning. 4 children died after a fire broke out overnight in a house in Stafford. Police and emergency
Stand by, Matt.
On the sot.
Sycamore Lane, in the southwest of the town.
Graphic coming.
20 to 3 this morning. The cause
Boxes next.
not yet known. Our correspondent,
Becky Johnson.
is
White.
at the scene for us now. Becky, a very good morning to you. What can you tell us?
OS6.
Well,
Cut.
desperately
Mike's
sad
out.
news
Becky's got a graphic.
I'm sure you can see if I just step out of the shot here, you can see behind me there is an investigation now underway at this house where this...
No grab yet. Play out. Can you keep an eye out for this fire grab, please? It's just been fed.
Damage to the house, a blue tarpaulin now covering the top windows. Before that went up, we could see that the window frames had been knocked out. And from speaking to people who saw that fire in the early hours of the morning, they say that was because the emergency services pushed the window frames out, trying to get in and trying desperately.
I'm just going to have to log us off because my open media has crashed as it always does.
Statement from West Midlands
Here's a
Ambulance
graphic.
Service. They said
Animate.
that 3 patients.
Tash, can you code that? It's gone in, I think.
And a child.
Guys, I won't see when that grab goes in for the time being.
They say all 3 patients were assessed and treated on scene
Clip's
by
not
ambulance
found yet.
staff with
It's just
non-life-threatening injuries before being taken to hospital for further care. Tragically, 4 children from the property were confirmed dead on scene. Now, this is a very quiet residential area of Stafford.
Thank you.
It's not ready to go.
Play
Play out.
Shout when it is,
Story
Tash.
27. Can you get us a grab in Foxtrot, please? Foxtrot, please. 27.
No, give her another one if you can, because we're waiting for a grab from the neighbours, which just needs coding.
Well, no, there's no duration in it.
Speaking to one woman whose granddaughter goes to the same school. It was actually her husband was one of the people who dialed 999 because they say they could see the flames from their back windows shooting.
Hi, is Lewis there, guys?
Guys, there's no media duration. I don't think
come
that
in now,
works.
thanks. Unless you want to stay out of vision.
The ages of the children were around 8, 6,
You're next, mate.
3 and 2, so young primary school-aged children.
The house fire grab has just gone in.
Good afternoon, Mr.
We haven't got it yet, Adam.
Yeah.
You're speaking in the gallery. Can you hear me?
I'm just going to have to take us off air and back on air.
The 2 adults.
Yeah, I've got the grab.
We think one was the child's mother.
No, it's not ready.
No, it's not. It says warning. It's not valid.
You know, you can understand people very upset.
It's all right, I got it now, mate.
Got it? Okay, let's tell her.
Yeah. Those children were, you know, all the children
Grab, good to go.
Grab's there.
Warning's gone now, Adam.
Yeah, we got it, Top.
I think we can now hear from
Here we are,
Wendy
grab
Pickering,
next.
that's the
Wendy.
neighbour I said, whose granddaughter attends
It might be
the
both
same
of them.
school as 4 of the victims.
She
of
just
this
said from
horrendous
Wendy,
fire.
so let's see. On the grab. Well done, Becky.
Well done. You're going to pick up and wrap
20
quickly off the back of this.
seconds.
Nicely done.
Colin wants to pick up.
Oh. Colin's going to pick up with another question.
The first house,
15 seconds. Colin will pick up. Boxes next. 10 seconds on this. Colin will pick up with a question.
Outwards. 7, 6.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Colin's mic in. 1. Cut boxes. In vision.
Becky, some understandable shock there. There's a
OS6
big
next.
fire brigade, fire service presence still. At what point, if at all, today do you expect
We're watching
officially
the
from
11 o'clock hour
emergency
presented by
situation?
Colin Brazier. You can see he's chatting to our correspondent Becky Johnson up in the right-hand corner there. Now, if you've been watching for a couple of hours this morning, you'll already notice there's a different type of energy in the gallery here compared to the All Out Politics programme, where it's largely interview-based and largely scheduled interviews. Adam, very calming presence in the studio as well. The gallery, the action in the gallery was perhaps not quite as frantic and frenetic as you've seen here. Already in, 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, we've already seen the correspondent being told about an extra bit of vision and audio that she can throw to. You're having direction being put into the presenter's ear, into the reporter's ear, and of course all the cameras that are out and about and around as we're trying to cover this, what is essentially, as you can see, literally a story that is continuing to develop as we watch it.
Do we have comms with Hull? Sally Lockwood, OS1?
Becky, for now, thanks very much. The Prime Minister takes her Brexit battle to Northern Ireland today, where she'll tell business leaders and politicians.
Thank you.
Becky, Adam, very nice. Thanks very much.
The Irish border open. This morning, Theresa May has been chairing the weekly cabinet meeting in Downing Street as the search continues for an alternative to the controversial Irish backstop. Well, after cabinet, the Prime Minister will then head to Northern Ireland, that there is a solution which can command support there and in Westminster.
Perfect, thank you.
Meanwhile, speaking in Japan, the
John, it's Adam, the producer in the Sky News Gallery. Can you hear me all right? Stand by. Thank you very much for joining us. We're probably still about 4 or 5 minutes away from coming to you. Is that all right?
Across the Brexit divide, a meeting for a
Lovely.
You just hear the producer there, the gallery producer, just queuing up, making sure that the next guest, the outside source, is ready to go, standing by. Sometimes things drop away and you need to get them on telly as soon as possible. That's the job, largely of the director, but of course also the producer for teeing up in time.
Sorry, Luce, go ahead.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Beautiful, thank you.
Wipe. Oh, it's 5. No, it's 5 next.
You noticed again there are a lot of communication, not just amongst the staff in the gallery. The producer and the director tend to talk to each other all the way through the programme. When they don't talk to each other, that's when programmes can go wrong. But it's also speaking to the staff outside as well, making sure that as things are being updated, that as stories are moving, the scripts are changing practically in real time, as new bits of vision and audio get either secured by our camera crews or reporters or fed to us by agencies, getting those onto the programme as soon as possible as well.
To keep as close a political and particularly economic alignment with the European Union as possible, and they came up with this idea, which would essentially say that the government would have equity at the European Union for extra time during the transition period to work on a deal. But if we get to the end of that transition and no agreement has been reached, then effectively they would use that time to go for a hard Brexit, a no-deal Brexit, a WTO Brexit, whatever moniker you want to use. And they are currently working. They worked yesterday. They met yesterday. They're feverishly working away.
Sal Hare's Adam in the gallery, you all right?
At the same time, the Prime Minister is going to Northern Ireland to talk to the DUP.
Sally, Adam, you hearing me?
On Wednesday, the other Northern Ireland parties to meet business groups and leaders to try and
Hello, we are off the back of Lewis. We're going to play out a minute 45 package on the Paris fire, and then we will come to you.
No, it's 5 next.
Of Europe, and that is rather unusual.
It's a straight live, isn't it? You haven't got anything to throw to.
Any more here, Ed?
No.
No, Colin, just straight. Paris next. Paris next, then Libby Squire with Sally Lockwood. And then we'll have John Barnes.
I suspect because she doesn't want to go to the EU, to come away empty-handed, to be told by the presidents of Europe.
I've moved John Barnes up a little bit above Crawford's piece because he's there waiting, but he's happy to wait.
Let's take you away from Gallery 21 and back to Millbank, as it's commonly known, but essentially it's our studios in the heart of Westminster. This is the newsroom. The desk on the long desk on the right-hand side is essentially, well, was where you see the kind of the political editor, the head of political news. This is a shot from the end of the newsroom. Adam Bolton, despite the fact he came off air 10 minutes ago, still waiting there. We'll be speaking to him in a minute or two's time. But it's difficult to exaggerate just how much of an exciting place it can be, Westminster. Now, in politics, many people will say it's quite a dry subject. Of late, surely that isn't the case. It's the place to be where the stories are moving on and developing. So let's turn our attention once again to Enda Brady, who will be joining us to take us through, well, give us a little bit of a tour of Westminster, let us know a little bit more about what's going on there. And look, another gallery. There's Enda.
Hi Neil, yeah, we're inside the gallery here. This is where all the technical stuff happens behind the scenes, which makes all our presenters and correspondents look good. I'm not going to touch any of these buttons because genuinely I haven't got a clue what they do. Gareth, our technical supervisor here, tells me that these control the camera shutters, so I'm going to leave them well alone, and we're going to go for a little walk now. So we are in Millbank. This is the building in Westminster where all of the political correspondents and news channels are based, and where the politicians come and they do their interviews, and they will go from Sky News, they will do an interview here, they will go elsewhere, they will go on all the news channels, and then they will zip back across the road to Parliament, to whatever parliamentary business they are doing. And I have here, he has finished all out politics. We're going to turn the tables on him. Mr. Adam Bolton, great to see you on Sky News Raw. Adam, talk me through your typical day.
I think the whole point is there isn't a typical day. I mean, when we started 30 years ago, for example, and Jonathan Scarrett behind the camera was there, we didn't even have a camera crew assigned regularly to Westminster. We had an office. We were actually the first people to have an office, but we had me and 2 correspondents, 1 producer, and a freelance crew which we hired in as needed. What we could do, and we were the first people to do that, was broadcast live at any time, and we had correspondents based here, like in a foreign bureau, who never had to go back to the headquarters. So in that sense, we really changed the way political broadcasting was done in that country, in this country, and we've moved on in that way. So, you know, there isn't a typical day because you don't know what's going to be happening in politics. Certainly, as an interviewer and a presenter, what you want is the unexpected. I mean, I feel very unhappy if I do a programme and I think I haven't learned anything over those 2 hours or 3 hours, because then that means the public haven't happened. So what you want is news. That's why it's called news. You want to hear something new.
So this business has changed so much year on year. You were here on day one. Our cameraman, Jonathan Scarrett, he was here on day one. People like me have just parachuted in halfway through. But, you know, the change of pace must be extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, it really has changed because, I mean, back when we started, it was actually my second startup. I'd done a startup at a company called TVAM, so I knew you had to get everything in your contract, not just, you know, for yourself, but the fact that you would have a guaranteed number of phone lines, that you'd have a fax machine, remember them. Of course, the internet didn't exist. So for many years, we were actually doing breaking news, first with the news all the time. And then as mobile phones have come online, as the internet happened, most people probably get their first glimmer of a news story if they're following it on the internet. So we have to make sure that we can be first and accurate and comprehensive in what we do. But, I mean, again, the difference of Sky News, 24-hour news, is, as you know, Enda, we often report stories when we don't have the full picture. What we have to do is to gather the information and to tell our audience what we know and what we don't know, and gradually build it up on air as we broadcast, which, of course, is different from doing a news bulletin.
How has social media changed what you do?
It's changed a lot. I mean, I've just been looking at my sort of daily greetings, and, you know, they're rude. Another joke guest on Sky News comes on about how democracy becomes a dictatorship, a delusional, arrogant know-it-all. That's about a guest. I mean, there is nastiness in the air, which...
Is that a new thing?
Yeah, it is new. It's come with the internet. It's come with Twitter, and, you know, it's often pretty sad people, actually, who just want to criticise everything you do. You know, why didn't you ask this question? Or even if you did ask it, you didn't ask it early enough in the interview. So, yeah, I mean, it's more unpleasant doing this job than it used to be. It used to be a joy, frankly, to go out and have a front seat on history. Now you have to stay in touch, but you get this sort of daily buckets of crap.
You reply to people?
I do. I don't get into duels online, but I do retweet what they say and correct them. I mean, you know, for example, we had someone the other day saying, oh, that's just what I expect that guest to say, typical German. Well, I pointed out actually that he was from Finland. Bit of a difference. So I will correct people when they get things wrong, but I don't want to get into spats with people, because partly that's, you know, what turns them on. But, you know, it keeps us on our toes, but it does mean that we have to do exactly what I was talking to you about, which is to make sure that we are being as accurate, as precise, as fair as we possibly can be in our questioning.
And where we stand right now with the political situation, Brexit, is this the biggest rolling political story you've been involved in? I know we've seen prime ministerial arrivals and departures and sackings and what have you. Brexit has been going on forever. Almost.
I mean, it's a massive story, and it's different. And the reason why it's different, and really that's what I was talking about with that guest that people were abusing, is that the political system isn't really working. That in the end, we've operated on a system where we've had 2 or 3 or 4 parties with a leadership. They've contested the ideas with each other. Now, what we've got now is every party, certainly the Conservative and Labour parties, are absolutely divided amongst themselves. They don't have the answers. Nobody has a majority in Parliament. And it's at a time when, partly thanks to social media, people have less and less confidence in them. So, you know, it really is a time when important issues that are going to affect all our lives are being decided, and politicians are just feeling their way in a darkened room like the rest of us.
Adam Bolton, thanks for your time. All Out Politics is off air, and Adam is just taking the time to go through his social media and respond to people. And we'll leave you with a shot of our Millbank newsroom. All my colleagues in there working on their stories, what's coming up next on air. And this is Millbank, the beating heart of political reporting in the UK.
And a thank you, I've got to say, Adam Bolton, been here since day one of Sky News. That's 30 years of experience, plus that he had at TVAM under his belt. Lots of people will know him simply as a fantastic political broadcaster. I have to say, he's also a genuinely nice guy as well. He's been incredibly helpful to me at every stage of my career. My first day in Westminster, he and the then head of the unit, Peter Lowe, took me downstairs for a coffee, told me, look, if anyone tries to poach you, come and speak to us and we'll make sure that we hold on to you. I hadn't even lifted a pen working at Westminster, let alone appeared on air. Unfortunately, no one did come calling for me, so that was me a bit stuck.
Just going to get a selfie with you, Adam, if that's all right.
But let's end up Brady, never knowingly starstruck.
You got John Barnes on about Liam Neeson, blimey.
Let's take you back to the home desk. Mike Bradbury and Paul Harrison there. Let's see exactly how the stories have evolved. They're clearly talking across the desk to assignments, and that's the part of the desk that handles, crew bookings and indeed hotel bookings when moving away. Let's just have a listen, see what they're chatting about.
Now, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about in the moment, and you can't blame Liam Neeson for thinking what he feels, because this is what, and this is a while ago, this is what society has shown us, that black people do, Muslims do.
Well, actually, I'll tell you what's going on there. Both Mike and Paul Harrison are listening in to the chat you see at the top right of your screen. John Barnes talking about the Liam Neeson story. Paul, of course, mentioned that we might be speaking to the former Celtic manager a little bit earlier on Sky News Raw. So you need to have people monitoring what's going on. It is very easy when you've got 24 hours to fill and lots of interviews. I think it's 700, 800 interviews that we book every month. Sometimes news lines, as we call them, can slip through the net. So monitoring and turning that material around as we talk are all important. So good that we've got such a big set of lugs as Paul Harrison has listening in. And Katie Spencer's standing there. Katie, you're going to be speaking to another one of our colleagues here, this time my boss. So be nice, please.
Yes. Don't go commenting on the size of my lugs, will you? Before we go and speak to Christina, who is all of our bosses, I just thought I'd walk you past the daytime team. What are we on? It's coming up to 18 minutes past 11, so you've got basically half of the daytime team working on the output that's happening at the moment, but also we're building the rundown at the moment, aren't we, for the 12? Doesn't stop, it's constant. That's the joy of being a rolling news channel. So what we're going to do while they're doing that is try and find Christina Nicolotti-Squires, our Director of Content. Christina, can we have a chat? I've got told, poster. Motivational poster.
My motto.
Work hard, play hard and be kind.
A bit crooked, doesn't it? Right, do you want to take a seat?
Yes, shall we?
Turn this down, otherwise we'll be...
we'll be echoing, won't we?
Listening to ourselves. It's not always a good idea.
It's TV 101, isn't it? Turn your sound down.
Right.
Firstly, can we have a chat about Sky News Raw then? It's quite a brave thing to be doing, really.
Yeah.
The camera's constantly rolling, really, in a newsroom. I mean, we're quite prone to swearing, and there's obviously the sort of...
Speak for yourself. Look, Sky News has always been known for being innovative, being a bit risky, challenging the status quo, and this seemed a perfect way of celebrating our 30 years. There's been a lot of nervousness about being on television. You're used to it, I'm not. I've spent many years keeping away from the cameras, but interestingly, someone just came up to me about 5 minutes ago, I won't name him, but he came up to me and he said, I was really worried about this. I was really worried. I nearly didn't do it. And I discussed it with my wife, and actually, I'm really glad I did, because it's really good we've shown people what's going on. And with all these things, there's always a little bit of jeopardy, and, you hope people will behave. But I think it's been so far, it seems to have been a pretty positive thing. I hope people will enjoy watching it.
Yeah. I mean, 30 years of Sky. So you've been here for a couple now, haven't you?
Just 2, actually.
I guess having projects like this, is that what sort of attracted you about coming here?
Absolutely. I was at the other place, ITN, for about 22 years, and the thing that brought me over here was the fact that at Sky News we've got a TV platform, we've got a mobile app, we've got a website, we do the radio for all the radio stations, all the independent radio stations of Britain, we've got fantastic followings on all the social media platforms, we can make news, we can make documentaries. if you come to Sky News, the world is your oyster. You can have a mad idea like this one and make it happen. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons I came here.
You do the odd media interview as well, and I wanted to say, whenever I hear you interviewed, pretty much the first question that is asked is always, how is it being a sort of female management? Why aren't there the woman thing?
Yeah.
Does that get a bit frustrating? I mean, should we ask it as well? Does it matter that you're the sort of the leading woman here? Has it been hard getting here?
No, I don't think it's been hard getting here. I think that despite the fact that there's a reputation in this industry for it not being particularly female friendly. If I can manage it, then anyone can. I'm proud to say that I have been in journalism for 30 years and managed to find a husband. Okay, he works in TV as well, but have 2 children, managed to kind of do the juggling act. And I just think it's really important that women step up and get jobs in senior roles in this business, not just in TV, but in newspapers right across the media, because 50% of the audience is female. And I think it's really important. You know, it's only actually, as I've become more senior, I realise how important it is to make sure that female voices are heard at every single level of an organisation. We just have a different view on things. Yeah. And it's actual fact across all businesses, not just media, but across all businesses, companies that have boards with a balance of men and women actually make more money. It's that simple.
Can we ask you about your role as well, Director of Content?
Yes.
What does that involve on a
I don't know, you tell me now. It can involve everything. So in theory, my job actually, my title is Director of Content for Sky News, so I'm in charge of the production staff you've been meeting today, on radio, on TV, and online, documentaries, the pledge, you know, a huge amount of output. I work very closely with Jonathan Levy, who's the Director of News Gathering, and John Riley as the sort of senior leadership. My day can be, well, it's hugely varied, so I'll go to editorial meetings, we'll talk about some of the stories. There's various stories that I've got a real passion for that I think, you know, again, my background and me being a woman and a wife and a mum gives me a perspective on some stories that others wouldn't necessarily have. But I can be involved in all sorts of things, like, do you think this image is okay to go out? Can we say this? Should we be doing this story? I've got someone in my team who's not working the way they should do. Someone's got to go and have an operation, we need to cover them. It's just everything.
Can I ask as well, this is an open plan office as well?
I've never had an office with no walls.
Is that risky? It's quite fun, isn't it?
It's quite fun. It is quite challenging when you need to have a private conversation with somebody, but I did once get locked in a stairwell.
Can you sense when something is happening? Is there a sort of noise that is made from the newsroom?
It's not a noise, it's a physical thing. It's actually, when I used to be a news editor, and the guy who was sort of my boss and my mentor always told me when a big story's happening, stand up.
Yeah.
And so when the big story breaks, people tend to stand up. It looks like you're in control, your authority. Problem is now, with all these standing desks, people are standing up all the time. So, but you can definitely know when there's a buzz. There's always a... I wouldn't say the noise level goes up, but there's an atmosphere. It's hard to put your finger on it, but you know it, don't you?
Yeah,
there's a buzz, isn't there?
There is a buzz. Thank you, Christina, for talking to us. We will leave you there.
Thank you. Great job you're doing today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll just have one more wander back to the daytime output team, shall we? We'll see what they're working on, where they're up to at the moment. What time are we at now, then? 11:24. So, yes. What's happening on the live channel at the moment? Have we got any guests coming up?
Who do we have coming up, Lucy? Have we got anything really exciting? Nothing just at the moment. We do have a debate coming up fairly soon, which we're going to be talking about Brexit, and then we're going to be talking about Sky News Raw.
Oh, there you go. It's getting terribly meta, talking about the behind the scenes of the behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I know.
Well, we'll hand you back to the live feed of that.
Katie, thanks very much. As you can see, we're putting pretty much everyone who doesn't generally appear on air, not just on air, but under pressure as well. I mean, who's coming up next on the channel? A quick check. Oh, no, we don't know. Everything seemed pretty fluid. So once again, let's kind of move our way around the newsroom and see if we can dip into a few conversations. Paul Harrison again on the phone, Mike Bradbury on the phone. Actually, it's rare to see either of them not on the phone. Over to the foreign desk, and again, of course, events in Paris have been something that we've been following there today. the whole design of the newsroom was initially set up to try and encourage conversations between the different disparate parts of Sky News. There has been occasionally a tendency in other news organisations to view digital as a separate operation, television as an operation, radio as an operation. Here at Sky News we've been trying to bring everything together, partly because of course you want to maximise the output that you can get from the resources that you have, but also because the core qualities at the heart of everything that we do in terms of, you know, the way that we research our stories, the way that we stand them up, that shouldn't differ from platform to platform. The way in which we tell the story certainly does, but at the core of it, whether or not it is true, the way in which we analyse, the way in which we explain the news, that should be pretty much standard across.
Christine, have you seen that line about...
Francesca Stevens, just looking down at the computer. We use a variety of computer systems. Open Media is one that we use, and it's, you know, we get there. Francesca's putting together the rundown for the afternoon programme. Rundown is probably something that needs a little bit of explanation. Literally, if you can imagine a list of, let's just say, 5 stories ranked in order of importance, that is the bare bones of what a rundown is. But more than that, because we operate off something of an automated system these days, we literally schedule events happening in a rundown. It's that Neil Hunter, the chap in the pink shirt that you can see there, looks like he's coding, as we say, the rundown for the next hour. Working very, very hard indeed. And Katie Spencer, let's return back to her. One of the biggest roles in any news organisation, Katie, is of course looking ahead, planning for, well, not just what happens in the next 12, 24 hours, but, you know, what can happen 3, 6, 12 months down the line.
Yeah, an incredibly important role, really, because we can't just be reacting all the time. Rachel Lynch, you are our planning editor, aren't you, Rachel? So, we've seen from the live feed, everyone working on the general sort of daytime output.
Yeah.
What are your team here doing? What days are you looking at?
Well, we're basically anything from tomorrow right up to events, even kind of 6 months in advance. So while you've just seen the home desk react to stories like this is happening, let's go, we kind of make news and we decide what's going to be happening, and we're a bit more proactive. So Georgia, who's sitting next to me, is looking specifically at tomorrow and where we're standing. Already at this stage we're deciding what stories we want to do. You know, you can't just send someone, you have to think about all sorts of things about how do they get there, who they're going to speak to once they're there, are we even allowed to be there, so permissions to get to all sorts of places. So I look generally the week ahead. Maddie looks further afield than that, and anything up to 6 months in advance. There's D-Day anniversary coming up.
So presumably there's a number of ways that you can get stories then. The key dates, like D-Day anniversary.
That's the question that people always ask me. Like, how do you find out about stories?
What's going on?
There's loads of different ways. So sometimes, this is probably the least usual way, people just tell us. They call us up and so they email us.
That more,
and that's fantastic, and we follow up and we bottom it out and we make sure that what they're saying is actually a story. But I think probably the most common way we get stories is from our reporters, correspondents, having contacts in the field, building up relationships with people so that they tell them things, so that they whistle blow. Or we do our own research. We do freedom of information requests. We go into deep research about a subject that we think is interesting. We find out if there are untruths there. So that's quite a lot of the time, that's where we get stories. And sometimes, people want to tell us their story, and I say people, governments, charity. So we get things called press releases, which kind of flood our inbox. Our inbox. And, honestly, most of them are rubbish. And whilst they think it's a story, that's part of our job on planning to go, you've got an axe to grind, this isn't a story, and we're not going to put our resource into it. But every now and again there is something which we do think is a story. Perhaps
the government are putting a huge amount of cash into a children's service. And we think, do you know what, that is genuine, that's a lot of money, and it's going to improve a lot of people's lives, in which case we will do it.
Before I leave you, explain to us, we've got specialist desk over here as well, haven't we? They're a part of your teams, really,
They
aren't they?
are, yep, actually David Maxwell, I'm going to point to a leather jacket with a person not sitting at a chair.
Previously seen here,
yeah,
David
previously
Maxwell,
seen that.
head of
He
specialists.
runs the head of specialists. So over, who can I see? Actually, often our specialists sit in Millbank, just because it tends to be that central London is an easy place to get to lots of their contacts.
But they're generating original stories,
Very
aren't
much
they?
so, very much so. So Sarah Dawkins over there, she's our sports producer. So she works with Martha Kellner, our sports correspondent, to look specifically at sports stories. And Jordan with the blue shirt on, she is our crime producer. She works with Martin Brunt, our crime correspondent too. So she'll be doing a lot of trials, lots of interesting trials. Another big area of planning is long-term trials that we need to get across. You can't just have a verdict and us go, oh, they're guilty. And we need to do something called a background and speak to all the relevant parties. So that's the sort of thing they'll be doing lots of.
You're a busy lady.
I'm a busy
We'll
lady.
leave you to it. I know I'm overstaying the welcome now. Right, so I thought I'd find the man who's in control, Peter Lowe, head of Home News.
Hello.
Should we have a little walk? Show me around your home news area, Peter. What is going on at the moment?
Well, the home news desk is here, as you know. The senior news editor at the moment is Paul Harrison, and his deputy at the moment is Mike Bradbury.
So your chair is here, isn't it?
Yeah, I sit there. So I sit kind of between planning. You just spoke to Rachel, didn't you? So I sit between there and the news desk. The news desk is much more of an operational, on the day, what's happening now.
And as head of Home News, is it sort of you sat there, so you're keeping one ear on what's going on, how stories are changing?
Yes, yeah, but you know, everything about my job is about trying to weave between the management of the editorial side, the news stories, and particularly the biggest news stories, and also managing the people, the team, and the department, as you know. And I think in any kind of news, and broadcast news or mobile and online sites, the three big areas, when people ask me that question, as they have over very many years, well, where do you get the news from? I think there are, if you imagine a pie chart, the three different big chunks are things that you can plan. So planned news, and when you just talked to Rachel, I know about planning, although I didn't hear what she said. But obviously, people might say, well, how do you plan news? Well, you can plan news because you know events that are coming up, and you have to work out how you want to cover them. So we knew that today the Prime Minister was going to Belfast, so we had to have a plan in place to be able to cover that, especially as our senior Ireland correspondent based in Belfast was actually out of the country at the time, so we had to work that one out, and Faisal Islam, our political editor, has gone over there. We know that there is a report coming out later today about environmental pollution affecting
Should we
the
have a
health
little
of
walk?
children.
Because we can look at some of these feeds coming in. So what else have we got?
So we knew about that in advance. So we've had our correspondent in the southwest, Dan Whitehead, has been filming a piece about the way in which children are affected by air pollution. So those are the kind of the planned stories. And then another part of the pie chart is stories that you didn't expect. So there's a terrible fire in, I know it's not home news, but there's a terrible fire in Paris today, and another really terrible fire in Staffordshire today where 4 children have been killed. Nobody could have planned for these events, so they happen, and you go and cover them. The same with the recent tragedy about Emiliano Sala, the Argentinian footballer who died on his way from Nantes to Cardiff. That comes out of the blue. It happens, and you have to send people to Cardiff, to Nantes, although actually we didn't immediately go to Nantes, and you go to Guernsey. So those are things you have to respond to.
I mean, you've only got a limited number of resources. That's the thing, isn't it? Working out sort of where's best to deploy a camera and sort of...
Yes, of course, yeah. And the third bit of the pie chart is original stories that we ourselves want to pursue as journalists. Our specialists and our political teams and so on want to pursue stories that they're finding out things themselves. So the tension always exists between the planned story, the original journalism and the on-the-day breaking story that you have to go and cover. So that's why there's so much juggling by the news desk, and why you need to have one central point at which you curate everything sort of non-stop. And that's the obvious thing about this place, is the TV channel is on the air all of the time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I think you work most of them, don't you?
It feels like it sometimes. So do you, mind you. And as well, I mean, best laid plans. We've seen the various sort of meetings today. Things can just change within the space of minutes,
of course
though,
they can.
can't they?
Yeah, and sometimes you sit in a morning meeting and discuss 3 or 4 stories that in the end never appear, because something else much bigger happens, and you have to do that instead. And of course, as we've been discussing all day, the way in which we find news and deliver news has changed immeasurably over the 30 years in which Sky has existed. I've not been here 30 years, I hasten to add, but I have been here. I have been here for 20 years, and I used to work for the BBC, and I left after 11 years at the BBC. And I thought to myself, well, that was a long time. I'll never work for the same company for that long again. 20 years later, I'm still here enjoying myself immensely at Sky News.
An exciting time to be a journalist, though?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think it's always exciting to be a journalist. I mean, I remember the times when I sent reporters out on stories, and they had to ring in from a phone box to tell me to keep me on a news desk. In the loop with how they were getting on.
Although sometimes that would be lovely, Peter,
it
to
would,
not have to talk to people on our phones all the time.
I suspect that sometimes they went to lunch and then rang me. But now we can, when I joined Sky News, we had 2 satellite trucks, so we could just, with a couple of exceptions like Downing Street and other places in Westminster, we could only really be live from 2 places. Now we can be live from almost anywhere we want, anywhere in the world, at any time, using modern technology. So it's increased the amount of stories we can do, it's increased the possibilities, it's increased the amount of occasions where you probably end up having to juggle things for the production team in the gallery, where sometimes things that you plan to do never actually get on because they get overtaken by other events. I mean, it is a... I might have been here for 20 years, but I love
Katie,
it.
can you tell Peter to wrap, please?
No, it never stops. I'll never stop.
Oh, Neil Patterson is being very sarcastic in my ear, and he's telling me to wrap now. So we'll hand back to the live feed then.
Okay, Neil had enough of me, clearly.
Katie, Peter, thank you. Well, let's take you back to NOC, News Operations Centre. Now, this is where all of the live and non-live material is brought in-house. You see Lisa Robson there, who runs NOC, and just off the back, that's Rob Ockey, one of our engineers who's been allowed in from a satellite truck for once. We take a bit of a broader picture. You will, in essence, see it looks like another gallery. All of these inputs coming in from, amongst others, the Reuters TV service, APTN, the Associated Press TV service, our bureau in various parts around the world. All of this material being brought in. At some point, if you see pictures somewhere, if you see a report, that means that a cameraman and a journalist have been on that story. So let's move away, shall we, a little bit from the Sky News Centre and head out into the field and speak to Sally Lockwood, who, as you can see, holding a microphone at the back of a truck. Sally, take us through the process. How do you get the news on telly?
Neil, I can just about hear you. I can also hear Katie Spencer in my ears still, I think. But just to let you know what we're doing here in Hull today, we're on the story of the missing student, Libby Squire, who is a student at the University of Hull. Now, we're opposite the university today. There's not been a huge amount of activity, of course, a really worrying story. So there's a very serious atmosphere here. And we understand the university is working closely with the police to do with her disappearance. So we're just waiting for updates, really. We've been in touch with the police this morning. We've been to 3 different locations to see what activity there might be in the way of searches and the like. It's very quiet at the moment, so we're just staying across that. And as with many of these stories, once you've done all you can in terms of checking out the local area, contacts, calling police, it is a bit of a waiting game. So today, our setting is a pub car park opposite the university. Very warm hosts to us today. We've been here since around 7 a.m. Now, for many of us, our home bureau is Manchester, so that was a 2-hour drive for me, which meant a 4 a.m. alarm call. But of course, as with many early alarm calls, I actually woke up at 3. This is Andy. He's one of the cameras on the job today. Where have you come from, Andy?
I've come from Worsley. I travelled over this morning.
What was that, like a 2-hour drive?
2-hour drive, yeah. So I got over this morning. We arrived just as it was going up to the light in the dark, coming up to light, and then we set up just outside the front here.
Yeah.
Little lamp off the satellite dish, broadcast first 2 hits, and then we're just setting up for another hit at 12 o'clock.
Now, there's 4 of us here today. We've all come from 4 different locations, 4 different vehicles. In my car, I've always got a bag full of chargers, passport, change of clothes, boots, all manner of coats, wet weather gear and all sorts. But Andy definitely smashes my record with kit, don't you? Talk to me about what you have in the Sat Trek here, Andy.
So generally we've got a camera, lighting, full cut lighting rig in the boot, satellite dish on top of the truck. If we come around this side over here and we open the side of the van, you can see inside the van we've got a full kit set up. Our radio comms are in there ready to go for a lunchtime live. We're putting out bars at the moment, so we're not transmitting any physical pictures.
Now, we edit in here as well, don't we, Andy?
Yeah,
I mean, we pretty much live in here on jobs, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We live in here. This effectively is our office and our home sometimes, even for 24 hours on occasions. We spend a lot of time editing, and then once we've done that, we feed it over the satellite straight to London, and it goes out on air. So.
Yeah, we do spend an awful lot of time in here. We're quite spoilt having a pub for warmth today, aren't we?
We are, yes, and it's unusual to be so close to a sort of warm place.
And I should probably mention, Andy, how long have you been doing the job up here now?
22 years now.
OK, now, everywhere we go in the north of England, without fail, Andy Dennell has a story. What's your whole story?
Well, the last time I was in Hull, Paul Heaton was walking through the town centre, and to me, it was I was a massive fan of Beautiful South. So when he walked past, I didn't recognise him at first. I thought I knew him.
Remind viewers who that is.
Paul Heaton, Beautiful South, sort of band in the mid-90s, I would reckon. Did some fantastic hits. They were I loved them so much. I went to see them on numerous occasions. So to see him walk through Hull Town Centre was a bit of a buzz for me. But yeah.
See, I told you, Andy's got a story for every location. That's his whole story. Now, I understand, Neil, you've got some questions from viewers.
Yeah, Sally, just obviously you and I have both been out on the road for a number of years. A question that keeps cropping up is how do you work? How do you manage to work on stories which have a bit of emotional heft, on the stories where there is a degree of tragedy involved? Do you approach them in a different manner? Do you have to act in a different manner to be able to cope on stories such as that?
That's a good question. It's not something you consciously think about. I don't necessarily. Anyway, I think it's just instinctively you behave differently on stories like that because you're very aware of the seriousness of the nature of the story, the impact on the people involved, and of course you sense the atmosphere and soak it up, and very often you take it home with you, as you I'm sure know, Neil. It's something that you can't help but be affected by, but obviously we're here to do a job and you detach yourself from it to an extent whereby, yes, you may be absorbing the emotions and atmosphere around you, but because we are obviously having to deliver the news, the adrenaline, I think, takes over on stories like that. What would you say?
Yeah, I have to say, I think I probably agree. It's in the aftermath of a story that perhaps things begin to catch up with you a little bit. Whilst you're immersed in events, you know, I did, you know, politics, for example, a general election where you don't really understand what's going on until the very end of it. But look, a last question to you, Sally, before we leave you and get on, because obviously you do have a job to do today. What's you, in terms of the stories that you've covered, not necessarily at Sky News, what's been the highlight for you? I have to admit, it was when President Obama said, "Hello, young man." That was my highlight, career highlight.
Oh, my goodness. The stories are so varied, aren't they? Whenever I get put on the spot and someone asks me that, I find it a really difficult question to answer. But I think probably the most embarrassing moment for me was when I was interviewing Simon Cowell and he turned it into interviewing me, which was rather embarrassing. But I think probably a highlight in terms of the most memorable story was perhaps in the summer last year when a big team of us were sent out to Thailand to cover the rescue of those 12 young footballers and their coach who were trapped in a cave for several weeks. That was something that I don't think I will necessarily surpass for a long time in terms of being absorbed in a story and covering something that really gripped the world. You know, we were getting messages from all over the world. Viewers were just hooked on that story, willing a good ending. And for the major part, we did manage to obviously report a very happy ending, which was just obviously a real privilege.
Sally, thank you very much indeed. And do give my best to Andy Dennell. I know he's got stories from every part of the country. He's got plenty of stories involving me, so if he can keep those to himself, that would be brilliant.
I will indeed, Neil. I'm sure you missed the car parks of the north.
There is one.
Not a chance. Let's take you back inside the gallery. Our coverage
20
continuing.
seconds.
Colin
So Cameron
Brazier
Lyon
is still in the glass box. Let's just have a quick listen in, because as you'll be able to see on the shot there, Ashish Joshi has crept into the studio alongside Colin Brazier, so we're perhaps about to hear a little bit about what's going on in terms of Sky News Raw, and of course this our 30th birthday, 5 p.m. on this very day, 6 p.m. in fact on this very day, 30 years ago we became the world's second rolling news channel.
11 next.
Actually,
Take 11.
Say, don't let light in on the magic, you'll spoil the
9
fun.
next. And count
There are
9.
more people who are saying this is fascinating.
11
What
next.
an
Count.
opportunity. What
Stand by to put Raw in the wall.
Sky News for one day.
10. Do a little
There is
crane down. I'll animate it while you're on
You
10.
had
Go
Lucy
10.
addressing that in
Change the strap,
her
please, Sonny.
report. And this is all about transparency.
10.
This wasn't just a gimmick.
Animating the
You know,
wall.
We had a few people sitting around.
There's
saying,
500
what can we
Arshishes.
do to
11 next.
celebrate 30 years of Sky
Cut
News
11
broadcasting?
on
No,
11.
We'll let cameras
9.
in, knowing
Low crane and
that
do a
there are
little
so
head and
many
push,
risks
please.
involved.
Oh, look, there you go. There's you. Just put that on the screen.
In your dressing room alone,
Go
there
9.
would be inherent risks.
And cut 9.
Live cameras. And look, this
There
is
we
the
go.
output. This is Sky News at work right now. These are people who are making this happen, bringing
So,
news
get the whole
to
screen
air,
in, please.
putting it out.
He's playing Candy Crush.
Multiple platforms. And I was sceptical to
was a bit of a
start. I
delay.
have to say, I thought, who
11
would be
next.
interested? Why would anyone
And
want
cut
to
11
watch
on
instead of a
11.
news channel making the news channel? And I've been following the
9
Twitter
next, cut 9.
thread. It was trending earlier on. People are fascinated because news is so
11
important.
next.
And it's important because
Cut.
over the last
He's
couple
on
of
ears,
years,
isn't he? You can hear me.
President Trump coming to power, inventing a phrase, fake news, and
Wanna do a little
suddenly
drop down from the
everywhere
sky
we
again on
go,
9,
we're
please.
challenged
Get to the grab
with
if you can.
Exactly that. People think it's a big risk.
Grab next.
By
John Oliver
letting
grab
cameras
coming up.
in and showing what we do, it could expose us. But we think the opposite is true. Go on.
I've spent
next,
my
cut
time
eight.
interrupting you. There's no reason to stop now, is there?
Go 9.
In terms of
And cut
demystifying,
on
I remember
9.
when I started in telly
Who's that
back
guy?
in the late 19th
Oh, I'm going to have to
century,
lose everything.
and
Yeah.
somebody said to me then,
8 next.
you know,
And cut 8 on
people
8.
will never be on the telly. Once in a
9
lifetime,
next.
maybe it's a huge
And cut
event.
9 on 9.
In a world of smartphones,
8
etc.,
next.
when
Cut
people are posting
on 8.
videos
11
every
next
day.
on 11.
Things are getting slightly
Comes to 9 now,
confusing.
cut 9.
We're in a gallery looking at another gallery that's talking to the presenter who's talking about what's happening in this gallery. Yeah, this has all got a little bit meta, hasn't it?
Cut 10, 10, 11 next.
Their own YouTube channel.
And
we have
cut.
superstars being created overnight with the technology that's available.
Colin,
All people want to know
really
is the
running out of
process.
time, so I'm just
The
going to get him throw the
story
grab and then you
starts,
can
how
thank
is
him
that
off the
story
back.
treated, packaged, delivered, and consumed, and that's the important.
Grab
part.
next.
But people still don't think it's going to work. John Oliver, the comedian,
Here's the grab.
he's been
There we go.
tweeting about Sky News. Raw
Stand by
this
Sky
morning.
News Raw wipe on the wipe. Camera 9 next. Pick up on the 2 shot here. Start low and wide again, please, here.
Nice, guys. So, Colin, if you do a quick thank you to Ashish off the back of this and then throw to the break, please.
Okay, and then throw to a break with a little promo.
The promo's on there still, Adam. 30 seconds on the grab here.
24 hours of swearing at the Sky News office.
Where's the...
Are they next door?
they're in a meeting till 1, but they're only in that room over there if you need them. 20 seconds.
I just can't imagine that going smoothly.
It said super, so it's about straps. 15.
You got 20 seconds for a bit of banter between you if you
10
want off the back of
seconds.
this.
9.
Camera 9 next.
7.
5, 4, 3, 2, start your move. And white.
You're not one of the swearers.
No, I'm not one of the swearers. There are lots of swearers. There are people who are wearing ties who I've never, ever, in my 15 years of being in Sky, never worn a tie, and suddenly they're wearing a tie. So people clearly realise this is an important day here at Sky News. And you're wearing a three-piece suit.
Well, I thought I'd make the effort. I've already been suggested to look like this kind of chap who hands out the card keys in the hotel.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Ashley. If you're interested in taking a look behind the scenes of Sky News, you can tune into the special one-off channel Sky News Raw until 5 p.m. today on Sky Channel 523.
And cut.
No swearing.
In visual.
This is Sky News coming up. The
Second
man
prep,
who
plus
broke a
bar.
peace in Northern Ireland tells Sky News why a no-deal Brexit.
Well, let's move away, shall we, again from Gallery 21 and head down the corridor to Sky News Design. Of course, a lot of what happens, Katie, on screen, we've been peering behind the curtain today, but a lot of what happens on screen, Design pretty much where you are.
Yes, exactly. And actually, this is one of the areas where there aren't any cameras. So we thought we'd take you here so that you can have a little nosy around of what they do here in the design department. Gilbert, you're graphics editor, aren't you? So explain why your role is so important, what you do here in graphics.
Well, I'm the liaison between the newsroom and the graphics department. And basically, we come up with clever, unique, visually interesting ways of telling stories.
I mean, the point of having graphics is to simplify stories, really, isn't it?
Yes, and to provide clarity to stories that sometimes might be a bit difficult to either understand or to break things down into more coherent pieces, parts.
So there's some examples today of things that are running which sort of sum up that, isn't there? The Brexit explainer, that's one.
So things that you probably would have seen include our Brexit explainers about the backstop, which we've done numerous times, about Theresa May's deal, explaining Northern Ireland from the sky. We do things on not just on TV but also on digital as well. So you probably will have seen our work.
I mean, the reason you don't have any cameras here today and the reason it's quite quiet is because these things that you're producing, they take a lot of time, they take a lot of concentration, don't they?
They do. You might not realise it, but it takes hours of work, actually, in order to get graphics on the air.
It might be something that's sort of 30 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, it takes hours to research, it takes time to approve scripts, it takes time to then come up with a concept that works for TV or on digital, and then it takes time for the designer to actually make it as well. So it's not a very straightforward process, but hopefully once you see it on screen, you know it looks good. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll leave you to it, Gilbert. Dan, I was going to rope into showing us around. Hello. Shall we reveal the secret as well?
Oh, yes.
Married, the pair of them. Yeah. Did you meet here, presumably?
Design's power couple. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Our eyes met across a crowded newsroom.
Oh, lovely. Show us around graphics.
Yeah, so, you spoke about the need for, let's go up here, the need for design to be about clarity and about simplifying stories, but there's also another big part that design plays, and that is in branding. It's the wrapping of what we do. And also, you will have seen, because it's on TV now, Sky News Raw. So that's us right now. So it's Nathan here has been part of a team. Nathan and Callie designed all the stuff for Sky News Raw. So it was the brand that wrapped everything up on the day. And my own personal claim to fame is that's my handwriting.
Oh, wow. Yes. So what do the guys work off of? This is Photoshop, is it?
That is Photoshop, yeah, but we use different Adobe packages,
to get things to animate.
Illustrator, After Effects, yeah. So we use some niche things as well, like Viz Artist, which is what we use to build some 3D graphics, and also all our kind of screen furniture that you see, all the straps and tickers and clocks and things are all built inside Viz, so they can be flexible and unlike After Effects, they don't need to be rendered, they can just render on the fly.
It can be painstaking work, can't it? Literally sort of little animating things by frame.
Well, that's right, yes. So, there's an enormous amount of care and precision to what we do.
And that's why you don't want any cameras, you don't want nothing.
Well, I'm always welcome for you to
we
come
might
and
pop
see.
back later.
Yes.
And we'll hand you back to the live feed, then to the newsroom.
So we move away from Sky News Design back into the newsroom. approaching midday, you must by this point have kind of got an idea of the incremental way in which things evolve here. From that 7:30 meeting in which stories were mentioned, then the 9:30 meeting where it were updated, and of course other bits of information had come through. Then the output, the production meeting by the teams themselves deciding how to tell the story, the back and forth between input and output as they are trying to find the right resources at the correct camera to do the story. And then what you're seeing at the moment, the kind of the rolling coverage, after we've moved away from the Westminster-based all-out politics show, you're getting a real idea behind the scenes of the twists and the turns, the concerns. Everyone seems to be smiling in the gallery today, which is not necessarily always the case.
Oh, she's
At Mark Goles.
30 seconds.
I've just
got checking to see who's coming in to output the 12 o'clock
She's in the
programme.
office with your dad.
Colin Brazier, of course, will still be anchoring that. But this is a high-pressure environment working in news, particularly working in live news. So whilst you might see the producer remaining in there throughout the show, they also do change through the day. You will tend to find that the director will do 1 hour on, 1 hour off, depending on the demands of the programme as well.
3, 2, mics up, and cut in vision. Animating.
Just a reminder that we will have a special programme overnight here on Sky News. President Trump's State of the Union address, the delayed
We're just going to finish this hour with Colin Brazier. I mean, as you can see, we're all already looking forward to that State of the Union address by the US President later on. Not something that was mentioned in any great amount of detail in the 7:30 meeting, but something that as we head through the day will continue to get more prominent as we edge towards it.
Closer and a tease next.
To Northern Hills. Northern and Eastern Britain will start the afternoon mostly fine, we think, but fog slow to clear north-eastern England. Rather cold there, but mild elsewhere. Rain over Northern Ireland and the Republic will largely clear into Britain on strengthening winds, reaching the east later. There'll be heavy downpours, but the rain won't amount to much over central and southeastern England. Low cloud and, fog for the hills as well, but the west of Ireland will have some late brightness.
10 on weather.
Rain locally heavy, moving eastwards overnight, becoming confined to southeast England by dawn.
5.
Most of the places will then be dry, but
3,
showers following to northwestern Scotland.
Stereo bumper, cut. Camera 8 next.
Sponsored by Qatar.
20 to stop talking now.
And wipes and Neeson tees here. Mike's in vision.
This is Sky News coming up.
Take a crack.
Stop talking. Controversial comments made by the Hollywood star
10. Stop
Liam
talking.
Neeson.
9.
That and the rest
8.
of the day's news.
Can pause,
7.
it's fine.
6.
Just to come.
5. 4.
Coming to the bump.
3.
And bump
2.
run.
1. Very nice.
And we are off.
Speaking from bitter experience.
And we are off air for the 11 o'clock hour. Again, final preparations being made for the 12. This is the point at which I will take my leave. Jane Secker's coming into the gallery to take over. But have you, I hope, got a little bit of reason why I generally turn up to work at 3:30 in the morning with a big smile on my face. And it's not just because I've been in my bed for 12 hours by that stage. It is a fantastic place to work, surrounded by a lovely bunch of people. I just wish you might be able to dip into a little bit more of the language that is generally used, but, you know, we are Ofcom compliant here at Sky News. So let's just watch as we edge towards the top of the 12, and I'll see you on Sunrise tomorrow.
Let me just tell you, your camera will be in vision in our openers before we need a Becky.
Just a reminder to everyone, when we change the key points, to flag it up to the director, because changing the key points is actually a big job.
First key point I've got, Prime Minister will give a speech. For the openers, whatever you can offer us.
Why is we got 1 and 4.
Right, let's just set that up again. Hang on, let's just reset that.
You're doing those 6 live for the opener.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's just reset that.
There.
Yeah,
just to let you know, I will let you know when we are on your shot.
Double check this. This is what we've got now, Adam. 1:15 to on air.
Feel free to pull or push or whatever.
Prime Minister will give a speech.
Because you need to clear the graphics. That's why. You need to
head to Northern Ireland first.
You clear it then.
This is clear graphic. All right.
Head to Northern Ireland.
Now you QI then because it's the same source.
Okay.
Yeah, head to Northern Ireland, then to Brussels.
Okay.
Just a second.
And then Conservative meeting here.
Okay, so.
Go ahead.
Where's that tone?
Yeah, could we lose that tone? That'd be great. 30 seconds now to the ident roll.
30 seconds.
Have we got the live shot?
Yes,
from
yes,
OS6?
yes. I spoke to them.
Doesn't look like it.
25. I'll do the count, Tash, while you sort that out.
Yeah, no worries. All sorted.
20 to the ident.
Tash, it's completely out of focus, the live shot.
It's all right. I'll let them know.
15 seconds to the ident.
30 seconds to your shot now. 30 seconds.
Counting to the ident. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Hi, I can see you. I
5,
can hear you. I can hear you.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The ident's rolling.
20 seconds to your live
Colin,
shot
you're
now.
in
Stand
vision
by.
at the top of these openers in 10 seconds. Stand by, OS6.
5 seconds. 4, 3,
Colin,
2,
3, 2,
1.
1,
Top of the hour.
and Colin Q.
This is Sky News at midday. These are our headlines. It's lunchtime.
Read on.
4 children
Coming
are
to your
killed
shot
after a
next.
house fire
Stand by.
breaks
On
out
you.
in
your
the middle of the
pictures.
night in Stafford.
Don't worry. Q on. This is
2 adults
live,
and another
Colin.
child
On
have
you.
been treated in hospital. We are live at the scene of the tragedy.
And read on, Colin.
Also today, Theresa
Off
May
your
is
shot.
to deliver on her Brexit deal by visiting
why
Northern
didn't they do what
Ireland.
they did last
A
time?
trip to Brussels later in the week.
And Q. It
At
was,
least 10
it was
people
fine.
died, nearly 30 are injured in a tower
Okay,
block
Neeson
blaze
next.
in Paris.
And on Neeson and Q,
Hollywood
stand
star
by
Liam
SOT.
Neeson becomes embroiled in
No,
a
strap out for the
embroiled
SOT,
in
Yes,
a
I will
race
do.
row after
Thank you.
admitting this to an interviewer.
And on the strap.
14 seconds.
So, Becky, about to come to you. You've got
Outward
graphic to read
kill.
to and the
Stand
grab,
by.
correct?
The raw feed next.
Would come out of a pub.
Back out.
A slight pause
Sorry,
at the
grab
end of this
first.
SOT.
I could kill him.
Wait, and live,
Celebrate
and
our
Q.
30th birthday today. Sky News is letting you see behind the scenes, live and raw.
And stand by, Colin, coming in vision. And on the logo white and Colin
Hello,
Q.
good afternoon. 4 children have died after a fire broke out overnight in a
I think
house.
Becky said she was going to
Becky,
straight to the grab
come to you
first.
soon.
Emergency services were called to the house
We
on
have two
Sycamore
quotes,
Lane in
two
the
quotes
southwest
ready
of the
for you.
town at around 20 to 3 this morning.
Here's the
cause of
graphic.
the blaze is not yet known.
And Q.
Our correspondent Becky Johnson is at the scene for us live now.
Yes, she is.
Becky, welcome to you.
And read
what
on.
are the authorities saying, if anything, at this stage?
And on the live shot,
Well,
OS6 next, clean, still in vision, Colin, and on OS6.
Horrendous fire last night with the family.
Your mic's shut now, Colin. We've got a 1A graphic which Becky's going to read. Story 23.
2 quotes and a grab.
It's an end terrace house. You can see.
So she's got grab and graphic. I think she might throw to the grab first. from
Well,
what
I'm ready
she
with
said.
both, whichever
Lovely.
one she goes for, so we should be okay.
Describing how flames were billowing out of upstairs windows, and you can see their fire investigation officers using a crane.
Good afternoon, Louis. It's Natasha in the gallery. Can you hear me?
Investigation officers have also been
Hello, how are you?
itself, just trying to find the source. We have
Not
a
so bad
statement
at all.
Stand by
And
23.
You know, probably around 3 to 4 minutes.
On the
now.
graphic,
Adam is our producer, and he will speak to you.
the change of graphic next.
and a child had managed to get out of the
Comes
property.
with Louis.
Second
on
page.
Thanks.
And treated on scene by ambulance for non-life.
Becky in vision next.
Hey Lewis, Adam again. So same as last hour, we'll do key points into a Morgan
Okay,
grab.
could you
and
1A
then come
out,
to you.
please, Tash, please?
4 children
Thanks.
from the house were confirmed dead at sea.
Yeah.
Now,
Colin Adam. Body found in the search for missing student in Reading. Reading, not Hull.
There's a
Yeah,
grab
should we do that
next.
next? I'll dupe. There's a Thames Valley police statement. I'll dupe that into the rundown for you.
I understand that the 5 children that were living in
Yeah, it's all on grey wire.
86, 4, 3, and
Guys,
2,
breaking
all
next.
primary school aged. And neighbours saying they think it's the youngest of those.
Grab next. I think she's going.
What's happening after 25, Tash? That needs to be coded.
That's me. I've just put breaking in.
Just put it, don't worry.
Paramedics here, fire crews, and
The police. It's on grey wire.
desperately trying to save those
Okay, there's a
children,
grab
and,
next.
I
At the
actually
moment,
spoke
just the
to
camera
some of the
A.
neighbours who are among the first
Play out Adam in the gallery.
to help in the early hours of this morning.
Do you have a still of Daniel Williams, please?
Here's the grab. And on the grab,
He's the
Colin, you
missing
happy if
student
Becky
in
picks up
Reading.
here?
Yeah, no, delighted, thank you.
Yeah. Becky, could
Colin,
you
then
pick
the
up,
breaking next.
please?
We're trying to get a still of him.
Daniel Will.
In
Hey, Lou, sorry, I
15
was thinking to play out.
seconds.
Do we have a still of Daniel Williams?
So sorry, we're just on it. Just to let you know that there was a grey wire about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Becky, 5 seconds to your pickup.
Well, you're watching Sky News
Here we
Raw.
go.
I've taken
On
over
your
from
pictures.
Neil. I'm not Scottish, not quite as sweary, but hopefully can give you just as much information about what's going on in the background. At the moment, watching the gallery, you can see the director and co-director there who are communicating with Colin in the studio. And the producer, Adam, who's down at the bottom of your screen there, is just relaying to Colin that there's some breaking news on the news wires. We've just heard that a body has been found up in the search for this missing student, Danielle Williams. So he's communicated that to Colin, and Colin will now break that on air in the next few moments. They're still on the Stafford House fire story at the moment on Sky News Live.
Okay, and read on.
In Gallery 21. Hello, just checking you can hear me and you can hear the program, okay? Perfect. Approximately 4 minutes to you now. Stand by.
Hi, Jess.
Hello, I've got a John Barnes here that's under the Nathan sequence.
Hi, Nook 5, it's got directed here. How can I help?
Before we break a story like this, we usually check two sources. We had a source from the Press Association, which had come from the police. The news desk also buzzed through to the gallery and told the gallery that they were confident that we were good to go with that fact as well.
Here we go, Colin.
Becky, thanks very much.
And breaking news wipe to Colin.
You may remember we were telling you about a search for a missing student. This is Daniel Williams.
We have
Thanks, Becky.
one as well.
Is this F, guys?
Yes,
okay. Oh, no, I'm going to put it in now. Hang on. Right, is this the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take it on the still, on F.
Should we lose the strap because it's on his face?
Yes. The formal identification is yet to take place. The family of Daniel Williams have been informed of this development. He'd been missing since midnight on Thursday, the 31st, so last week.
Well played, play out with that. Well done.
Reading said tragically officers searching
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
have located a body, while the identity of the person who died is yet to be established. We've informed Daniel's family and provided...
Guys, should we stick this in top stories?
Okay, pause here. Colin, stand by to come in vision on 8 and
Can
Q.
you confirm that the Prime Minister will return to Brussels this week?
Okay, we've got the key points now.
Salvage her Brexit deal. Theresa May takes her Brexit battle to Northern Ireland today. Well, she'll tell
2A graphic with vision. Here it comes.
Committed to finding a deal.
So let's go from the studio here in West London down to Central London. Our correspondent Enda Brady is down there because we're about to go to Lewis Goodall live down there in Downing Street. Enda.
Yes, hello. We're inside Downing Street now. The door keeps opening to number 10. All sorts of comings and goings this morning. It is Cabinet. We've just seen a delegation from the DUP in the last few seconds. They have left. I do wonder what they were talking about inside number 10. Remember, of course, that they're absolutely key for Theresa May's government. So Nigel Dodds and some members of the DUP just leaving just now. All the photographers are here. My colleague on this camera is a pool camera, so filming all the arrivals and departures from number 10 Downing Street and basically providing them for all of the broadcasters. My colleague Lewis Goodall is just about to go live on Sky News itself just here. We'll move along and give him some space. So Lewis just looking down the barrel of that camera, as I've done countless thousands of times myself, getting ready, listening to the presenter, listening to what he's going to be asked. And there we go, he's live on Sky News right now. So Lewis Goodall reporting what has been going on inside Cabinet this morning. Very, very busy Tuesday morning. It is Tuesday morning every week that the government meets. Cabinet meetings inside number 10 Downing Street. We can just hear Lewis is just relating what has been going on inside Cabinet. We've seen ministers leaving. Cabinet has now ended. Just walking along Whitehall, we saw Gavin Williamson, the Defence Secretary, just walking along with colleagues. So all the senior ministers who attend Cabinet, they're all out of the building now, and the Prime Minister will be readying herself for her trip to Northern Ireland. I'm told she doesn't come out the front door when she leaves. She will avoid us. She will go out the back door. There's a vehicle waiting. You can see lots of vehicles, ministerial vehicles, just waiting for their occupants to come out from Cabinet and head off to whatever government business they are doing. So the Prime Minister won't actually formally walk out the front door today when she leaves to head off for that flight to Belfast, and a big speech about Brexit and the Irish border situation later on. We're going to grab a word with Lewis in a moment, but this is Downing Street. The wind whistles through here. Colleagues tell me it is the coldest street in the capital because it's so exposed, basically. There's no end to it. Either side it's open. Obviously, very, very tight security. We show our press accreditation when we come through here, and it's like airport-style security. You're effectively screened on the way in and on the way out. And quick chat with the police officers, and here we are. Lewis is still going live. He is reporting away and just spelling out everything that has gone on inside Cabinet and just making sense of everything that has happened, everything his sources have told him, and what he's making of today's Cabinet meeting, which lasted about 2 hours. So it's over. Ministers going back to their business, and the Prime Minister getting ready to fly off to Northern Ireland for that speech later on, and meetings, no doubt, with colleagues there and perhaps the DUP. So Lewis has just come off air. Let's say hello, Lewis.
Hello.
Good to see you. This is novel. So you've just done Sky News. Now you're on Sky News Raw.
It's like very meta. I like that, yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, what's going on?
What's going on? Well, the Cabinet was meeting just a little bit earlier on. That's concluded now. We just saw the Chief Whip, Julian Smith, the man who's losing hair by the day, leave, and he's off to, I'm sure, going to speak with MPs. Prime Minister is going to leave as well, off to Belfast later today to meet with Northern Irish parties, and of course the DUP, her partners in government. But she's not, alas, apparently going to leave from the front door, because we then will shout nasty things at her, and she won't like that. So she will leave out the back door and head off to Belfast until tomorrow.
So what do you do between your live reports now? Will you go back to a warm studio or stay here?
No, I wish. No, very often. So Downing Street is exciting. So the first time, if you brand new political correspondent, and you're going to come into Downing Street for the first time to do some live, it's very exciting. It's wonderful. You know, you get to see the street. You stand outside the black door. You text your mum and go, oh hi mum, I'm outside Downing Street, you know, and whatever. And that's all very exciting. Second time, third time, fourth time, it progressively becomes less exciting, because what people don't realise about Downing Street is there's nowhere to go. If you leave the front door, you have to go through all the security again, so it isn't really worth it. You can do, but it's not really worth it. There's nowhere, there's no toilets, there's nowhere to get a cup of tea,
biscuits.
There's nowhere to get a cup of tea, biscuits. Alas, Theresa May doesn't come out with the little tray with a cup of coffee and a few mint imperials. She doesn't do anything like that, so we just sort of have to stand here. And it's also, weirdly, the sort of coldest place in London. I think it's because it's basically I'm not sure if you can tell, but it's basically a sort of wind tunnel. So in the summer, because the buildings are really high, the sun doesn't really penetrate, and it's just it's just really cold, even though when it's hot outside. And in the winter, I've never been colder anywhere than I've been here. And I think also because you just sort of have to stand still, you're not walking, and it's your feet that get it done. But, you know, it's interesting and it's exciting, but certainly the excitement diminishes over time.
Did you always want to be, and just over your shoulder we have Jeremy Hunt, just leaving?
Any agreement, Jeremy Hunt, any agreement on the backstop?
Sky News Raw, Mr. Hunt. Do you want to come and have a chat?
Happy Year of the Pig.
There we go. Quality political journalism this morning. Wishing
it doesn't get better than that.
Wishing the Foreign Secretary a happy Chinese New Year. This is Sky News Raw. So as you were saying, Lewis, it is extremely cold here. You spend a lot of time here. Do they ever come over for a chat?
No, not usually. Some of them, particularly when they first become cabinet ministers, they're very, very excited. Andrea Leadsom was always like this, and I think she still is, actually. I think she's just really pleased to be in the cabinet, and she sort of goes in, and she's always very smiley and always has a word for us. Most of them just ignore us, you know, sometimes if you get a really good shout-out, and the key to a good shout-out is something that's very short, probably not saying Happy Chinese New Year, something very short, something very pithy, but something quite penetrating. So
deal or no deal.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. And sometimes, particularly if it's, you know, obviously the classic one is, are you going to resign, Minister?
Who's this man with the red folder?
You know what, I've got my glasses. I think it's Jeremy Wright, the Culture Secretary, but I haven't got my glasses on, so I'll have to... Yeah, I think it's Jeremy Wright, the Culture
Fantastic.
Secretary. See, yeah, I've got the spotters guide.
Well done, Lewis. Yeah. Lewis Goodall, live in Downing Street. So there we go. Lots of sightings coming and going from inside number 10 Downing Street today, here on Sky News Raw.
Thanks very much, Enda. I'm liking Lewis complaining about the cold weather. He's never stood on the seafront at Weston-super-Mare at -14, has he? It's not that bad in Downing Street, really. This is the newsroom. You can see in the middle of your screen there, Ashish Joshi and his crew. They're going to take us through what some of the different departments do, what some of the social media, what some of the video journalism units do. Ashish, tell us about where you are.
That's exactly right. I'm here in the middle of the newsroom. We're standing by our radio desks. We spoke to some of our colleagues from radio earlier. There's the online desk behind them. And the wider newsroom we've been introducing you to this morning. We're the foreign desk, the home desk, the planning desk. Let's take you now to a really important part of Sky News. This is, and they hate me for saying this because I was saying they always correct me, this is, as far as I'm concerned, possibly the future. Let's talk to Alex about what she does with her team on the digital journalism team. Is that the right way of
Exactly. So we I sit across kind of two teams. So we've got the visual journalism team here. So they look after the digital videos that you may see on Facebook, on Twitter, on our app. And then also across the social media team here, who obviously help run those channels. So we are on loads and loads of channels. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat. So it's a busy, busy job. The desk look after kind of posting articles, posting videos, posting live streams. So we're currently live streaming Raw. It's been a very busy day for them. And the video team kind of helps supply kind of all the content that they're putting up on the
this
channels.
is the way people are consuming their news now readily. I mean, you get on the tube, everyone's on their phones, and they're watching these short clips of pictures with text. Is that what your teams are putting together?
Exactly. So that's what the visual journalism unit is kind of focused on, but we're also looking to do more long-form video as well, because as much as people are still consuming that shorter content, long-form is definitely becoming so much more popular, with YouTube still being the biggest video platform out there.
Right.
So we're looking to do more kind of premium long-form content. So, you know, watch out for our YouTube channel for very exciting things to come.
I know lots of people are watching Sky News Raw on YouTube right now. So what's the process? Do you keep an eye on what the rest of the operation is doing, or do you have a very different audience? You think, do you know what, our audience, I mean, we've had a busy news day today with the fires and a body being discovered. That's hard news, that's important.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing your viewers might be, or your, I don't know, what are they called, your audience? Or people who consume news on their phones will be slightly different.
Exactly, but you know, it's hard to say they're different because actually our audience is
I was trying to say younger.
Yeah, some of them are. Well, of course, a lot of them are. But actually, so if you think about Snapchat, for example, you know, some of our audience on there is 13 to 18. So a huge proportion, in fact, over half of our audience is between 13 and 24 on Snapchat. And yet we've got slightly older audiences, the kind of the 18 to 34, 34 a little bit older on Facebook as well. So we have a huge range of people to kind of cater for.
Yeah.
So it's incredibly important that we're kind of across all sorts of news. But definitely, you'll see stories on our Snapchat editions that you won't see elsewhere.
On the channel, yeah. So,
exactly.
And then you're attending the meetings, and you're talking to what the rest of your colleagues are doing, and then you think, I like those pictures. They'll work really good on my platform.
Exactly, yeah. It's all about making the most of content, tailoring it to our needs. So something goes on Snapchat will look very, very different to something that goes in a traditional kind of news package on TV. We'll pull out case studies, we'll pull out lines, we'll do stories that TV won't even touch. But there is still a very, very strong connection within the newsroom, particularly with the video editors, the visual journalism editors, because they're making the best of our TV content and kind of making that work on all the different social platforms.
I'm going to go and talk to the editors in a minute. But one question I did want to ask you is, I suppose the immediacy is great because you can see how popular your content is because you get an immediate spike on it, right?
Yeah, the analytics. I mean, we might just want to walk over here just while we're talking as well to point out the Snapchat team. So our analytics are completely immediate, so we can look at stuff as it's going out, you know, comments, shares, likes, retweets on Twitter, you know, views. It's brilliant because we can be so reactive. I think that, for me, I'm a bit biased, but is something that's really great about digital as opposed to TV. It's slightly slower to kind of come round.
And does that drive your news agenda?
Yeah, absolutely.
So because you find out what people are interested in and think, right, let's give them some more of this.
Having said that, absolutely, we're kind of inspired by what people like and consume, but there is certainly an importance about giving people the news. You know, with Sky News, we give them what we want to show them as well. You know, we follow the news agenda.
Let's call Alan over.
Yes, Alan is head of team.
Alan, hi. Thank you for joining us on Sky News Raw. A lot of people talking about Snapchat and the teams here. Talk us through what your team does.
So I manage the visual journalism team, social media teams, the Snapchat teams, which is the new and innovative platforms that we publish onto, and the video on demand teams over here, which publish onto everything from Xbox to Roku to Apple TV, over the top devices as we call them, things that we've got small remote controls like this, but also Sky Plus and Sky Q. So if you go home and you catch up on some long-form documentary, or you want to watch something later in the evening, you can do that on those set-top boxes. So that's what these guys all do, turning around interviews and so on.
And you've got a designer working there, is that Brian?
So this is Brian.
Brian, you're designing something for later this afternoon?
For tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. What are you doing? Tell us.
So it's a story about serial killer Bruce MacArthur. Not very pleasant, but all we've got to go on is this photo of him. So I'm just trying to kind of tell a story, sort of in a 10-second snap by gathering kind of elements from that story.
10-second snap?
Yeah, so it's only 10 seconds. Right. It could be a video or an animation, but I've kind of got that sort of framework to work in.
Okay.
And just to kind of get across the story so people can then swipe up to the drop-down article.
Alan, you've got years and years of TV experience before you came across to the digital platforms. How different are they from each other? Is it essentially the same skill set? As a journalist, you apply it to TV, you apply it to online and video on demand. Is it exactly the same, or is it completely different?
Well, the same principles apply. You've got to be trusted, otherwise this audience will just desert you. So you can't just be young to work on a young person's platform. You've got to be a journalist first. You've got to have the right training. So the skills are all transferable: video, journalism, writing, and so on. But I think the key difference for the distributed content, the stuff that we do on the likes of Snapchat and the social platforms, we've a hell of a lot more insight into the audience and how they behave. So on TV, you put something up, you see what your dailies are, and you hope that you've done well. But here we can see minute by minute what the audience are looking at and what stories they like, and we can start to adjust the storytelling techniques as a result of that.
I see Charlie's sitting there and waiting for me to talk to him, weren't you, Charlie?
It's a little bit, yeah.
It's interesting talking to your colleagues, and Alex and Alan. I was talking about specially curated material. Now, you have found yourself a niche, if I can say, in finding the kind of stories which might not necessarily work so well on TV, but they do really work well on these platforms. Gender issues are really key to you. You've worked on some quite specific stories, haven't you, recently?
Yes, certainly. We done some journalism recently and found that 67% of people didn't know what asexuality was when we challenged them. So we ended up making a film all about that, trying to get to the bottom of who these people are. There's a very vocal asexual community, and they feel very misrepresented. So we spoke to them.
Can I put you on the spot here, Charlie? Why wouldn't that work on TV?
It would work on TV, but it's all about how we're telling the story here. We're talking to a younger audience who are on YouTube, and they watch things very differently. It's not linear TV. It looks very different. It's got music. It feels different. It pops. And we're all about making great content over here.
Great. Can I ask you a question which is quite tricky, really? Sky News, established brand. Is it easier to attract a younger audience?
Yeah, I mean, this is proven it. On Snapchat, we can get audiences, more than 1 million people will access the edition. It's the same stories that we'll choose to tell on TV and on mobile. It's just the treatment's different. You've got to tailor them for that particular audience. And as I said, use the word trust, which is really, really important. Yeah. If people know what they're coming back to every day, it's consistency. They know that the journalism's correct, that we've worked hard on getting our facts right, and that we're not sensationalising something. Then you'll build up a really loyal audience, and that's the main thing that we try to achieve with our social platforms is loyalty.
That's great. Thank you so much, and thank you to your team for sharing that insight into what goes on here on the digital platforms. We're going to go back and take you perhaps away from what's happening here at the cutting edge of digital media. We're going to walk through the newsroom, and we're going to go back to, I suppose, the more traditional form of packaging, how correspondents bring in their pictures and bring their stories to life. And that's Belinda in Edit 1. She's a shift leader. She assigns stories to her editors to work on throughout the day. We're going to walk into Edit 2, where I hope we've got a producer and a VT editor. Is that what you're called, Mark? Are you a VT editor, a film editor? I'm never sure the right terms. Yeah. And this is Emily. She's one of our experienced package producers.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that right. People are fascinated about how a story develops in an early morning meeting, and they turn on the TVs, I don't know, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and there's this beautifully crafted film which explains the whole story. How does that process work?
Well, we have a smaller meeting after the first initial editorial meeting, and we pitch to take on a story, and then we will work with the correspondent or reporter and develop the idea for that story, the voices that we might need, places that we might need to go and film, and we'll script to the picture that we gather, we'll script around the interviews that we gather, and then we come in here, we work with an editor, and we put out the best picture, and we put the piece together here. And that's a process that can take quite a few hours.
Yeah, you make it sound very simple. Pictures, a few words, but one package to get ready for the evening bulletins can take all day, because there are so many things that could go wrong, or bits that could fall down. Forget the technology, but just getting the right voices into your piece, for example.
Yes, I mean, you have to be quite tenacious, got to keep putting in lots of calls, do interviews over the phone. You've also got to kind of work around camera availability, things like that. And yes, you've always got to kind of have a backup plan of what you might do if you can't get what you need. And
so are you working in tandem with your correspondent all the time?
Yes,
and you could be working on more than one package?
You can, yes. And then the correspondent can also potentially not be with you. They could be out in the field. So it's always like keeping up the communication with them, finding out what they have that they might have organised themselves, letting them know what you've got back here.
Helping them with their scripts?
Yes, helping them with the script, and then picture that they might not be aware of, and giving them as much information as they possibly need to put the best piece together.
Right. Mark, we're going to come to you in a second. I'd like to learn some more about the editing side of things, but we worked together in the field. We worked in Indonesia together, so you're not just a package producer who works here in an edit suite. When that story broke, we were both working over Christmas, tsunami, Indonesia, scramble a crew, I was sent, you were sent. Is that completely different when you work in the field as opposed to working here?
Yes, I mean, yes and no, I suppose, because the problems that you might come across are slightly different. The kind of basic human needs you have to consider far more. So it's about getting your crew to different filming locations. It's about considering, you know, getting food together, having supplies.
The trucks,
exactly.
Fuel,
getting in and out of quite difficult situations as well. But we are still, I suppose, working towards a piece. And, you know, the good thing about being out in the field is that we're actually out talking to people, and we're seeing firsthand what, you know, it's quite a privilege because you're seeing firsthand what typically you'd see on your screens.
Sure.
And
which do you prefer? Do you like working here because of the control you have, or do you prefer being out in the field?
I prefer being out in the field. I think you get access to things that you can't get here, and you know, as an observer, you're experiencing sometimes amazing events, sometimes quite traumatic things, and it's really interesting.
Apart from me,
yes.
Are correspondents hard to manage? Are there lots of egos involved? Are there some correspondents who are easier to work with, and some who are quite difficult to handle?
No, I think everybody is easy to work with. I think people have different needs and expectations, but I don't think anyone's difficult to work with. I think you meet their needs, because I found when we were in Indonesia, you had the most difficult job in ways at times, because, you know, the pressure is on to get up, do your live, get all that information out. So I felt whatever you needed from me, that was my job to make sure you had.
And it's great working with a brilliant editor like Mark, who I have to say I've worked with quite a few times. Do you like it when journalists or reporters or producers come in and micromanage an edit, or do you like to be given a script and say, great, put the words over that?
I prefer to sort of be left to my own devices and crack on, and then the producer can do whatever they need to do. I know some editors like a bit more of a collaborative experience, but I'm happy working with however the person I'm sitting next to wants to work, to be honest.
Because I've seen the way you work. As soon as you hear the words and the script, you know which picture's going to fit over that line of track.
Yeah, I mean, often it's a trial and error process. You'll put something down, you're like, no, that doesn't work, I'll go back, I'll find something else. But, yeah, I'm happy to sort of muddle through it.
Yeah, but the pressure, Mark, what's it like being on a coalface day in, day out, knowing that the clock is ticking away, seconds to go, you've got to have that package ready, or that report ready for the top of the air? That's a lot of pressure to deal with all the time.
You learn to not think about it. You push it away. I mean, you have to keep an eye on the clock, obviously, and you have to know that the deadline's coming up, but you can't let it get to you. You have to be cool under pressure, because if you're not, you start getting flustered, and that just makes the process even longer.
Yeah. There are some pretty hairy moments in edit suites, aren't there?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
And how do you manage that tension? I've known people to throw things around, throw bits of furniture around, bang their fists on the table. And
yeah, I've heard stories about people carrying under the desk. I don't know, you just get on with it. I mean, you've got a job to do, you know what you have to do, and you just get on with it.
Okay, well, hopefully you won't end up crying underneath your desk today. Good luck with your package. Maybe we'll come back to you later. What is the story you're working on?
We're actually doing Sky News Raw, so
great.
yeah, we're packaging this.
Great, so we'll come back and see how that's progressing. Thank you for giving us an insight into your world today. So that's an edit process which is well underway now. Emily's working together with Mark, so they'll be working with a correspondent who will come in here. All those words and pictures be put together and hopefully presented in a package for later this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Ashish. back to the newsroom. You can see there all of the different inputs that are possible to get coming into the Sky News studio. They're being monitored. And this is the production desk. Now, this is the desk that's looking at what's on air at the moment. This is Christine. She's sitting there. The producer's job is to assess breaking stories. They're keeping an eye across breaking news while the presenters are on air, while they're on air. If stories break, they write the scripts. They can get tweaked by the presenters or by the editors of the programme. They're making sure that the packages are all ready. There's Jonathan. He's one of our presenters. He's presenting this afternoon. He's now going through all of those scripts. He'll undoubtedly be doing some background research on the stories. As Colin was saying earlier on today, when you come in on a shift, you do have background knowledge of quite a lot of the stories, but every now and again those stories will come up that you don't know so much about, so you do a bit of cramming, you do a bit of homework. Andy Marsh on the foreign desk. He's not asleep, honestly. Andy, wake up. He's had a very long day. He's clearly looking down at his phone. The foreign desk, of course, are the group of people who are in charge of liaising with and assigning foreign correspondents to jobs, keeping across all the foreign news in the same way that the home desk does with home news. And this is the social desk. We've just been speaking to them. We're just talking to Alex there on social just a short time ago. So this is Snapchat, this is Facebook and Twitter, the VJU and mobile, the way that more and more people are consuming their news these days. But it all works together along with the TV output, which is the mainstay of what we're doing here. But it all links together, feeds off each other. And this is radio.
On telly, we don't see me, but you will.
And this is the gallery, what's going out now live on Sky News. You can see Neil Hunter, the director, sitting in the middle of the screen. That's Neil there. He's talking to Colin in Colin's ear. Colin's in the glass box. I think we might be on a break, but let's listen in.
Presenter, I want a big red light on top of that on all the cameras.
And hopefully you know already, we're also talking to Dr. Paul Bernal from the University of East Anglia School of Law. Excellent. Thank you very much.
So that was the producer, Adam J. there. He is talking to Colin in the break, and he's also talking to the guests who are coming up. It sounds like they've got a debate coming up. It sounds like he's talking to two guests. So Adam was just talking to both those guests to check that he can hear them and to let them know who the presenter is and who they're going to be speaking to.
Dr. Bernal, it's Adam in the Sky News Gallery. Can you hear me okay?
So you've got halfway heads and then the responsibility VT from
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. First of all, Bernal, correct pronunciation, or is it Bernal?
Thank you.
Bernal. Excellent. I will feed Bernal. I will feed that on to Colin Brazier, who is our presenter, who will be speaking to you. We're about 30 seconds from coming back on air. We're in a commercial break at the moment. We've got a piece that
so
will
when
run
you're
for a couple of minutes.
sitting presenting in Glassbox or in any of the studios, these are the voices that you hear in your ear the whole time. There's constant dialogue going on between the gallery and the presenter, keeping the person who's on the screen informed about what's happening behind the scenes.
One's in Norwich.
At UEA.
15 seconds.
Paul's at UEA.
Paul, yeah, you pronounce it
10
Bernal.
seconds.
Bernal.
Bernal. Okay, you're online now, Colin. Your mic's live. Headlines next. Here we go.
Colin's being told that his microphone's live now.
One, and Colin Q.
I've just seen that. I was about to change exactly that.
On the headlines.
4
Thank
children
you.
died in a house fire in Stafford. 2 adults and a 5th child have been treated in hospital.
And the PM, Q.
The Prime Minister will insist she can deliver her Brexit deal when she visits Northern Ireland today.
And missing student.
Searching for the missing student, Daniel Williams, who was studying at the University of Reading, have found a body in a lake on the campus.
Coming in Vision, Colin, and mixing and Q.
Well, today we are looking at the evolution
on media
of news,
responsibility.
how we get it now and how that may change in the future. 30 years ago, Sky News began broadcasting the news. Since then, the news industry itself has changed dramatically. Our arts and entertainment correspondent, Lucy Cotter, has been looking at the challenges facing mainstream media in an
So that's what's going on in the
world.
gallery, what's going out on Sky News at the moment, what's going on behind the scenes in the newsroom. Ashish is back in the centre of the newsroom, joined by our head of news gathering, Jonathan Levy. Ashish, what does Jonathan do? Get him to explain himself.
What does Jonathan do? Well, let's find out. Jonathan Levy is the Director of News Gathering, hugely important role. He's at the centre of almost everything that happens here. He looks after the crews, the correspondents, all the satellite trucks. I was just asked by Jane, what does the Director of News Gathering at Sky do, Jonathan?
So earlier, Archie, you spoke to Christina. She looks after production, so she looks after the production teams, the presenters, all the studio teams. My responsibility is all those people who go out and gather the news. So the likes of yourself, the correspondents, both here, our general correspondents, our specialist correspondents, our correspondents in our bureaus around the UK, and also our bureaus around the world. And alongside them, also a lot of our the technical journalists who work with you and your colleagues, the camera operators, the editors.
That's quite
satellite operators.
An empire. How do you keep across it all the time? There's so much going on, not just in terms of news, but in managing your assets, as it were. I mean, that's quite a big brief.
Yeah, there's lots of people, but I by no means manage all that on my own. I have a team of people someone who runs international news, someone who looks after politics, someone who looks after specialist journalism, home news, and also cameras, editors and the like. So my job really is to make sure that they're properly supported, they've got everything that they need, to make sure that we're making together the right decisions for it to all work smoothly.
You work very closely with John Riley in shaping Sky's not just present but future. You have very clear ideas of how you would like to see the channel go in terms of specialist journalism. That was one of your big pushes and big drives. Why do you feel that was really necessary to get specialist journalism at the heart of a breaking news channel?
A couple of reasons, really. 30 years ago when Sky News started, and for the first decade or two of its life, we were very much about responding to breaking news and covering general news, which was really important then, and we were pioneers and revolutionaries. We were the first rolling channel, so bringing people what was happening live and instantaneously was a big and radical thing. But that space is now occupied by lots of other people, especially since the advent of social media and the digital players. And the newspapers have gone into that space as well. So I think in order to differentiate ourselves, we needed to be more about analysis and context and specialist journalism. So that's one of the reasons why I pushed us to focus on that, along with John and of course Christina. Also, the world is complicated, and I think people want to understand why things are happening. And it's all about accessible analysis and explanation about what's going on. We live in a very complicated world.
And you need experts to explain that, and experts you can trust. And I suppose the reason I'm asking you is because this all comes back to trust, with the advent of fake news. And I was talking to John Riley about this a little earlier on, and he said that one of the reasons we're having this Sky News Raw on today to mark our 30 years is because we want to be transparent. I mean, fake news is something that must concern you as Director of News Gathering.
Yes, I think fake news is a problem. There's always been misinformation. That's not a new thing. What is new is the speed and intensity in which it spreads because of digital media, social media, the way that a piece of misinformation can kind of race around the world and be thought of or accepted as fact, and compete with proper information. So in that respect, the trusted brand of Sky News is vitally important. But in order to maintain that brand, our standards have to be absolutely impeccable. We have to make sure that we do our job properly, that we're rigorous, that we check everything, that we make the right calls. And on the occasions that we don't, very rare, but on the occasions that we don't, that we're honest about it, we're transparent about it, and we correct ourselves quickly.
Before you came here to your new role as the Director of News Gathering, you were at Millbank, and you were out on the road quite a bit. You were going on all these on trips with Prime Ministers and that. Do you miss that? Do you like being at the desk and working with logistics and crews and talent, or do you prefer being out on the road? Do you miss that? Is there a part of you which thinks, I wish I was still back in the thick of things on the road?
Yeah, absolutely. I miss working on stories. That's why I came into journalism. I think everybody who is a journalist in any way wants to be involved in in stories. And I loved being out on the road, covering stories, travelling, covering political news and foreign news. It was certainly the most enjoyable time in my career. But I also enjoy having the opportunity to influence the organisation editorially in a more strategic sense, to be involved in some of those big decisions. I really enjoy having the opportunity to develop the next generation of reporters and producers and the people who will go out and do the kind of work that I used to do. So it's give and take, but yes, I do miss covering stories. Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Ashish.
Jonathan Levy, the Director of News Gathering here at Sky. Jonathan, thank you for your time. So that gives you an insight. We've been talking to lots of managers and executives and people on the, in the edit suites, the correspondents, and people who put all the social media and the digital media together. So that will give you an idea of what happens on a day-to-day basis here at Sky News.
Thanks very much, Ashish. Ashish being very polite there to his boss. This is the home desk. This is Paul Harrison. You might have seen him quite a lot today. He seems to be popping into quite a lot of our shots. He's got a standing desk. There's no truth to the rumour that he's using the standing desk today so that we can't see his bald patch. There's a bit of a lull in the day for the news desk at the moment because there isn't a big lunchtime meeting. Our next meeting's about 2 o'clock. While Ashish was talking to Jonathan Levy there, you might have noticed a lot of people coming out in the background. That was from our midday look-ahead meeting. We have one of those every week, looking ahead to pre-plan big stories over the next few weeks, next few months. But the news desk itself, on the news desk itself, they are very much just looking at what we are doing on the day. Adam Parker there.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much. Cheers. Speak soon. Bye.
Because we've got lots of resources. We've got crews all over the world, all over the UK. And one of the things that we have that we're very proud of is the Sky News chopper. And on the ground next to it is one of our field producers, Victoria Bird. And Victoria, we've known each other a long time. We were out reporting on elections back in the early noughties. We weren't naughty, I have to say. We were very well behaved. But the Sky News chopper there, take us through it.
So yes, I'm with Steve Leach, who's been at Sky almost as long as I have. And when we've got a story, we want to try and bring the story to you as quickly as possible. And sometimes the best way to do that is to use our helicopter. Steve, you've filmed so many stories over the years. Sometimes they're exciting picture stories. Sometimes they're very sad. And we need to be extremely sensitive about who we film and how we film. Tell me about Westminster that you filmed last year.
Yeah, Westminster was a story where we were actually diverted from a job we were heading for Reading at the time, and as we were flying, we got radio to tell us that something was. We weren't quite sure what it was at the time. Something was happening in Westminster to get there as soon as possible, and we were there pretty quickly. And at the time, it was confusion, but at least from the air, you get a good overall picture of exactly what's going on. And yes, there were things on the ground that we had to be careful about what we see. We made that quite clear at the time, but we were able to show the story as it was breaking. Yeah, it was a sad story, but at the time we didn't know what the story was. We learn things as we shoot it, really.
You've also filmed about 6 o'clock in the morning during the Grenfell Tower. It started to be a recovery process, but also a very, very difficult story for you to film. But you also had to work very closely with the police that night, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, generally all these stories we did in London, we have a good relationship with the Met Police. They trust us to be discreet and be careful about what we shoot or what we don't do and don't show. Grenfell was a typical example. I mean, I got a call about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I raced over here from home, and we were airborne at Grenfell around about 6 o'clock, where the place was still very much ablaze. The police were there too, and we just kept our distance and filmed from a respectable distance, hopefully not interfering with any of the operations that were going on. Basically covering the story from what we could see. And again, being a helicopter, you can have a good overall view of what's going on.
So tell me about the technology. I always imagined you, maybe from years ago, actually filming with the camera on your shoulder, and now you've got this kit that is operating the camera that's on the front of the helicopter itself. This is a very, very strong camera, I gather. Tell me about the technology that's used nowadays.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say that the days of hanging out of helicopters, particularly on days like this, have gone. And now I sit in the comfort and the warmth, operating a camera from the control panel here. The camera's on the front. It's gyro-stabilised, so we can got a good zoom on it, so we can go in from 1,000 feet. You could probably fill a car with half the frame. So it's got a good zoom on it, so we can keep our distance, not interfere with too much what's going on, and basically cover a story from there. I can link pictures down below as an aerial by your feet, which links down to various receive sites, either the truck or into various sites we have around London. We have various sites around London and up and down the country where I can inject the pictures by lowering our aerial live into those points.
I must say I am rather disappointed we can't go up in the air today because of the weather. You do always have to deal with the weather and also the Civil Aviation Authority because you're flying in airspace. How difficult is that when you're trying to get to a story?
Yeah, the weather today, we've got several stories we'd like to be doing today, but this morning and now it's down to almost down on the ground. Even the birds are walking, so we're not going to get airborne for the time being. But yes, we do have to work with Civil Aviation Authority. We're monitored as much as anybody else in what we do. Certainly when we're going to London, we have to get permissions first to leave the heli lanes, which are set pathways for helicopters. In order to leave those, we have to get permission from air traffic control, which takes time. Call has to be made. It can take up to half an hour to get permission, which sometimes is a bit frustrating. But once we get those permissions, we can be overhead in London for in about 15 minutes.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to get up in the air today if the weather does clear.
It does.
Back to you, Jane.
Victoria, we're not going to let you escape just yet. We introduced you as a field producer, nothing to do with farming, is it? Just explain what your job is. What do you normally do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I see myself as a coiled spring, really. If I don't know what I'm doing, I will phone the news desk in the morning, and as soon as a story breaks, it's my job to get there as soon as possible with the camera crew and to get pictures on air, ideally live, first, and also get interviews on air and get the facts out as quickly as I can. For a story like Grenfell Tower, which is a terrible story, it was a big operation to try and get as many people on the ground telling the story, interviewing people and making sure that the news desk knew that the Mayor of London, for example, was about to do a press conference, that the fire brigade were going to be giving us a briefing on what was happening. We wanted to speak to people on the ground, but we also wanted to get the shots to show what the story was. So we had the helicopter, of course, but we also had to try and get up to top shots to try and tell the story from various places. But most importantly is to get the right facts to the news desk so that can be disseminated out to the television, online and on air. But it's a very exciting job. I had no idea I was going to come and do an interview with my colleague Steve, and then I might be called in the next hour and be sent on another story. But what's most important is that we bring the news in quickly, ideally first, and most importantly that we get the facts right.
Thanks, Victoria. Great to talk to you. Hope you get in the warm soon. Thanks very much to Steve as well, and the Sky News copter, the Sky News chopper. Let's go back to the newsroom and the production desks. These are the people who are looking out the output. So if you think of the flow of the news, there's what comes in to the building, which is governed by the foreign desk and the home desk, and then there's what goes out, and these are the people who are in charge of how it looks. Sam Foster there, bottom left. We saw her earlier on today. She was in the very early morning meeting. She's now producing what's going on the telly at the moment. Let's listen.
Did you see what I've done with the nibs? I've put Daniel Williams, then Cooper, French fry, HMV. Fabulous. Who was doing Cooper nib? Oh, okay, Maz. You see, I put it in that bulletin. Yeah, I put one in at the bottom. Oh, that's all right. Do you know what? Just move it up and replace it when you're ready. Is it done? No. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Sorry. No, that's all right.
You hear they're shouting for Katie Spencer.
Yes, I can hear.
Let's see what happens.
I don't think they'll have her because surely well, otherwise has he got a Roland? He's got his Roland Manthorpe. He could just run a BT.
So that gives you some sort of sense of the flavour of the kind of decisions that are being made. That breaking news about Vet Cooper, we broke it a short time ago. Now Sam's decided that there's going to be what we call a nib, which is a news and brief, about 20 seconds of words with some picture over it, and she's just organising somebody to do that. Ashish is down there with the later production team. Emily Deaker's next to him. Ashish, just talk to us about what they're doing.
Well, people who've been watching Sky News Raw since we went on air about 7 o'clock in the morning might remember that it was in this seat we interviewed Sam. Sam's moved on now over there to get her programme on air, and she has been replaced by Emily Deaker. Emily is one of our most experienced assistant editors. She's got in front of her what's known as a rundown. Look, you're in a better position to tell me, how's the news shaping up today?
It's a busy day and things are changing. You can have a sneaky peek at my running order, but only a tiny one. We thought that Theresa May was going to speak at around 4 o'clock in Belfast. That's just changed to 3, so that has an impact on our running order because we booked guests for 1 hour and kept the other hour free so that we could go to that as a live event. So now suddenly we're changing things around, and that's the way that it happens every day. We kind of like it, actually.
If it happens every day, do you get used to that, or was it still quite stressful when you see holes in your bulletin?
We like it, otherwise it would get boring. I think the thing is we just have to be really straight with guests, and we just have to say, you know, we're booking you for this time. Obviously, if there's a live event, if something happens, we're going to need to change it. And as long as you forewarn them, they're fine.
And you work on Kay Burley's show. This has a very distinct identity. So is your news agenda, is it different to the rest of the teams? Are you looking for things which other shows might not include, perhaps?
I mean, we're a fantastic little team, and we are very kind of chatty, discursive. It's a real kind of smorgasbord of stories. We'll kind of tend to go with the stories that are breaking at that time. We'll do a lot of chats. We'll pick very human stories, our experiences.
More interviews, less reports and packages.
Yeah, a lot of interviews, a lot of real people, the stories that impact on them. We'll tend to find that the things that play best for us are human beings who are going through something, and we call them case studies, but they're human beings, and they'll get a lot of pickup from our audience. There was a really good example. There was a Sally Lockwood piece about a single mum who was really struggling financially. As a consequence of that interview, strangers to her got in touch with Sky News and offered to help her find a job. So they're the type of things that kind of play really well with our audience.
Kay isn't with us today. She's busy elsewhere. And you have a very capable stand-in. Are you going to shout to us from over there, or do you want to walk around? Jonathan Samuels, former correspondent, now established in his own right as one of our leading presenters. Jonathan, you work with Emily on this show. You work across Sky News. Each show, is it really different? Is it a gear change when you're asked, OK, on Tuesday we want Kay Burley show, on Wednesday we want the evening show? How do you cope with all the different styles?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, every show has its own pace, has its own identity. For example, the evening 10 o'clock news is very much a look back at what's happened over the day. It's a very sort of considered broadcast, whereas something like this programme in the afternoon, a lot's happening still. There's a lot of breaking news, or a lot of plates to be spun, and of course programmes come from different studios, so sometimes we're in that famous glass box, other times we're in the studio downstairs here, also sometimes I broadcast from our studio in Westminster, and then it'll have perhaps more of a political focus, but that's all part of the fun, the variety.
Emily, do you look for direction? Do you look for an input from your anchors, or would you prefer they just turned up, read the scripts and went home, or do you want them to really influence how the programme shapes up?
Think very carefully about this answer.
On the afternoon show, we are really mobile. We use every inch of the glass box. You're not sitting behind a desk. We've got a sofa area that we speak to guests at, and it's really kind of a bit consumer showy, actually, a little bit kind of chat show. And so the more input from the presenters, the better. If they come up with ideas of stories that interest them, you know, that always plays better for us.
Okay, do you ever say, not doing that story, no, that's not good enough for our show? Or do you just say, yeah, sure?
No. I mean, funnily enough, we've had that. We won't mention any names.
Yeah.
We've had a discussion today about a guest we were thinking about booking and whether or not that's the right person for that slot. I've interviewed this person before, and it wasn't great. Maybe this time it will be okay. So we're constantly having those discussions, but it's very much it's a team effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you know, it's good to have that debate and to sort of analyse everything before it goes on air.
I'm really sorry, I've run out of time because Sam is just about to get up and walk into the gallery, and our cameras are now going to follow her. I have so many more questions I wanted to ask. Make sure you wear a tie on air.
Thanks very much for that, Ashish. A lot of comments coming our way about Jonathan and his chest hair. That will all be popped away when he's on the television properly, hidden behind a tie. So Sam there, you see in the middle of your screen, to the left of the screen, sorry. We just spoke to her. She was looking ahead to the next hour. So she spent the last hour looking ahead to the next hour, working out which story she's going to be covering, in which order, in which way, whether it's going to be a live or a package. She's talking to Justin and Andy on foreign, and she's on her way into the gallery, sorting out some last-minute logistics, what you can expect over the next 60 minutes when she's in the gallery, in charge of that programme that's going out on air. And while Sam's in the gallery, the team out here will be continuing to build that hour, continuing to change things as stories change and break throughout that hour's time.
When Sam gets back, she'll know.
Okay, so what are we doing in the end? I think we've got a bit of and you only need one, don't you? Yeah.
You've got two weathers in there.
Fine, it's fine, that's fine, yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't sure which one to get rid of. This is the fifth ever vintage.
Well, there's something completely misunderstood there, but I'm sure that's what he was saying. Listen, we can't really get stoned, so...
I don't remember who it was, but there are also two weathers.
Oh, which one?
So that conversation Sam's having at the foreign desk, she's just saying that we can't really get Stone. She's referring to Mark Stone, our Europe editor. They're obviously trying to get him up to talk about Brexit in the next hour. So she went across to the foreign desk to speak to him about that, and then negotiating whether they can get him to come on for live, what he is doing. She's now going to up sticks and dash into the gallery, where she's going to take over the output over the next hour.
Because they were.
Doesn't sound right.
And there was already 8, I think. So
Right. Yeah. I'm actually going into the gallery. Francesca, probably. Can I borrow you, Francesca? Check an image for Dan. Thank you.
I mean, if it drops some wires, then I know
Yeah,
where
let's
it is.
hold off for the moment, and if there is more stuff, then we can do it in a minute.
Thanks.
And off she goes.
Yes, thank you.
10 on weather now.
Go ahead.
Right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30 till off air. 20 to stop talking.
2, stand by G Golf, white. And Q Colin.
12 to stop talking. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the sting.
On a sting.
Beautiful. Thanks, Colin.
To take us.
You got Samantha Foster in here now.
And take us. Lovely.
Thanks, guys.
Stuart.
Thanks, Colin. See you soon.
Be amazed. I've set you up.
Hello.
There you go.
So the last hour's just come off air. We've got 2.5 minutes before we're back on air again at the top of the one. So Adam gets up, Sam sits down, one logs out, one logs in.
Thank you, Adam. Colin, hello.
So we're expecting a press conference from Stafford, and we may get a still as well.
Right, okay.
Why did he go? Sam's talking to Colin there in the studio, just letting them know what's changed since she left the desk.
Yeah. Come on, Stuart.
Are you sure? You seen the other one? Mr. Brett.
Lovely, thank you, Tam.
Hi, Stu.
All morning.
Faisal, hello, it's Sam here. How are you?
Hi, Sam. How are you?
I'm all right. Hello. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yes,
we are indeed, Faisal.
So 1:15 to us. We've got a bit of a raw feed
Stuart,
there of
Stuart.
20.
In F is a family still for Stafford. That's just available.
Okay.
All right.
45 seconds.
It's just you, Faisal, this time, just you.
Okay, fine. And are you? Are
What more
still
could we
paying
ask
my
for?
Package, or shall I refer to?
30 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be we're not running the PT at the moment.
Well, we
so
haven't got an umbrella.
So what you can hear at the moment, Sam's talking to Faisal Islam, he's our political editor. He's
Okay,
presumably going to be the first
There's
live.
a giant fish behind you.
No, okay. Fine.
What is that?
No, it's empty, yeah. I'm just seeing mics in the middle of the street. If anything comes of it, I'll let you know. 30, top of the hour.
there are names actually in the page. Yeah.
Told it's due to start bang on. Okay, should we just do the ident and come out to OS6?
Yep. Yes, let's do ident and come straight
Right,
in.
we're running the ident, Colin. So when you're in vision, then you take us to Stafford on OS6, okay?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, coming to you next. 2,
3,
1.
2, 1. Colin, you will
Yep.
be in vision. And
Police and fire service.
Q. And dip the bubble out, please. Flash live to OS6.
Fire overnight, the police and fire service making a statement on the house fire, with which 4 children died.
Yeah, there are names in the template. Let me unfloat it.
Lights are out, OS6 live.
26, Sonny.
Can we give us a live location here? Where are we?
Yeah, if you, it will
I've got
be
it.
Rob Barber.
3 fire appliances and an aerial ladder platform were mobilised by our fire control staff.
There's still no sign of that. Still.
No, it's been withdrawn, so we just need
Fine,
to wait.
okay.
1 male, 1 female and a baby had escaped from the property prior to our arrival via a first floor window. Firefighters wearing breather apparatus entered the property in order to search for other family members. Our firefighters were faced with very difficult conditions inside the property due to the severity
Plan of
the
action
fire.
is, I think we'll move on to Brexit, because I'm assuming that Becky Johnson is obviously filming this, unless she comes back into shot. We've got 3 people. We've got 3 people speaking.
Okay, all right, we'll need to speak to her, so not
Yeah.
to step back in. Let them walk away rather than... Yeah. I've got it here on preview anyway. Thanks. I think I'll take the
So
press
that's our
release.
director, Stuart. He's just talking to Sam there. He's directing the next hour. It's a bit calm in the gallery, a bit quiet now. Isn't normally, because they're taking this live press conference from Stafford with emergency services, giving their latest update.
Will remain in the community to provide support and advice.
So just confirm 29 off the back of this.
Further advice and support.
Yes, at the moment we're on 26, and we would go to,
on our website.
well, actually,
Again,
possibly
our thoughts
21
go out to
if
the family and
Becky
friends
Johnson
of
comes
those
up.
involved at this tragic incident.
But otherwise,
We
29.
can make the call with her,
Yes,
tell her not
exactly. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name's Nathan Hudson and I'm the Assistant Chief.
So that's, yeah, Nathan Hudson. Yeah, great.
So Sam there just saying the name of the next person who's appeared in this press conference, so that the person who's putting the strap across the bottom of the screen on Sky News knows exactly who it is, and that they put the right name up while the person is talking.
And the hazardous area response team to the
Yes,
scene of the
otherwise
fire.
it is page 29.
2 adults and a child were already out of the property when the crew arrived. They each received
Faisal, bear with us. We will be
treatment
coming
from
to you
staff
shortly.
from
We're waiting to hear from one more person at this fire press conference, and we'll be with you.
Trauma centre in Stoke. Tragically, 4 children were
Let's just cut away from the gallery and that press conference and take you to Millbank. Now, this is in London, in Westminster, 2 minutes from the Houses of Parliament, and this is the heart of our political coverage at Sky News. This building at 4 Westminster houses Sky News. It houses lots of other media organisations as well. It's where politicians come who want to be interviewed. It's got a very famous staircase that you might have seen a lot of politicians being interviewed against, but this is actually the Sky News studios in there. We're waiting for our political correspondent, Kate McCann, who, oh, there she is. She's just been to lobby briefing. This is when a political journalist goes down to number 10 and they chat to the press officer for the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister
Let's listen in.
This morning. She'll then go to Belfast for a speech at 3 o'clock. That will last around 20 minutes. There'll be Q&A. She's doing a roundtable with business at 4:15 and then 5:20. There'll be a community leadership event. In the House today, James Brokenshire will set out local government finance. There'll be a vote, and then there'll be an urgent question on Windrush later on. And the Children's Minister, Margot James, are both doing speeches at 2:30 and 3 on when we'll get the white paper. They say in winter,
yeah,
which
so
apparently we're still in winter. We did have a 5-minute discussion on when winter ends. And then in terms of the Cabinet, so Cabinet readout, Cabinet agreed that Parliament has indicated it was a withdrawal agreement with changes to the backstop. They reiterated their commitment to no hard border. PM says there must be a legally binding way that we can't be trapped indefinitely in the backstop, and urgent work has started to try and figure out how we do that. There are 3 different ways, which we know about already. She said discussions with the EU won't be easy, but approved. She reiterated the second referendum doesn't have support, and she said again that Jeremy Corbyn supports her on the backstop point, which I think she's going to try and use to go back to Brussels and get some support.
Was there any details on Brussels trip on Thursday?
So there is, just in terms of the rest of anything else that was discussed at Cabinet, they talked about Zimbabwe. There was an update on no deal planning, but just kind of as usual. They didn't talk about Article 50 extension or whether there should be a free vote, just didn't come up. She ran through the alternative arrangements again, but she wouldn't say, there was a couple of questions about this, whether or not she had any preference about what she would take back to Brussels, whether she will go on Thursday with a specific plan. They just wouldn't engage on that. Just kept saying we're treating each of those pieces of work as urgent, we're proceeding with them all. And then there was an update on parliamentary bills. In terms of Brussels, she will be meeting with Jean-Claude Juncker. We expect that to be late morning, possibly around 11 o'clock. They'll discuss Brexit, but there's nothing else in terms of what will be on the agenda. There is some operational stuff, which I will tell you guys later. She was asked why she would go this week and not last week, and that's all down to trying to get a plan in place before she went. But again, they won't say exactly what that plan will be or when these discussions will be concluded.
And was there any detail about Northern Ireland tomorrow, who she's meeting?
There's a bit more detail on Brussels if you want it. He just was asked, why they're refusing to open the withdrawal agreement. Doesn't that mean it's done for before we even start? And he said every statement the EU put out, they want us to leave with a deal. If they want that to happen, then they need to make some changes, etc., etc. We talked about the options. He kept saying both sides need to work together. To do that, and then there was some discussion about parliamentary protocol and motions, which didn't really shed much light. Also, Liam Fox trade bill stuff came up. Don't know if we've seen that. I haven't seen it, but he hadn't heard about it either. Asked how the PM is feeling. He said the PM is determined to do what it takes to get the changes required for Parliament to support leaving the EU with a deal. And it lasted for about an hour. One thing the PM did definitely say was that we must and will leave on the 29th of March, so that came up again. And in terms of Northern Ireland, let me get back through. So the point of the meetings in Ireland, to stress our commitment to the Belfast Agreement, she will be meeting with the UUP Alliance, the SDLP, Sinn Féin, the DUP, and the leader of the Northern Irish Conservatives, Alan Dunlop. He couldn't confirm whether it will be the leader of those parties or representatives from them. and there will be some discussion with businesses, but there's no more detail about exactly where or when that will be happening yet. So yeah, I think that was it so far.
One thing slightly so, the Ben Wallace line that John Cantley's...
Yeah, he was asked whether John Cantley is still alive. The spokesman said, it may be something I'm not able to discuss, but I will check and get back to you.
Okay.
He didn't seem to be across it necessarily. I think it's come out in a briefing with Home Affairs journalists this morning.
Yeah.
So we need to check in with the Home Office and figure out exactly what's going on there.
Yes, and I checked with the Home Office and they have no idea yet. So
yeah, I think we can try and check in with some advisors on that, but he had no more light to shed on that point. And then the rest of the stuff was kind of going around in circles on the stuff we usually cover on when the vote will come back. The commitment is as soon as possible. We know about the 14th. Yeah, that's it really. Okay. That was pretty much it.
Cool, thank you.
Cool.
So that's Kate McCann, our political correspondent. She's been to what's called known as the lobby briefing. This is when the political journalists from all the different media organisations go across to number 10. Enda's with Kate. Enda.
Hi Jane, yeah, Kate is here. Kate, you've just come from the lobby. Just spell out to me, so what is the lobby and how does it work?
So it's when the PM spokesman briefs journalists. It happens every morning and pretty much every afternoon. And we get to ask questions of the spokesman about what's going on in the day, what might be happening later this week. Some of that is on the record, so that means that we can come back and discuss it like this and report it on TV. Some of it is operational or background. That's usually to do with travel plans, where she might be and when she might be. So we obviously can't report that for security reasons. So a bit of that came up today, which we haven't been able to talk about, but we will. It's for planning purposes to know where to put cameras, basically.
So it's useful logistical intel.
Yeah, it's really useful, and it means that we can, for example, on a Tuesday, the Cabinet meets every Tuesday morning, so the lobby briefing on a Tuesday is to go through specifically what was discussed at that briefing. So it's about what the PM's message has been to her senior ministers, what they've discussed, any concerns they might have. And what's really great about lobby is you can have a chat with some of those ministers beforehand and then put those conversations to the Prime Minister's spokesman in the lobby briefing to try and firm it up and confirm whether it's happened or not.
So how many people attend?
Well, it's open to all lobby journalists, so usually every paper and broadcaster sends a correspondent or representative. So there's probably around 25 people in the room, and the PM spokesman in the afternoon, that's chaired by a member of the lobby too. But it's quite a formal style of briefing. He sits at the front at a desk. We all sit in chairs facing him, a bit like a classroom. And we have to put up our hands to ask questions, and if we want to change the subject, we have to ask to change the subject.
So just on that topic of subjects, what's the strangest thing you've had to ask the Prime Minister's spokesperson?
I can't remember the strangest one. Today we did have a 5-minute discussion about when winter ended, because we were asking about when a specific paper was going to be publicised, and they said in winter at some point. So we were saying, does winter end in March? Does it end in February? So yeah, that kind of thing can be quite funny. It's quite light-hearted. People were sort of having a laugh about that, but we didn't get an answer.
So does the spokesperson for the Prime Minister, they speak with the Prime Minister's authority?
Yes, they do.
And she or he, whoever is Prime Minister, that person is effectively speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister with their authority, and what they say is gospel, and you report it as such.
And so we can say, when we come back from the lobby briefing, and for example, the PM spokesman today has said the Prime Minister told Cabinet that we will and must leave the European Union on March 29th, we can report that as the Prime Minister has said. So we know officially that those are the words she used, that was the language she used, and he knows that we're going to report it in that way. So it's a way of us being able to explain what the Prime Minister is thinking and her senior ministers without obviously being able to speak to her every day. It's kind of a link into that office, if you like.
And how long does it last? Is it a set period of time each day, or?
No. Sometimes it can last for a couple of minutes if no one's got any questions to ask. Other times it can go on for up to an hour. On days like today, I think today's one lasted for 45 minutes. It's quite long.
And you make notes on your phone as you go along?
I make notes on my phone, I record it on a dictaphone, so I've got everything officially backed up in case we need to double-check language, but I make speedy notes on my phone. Some people use shorthand,
okay.
But yeah, I can write pretty quickly on my phone.
So we're going to let you go continue your brilliant political reporting. What are you doing now?
I am going back to my desk to have a look at the running order for the next couple of hours.
Good luck. Thanks for your time, Kate. So there you go, straight out of the lobby briefing in Westminster, and she dashes all the way back here, 4-minute walk really from Parliament to Millbank, which is where we report all of the political goings on and Kate immediately feeding that information into the Millbank news desk here, run by Dan and Lucy, and then they get planning what we're doing off the back of that information that has come in and where we need to have our cameras and crews tomorrow.
Enda, thanks very much. Let's move from Westminster back to West London, and this is the mobile team. You can see one of our colleagues, Anwar, standing up there. They're going to be having their afternoon meeting in about an hour's time. Mobile, a massively important part of Sky News. Some of the facts for you.
I'm happy with that, I think we know their first names. We don't need to put that. As long as we get the parents' names after.
Follow Sky News breaking account on Twitter, and over 4 million people follow Sky News account there. Almost 1 million people have subscribed to Sky News' YouTube channel as well.
All the kids belong to the same parents.
And the output that comes from here is Snapchat, it's Twitter, it's all the social media, on demand as well as the stuff that you see, the videos that you see on social media feeds as well. Mark Alford is in charge of this whole department. Ashish is with him. Ashish.
Hi, Jane. No, I'm not actually with them. They're on one floor below, on the second floor where Sky News is. They're at the heart of the Sky News operation. I'm actually one floor above on the third floor, and I just wanted to show people where we work, who we share our building with. We're with Sky Sports, and all my friends get really excited, not because I work at Sky News, but because I share a building with Sky Sports. They think I get to see all the big sports stars who come into this building. I get excited because I get to walk past this every single day. Please don't tweet me, please. I'm just being funny. That's my team, that's who I support. Don't tweet me about Tottenham Hotspur and what I should and shouldn't be saying about my club on air. There is a reason, there is a really good reason why we're here on Sky Sports, because this is Mark Alford. We were talking about him just now. Hi, Mark, thank you. He doesn't always just hang around here. This is what happens when we're making TV news. We start in one area and then we walk to another area where somebody just happens to be waiting to be interviewed. So that's a little bit of magic. We burst a few bubbles there. Look, there's a reason we're on this floor. This is where you began your career before you came downstairs to carry on. So you've moved from hard news to sports news back to news. Tell us about the change. Is that a gear change? How easy is it to segue between the two?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's fascinating because the principles are the same. It's still about being reliable, authoritative, and doing the news. It's just a different subject area. So I did 10 years on Fleet Street on the sports desk of the Daily Mail, and then 3 years in Sky Sports in this very floor here, and then I've been in Sky News now, running the digital teams there for 14 months, I think.
We've been talking to your colleagues downstairs. It's a big empire there, and the operation in terms of the numbers and eyeballs and people who actually consume what you're putting out. Just talk us through some of those numbers. It's incredible.
Yeah, so we do get decent audiences, but it's not, you can't compare a digital user with a TV viewer because digital audiences are quite transient, but we're getting, as you mentioned, some really good audience figures. We're getting about 25 million unique browsers. I can explain that to people.
Please do,
a unique browser is not an individual person, because I've got an iPhone, I've got an iPad, I've got a desktop computer, so I would count as 3 browsers in those terms. So they're not true audience figures for people, but we average about 25 million unique browsers a month across our website and app. Obviously, that's only a very small part of what we do in our digital team, because you spoke to the Snapchat team earlier, you spoke to the social team. So we're kind of on platform, which is our owned and operated platforms, our website and our app, and we're off platform in terms of being on the big social platforms as well. And essentially what we need to do is give a news experience to those audiences, and largely that's about the content that goes out on the main TV channel, but it's also what additional value we can give to the users. We call them users rather than viewers, and that can manifest itself in clever methodology on tweeting. It can be decent bespoke premium video. You might have seen our recent divided video, or the way that we're doing hotspots on Snapchat. Some really clever vertical formats in video. So it's about repurposing the great journalism that we do.
Explain what repurposing means. We use that all the time at Sky. What does repurposing mean?
So it's about formats. So if I can get it out, my mobile phone, everybody uses their mobile phone. And we're catering to an always-on generation, but it's not just a new generation. Look, you and I have got grey hairs, and we still use our mobile phones all the time as well. So it's about delivering content in the formats that people want to engage with them and use them. So there's a big movement at the moment, especially in our newsroom, but other newsrooms as well, to produce vertical video. So that's turning TV, which is 16 by 9 aspect ratio, into vertical format, and we do that with kind of clever ways of splitting the screen. The majority of digital video is consumed with the sound off, so we have to provide subtitling and captioning because people still want to understand what's going on.
When they're travelling around,
Of course. And, you know, connectivity is an issue as well. We're not 100% Wi-Fi in this country yet. We're still dependent on 4G, and people don't want to consume lengthy video because it eats up their data. So we try and speed up the storytelling process.
At the heart of all of this, is your news gathering instinct exactly the same as the other editors in television and in radio? Or are you thinking, this is digital, we need to plough our own furrow, we need to do something different because our users, as you describe them, are different? Or is it exactly the same? You're just treating the content differently?
So it's not exactly the same. The principles of doing the journalism are the same. You know, it has to be robust, we have to check facts, we have to get it right. You know, Sky News has to be accurate across all of its screens and all of its platforms. However, some of our story selection changes because, you know, TV are producing, I don't know, between 10 and 15 stories a day to fill the airtime and for their prime bulletins. We are producing somewhere between 25 to 50 stories a day, and so a large portion of that can't be really labour-intensive journalism. It's got to be kind of reporting what's going on through that press release or what's going on with this social media account. And there's, you know, there are certain subjects which really resonate with our audience base. Showbiz, science and technology. You know, as well as the hard news like the terrible deaths from the house fire today, and the body that's been found in Reading. You know, the hard news stories are important. The other thing that's really important for us is the way that we treat live events. So, you know, you watch Channel 501 for PMQs, and it's moving picture. For us, it's a live blog. And it's rapidly updating content with snippets and multimedia, bits of video, bits of picture, bits of Twitter, that kind of thing.
Great, Mark. Thank you for a fascinating insight into the world of digital. He started here. He's downstairs on the floor. That really matters as far as we're concerned today for Sky News Raw.
Let's take you from the building into the heart of the building, the gallery. This is where the buttons are pushed, where the pictures come through and then go out on your telly. This is where the director sits, the producer sits. This is where they talk to the presenter who's on air. So this is the heart of Sky News TV. You can see there all of the different screens that they have to choose from. The big clock in the middle that they're using to count down till the end of the hour. Around 20 past, this is normally the time we go to sport. I think we're actually on a break at the moment. There you can see Stuart sitting in the middle there. He is the director. Been at Sky quite a long time, 23 years, according to his biog here. Interesting facts about him. He started off in Ingest, Play Out and Vision Mixer, and joined Sky News just as the 9/11 attacks happened.
On the VT.
He mixed Sky News at that point.
You know when the news was made like this? He did away with that, of course, only it didn't stop there.
He's obviously had enough, hasn't he? This is when we're on a break or when we're on sport. This is the chance for the director to stretch their legs. It's their job to basically make sure that what the producer has put down on the computer, the running order, that it actually technically makes the telly, that it actually works. Also decides which shots to use, which cameras to use, where to put guests if they're coming into the building. In the last week or so, that's involved where to put a choir, where to put dogs when they come in the building. You never know quite what's going to be happening on a day in the news.
How long left on it?
2 minutes.
Discussion with Neil, the co-director.
That is another planet.
We're on it, right?
Oh yeah, what else have we got?
Sam, the producer, she's still there. It's coming up to the end of Sam's hour, actually, because at 11:30, at 1:30 we have In King live. So this is the tail end of the 2.5 hours that Sam's been producing live.
Yeah.
With the 4 names, isn't it? With the naming.
We're not doing King 2s.
Yeah.
Weather ready.
And TV.
Lovely, thanks.
To digital shows. But instead gone to online news outlets.
Weather ready.
The money's heading straight to Google and Facebook.
Are you...
Oh, God, I've got to do it headphones. Am I what, Neil?
You'll be taking the mickey out of me, though.
No, I just think it's all very funny.
Hello, Knock 5.
So the guy in the middle of the screen in the dark shirt, that's Alan. He's going to be directing Ian King live. So he's coming in, that's starting at 1:30. He's coming in to get himself ready, getting his headpiece, his ears on, as we call them.
It's the way around.
And just as we saw Sam hot-footing it out, he will be hot-footing it in.
Neil, do you mind seeing if Jonathan
about 2 minutes
Samuelson
time.
wins?
Yes.
But me and Tash both had to wear one earlier.
Hello, Sean. Have you got Jonathan Samuels handy? Okay,
So, Colin, stand by for a bit of weather.
Lewis Goodall, are you hearing the programme okay? Thank you very much, Lewis.
Where is Lewis? 10 seconds here.
Hello, sir. Can I just check you can hear the programme okay?
Just letting the presenter Colin know how long's left on this piece that's running.
3, 2, 1, mix, cue. And take us, please, TX.
We can't
We're
at
clear.
the moment, no. I'm sorry, lovely.
Understand? Can I just check if they arrive? Just say they arrive at 25 past.
3, 2, 1, and Colin, cue.
Well, it's because it's Ian King live. No, we're literally about to come off air now. Yeah, thanks.
Colin's reading the weather, just the end of Sam's stint on air there. So let's go from the weather that's been read out in Sky News to the weather department. Ashish has just moved around. Ashish.
I'll come downstairs back into the Sky Newsroom. You've been talking and listening to journalists and reporters and editors and graphic designers and VT film editors. We also have scientists in the building who work at Sky News. This is Joe Robinson. Joe, hello, thank you. Weather.
Yes.
It's so important. That's
Everyone loves weather.
We talk about weather all the time.
We do.
How do you find out the weather and put it onto Sky News? You're going to show us, aren't
Shall
you?
we go into the studio?
Yeah.
Let's go into the weather studio. We do other things in the studio, but this is
Keep the door open for you.
where we do the weather. And I'll bring up some graphics on the screen.
Wow.
So in here, this is where we do the weather. So we get our weather information from the Met Office. They send through the data. So we look at that information. We get a picture of what's going on weather-wise across the UK and Ireland and across the world as well.
And you're a meteorologist.
I am, yes.
So all this data and information that's coming in, you're making sense of it all for your weather presenters?
So the presenters actually do all their work on their own in the morning.
Okay.
So we have sort of a split shift. So you have the presenters in the morning that work through the sunrise programme. So they'll be looking at the information, getting the weather picture together and doing their bulletins. And then for the rest of the day, we have the weather producer, which is myself today, and I'll be doing that information and then writing scripts for the newsreader to read out through the rest of the day and then overnight as
It's a
well.
national obsession. You can't
really
afford
is. No.
to get the weather wrong.
I know, and sometimes it's really, really tricky. I mean, we saw that last week with the snow. It was such a fine balance of where we were seeing snow, rain. So it can be really tricky, but you have to look at all the information, and we have got the guys at the Met Office, so we can talk to them if we're want to chat things through, see what they're thinking, and just talk through the weather scenario.
I suppose what's really important, what do people want to know? If it's going to rain? Or
Yeah, I think so. I think you kind of want to know, do you want your umbrella? Do you need to wrap up warm? That kind of thing. I think people want to know that information, and you've got the weather presenter telling the story through sunrise for us here and then through the day, and you can actually then look online. We do scripts online, so you can read there, and videos go online as well. So
with technology, how much has it changed? How accurate is it?
it is. I think technology has changed a great deal, even in the last 10, 20 years. A while ago, 5-day forecasts were, very tricky, but now much more confidence in a 4 to 5 day forecast.
Okay.
So we can look further ahead. We can give trends further ahead than that. I wouldn't say anything more than 5 days ahead. You're more looking at a trend.
So, Jane, from a very dry studio here where it's 9 degrees, I understand you've got some more action going on what you are.
Three Bacardis all round.
Hello, Ian. Can you hear me? Good, thank you, mate.
I've no idea.
All good.
You need to ask them, so I just don't know. Can you ask
All
the
is well.
Jonathan Samuels just leaving
Please.
the newsroom now, he's on his way. Take care. See you soon. Bye, love.
Right, are we all happy? Everyone happy?
I'm vaguely happy.
Marvellous. Mr. Yu, can you hear me?
Let me just turn up City FM, Shift City TS.
Hi, can you hear me, Mr. Yu?
Shift City FM. Talk to me.
Great stuff. Thanks very much. We'll be with you in about 10 minutes. Thank
So
you.
we see now Ian King there in our City studio, and his assistant editor Scott Beasley sitting in the seat where Sam was sitting earlier. He's now taken over. They've got the next half an hour on air. It's our weekday business news programme from 1:30 till 2 o'clock. Our business presenter Ian King is in the Gherkin studio, and I think this is a rehearsal. Let's listen.
On you, Ian. Cue.
The top stories live from the Sky News City studio.
And cue on.
HMV is saved again, but 23 stores will close. I'll speak live to the man who's bought the struggling music retailer.
Cue on.
Disappointing figures from the services sector shows growth in the largest part of the UK economy stalling.
E-Gyms, cue on.
I speak to boardroom stalwart Sir George Buckley as he becomes chairman at E-Gym.
Markets.
FTSE 100's high this lunchtime. We'll get a live update on global markets.
Cue on.
Almost
Cyber
9 in 10 UK firms suffered a cybersecurity breach last year.
And Bacardi.
And out of the office into the bar, Bacardi sends employees around the world down the pub for the day.
Here comes the sting. And 3, 2, 1, and cue.
Good afternoon. One of the most famous names on the high street is being saved once again, and in part. Music and entertainment retailer HMV has been bought out of administration by Canada's Sunrise Records. 100 stores will stay open, but 27 will close, and 455
32 is next.
will lose their jobs. Well, Sunrise Records bought HMV's Canadian business.
Very bizarre background behind him, but I'll contextualise it. Is that graphic right?
Yeah.
Chief Executive.
You see it on the wide now.
32 on the wide.
Very good afternoon to you. So, give us a clue. How much have you paid?
You know, I paid a fair amount, but we think it's well in line with what the value.
Just call this overlay if you want the pictures again.
All right, thanks. People who owned HMV previously, I mean, they specialise in turnarounds, and even they couldn't make this work. What makes you think you can?
I just think we have a good understanding of what the customer wants. We're a music retailer, an entertainment retailer, so we don't just work specifically on turnaround, we work specifically in this sector, so I think we really understand what the business
4 minutes here, 4 minutes on this.
Entertainment is going on.
Dropping in 31.
Netflix, Spotify, taking
Going back to 32, 32.
Why do you think physical retail
33.
still has a part to play?
Well, look, if you just even look at HMV, they did £250 million in business last year, which is it's a pretty good figure. So we know there's still a customer there that wants it, and we think if we give them the right product, the right depth of catalogue, then the business can continue to grow.
Who's in the who and the what?
HMV has something like a third
I know
of
the
the
leopard
physical
skin.
DVD sales, for example, in this country, and even then they couldn't make it profitable.
Yeah, I think, look...
3:30 here then, 3:30.
3.5.
You just have to be leaner, you have to have the right rent structures, you know, you have to partner more deeply with the landlords, with suppliers. Everybody just has to get that much more efficient to make it work.
Yeah, you mentioned the landlords there. Very
Shall we see the buildings and
some
some
of the
landlords?
conversations that you've had with the landlords?
Very positive. I mean, I think they're been great support for us. So honestly, at this point, you know, we've been very happy with the feedback.
Looking at some of the stores that are closing, though, they are some of the big shopping centre outlets, the likes of Cribbs Causeway in Bristol, Braehead in Glasgow, Westfield in London. These are all stores that are no longer going to have an HMV.
Oxford Street stays though, doesn't it?
No, Oxford Street's going.
Oh.
Topping the list with Oxford Street.
Good job of showing those pictures then.
This is the director, Alan, talking there to Scott Beasley, who's the assistant editor of Ian Live. Scott's also at the same time keeping an eye across the clock and counting in Ian's ear, saying a couple of minutes left.
2:30 here, 2:30.
2:20, 2:30 here, so that means he knows that he's got 2 minutes 30 left on this interview before he needs to bring it to an end.
The attitude of the record
Dropping in
companies
31.
themselves. I mean, historically, they're
Back to
known to have
32.
given HMV support. Is that going to be the case
32,
this time
coming to
around?
33, 33.
And the cut 32, 31, those are referring to the cameras, the different cameras that we have in our news building. At the Mini Shard, I've been corrected, it's no longer the Gherkin. Down at London Bridge, of course, now, at the headquarters of News UK as well. That's where Ian King Live comes from every lunchtime.
I think we need
About 2 minutes here then.
I'll probably repo 31 during the Buckley VT, but I'll talk to you about that at the time.
Does that mean
32.
You're a big music fan as well, personally.
33, coming to 31, 31.
Switching from general entertainment back towards music.
32.
I think the stores are big enough that we can focus on both.
33.
We know we can give a really compelling DVD, Blu-ray, 4K assortment, as well as a great CD and vinyl assortment. We're not really limited with space on that side.
1 minute here then.
What about the likes of going up against the likes of Amazon here? I mean, they have huge advantages. They pay barely any business rates, corporation tax. HMV does. You're going up against a Goliath here.
We are, but you know what? I think people are starting to catch on to that, you know, and I think our customers and the people in the UK are really
So Inking Live,
this
that's continuing now until 2 o'clock. That's what's going on at Sky News TV. What's going on outside? What's going on in the newsroom? My colleague Joshi is still out there roaming around talking to different people. Of course, we've seen all the different people on the news desks, the home desk, the foreign desk. We've had a chat with social. We've been down the editing corridor. We've spoken to some of the management. You've even spoken to your boss. But there are lots of young people, aren't there, at Sky, Ashish? Lots of trainees, lots of people who it's one of their first jobs in the media. And you've got Kumba with you.
Yeah. I have. Kumba's waiting here patiently. She's actually just finished her lunch, truth be told, and we're going to come and talk to Kumba. Kumba, you are the future. You're the young trainee reporters who are going to replace the likes of me. What's it been like coming to Sky as a young journalist?
It's been quite a life-changing experience, I would say. Being in the newsroom is like different from anywhere you've ever been before. So really just adapting to this environment has been really life-changing. It's made me kind of evolve as a journalist.
Yeah, these apprenticeships that we're involved with, they're quite new. So how does it work? Just explain. There's a lot, following our Twitter thread this morning, lots of young journalists who are glued to Channel 523 because they want to know what it's like to work inside a big news organisation. How did you get in? How does the apprenticeship work?
So the apprenticeship mainly works is like you have to fill out a normal application. So you go through the normal application process as you would for
with
any
the college
job. Yeah. So not through a college. You can do it as an individual. So you don't have to be in college. At the time, I just finished my A-levels and I was going through the transition period between college and university. So in between that gap, I saw a lot of like apprenticeships going around, and there's a lot of like websites that can like show you like student opportunities, jobs that you can apply for as a journalist, and like I saw the Sky News as one of the options as a job role I can apply to as an apprentice, and then I applied and went through the application process and did the interview.
Okay, what was it about Sky? Why did you want to come and work at Sky?
I think it's because Sky is very different from like a lot of the other media organisations, and I believe Sky is very innovative. They create a lot of things, and what I saw on Sky News, which I didn't see on other media platforms, is the fact that they always had a new like idea. They weren't just sitting down telling the news. They would either do like a whole piece, documentary piece at least on something. So it was always like they did a lot of like innovative things that a lot of other media organisations weren't doing. So I thought it would be really, really good for me to be here and just grow.
You were talking about documentaries. We threw you in at the deep end, didn't we?
Yeah.
Not so long ago, you produced this excellent report on a knife crime in this country. How difficult was it to produce a piece of journalistic television like that?
It was very, very, very hard. It took months for us to put everything together. We had to find the right people that were willing to speak out because it's such a controversial topic. So many people did not want to get involved, that did not want to speak. So we had to find the right people to get involved. We had to find the right areas. We had to do our facts and research, show everything that we were putting out in the documentary was not false. And getting all of that and putting it all together, it took months, but it came out looking really, really good.
Yeah, it was really well received. Do you think that's because you added a certain credibility to it? Because these are people who you understood, who understood you. That's how you made that access happen, right?
Yeah, because as a young person and who's grown up in Southeast London, being able to speak to someone else who's grown up in the same like environment I have but have chosen a different pathway for themselves, it was easier for them to sit down and actually talk to me and actually like get me to understand like how it's like and why they've chose to do these things. And it was more of like if it was someone else that did not come from a social background that I had come from, they may have not been able to get the people on camera to speak as like openly as they did.
So is that the sort of story you want to pursue and develop here? You want to keep working with the producers and the editors to bring those sort of stories into Sky News?
Not those sort of stories. I'm more focused on the youth culture. So young people like myself, stories that interest other young people are the sort of stories I would like to put forward. And I'm currently working on a few interesting
Can you share those
stories
stories
now.
with us? Are you allowed to tell us?
Not
what
right
are you working
now.
on? Okay.
Yeah, but when they do come out, they should be promoted all over social media, so a lot of people will see. But we're looking for. Well, I'm excited to be working on more youth-based stories and things that will entice more young people to watch Sky News.
Yeah, it's really important for people who watch the channel to see people like you on air, isn't it?
Yeah.
How well has your joining Sky been received among all your friends? Are they wow?
Yeah, it's been.
Or do they say, why would you want to go to Sky? Why do you want to work there?
I think in the beginning, people did not understand a role of a journalist. Usually you see a journalist, they're just reporting the news from TV. But when my friends actually started to see I'm actually, because I have my own Snapchat, so they can see what I do behind the scenes when we're putting together documentaries or working on a story. And to them it's wow, literally, because it's not a lot of people actually go out there and actually follow their dream, and you see them pursuing it. So a lot of young people thought, this is really, really different. But now I see a lot of my friends are pushing to do something, pushing
You've
to follow.
inspired them.
Yeah, to pushing to follow what they love, and a lot of my friends are also like journalism as well, are pushing to get experience in journalism, to get stories out there. So it's been really, really good.
Well, that's really good. What are the editors here, the people, the decision makers who commission these stories? Are they receptive to your ideas? Do they even know what you're talking about half the time?
It's kind of because they're from a different generation, sometimes they don't. But that doesn't mean they dismiss my ideas. They are even more welcoming, especially if they don't really understand it. They're more welcoming and more open to it. And I think it's just because of the world is changing and everything's evolving. So even if you don't understand something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good story. And editors here understand that, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hand back to Jane. Now, how long left on your apprenticeship?
6 months.
Another 6 months. So
yeah.
we're going to see you around Sky for a bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, congratulations and well done on all your excellent work so far. So that will give you an insight, I hope, into what it feels to be like an apprentice or a trainee reporter here at Sky News.
Thanks, Archie. It's really interesting, isn't it, talking to people like Kumba, because they have so much to bring, they have so much that they can teach the older generation, like us, about news gathering in this new digital world. Well, this is Millbank. We were there just a short time ago. We saw the lobby briefing from Kate McCann, who came in to report what had happened at lobby this morning. This is, of course, in the heart of Westminster, where all of Sky News' political coverage comes from. The studios there are where All Out Politics comes from every weekday morning. It's also where Sky News Tonight comes from in the evening. So our political team based there. Claire Parry there, sitting down at the desk there, just enjoying her lunch. One of the older people who've been at Sky News Millbank, has been there for one of the longest times, a real stalwart and somebody with an invaluable knowledge of politics and the logistics of how political stories break, how to staff those political stories in Westminster. My colleague Enda Brady is down there. Enda, we saw Kate coming in, we saw her briefing Dan and Lucy about what she was told. How will that news now be filtered out to the political correspondents? How will it be treated and how will it be dealt with through the day?
Well, Jane, we'll go and ask them because they're in the meeting room just behind me here. So we're live in Millbank. Everyone's just getting ready for programmes that are on air later in the day. There's Dermot Murnaghan. Hello, Dermot Murnaghan. Good to see you on Sky News Raw.
Yeah.
So he's getting ready to go on air. And this is the meeting room in here. I'll just go in first. This is Lucy Plint, who's senior news editor, and Dan Williams, who's head of politics at Sky News. And just before we talk to my colleagues, just up on the wall here, you can see some of the frame pictures. That's Britain's first 24-hour election coverage. And I'm guessing that was 1992. You can see David Frost there on the left. Beside him is a very young-looking Adam Bolton, I must say. And then the man with the moustache is Michael Wilson, who was business correspondent and editor for years, and Selena Scott there on the right-hand side. And across here, Adam Bolton loves a framed photograph. So there we have Al Gore in the middle, a young-looking Tony Blair. And front page of the Evening Standard from all those years ago. Brown goes into meltdown on TV. My cameraman Jonathan Scarrett, who's filming this, was actually the camera on that. And there we have Barack Obama with Adam. So let's talk about the current state of play. Dan and Lucy, you effectively run Millbank. So what was gleaned from that lobby briefing when Kate McCann came back in with that information and she informed you of the Prime Minister thinking, really?
Well, there's a couple of things. There's sort of the logistical side of things. So we were waiting to find out what time the speech was today in Northern Ireland, which they confirmed in lobby. We knew roughly what time it was going to be. And also, importantly, ahead of that, there's been a lot of speculation as to when she's going to travel to, the Prime Minister will travel to Brussels, and we'd heard that it was possibly going to be Thursday. And obviously they've confirmed that now, which is really significant in the current climate and story about when's the PM going to go back and sort of propose this alternative plan. So we sort of, that's the sort of logistical side of it, and then the other side, which Kate alluded to, is within the lobby is the sort of tone and the use of language around subjects. So it's sort of, they didn't expand on the sort of, she firmly said March the 29th again is when we're going to exit, or we may be open to this, or that might be possible, and that's where the lobby is really important for our correspondents to go and sort of read behind those sort of statements, what's the sort of tone and mood.
So Lucy, correspondents here, Parliament is literally a 4-minute walk away from here. This is the beating heart of political journalism, and you guys are at its very centre.
Yeah, it's been busy over the last few months. A really busy time, sort of trying to keep on top of what's happening in terms of Brexit negotiations, and we've all also had to become sort of experts in parliamentary procedure recently. There have been lots of votes, and so we're all learning a lot very quickly. So we're here kind of trying to juggle both what stories we're covering, what lines we're doing on those, but also here on the kind of news desk, there's an awful lot of logistics. So working out which correspondent is going to be where at what time, who's doing lives, who's working on a package, do we need to get people going off to events or travelling with the PM?
How difficult is it when you're on a story like the Brexit referendum result and everything that has brought, when there's such a big story that everyone is following and it's adrenaline needed day after day, and this is going on for 2.5+ years? We've had our moments here where the team have physically and mentally been absolutely exhausted. But what I would say about them and about the correspondents and the news desk here, they're all really, really passionate about what they do for Sky and about politics as well. So it is the buzz of Westminster and the buzz of the political story that sort of keeps people going, if you like. But believe me, they're pretty shattered. So everyone's tired, and yet the story keeps giving, Lucy. So tomorrow, where Cabinet today, tomorrow the Prime Minister obviously will be busy as well, and you've got to work out what she's going to say, where she's going to be, and who needs to go cover it.
Yeah, exactly. So when Kate came back and gave us that lobby briefing, she said, the PM's going to be in Northern Ireland again tomorrow, and then expected to come back for Prime Minister's questions at lunchtime. So there are certain things we have every week which are sort of a bit of theatre for us. So Prime Minister's questions is obviously one of those on a Wednesday. But beyond that, it's just kind of trying to work out what we do. So Faisal, our political editor, is in Northern Ireland today covering the speech, so it's making those decisions. Do we keep him there in the morning to do some lives around those meetings, or at what point should we bring him back? And always trying to keep one eye ahead to what the next trip might be, or when there might be something else which we need him to do.
So have there ever been occasions where you've been completely caught on the hop, where a tweet comes out from someone quite respected saying the Prime Minister is about to make an announcement? For example, that day on the steps of Downing Street, and everyone was running around wondering, what's it going to be?
Yes, yeah. I think I had about an hour's notice ahead from Number 10 that was going to happen, and we do work within the lobby framework in that information is given to us on the basis of embargo, both for operational reasons and security reasons. So we get a sort of hour's heads up that the Prime Minister was going to talk at about 10 o'clock that night, and of course then you don't really know, is it, has she struck a deal, is she going to resign, what's it, and sort of we go into a bit of a frenzy here, and so do Ostley, of course, over there, where they sort of could speculate wildly what might be happening. But we do have good contacts through our journalists and team here that we usually have a sense of what's going on. So it's I'd say it's rare that we're totally caught out, but of course it happens.
And what's the buzz like, Lucy, on a big day when you know in advance there's going to be a vote in Parliament later, and we see demonstrators outside in the street on Abingdon Green, we see all the heavyweight politicians coming in here to be interviewed by presenters and correspondents? Sum up for me the adrenaline rush of a very, very significant day in Millbank.
I mean, it is really exciting. We often have a lot of people in this office. On those kind of big days in Parliament, we're often doing sort of live presentation out on the green, which is obviously a bit of a circus in itself. But on those days here, we're kind of juggling, OK, we're going to put a correspondent inside Parliament in Central Lobby, we're going to put a correspondent in Downing Street, let's have someone with the presenter at all times so that they can talk through the sort of minutiae of parliamentary procedure. So there's a lot of logistics, but also it's really good fun. And we're all, as I said, all sort of having to rapidly swat up on what's happening in the Commons.
Lucy and Dan, thanks for your time. Just before we go, I'm intrigued by all of the fantastic framed photographs that Adam Bolton has on the walls of this. So there we have 21 years of Sky News, so that's obviously 9 years old. We have George W. Bush up there. Down here, who's that? Peter Mandelson is over there. 21 years of Sky News, so that's 9 years old, as I say. And down here we have the then President of Ireland, Uachtar na hÉireann, Mary Robinson, and a very young-looking Adam Bolton. So that's it, live inside the meeting room here in Millbank. And as I was saying to Dan and Lucy, as we were hearing there, all that information that came back from the lobby briefing has now been fed into the system. Camera crews and correspondents getting ready to go about their business tomorrow and trying to work out what it all means. And you can see lots of empty desks, because not only is it lunchtime, they're all working out where they need to be to get the next line of the story.
And thanks very much. Fond memories of my time in Millbank there. Can we just spin round and see that room again that you're in, the meeting room? That was Adam Bolton's office for a very long time. Adam used to use it to get changed in, slightly oblivious to the fact that the doors and the walls are all made of glass. Always a jolly time in the Sky News Millbank office. Thanks very much, and thanks very much for that. Well, let's cross from Westminster back to West London. Ashish Joshi, he's just down the corridor, deep in the bowels of the building. This is on the ground floor of Sky Studios. Hi, Ashish. This is where lots of the studios are based, where we broadcast from. It's also where our gallery is based for today. So we're broadcasting from Gallery 8 down here on the ground floor at Sky Studios. Ashish is heading my way. Hi, Ashish.
I am. I'm not very far from you at all, Jane. In fact, I'm just a few feet away. That right down there at the end of the corridor, that's the studio where we broadcast Sunrise from every morning. We don't usually come down as far as this end of the corridor. I've never been to Gallery 8 before today. You can see that red TX sign. That's warning me not to go in. So what shall I do? I should go in, actually, because we're going to come inside and we're going to talk to Jane and Laura and all the other people who are busy putting out Sky News Raw on air. Not sure how this is going to work with us on air at the same time as you. Let's go down. This is the gallery, and David, the director, already told me off about 5 minutes ago for making too much noise. He's asked me to keep my voice down because this is a live news environment. And that's Laura. Let's go and speak to Laura Scott, who is our editor. Laura, come on in, if you can, just talk yourself away. How's it all going today?
It's very exciting today.
Difficult programme to work on?
Yes, it is. The word of the day is meta, as we kind of see ourselves ever more down the rabbit hole, as we're doing now. And I can hear myself, and that's very distracting. Yeah, but it's. I think it's a good thing what we're doing to sort of show real transparency in the newsroom and just show what it takes to get the stories out.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost second nature to you now. You spend a lot of your time on the floor with your teams, putting the programmes together and then coming into a gallery like this one and hoping all the effort that you've put into those stories works and goes through air smoothly. But so much pressure on you all the time. How do you cope?
Yeah, you kind of just get into it though, and it's you know, it's an exciting environment to work in. But yeah, as you say, I've spent many years in the dark little box, you know, pressing buttons and cutting things to air and that kind of thing. So, but it is exciting, and we've got a great team who all kind of people you don't see as well. There's a lot of people in this room who you don't see, who are all down the front here, who you speak to, who. You know, you couldn't do it without them. So,
can you introduce us to some of your team and explain what they're doing today?
Yeah. So David, next I think David Gilman is the director.
I should know where the cameras are. Not very good.
And David can talk you through all the kind of myriad of screens.
So many screens, David. How do you know which one to watch?
That's the one that goes out to the viewers. The one in the middle with programme written on it, and the one to the right is preview, which is what we're going to go to next, ideally. And then along the bottom we have 36 cameras that we can choose from, and it's all very exciting because you have no idea where people are going to walk, what they're going to do, and there's a myriad of different things you could cut.
This is all unscripted, isn't it? That's right.
Yes, absolutely. So we're hopping in and out of meetings today, and day to day just generally directing the channel normally. You never really know what's going to happen next. Okay. And that's what makes it fun.
So explain how the relationship between you two works. You're ultimately you're calling the shot, but you are listening in to all the conversations and suggesting where we should be going next. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I mean, today's a bit different because we haven't got, you know, like usually you have a running order. You build a programme, you take that running order into the gallery, and then you put that out and you follow the running order. Whereas today it's free-flowing. We're kind of trying to show you all different elements of what people around the newsroom are doing. But making a real programme, the producer and director work really closely together. It's really important to have that vibe. And you get to know the director as well. Me and David have worked together for years, so I kind of know what he likes and he knows the kind of things I like. So you build that kind of relationship, which then helps with the look of the programme, I guess.
Tempers get frayed, lots of stress, people start freaking out.
We're all quite chilled, I think, in the gallery. I think you have to be quite chilled because it doesn't kind of get things done if you're not. So yeah, it is quite high pressured. You know, things unravel. 30 seconds before the top of the hour, I've had programmes where I haven't had comms with the correspondent, the presenter, no shot, you know, to go to, or all the kit breaks, and suddenly I've started the top of one sunrise with a tight shot of Stephen Dixon's head, and that's it. You know, nothing else was working. We couldn't cut tape to air, we couldn't run graphics, and it was around the time of Gaza, and there was a live shot of some smoke, so we just kind of bust over that for a bit until we got things on screen. But yeah, you have to kind of have a plan A, B, C and D. Yeah, so I think going into a show.
After a few hours in here, just find a dark space to lie down in for a bit.
No, need the light. Into the light.
Okay, and just behind you, listening in, is Chris, who said, "Don't put me on air and don't talk to me." Chris, you're the editorial guru overseeing all of this today. Is it going the way you thought it might? Everyone at the beginning said, "Don't do this, really bad idea." How do you feel about it now?
No, I was very confident that it was all going to go fine, and I think it's gone pretty well. I mean, the thing is, we do quite a fun, interesting job, and there's lots of things which most people don't get to see normally. They just see the kind of very front end of it when it comes through their TV screen or their phone. And so for one day, there's quite a lot to show people behind the scenes. And as you've seen, there is a lot to show. Yeah.
Tell the truth. Are people really being themselves today? But that's a question we keep being asked on Twitter. I mean, it's trending on Twitter. People are fascinated. They're really enjoying the output. But they want to know, is this what Sky News is really like?
I'd say this is what Sky News is really like. I mean, people are being 95% of themselves, maybe 98% of themselves. That 2% is the kind of thing which you might not display in front of your boss. Yeah. So if you were in a meeting room and your boss was there, you might behave a bit differently, but you would still behave in a kind of professional and sensible way. So I think yes, 98% of how people normally.
Look, if we can ask the camera just to turn around this way, we're going to talk to Jane Secker. Instantly recognised.
I feel like I should be on sports.
Adam, thank you so much. Are you enjoying this?
It's really interesting. I mean, obviously, I've been at Sky a long time. I've been at Sky 18 years, and I've done lots of different jobs since I've been here. You know, I was a reporter. I've been out on the road. I've been out on location lots, and I've been in the studio for the last sort of 8-10 years. But even though I'm in the studio every day, and coming up to the hour, it's 3 minutes to, you hear the people changing over, and then there's the count up to the hour, and there's 30 seconds or whatever. It's so much more exciting watching it than I mean, you just get used to hearing it in your ear, but when you're actually watching the gallery and seeing what everybody's doing, it's really, really exciting. And also, we in the studios tend not to see what's going on in the newsroom most of the time.
Exactly that. You're learning things. I'm learning things about my organisation.
I mean, especially in terms of social and things that have really changed since I was on the road. I mean, when I was on the road, you'd occasionally get asked to write something for the website, and that was it. And now you look at all of the young people, all of those people in those departments doing these jobs that are accessing the same Sky News product by millions and millions of people who wouldn't be watching it on the TV because they're sitting on a bus somewhere. So seeing how the organisation's changed makes me kind of really quite proud, you know. And I found this, I dug this out last night, which I thought you might like. This was 20 years of breaking news. This was 10 years ago. Some classic shots of me. There I was as a reporter covering the Michael Jackson trial.
Oh, I
looking
remember.
a lot younger. Yeah, you can't get it in focus. But yeah. It's really great thing today, doing this, I think. It's really interesting. And I this is what Chris was saying about people being themselves. And I think the only thing that's different is there's no... People are minding their language. There's a lot more bad language.
Yeah. Do you miss your days on the road? You sound a bit nostalgic.
But I get to go out a lot as a presenter. You know, I was in Sunderland last week doing a programme about Brexit. I was in Leeds the week before. I've been down in Devon and Bristol in the last couple of weeks and up in Newcastle doing all sorts of things in Liverpool about Brexit. So, so I'm getting to go out and about. But I'm not living in a sleeping bag in the sand and in Gaza like I've sort of done in the past or things like that.
Conflict zones. Been there,
but no, I think, you know, people are being themselves. There's a little bit less smut, a little less innuendo, and a little less bad language. We're turning it round?
Yeah, we're going to David. He's going to...
So we've got 1.5 to
start calling from shots.
So we're just trying to cover the top of the hour, which is generally the busiest time in the other gallery. So at some point we're going to stop seeing us, and we'll see the actual gallery of the channel. If you look up at the top, you can see the clock, which is counting down to 1:15. And if we bleed in a bit of audio of gallery talkback, we'll probably hear someone in the background counting to that. We've turned it down so you don't hear it going round. On camera 19 we can see Emily. So if you let's pan the camera around to the monitor at the bottom and see 19 down there. There you go. This is a great way of directing. And to the right of there you can see Ben on 20. He's the director in the other gallery. And let's go over to them. So we're going to go full frame to gallery 21, and you'll not hear us anymore. And
pause for a sting. 9'll come and meet you.
20.
And we're laughing.
Ben.
I just want to check the first hero image because I asked them to change it. Yeah, that's fine. Becky's there. Yeah, sorry, Em, what are you saying?
10. She's going to talk over the images in an order. 7, I will give it to you when we get there. 6 to 5, 4.
Iden's going to run
3,
a second late.
2, 1. Roll. 15 to top of the hour.
Iden's running. Stand by. Camera 10 next.
Faisal, it's Em in the gallery. Thank you for coming up early.
10
really
seconds.
appreciate
Here we
it. Just
go.
going to the 10 openers. seconds, I'll come to you 9, ASAP. 8, 7, 6.
5 seconds.
5,
Camera 10 next.
4,
Stand by the double
3,
takes.
2,
Start your move, camera
1.
10. Start your walk, Jonathan. Cue.
This is the Kay Burley Show with me, Jonathan Samuels. Coming up today,
And double take.
Liam Neeson sparks a row over his rape comments, but was he right to
All over
open
your
up
shoulder.
a race debate?
Changing on.
War reporter Marie Colvin's life and her death. They're honoured in a new film.
One more.
A friend and photographer is live on the show.
And changing on.
And cheap at half the price.
One line in
Cars
vision next.
Sold for a fortune after years.
And changing the wall. Read on. Tops next. And cut. Out of vision. Read on. And mix. Theresa May. Cue. Carers next. Then the Stinky. And mix and cue. Last one. Stinky next. Pausing for a sting here. And go 9. White. Here's the sting. Camera 9 in 3, 2, 1, and in vision. Cue. Walk to the desk, Jonathan.
Emerged of the 4 children who died in a house fire in
LVO next. And mix.
Who were aged 28 were asleep in their beds when the fire tore through their home in the early hours.
And mix and cue.
So they're at the top of the hour, and that's always pretty much the most stressful point in the hour for everybody involved, because the new team's just come in, they just sat down, they just logged in, and also you've got a lot of, with the openers, you've got a lot of pictures and words, very, very short clips. clips that have to be run one after the other. You've got to make sure that the right pictures are going out with the right words and the right strap along the bottom of the screen. So it is one of the more tense times. Fascinating watching it from a presenter's point of view, seeing actually what happens in the gallery when you normally just hear it in your ear. And you can see that they are leading on the story on the top right hand of your screen of the fire in Staffordshire, which has very sadly claimed the lives of a number of small children. You can see there Jonathan in the main studio talking to Becky Johnson down the line. We have reporters all over the UK with editor trucks and engineers helping bring this news from the regions and from the rest of the world into Sky News Centre and out onto the telly. You can see Emily Deaker there. She's the producer of this afternoon's Strand, and she's talking to both Jonathan in the studio and Becky, who's out on location.
Thank you.
Let's bring in our own reporter on Sky News Raw today, Sally Lockwood. She's out on location, as we were just describing. Sally, tell us where you are and who's around you, what kind of equipment you use on a daily basis to bring us the kind of story that Sally's covering today.
Yeah, hi Jane. We're in Hull today and we're just getting ready to speak to Emily and Jonathan actually. We have a live in around 7 minutes time. We're here covering the story of the missing student Libby Squire, who's been missing since Thursday night now. There's not been a huge amount in the way of updates today, so it's been a bit of a waiting game, staying in touch with the police, the university contacts, checking out the local area, and at the moment we're just waiting for an update. We're opposite Hull University, where Libby is a student studying philosophy. A lot of the students involved in the search, hundreds of them have been involved in the last few days. That's Andy Dennell setting up for our live in just a few moments' time. And we've also got quite a team here today. There's 5 of us here at the moment, actually. We've all come from different parts of the north, all in different vehicles, all with different kits. I came from Manchester this morning, which meant a 4 a.m. alarm call to get here for just after 7. We had our first live at 8. I think we've had about 3 lives so far. We've got another one in a few moments' time. At the moment, we've got 3 sack trucks here, which is highly unusual. 2, because obviously we have our own live output today for the programme, but also the raw output, so that requires another one. And then our engineer, Danny, has just arrived to swap out one of the vehicles. Now, let me introduce you to Danny. This is Steph. She's our producer. Steph, what are you up to?
I'm just organising the team on the ground, so make sure everyone knows when the next live broadcast is. In fact, yours is in about 5 minutes' time, so you better not take too long. And just, monitoring social media, checking on developments in the story, monitoring the police website, liaising with the police. Have the news desk ringing me. In fact, they're ringing me now to say...
You better get that.
Yeah, so I better get that.
OK, I'll leave you to it. Yeah, Steph basically keeps us in line, cracks the whip. So we better keep this quick because we're obviously live in a few minutes' time. And Danny, who's just joined us. Hello. What brought you here today, Danny?
We've got a vehicle that's got a problem, and I'm just one of the engineers that comes along to rectify those issues so everything runs smoothly.
What do you mean, just one of the engineers? You hold everything together for us, don't you?
I wouldn't go that far. There's a team of us that go up and down the country looking after these broadcast vehicles and just making sure they do what they're supposed to do.
You're Sheffield-based.
I am indeed.
But you get all over the shop, don't you?
I certainly do.
So give us an idea of the variety.
Well, anything north of London, really. You know, I could be in Glasgow 1 minute, down to Birmingham. It just depends where the news is and where things are breaking.
And we met during the Beast from the East in Edinburgh last year.
We certainly did, yes.
Where's your tartan hat that I bought you?
The kids might have that.
I don't think you liked it very much. Thanks, Danny. So actually a lot of kit here today, and Andy's just in the process of moving all of this stuff to the other vehicle. How's it going, Andy?
It's going okay, yeah. Yeah, we've been moving one. We've got one truck that's been replaced with another one, so we're getting...
Does that happen a lot?
On and off, when we need to get bits replaced, bits fixed. So yeah, but it keeps everything on the road because we're 24 hours. We're always going live, so yeah.
And you're fastidious about kit, aren't you?
Very much so, yes, yeah.
Tell us your niggles.
Well, basically everything's got to be in working order because at any point you can be doing a breaking story. So all the kit's got to be ready to go, batteries charged, all the generators, all the dishes have to be up and ready, and that's why Danny's here today, because he's making sure that's all working.
I'm going to have to interrupt you now. I've got 2 minutes to be on Sky News. So.
OK, we'll have to leave you there. Thank you. See you in a minute on the actual channel.
Sally, while we've still got you, I know they've got to run off, but you hopefully don't have to run off. Just a lot of people are going to be watching this, thinking, well, that looks like a great job. How do I get Sally's job? Just talk us through your path to Sky and how you ended up doing what you're doing today.
Well, I actually do have to go, Jane. I think I have got a live, and so I may not have my job for much longer if I keep speaking to you.
OK, Sally, look, I'll let you go because we don't want Sky News Raw.
Because I would love to tell you about that.
OK, next time. Thanks very much, Sally. We don't want a Sky News Raw to affect coverage
4,
on Sky News.
3,
this is the gallery.
2, 1, camera 9, and cut 9. Over you go. Open the wall. OS2 delayed next. Stand by the red delay here. Faisal next.
Faisal, so it's been confirmed Theresa May will be back in Brussels
Red next.
later on this week. In the meantime, she's going to be delivering a speech. What are we expecting her to say?
Wait till he speaks. Red delay next. And cut.
Jonathan, he takes it away. This is just a straight live.
So in the gallery at the moment, we've got Emily Dicker, who's the producer there this hour. She talks to the correspondent, that's Faisal, our political editor, who we're hearing from at the moment. She talks to him. She also talks to the presenter and conveys thoughts and points to each of them. Also gives the presenters very important timing on how long they've got on an interview or before they have to go to a break.
Sally and the crew in Hull, can you hear me? It's Natasha in the gallery. Hello, 3 minutes to you now.
On Theresa May. Just so you know, OS10.
The gallery, I think a lot of people would say, is one of the more stressful places in any news organisation. There's a lot of gallery etiquette that you are meant to follow. You've got to be quiet in the gallery. Nobody should be in the gallery that shouldn't really be there. We are occasionally allowed to bring guests in, but only if they're on the best behaviour and they're very, very quiet, because it's a really stressful job. And you can see there, Ben, you've really got to be listening to everything. You've got to listen to the producer, you've got to listen to what the presenter's saying, you've got to listen to what perhaps NOC, the operations centre, might be telling you about footage that's coming in. You've got to be working out which camera you're going to next, whether the video that you want to go to next is actually there in the system, whether it's ready to go or whether there's a problem with it. So it is a really highly pressured job, and at the moment our directors do an hour on, an hour off.
Mic up, please.
So Ben's come in for this hour, just 10 minutes into this particular shift.
Your mic is in.
Let's move from inside the gallery and take you outside Sky News, out to just outside the building there. Katie Spencer's out there. She's been around the building throughout the day. And a big part of Sky News, Katie, in the last couple of years at least, has been Sky Ocean Rescue, isn't it? Sky's really doing all it can to try to reduce plastic pollution in our oceans. We've committed to becoming single-use plastic free by 2020, I believe it is. And just talk to us where you are now.
Yeah, we thought we'd brave the cold and bring you outside of the main building for a very important reason, because we wanted you to meet the fella that's behind you. Well, Thomas Moore is one of the fellas, but this fella here, Plasticus, who is a big sort of figure that you meet when you come to the Sky News campus, and he's really come to sort of symbolise the importance of Sky Ocean Rescue. You're going to tell me that this is
not
Plasticus.
Not Plasticus.
Plasticus Mark II.
Plasticus went on tour. Plasticus was made from all the plastic that was put into the sea in just 1 minute, and that was a huge whale. This is a more permanent structure. It's really become the emblem of the campaign Ocean Rescue, which has now been going for 2 years.
2 years. I mean, when you started this campaign 2 years ago, Thomas, did you realise that it was going to have as much of an impact as it's proven to be?
Look, 2 years ago, mainstream media was not talking about plastic in the water, and we made it something. We set the agenda on this. We've got the politicians engaging, the government's now talking about deposit schemes and all these plastic bottles that you see behind me here.
Take a look, just so you can see what it's made up of.
Absolutely. I mean, this is all the kind of rubbish which is ending up in the water, and this is really valuable plastic. This is called PET, and you can make new bottles out of this. But the problem is we don't have some scheme to encourage recycling. So here in this country, about 50% of bottles are recycled. In Norway, where everybody pays a deposit,
of about 10-15p, which you get back when you bring back the empty. The recycling rate's about 98%. So there is the difference.
I have to say, I don't think people really realise the extent of the problem as well, because I think, personally speaking on my behalf, I was throwing things into the recycling bin, assuming it was being recycled, but actually we've learnt so much about how bad we are and how much isn't being recycled, haven't we?
That's the point. I mean, there's two things there. One is a lot of stuff is not being recycled, so it's just getting washed into rivers and then out to sea, and it's gone. And it's ending up in beaches or indeed in the stomachs of whales, tragically. The other issue, of course, is that even the stuff we are recycling is being sent abroad because we don't have the facilities here, or the incentives, the financial incentives are that it's cheaper to send it to the Far East, where often it's not looked after properly and it ends up going into the rivers, and we have the whole problem all over again.
You've seen some amazing things over the past years as well. You've won awards for your coverage as well, which we are all incredibly proud of on your behalf as well. Where do you go from here? What is the next way that you take this?
Look, I think there is huge hope because of the muscle of consumers. There has been an uprising in response to what we've been showing. So they're putting pressure on the government, they're putting pressure on businesses, and businesses are almost falling over each other now to do something, to prove how good they are at changing their packaging and so on. People want this, and you should never underestimate the power of consumers, the little people who together are rising up and forcing change. And that is the hope, that if we can spread that around the world now and get global action, this will be a problem that we can solve. Because plastic, if you give plastic a value, it will be looked after, it will be turned into something new, and you won't see it washed out into the rivers.
Before we leave you, a very exciting project underway at the moment, the Deep Ocean Project. Explain for people that won't have known too much about it at the moment, what's happening then later this year?
So the oceans are under so many threats. Plastic is just one, and it's a good way of getting people engaged to what's happening out at sea. But what we really want to show is the threat of climate change to the third world, to the world, and that there is this one area called Aldabra. It's an outer island of the Seychelles, which is under so much threat because the coral reef is around there. It's getting bleached on a frequent basis. That's when the coral begins to this process of dying. And without coral, it's like 25% of marine life depends on these reefs. If that goes, there is a big concern about the wider ocean. Our tuna sandwiches might not get that in future.
You're learning to... Do you dive already, or are you learning to dive?
No, I dive.
Right, OK, because it's going to require you being out at sea.
Potentially so. We are going to be using submersibles as well, because the whole point is that we're going to be going down deep. We're going down into the...
use down underwater, are we?
This gives one ambition.
Right,
but we are going to try and break the... We're going to be technological pioneers here, because it's never been done before. We're going to try and get a light beam to transmit sound and pictures back up to the surface from two submersibles. A scientist in one, a presenter in the other, and we're going to be just talking about what is going on. We're going to be down into the twilight zone, 250, 300 metres.
Down there?
We have no idea, because this part of the world has not been explored. There are more people who've walked on the moon that have been down that deep in that part of the world. It is quite extraordinary. There'll be new species, potentially dino fish, a fish that they thought had died out 66 million years ago. But we suspect it could be there. So all these reasons, it's a really exciting project. We're hoping that people are going to watch this live the third week of March. About the 20th, 21st, 22nd of March, we're going to be having 3 live 1-hour broadcasts from Aldabra.
I think we all want to see the dino fish then, don't we? Can we arrange that the dino... We'll try.
We'll book it.
Brilliant. I have to say, if I was doing that, I would freak out with the fact that it's going to be so slowly and it's so deep underground there.
And lots of sharks.
Oh my God, you're a braver man than I am, Thomas. Thank you so much for talking to us. We'll hand back to the live feed again now.
Thanks very much, Katie and Thomas. Let's take you back to Gallery 21. This is the gallery that's controlling the output on Sky News today. The gallery actually can control 4 studios. We've got a couple here at Sky HQ. We've got one at Westminster, and we've also got our city studio as well.
Hello, Sport. It's Emily in the new gallery. Can you hear me?
Sport, not long to your teas now, OK?
Thanks for standing by.
And Ben, the director there, he is controlling which cameras are going out on Sky News. They're all remotely controlled. Apart from, you can see at the moment, Sally Lockwood, we were just talking to there. She's up on the top right-hand side of the screen. A real physical camera and cameraman reporting with Sally. But we see below Jonathan there in the studios and in all of the different studio locations. All the cameras are remotely controlled, and Ben calls the number, and then it brings that camera up on the TV.
Shortly before midnight on Thursday, and it's a mystery as to where Libby has gone since then.
Camera 9 next.
Police are appealing, of course, to the public who may have seen anything, no matter how relevant, to get in touch, to check any sheds or outbuildings. Police have also been searching some of the waterways. There are many waterways around here, one indeed very close to Libby's house. There was a huge amount of police activity there yesterday.
Wrap, please.
Much less.
Okay, she's been wrapped. Stand by. Camera 9 next. Mic up.
5 days on, of course, this search continues, and so does the immense worry.
Coming to 9. Cut on 9.
Yeah, of course.
And start your crane.
Thank you very much for the update.
And close the wall. Liam Neeson.
Actor Liam Neeson.
Very nice, Sally. You're clear. Thank you very much.
That's better, Claire, wasn't it? For some reason.
In revenge.
Read on into a grab here, Jonathan.
So Emily Deaker there thanking Sally, the correspondent, who's just delivered that live. We asked all of the people taking part today to give us some fun facts about themselves. Emily, hiding her light under a bushel, really. She wouldn't give us any interesting facts. I know that she's a very interesting girl. She's a great girl, great fun. She's been in the gallery ever since she came to Sky News. She's always been a gallery producer here. She previously was at the BBC News Channel. So she's always done breaking news, and of course her role as the producer is to decide the content of the show and sort out the running order, decide what order that those stories are broadcast in and how they're going to be broadcast, whether it's going to be a live or some cut footage or maybe a studio guest.
Got you, thanks.
As one of our other directors, Natasha, director and co-director, she's been doing both roles today, so she's been in and out of the gallery. She seems to have put in more hours than anyone else, it has been noted. So full marks to Natasha.
That's camera 9 here. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jonathan's mic in.
And there, Ben, you can see at the top of the screen, he is the director at this hour. He's been at Sky for 12 years now. His interesting facts include that he directed the royal wedding of Harry and Meghan from Windsor Castle, which was the first ever UHD news event. That was his biggest job to date. And he's also done things like the night that Trump was elected president. He says that he does have a recurring nightmare, apparently, about the day that he directed the Labour leaders' debate in Sunderland, with 200 people there, and the sound wasn't working at the top of the show, and they had to cut back to possibly. And he says he still has nightmares about that.
45. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about the next one.
He's very calm, Ben. All the directors here are great, but you know, you always know you've got a safe pair of hands when Ben's in the gallery.
Guys, it's
30 seconds.
Just the producer.
So I don't think we're going to be able to do the live tease for Sky News Raw. Can you just script something for me and we'll take a live shot? But we'll need words in there.
20 seconds.
We will use a live shot, but do need some words.
Massive wall of screens that you can see in front of Ben.
Camera 9 into John Barnes.
These are all of the
10
different
seconds.
options that they have to go to. They're all the different camera positions that they have live.
5,
it's some
4,
of the feeds that are coming
3,
in. So, for example,
2,
something was happening, a breaking story, maybe a tsunami in some part of the world or a natural disaster, and that footage is coming in live from potentially the Reuters news agency. Then they can see that and they can put it on the television live.
Grab 35 seconds. Okay, sports, stand by. Your tease next. So we'll do a guest promo with Neeson behind, then we'll change the wall and hand to sport for a tease, bumper and promo into the break here. 25 seconds.
Now this is NOC, the News Operations Centre, and we've described the newsroom as the beating heart of Sky News and the gallery, but it probably really is not, because NOC is where all of the footage that comes into the building comes in. So if it's coming from a satellite truck, like we saw with Sally out on location, or it could be coming from a foreign news agency. It could be coming from a digital feed somewhere. It comes into this room, into NOC, and it's monitored by the team that are in there. They will keep an eye out for anything that's especially important, something that they're expecting to come in that needs to get on the television straight away. They'll also keep half an eye across all of the news feeds, just in case there are some really good pictures that they think actually are worthy of getting put on quicker than perhaps they would be otherwise. And they're all technological geniuses in there. If you're out on location and you're stuck, you can't work out how to get your phone, your iPad or something working, phone NOC, and they always sort you out.
Yeah, it's always, if you've got a live view, always on a live view. Always use the storm forward.
Especially because they were stylish which is
Cool. Yeah, of course. I'll sit here and I'm going to kill this.
So these are the images, really. This is the centre for all the images. The important pictures, you can't tell stories on telly without pictures, and these are where the pictures come into the building, and from here, where they get sent to either the edit suites or straight to on air if it's a big breaking story. So these are the pictures. What about the other important part of TV news, and of course increasingly mobile and digital news, the words? Let's take you back to the newsroom. Katie's there, and she's with Paul Bromley, who's in charge of the words that appear on screen. Katie, it's a big job.
Yeah, he's the editor of our on-screen information, Paul. So text and the words that are written on screen are so important, aren't they? Explain a bit about what your role involves then.
Sure. Can I be the 108th person today to tell you that I have the most exciting job at Sky News? I may, good. I run and manage the team of producers who write the words that appear at the bottom of the TV screen.
So show us.
Okay, so at the moment it's the fact straps that appear on the bottom of the screen, such as our breaking news. They update the scrolling tickers that go across the bottom of the screen and update the Sky News breaking Twitter account. So anyone who's ever wondered where all the information comes from, it comes from the team of text producers, and hopefully that answers Dave Moses, who was asking us on Twitter this morning who wrote all the information that goes to the bottom of the screen.
It's quite a high-pressure job, though, isn't it? Because I guess from just a pure sort of spelling point of view and getting it all sort of grammatically correct, you very quickly have to put these things on air, don't you? Is it quite stressful?
It's a very pressured job. Temperamentally, people need to be able to juggle about 5 clubs while unicycling on a high wire with no safety net.
Right.
Editorially, they need to be able to summarise any story anywhere in the world on any subject accurately, clearly and well sourced, impartially, in about 10 words. So let me explain who the people are.
Yes,
we've got Caroline over there, and we've got Wadey over here, and they're working on the information that's going to go on the stories that we're covering later today and later in the week.
So you prepare a bit in advance, do you?
We do a little bit. We work with the
are?
output production teams and the teams on air of all the stories that we're likely to be covering. Today, of course, we have to double up because we have a team of people, George and Anna, who are working downstairs with the graphics operators, George and Gemma, who are producing the information that's going at the bottom of the screen for the Raw channel, as well as obviously the team here who are producing the content that's going on the live channel. And I say it's one of the most exciting jobs because they are the people who are often the very first to tell the outside world of major news events. So that's everything from resignations and revolutions to weddings and wars, disasters and delight. And of course that's the team that are outside, and then we have a team in here, so you can see we've got Sophie, who's currently working on the live output with the production teams in the gallery.
Gosh, well, Paul as well, can we ask you, because you're, as well, come election time, we'll come out of here just because we shouldn't be making too much of a noise while they're doing that. But at election time, your job comes into its own as well, don't you? Because you're so integral to putting up the final sort of figures of who's got what?
Yes, that's right. I started at Sky News 25 years ago as a political correspondent at the team at Westminster under Adam Bolton, and I still retain a level of interest, and obviously for general elections, referendums, budgets, spring statements and so on, I'm in charge of all the information that's going on screen, the breaking news lines, the information that people are giving us, the data, the results, making sure that it's fast and accurate.
And before you go, we have to reveal as well what you do in your spare time, Paul.
Of course. So at work, the main job is to make the words appear on screen and then disappear off screen, and then away from work I also make things appear and disappear, because I'm a magician performing all sorts of different styles of magic for different audiences, and about 10 years ago I successfully passed an audition to be a member of the Magic Circle.
So working your magic on many different areas, outside and inside of Sky. Right, we will just head back this way so we can show you another shot of the newsroom, and we'll let you return back to the live feed.
Well, Katie, I thought you were going to get him to do a trick for us. We'll have to get him to do that before 5 o'clock here on Sky News. If you're just tuning in, you've stumbled across 523 and wondering what on earth is this. This is Sky News Raw. It's 30 years today that Sky News first began. Only the second 24-hour news channel. Started from this West London headquarters. Now it is this enormous organisation. So for today, we are broadcasting live behind the scenes until 5 o'clock tonight. So we've got 32 cameras around the newsroom, just broadcasting live what's actually happening. We've also been going out across to some of our bureaus. We're going to be crossing to Washington in a little while. We've been across to our Westminster studios as well, just to really give you a flavour of how we make the news here at Sky News, the kind of people who work behind the scenes, and what all goes on, how exciting it is. Is it fun? Is it boring? You decide. These are the producers' desks. You can see Sophie there just in the background. These are the people who are looking at what's going on air at the moment. Jonathan Samuels is on air at the moment, and these are the people who are monitoring the news services. Let's listen to Andy. He's one of the producers working on the afternoon programme.
It's the newer ones. Yeah. What's that? No, he won't have done it, and the Sunrise people won't have done it.
I think anyone in the last year
No, they won't have done it. Anyone in the last 2.5 years. Remember, the Sunrise people won't have done it.
That's what I mean. Anyone that's been.
I can find out the exact date.
So, just the other side of the newsroom now. This is the mobile digital team. This is called their afternoon huddle. Mark Alfold there, who we heard from a little earlier, having a chat with Archie. She's going to chair this meeting, and this is where all of the social and mobile and web teams get together and discuss which stories they're covering, and which way they are going to cover them, on which platforms. You can see Ronan there, he's in charge of mobile, and Anwar.
Mirror. Ronan.
What's that?
Mirror
Paul
picks
Harrison
up as well.
coming into shot,
Both.
unusually.
Quoting Sky News. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Both quoting Sky News.
Yeah, and the Standard as well. Yeah. You enjoying being here?
So Ronan used to be the producer of Sunrise here on Sky News, moved across to mobile relatively recently. He's been at Sky for 13 years. Has been in the gallery for some of the biggest news stories over the last decade. Oversaw Prime Minister's resignations.
This morning. Good morning. Lots
Let's
of breaking
listen in.
news. There was a lot of yellow on the website this morning. A couple of notices, auto tweets, please, and syndication. Please take care and make sure that you're only activating them in the right scenarios. We had a couple of instances with auto tweets going out erroneously last night. Jeren suggested a technical solution this morning, which we'll take a look at with the product team. Clarity. Northern Ireland's on the agenda again today, so backstop, Article 50, withdrawal agreement, all those key terms, let's make sure we explain them succinctly to our audiences. And for those that weren't around yesterday or in the meeting this morning, we hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube, which is excellent. So I advise everyone, or recommend that everybody goes and has a look at Charlie Bell's asexuality piece, which is excellent, and also Hannah's piece on veganuary, which are both really good examples of our premium content on YouTube. Ronan is back from Poland and has some notes.
Yeah, the other thing is author pages. So you should have all received an email now about setting up your own author page, which is for the Trust Project and commitment to that. So there are going to be photo shoots. You can all come in looking glam for those, which the first sessions are tomorrow. There's a couple more. Those are for people who have articles published, basically. So you should all have emails about that now. Should we get on with today?
Yeah, and we're okay.
Should we just start with the children, which I guess is the main moving story today?
Yeah. 4 children died, fire in Staffordshire. We've just had confirmation of names and pictures of them. Our investigations are continuing. So
Tom, you've been across this. What's the latest details on it?
Latest details, their names really. And
Really
the fact
strong
that,
witnesses.
yes, they've identified the parents who have both survived. Have non-life-threatening injuries. There's a child who we can't name who survived. And yeah, really strong witnesses accounts on PA.
I think that's a way of moving on through this evening, is whether we can firm up these lines about people jumping from windows.
Yeah, yeah.
Which have been some of the other media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And the cause of the fire obviously is still to come as well.
Yeah. Liam Neeson, we've done very well with that this morning with the John Barnes interview, which has been picked up by the Mail, the Mirror and the Standard.
Is Gemma doing the new one now?
Yeah.
So, Liam Neeson has given an interview to ABC in which he's asked about his comments about going out with a kosh, trying to find some black guys to beat up. And, yeah, there's some good lines in it in which he says he's not a racist and speaks about his background in the Troubles. And also goes on to give an explanation of why he said what he said. So we're doing that as a separate breaking story.
So,
yeah.
With the video, Jalal, usual ABC rules, we can only take what goes out on linear TV.
Yep.
But words,
Are we fair dealing it, or we just... Have we got an agreement?
Fair dealing or...
Fair dealing,
yeah.
OK.
But we certainly want to write that long with all the other detail that's not in the grabs.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a long interview, and he gives a full explanation of what happened and why. He also mentioned Schindler's List, which he starred in, and people making anti-Jewish comments when he was filming that. So it's very good. So we're writing that up.
Harry Carr's doing a poll as well, is he?
Sorry? Harry Carr's doing a poll with 2 questions. Yeah. No, he's put 2 questions out on Liam Neeson.
Have we published that?
Sorry?
Have we published?
Not yet.
No.
We
Is
got
there an
the
agreement
result
to run all at the same time with TV?
Yeah, there will be. But I think
the results are not in yet.
They're not in yet.
The results are not in yet.
Is Harry going to write it as well?
I haven't asked him yet.
So Harry's default position is he'll write unless he gets told otherwise.
I'll talk to him. Yeah. Okay.
I wonder if it's worth a first-person piece of some nature, given that...
From?
Well, similar to what John Barnes has been saying. I mean, in someone who would know about that area and would want to put forward a view on it.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know who that would be.
Nice.
Okay.
What's going on with Brexit, Anwar?
So Theresa May is in Northern Ireland. She's about to speak now, or shortly, after 3 o'clock. We'll wait to see what she says. Obviously, backstop will dominate, and we're live blogging that. Aubrey and Alan McGuinness, Aubrey Allegretti and Alan McGuinness are political reporters at Millbank.
There's going to be a Q&A after her speech.
Yes.
So I'll keep the blog running for a while longer, because we'll get reaction, see if there's anything out of Brussels and anything out of Ireland.
Have we established who's going to file snap analysis off the back of it?
That's Millbank are still deciding who's going to do that.
Can we get a on that
Yeah.
ASAP? Okay, exciting.
What else is happening? Those are the 3 biggies at the moment, aren't they?
Have we got a time on State of the Union?
Overnight.
Overnight, OK.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah,
so
that morning, yeah.
OK.
And on State of the Union, we have resurfaced the United States of America.
Yes, I've seen that. Brilliant.
Next to it.
OK. And then Reading, we've got any family reaction from Reading?
No Reading. No, we've broken that. Obviously, they found the body, and there's no reaction yet.
Do we know what happened there?
No, we still don't. It's not clear.
Not
Yeah,
suspicious,
Tom
though.
did that. Yeah.
Pardon? It's not suspicious, though.
Yeah.
Do you think it's an accident?
Well, I don't know. He was last seen in a bar, and then he was found in the lake, and it's not suspicious. So.
Libby Squire.
There's been no development on Libby Squire today that we know of.
Okay. Her mother has been on Facebook again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just a short.
Yeah.
It's nice thanking people.
Okay. That's good. We should do
Yeah,
it.
it's a really sad story. So.
I'm sure they will, but let's double check.
So both the parents spoke yesterday.
Yeah, a lot
Yes.
of papers carried that.
Yeah.
But
It's a good line, but we need to be careful with it, don't we?
Yeah. We've not been able to stand that up ourselves.
Okay. Anything on Venezuela expected today?
No, well, we don't know what's
Just-
expected. Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on it. We have got a story up of Lima group of countries which are basically asking Maduro to let food and medicine in, and also suggesting the military back Guaido.
It's a good one to ask in the 3 o'clock because the team
there
are
are
on the
plans.
streets. So
Yeah, well, if they're there, then...
I want to know what's.
Is there? Okay.
A Ramsey piece for 10, I think, tonight. I don't think it's
Well,
for
he can
7.
write
And then
us as well
something
that
off the
night.
back of that.
Okay. All right. What else?
Paris? Done pretty much as we are. We're just watching for status updates.
Yeah.
And Luella Fletcher Mitchie. I know we've been looking. We did something yesterday.
Did the
wasn't it?
story yesterday.
Yeah. We haven't got anything today yet, have we?
No, it's on the list.
Yeah, some strong stuff from court today. We haven't got anybody there, though, have we?
No, it's on the list. There's PA copy, so it's on the list.
All right. Okay. All right. And then Salah today.
There's been nothing happening on Salah.
We've left Guernsey.
His sister has posted a picture of his dog waiting for him to come home. It's really, yeah. I mean,
Jaren mentioned it this morning.
did you? It's good. It's good. It's kind of, it's really sad.
Yes.
You don't like it?
No, it's.
I like it.
It's a sad picture of a dog.
We can't see his face.
No, although I'm reliably told it's a black Labrador. Yeah, it's like
Okay. All right. I like it. Fair enough. Okay. And then have you done this billionaire giving 100 million quid to Cambridge?
Yeah, we were chasing him for interview. I don't know where we've got
Ian
to.
King was
wouldn't it?
supposed to have an interview with him this morning.
Oh, is he?
At lunchtime, because he knows him.
Oh,
does he?
What, Harding?
Yeah.
No, there's.
Or is that someone else?
No, I don't think it's him. It's somebody else. I think
I need
it's
to
somebody
check
else.
that one.
We were trying to get him for interview. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think it's him. It's somebody else.
Okay.
He mentioned it. Yeah.
Anything else, Kate?
I think that's the main stuff, isn't it?
Okay, so Ronan, which way round? Pick on somebody and which way round?
Well, let's pick up with
Can I
James
mention a
first.
couple of
Biz.
things?
Very much.
Can I mention a couple of things?
You may.
Okay. Diane Magne, our Moscow correspondent, filed some copy on disinformation, which goes with our role.
Russia, yeah.
Also.
Somebody doing that?
Sorry.
Is somebody doing that?
No, I haven't decided yet. That's to go up at 4:30.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Bethan is doing an update on deportations. It's a story of this plane chartered to take criminals to Jamaica.
She's on socials.
Yeah, she was here just now.
Yeah, she's doing an update because there was urgent questions in the Commons. Okay. So she's doing an update on that, which she's working on at the moment. Yeah.
Future developments in that story.
Yeah.
Can we make sure that we're aligned with Home Desk?
Yeah.
They felt like they were caught out by it at the weekend. So.
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
I told them all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They claim that after we'd broken the story.
Okay.
Anyway,
told them before.
we'll take it up.
Yeah.
I'll mention one other thing which I haven't done, but we probably should. Is the Taliban killed 26 people in an attack in.
Sorry, say that again, Anwar.
The Taliban have killed 26 people.
Where?
In an attack in Afghanistan.
Are they having peace talks at the moment?
In the midst of peace talks, exactly.
Wow.
It's worth marking. I haven't got around to it yet, so.
Okay.
When I wrote up the talks last week, one of the lines was that the attacks were continuing right up until the day. They're not stopping.
Okay.
And we'll get some copy on Hatton Garden Basel trial.
Right.
From Adele.
All right.
James?
So, big business story today, HMV. We've just got a list up of all the stores that are closing.
Oh, good.
Bit of video.
How many are closing?
It's 20.
27, I think.
27, yeah.
But they're going to keep...
Including many of the big shopping centre stores are going to go, just basically to register the boss, Sunrise Records, has been saying that he wants to see more of a greater revival of vinyl at HMV.
Yeah.
He's been explaining some of the reasons and some of the plans for the store, so that's quite good. And this other story I'm just chasing at the minute is on the day of their annual results, Cargo had a big fire in one of their warehouses and it's damaged some of their robot processes. This is one of those new modern ones where basically all the picking is done by robot.
Cargo?
Ocado.
Oh, Ocado.
So we're going to come and chase some pics up in a minute.
Okay.
And see what we've got.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jaren's there. Alex, what's going on?
So we had a story up earlier about from my visits and HQ yesterday. Major position is that
so we're just
member
going to step
states are
away
having
from
ongoing
the social meeting
consultations
in a moment. Interesting listening to it though, as we stay on these pictures. Some of the language used in these meetings. I know a lot of people watching on Twitter might wince slightly at some of the things journalists say, but in terms of stories being good stories or excellent stories. I mean, it doesn't always mean it's a good story. You know, it can be a bad story, but we can have good access to it, or we can have good images, which makes it a good story for us as a news organisation. So those watching at home, don't think that just because we say something is great means that we actually think the content of the story is a great story. Let's take you across to the gallery.
Two shot 8, please.
So
coming to 8.
Margot James, MP, Digital Minister.
And cut 8 on 8.
I'm not breaking the embargo.
11 next.
Earlier today, giving her position on regulating the web.
Drift the other way, Russ. Right to left.
Coming
to 11.
Tomorrow.
And cut, dive into the single on 8 here. Oh, she's got one thing.
So I will
8 next.
Get that done.
Cut 8 on 8. How long left?
That is time now, Jonathan.
So in the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you into the gallery from the gallery's point of view. They're going to be coming to a commercial break in a moment, which is going to give us a little 3-minute window to whiz in and have a proper chat to them, because we've just been watching them on these remote cameras throughout most of the day today. So in a couple of minutes, when these guys get to a commercial break, we're going to nip in and have a chat with them.
11 next. Cut 11 on 11. 8 next cut on 8. 11 next cut, 2 shot 8, Russ.
Break, Marie Colvin.
Coming to 8. And cut 8, even wider on 11, just to say goodbye, please. 10 next, Jonathan, for your tees. 11 next, cut on 11.
Thank you both very much.
10 next. And cut 10. Upsot next.
You're watching the Kay Burley show coming up.
And upsot.
7 on upsot. 6, 5,
and
4, 3 on upsot.
And dip. Q on Jonathan. Stand by to go Grams. Stand by camera 12. Go 12. Stand by TX. We have promo to the break. Mix 12. Mike's out. Bumper next.
So as we go to a commercial break on Sky News, let's cross to the ground. Katie's there, and she's going through the door to talk to them now. Katie.
Hello, so I'm lurking with intent. I feel like we've seen a lot of the gallery itself from the live feed, but we haven't had a chance to really talk to anyone yet. So I've managed to corner Kerry, one of the directors. Kerry, can we talk to you about automation? Yes. Now, for novices like myself, what is automation? What is it that you guys are doing?
So automation is the directors are taking the producers' words, pictures and graphics and then turn them into a series of broadcast commands. So we're saying cut a particular camera to line, bring a particular server up, play a particular graphic, and the directors code the show before they go on air. So they take the producer's words and then they give it a set of gallery commands, and then they come into the gallery and they step through it and they trigger off all these commands at the same time.
So we're on a break at the moment. Yep. Is it possible to actually have a physical look at what it looks like then? Sorry to be bothering you.
So this is the director's station. So Ben's just been looking at, this is the rundown, where the producers write all of the script, so we can see all the different items, whether the presenter's in vision, whether we're speaking to an outside source. So we see the words, the director then gives it a little gallery command. All of these little thumbnail images, we call them icons, tell the directors what the system's going to do, whether it's going to play a server clip, whether it's going to cut a camera to line, whether we're going to cut boxes to line. So the directors use these codes, put them into the rundown, and this translates into the director's view, which, as you can see, displays the rundown in a really visual form, so the directors can see the show that they're stepping through.
So can you, for example, what's going to happen off the back of the break then? How is that coded?
Yep, so out of the break, this is the break they're on at the moment. Out of the break, Ben's going to cut to camera 10. His next item is a VT, which will kill all of the studio mics and play the server clip straight away. He's got a little graphic line, which is saying that a graphic is going to be played out automatically by the system, so fully automated. And then at the end of that, he's going to come back in vision. He's got some studio camera shots that he'll step through. So it's a really visual way of interpreting the producer's rundown.
When you're talking about coding, is it literally a number then you're coding in?
So it's very visual, so it's just a case of picking the source of the gallery command that they want, dropping it into the rundown, and that's the item coded with the thing that the director wants all the broadcast equipment to do.
Right, so we're about to
So Ben's
come
going
back
to
off
take
the break,
a seat.
so we'll hand back to the live feed so we can sort of watch this happening in action then.
Right, start a little bit.
That will be Theresa May speaking in Belfast.
30 seconds,
Due to
camera
start
10 out the
speaking
break.
at 1500.
Got a trailer of the film, and then we'll pick up on the wide. If you drop 11 down from the sky, we'll pick up on 11. Can you just put a camera 11 in for me
20
on
seconds left on the break.
171, Tash, when you get a second?
Let's see, 11, yeah?
Yeah.
Out of the break in 10, 9, 8, 7,
Here we go,
6,
camera 10 next.
5, 4,
Mike's
3,
up, start your move.
2, 1.
And Jonathan Q.
Welcome back now. She was a
Grab next.
correspondent that wanted to portray the true realities of conflict. Marie Colvin, the Sunday Times reporter, was on the front line until her untimely death in 2012. Now her extraordinary life and death is being portrayed in film. A Private War will be released on
VT here.
February. We can take a quick look.
30 seconds on this. We'll come out to camera 11 next.
10 minutes to off air, Jonathan.
20 outwards.
Actually,
You're
look to 10 here,
addicted to
Jonathan,
it,
and I'll cut to
addicted
11
to it.
mid-script. 15 seconds. I'll cue it, Russ, okay, because it's quite a long read.
10 seconds.
10
outwards,
seconds.
Addicted to it. 7, 6, 5.
Camera 10
4,
next.
3, 2,
Mike's up.
1. That's it.
And cut in vision. Camera 11 reset, stand by. And just tighten A to touch, please.
Was liable for the murder of Marie Colvin. A judge ruled that Syrian forces deliberately
11
targeted
next.
her in an artillery assault to silence her reporting in a besieged area of the city of Homs in 2012, and then posed.
Actually, I'll take 8 first, Russ.
$300
Coming to
million
8.
Well, to talk about the film
Cut
and
8.
the life of the late journalist and
11
by
next.
the film's director, Matthew Heineman, and Paul
Go 11.
Gilroy, who's a freelance photographer.
And cut 11.
Accompanied Marie Colvin. Of course, your character,
8
as
next.
it were, appears a great deal
And
in
cut
the
8
film
on
as well.
8.
And Paul, I
11
just wanted
next.
to talk to
Cut
you
11.
about that
Guess left, camera
court
8. Guess
judgment
right,
in Washington. When you heard that news,
10 next
what
on
went
10.
through your mind?
8 next. And cut.
It was a
Super
complete
pull.
vindication.
Crane 11 down a
for
touch, please.
7 years since
And
I
loosen
got
up.
out of Syria. I've been telling people this wasn't an accident, this wasn't crossfire. By just the fire pattern that they were using with the artillery, they were dropping shells 50-metre intervals.
Emily, do you, it's got 2 teasers off there. You want that, do you? Both of them?
About 30 seconds
11
before
next.
we took the
I'll
director.
probably
Cut
just
11.
do May if it
So I
looks like
came
it's
out,
due
I
to
told
start.
We've got a live
just do
shot now.
one tease on May.
8 next, cut 8.
Who naturally wanted some form of justice for his sister and the centre for justice and accountability, and the
Well
lawyers there have pursued this case diligently, and I mean what a rule, and it wasn't the financial side. It was
So we've moved now from looking at what the director's screen looks like, and this is what the producer's screen looks like. This is Emily, and that's the running order. That's the order that the stories appear on the television. On the left-hand side is the list. On the right-hand side are the words that the presenter reads on screen.
Keep going, I'll drop you in.
And the red bar, which is in the middle of the screen there, shows you exactly where we are in the current running order. Also gives you timings. You can see at the top there's a red big thick bar. That tells you how many minutes you have till you're off air. Somebody a little earlier on Twitter asked who writes the scripts. That's a really good question. They are sort of written organically throughout the day. Often, if a breaking news story happens, it will be simply a line of press association copy, which is just duped into a script. The producer in that hour will change it, will add in more facts. The presenter of that hour
£8.
will then change it. They might change the grammar. They might change some of the words. As facts develop throughout the day, more facts are added. So each producer on each hour is an overall control of the script, but each presenter also amends the scripts or sometimes writes the scripts, and they change throughout the course of the day. So a link about one story at the beginning of the day may be very different to the link at the end of the day, because obviously stuff will have happened throughout the process.
Hello, are you getting any word from Belfast on Theresa May? I'm watching a platform with somebody standing there as if they're getting ready.
So Emily there
I
is
am, yeah.
she's talking on the intercom there to the home news desk out in the newsroom, because she wants to know why she can see what she can see. She can see an image of an empty podium. Is that where Theresa May is speaking? How long is it going to be till she's there? So she's just getting some information from these guys on the home desk. Paul Harrison there, immediately on his phone, looks like he's probably phoning now the Island Bureau to find out.
So just checking, the plan is that Kate McCann will be the person in Millbank who'll talk me in and out of the Theresa May speech in Belfast.
We'll see a bit of the film here on the film.
Yeah, lovely. That'd be really reassuring for us just if she's there. Thanks, Claire.
You heard Emily saying thanks, Claire, there. She was talking to our Westminster studios, to Claire Parry, who was sat up there on the management desk there, just sorting out the logistics of Kate McCann, doing a live a little bit later on this afternoon.
10 next.
Thanks, Paul.
11 next, Cat. 8 Pam.
She was flawed. She was a flawed genius.
8 next, Cat. 8.
I mean, first off,
still 3 as far as we know, but I'll shout if I get more guidance.
Thanks, love.
Yeah, and still are the two of them together here, Jonathan, on it.
Hello.
Camera 8 next.
Those eagle-eyed amongst you may be able to spot Emily Deaker's cupcake, which is nestling on the left of her desk.
Coming to 8. Mix. 11 next. Cap on 11. 8 next.
5 minutes
see the
off air.
A very dainty bite out of the 30 years at Sky anniversary cake. We've all had one. Some of us have even had 2.
Cat 11 on 11.
Emily has the most glamorous phone in the newsroom.
Can you do me a favour, Tash? In the first tease, 8 next, Cat, can you put me a
She's doing very well not to laugh.
But float it, just in case we see anything worth taking. 11 next, Cat. Yeah. 10 next, Cat, 10. On 10. 11 next, Cat, 11.
So on the bottom right hand of your screen you can see an empty podium
10 next
there.
on 10.
It's a common sight on Sky News. It's where we're waiting for somebody to come and speak. In this instance it's the Prime Minister. She's across in Belfast. She's gone out there to talk about Brexit, to talk to local businesses, and to talk about her plans. She's due to speak in the next 20 minutes or so, we think, and this is the podium at which we'll speak at. Usually before these events you get a huddle of reporters coming up and down, sound engineers bringing their microphones up to the podium. And then usually you get some kind of press officer who will come out and give you a 5-minute or a 2-minute warning, so you know that you can safely take those shots and that the person you're hoping to hear from will be appearing very, very
11
soon.
next, Cat, on 11. 8 next.
We won't have a comment
On
on
8.
it, but we can take Theresa May's
11 next.
Understood.
Cat.
I was just
2
thinking
shot on 8,
about
Russ.
taking a
Coming
tease
to 8 again.
using it as a live
Full
shot
marks
tease,
to
but if it's
those
not
guys in
on
the gallery, because they don't
camera,
normally have cameras breathing down their necks, and they've coped with it very
11
well.
next. And Cat on 11. Single on 8 again.
Let's cross to Enda Brady. He is used to have cameras breathing down his neck quite a lot of the time. He's across in our Westminster studios. This is one of our information areas, isn't it, Enda? This is where facts and figures get disseminated by the likes of Ed Conway and are interpreted and broadcast to the world.
Hi Jane, yeah, this is a great resource actually, so we can put up graphs and maps and charts and make sense of all sorts of data and information, and eagle-eyed viewers will be very familiar with this location. I want to literally turn the camera around now on one of our senior camera operators, Jonathan Scarrett.
Hi.
Hello.
You've caught me a little bit on my comfort zone. I must admit, I've spent 30 years trying to be the other side of the camera. But
So Jonathan is one of our senior camera operators, joined Sky News, was there on day one, and you not really someone who does interviews, but just tell me about your job and what it was like at Sky News on day one.
it was amazing on day one. There are obviously not many people working there. they thought it was going to close every day. We'd have crews from BBC and ITN just outside the gates doing something we call a doorstep, which is trying to talk to staff, because everyone just assumed that it was going to close that day, and that was day after day. They just assumed, because it was losing £1 million a week, and they just thought, you know, what on earth has Murdoch started, and it's never going to last.
Wow, so the industry was not that confident about Sky News?
No, not at all.
And here you are 30 years later, you're now a senior camera operator. You must have had some pretty great trips over the years. You've travelled the world.
Yes, definitely, yeah. Probably the most memorable was during the Millennium, because I saw the Millennium twice. I went to New Zealand with Jeremy Thompson, the presenter, and we filmed them at Auckland Harbour, the Millennium, and then we jumped on a plane immediately and went to Hawaii, where we landed about 7 o'clock at night and filmed it all over again on Waikiki Beach. It sounds amazing, but I literally didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. So, and then we edited a report and finally got some sleep on the morning of the second Millennium that I saw.
So, what career advice would you give to any young person watching who perhaps is at college or university today and wants to go into the camera side of things?
Just a passion for photography, technical side of it, and just confidence, really. I mean, we come across an awful lot of security and police and whatever whose first reaction to us is to say no. And it's up to you to convince them otherwise, as to, you know, to cross a cordon, or, you know, everyone's trying to get you to go away from somewhere, and we're trying to get towards it. So just confidence, but definitely a passion for photography. You know,
Jonathan Scarrett, thank you very much. We've literally turned the camera on one of our senior camera operators. Technology, of course, has changed over the decades, Jane, and we'll keep you up to date throughout the afternoon here from Millbank in the heart of Westminster.
Thanks very much. And one of those places where it's changed more than anywhere is inside the Sky News gallery. We now run this automated system. Far fewer people in the gallery now than there ever used to be. An enormous number of roles have gone to automation here, with the producer controlling timings, the director controlling all the cameras and the vision mixing. This is the end of the hour, of the 3 o'clock hour, on the weather at the moment. Let's just listen in, because this is one of the more important points where we have to get off air at exactly the right time. And after this, we're going to cross to the newsroom where the 3 o'clock meeting's going to be about to start. So we'll start seeing movement in the newsroom. Let's just listen to Emily counting down.
4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks, Jonathan. Great hour.
I haven't loaded you up.
Well, it's your turn now.
Oh, good. That was
Okay.
the intention. That was the intention.
Right, good. Reset cameras. Cameras are moving. Everyone, health and safety, be careful.
Yeah.
Cameras are moving.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the timing
Here's Alan.
was perfect in a way, wasn't it? Yeah. Good.
Good evening.
Good to see you. Yeah, best of luck with all. Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Not 5. Thanks very much. Becky, hello, can you hear us? Okay.
Could run through these openers for my benefit more than anybody else's.
Yes, please. Thank
Hello,
you.
it's
love.
Not 5. Hey, I'm not hearing any sound on OS 6. Thank you.
Hello, Kate. It's Em in the gallery. Can you hear me? Hey, thanks so much for coming in nice and early. Really appreciate it. I may use you to talk us into and out of Theresa May. The stage is set. She's not currently on stage, but we can see lots of people waiting for her, so not long now. Really, really nice hour, Jonathan. That last disco was really nice, and the one on Sky at 1:30 was too.
1 minute, yeah, I don't. 1 minute.
Listening.
Really?
Just confirm you should have Stephen Murphy for you.
Who knows? Piece of string there. Just
So I
says Bill. I was
currently
going to ask the
don't
same
have
question, but I
Stephen.
can't
I've
really
just
haven't
got
had
a
chance to
knocker
look.
sign for it.
Great, thank you.
Stephen, can we chase Stephen Murphy in Belfast?
Yeah, we'll do.
The preference is...
We have Becky OS 6.
Kate M.
So even I, as a
So
native
just to
Belfast,
explain,
can't
I
tell you what
currently
she
don't
is
have
because
Stephen
it's just
Murphy.
front
If
and
he
windows
turns
of the
up,
building.
then I will
Could I
go to
not
him,
five?
just because he's there.
Yeah,
But I may
we
still need
expect
you. Will
Stephen
you stay
Murphy
there for me for another
OS9.
couple of minutes?
Camera 10, and then when I tell you, you'll be in. So just assume camera 10 until I
25
tell you
ident.
to move.
So, Jonathan, we've got two options of poll call. One is Kate McCann in Millbank, one is Stephen Murphy in Belfast. We currently don't have...
So if you're just tuning in, you're watching Sky News Raw. This is a celebration of our 30th birthday, which is today. The first time that Sky News was broadcast 30 years ago.
5 seconds,
and what we're doing is we're showing you what happens behind the scenes. We're broadcasting live, 33 cameras across the newsroom and across our organisation. The big screen, you can see that's what's happening in the gallery at the moment. Bottom right hand of your screen, that's the ocean room, that's our meeting room, where the 3 o'clock meeting, one of our story meetings, is due to start.
So you start move on 10, start your walk on 10. Jonathan Q.
This is the Kate Burley Show with me, Jonathan Samuels. Coming up today, actor Liam Neeson sparks a row over his rape comments. But was he right to open up a race debate? War reporter Marie Colvin's life
Becky
and death
SM in the gallery. We are
in
coming
a
to you
new
off the back of these openers. Let's do exactly the same as last hour, please, love.
Cheap at half the price. The vase sold for a fortune after years languishing in a loft. All of that
Staying on
coming
10.
up. But first, let's take a look at today's top stories.
Eurovision Q on.
4 children are killed when a house fire breaks out in the middle of the night in Stafford.
Here's Belfast.
We're live in Belfast, where Theresa May will promise a Brexit deal that honours the commitments she had made to Northern Ireland. We'll hear her speech shortly.
And Libby.
And the hunt for missing student Libby Squire continues. We'll have the latest.
Here comes the Stinky. Go 9. And walk towards the desk.
A very good afternoon. Images have emerged of the 4 children who died in a house fire in Stafford. The 3 brothers and 1 sister, who were aged between 3 and 8, were asleep in their beds when the fire tore through their home in the early hours. Well, neighbours have described seeing the children's father jump from a window with a young child in his arms as the flames took hold.
Oh, OK. This is the neighbour then. And here's the neighbour. Had 2 LVOs and 1 script. 9's next, and then you'll have Stafford in the big screen.
That was right last hour, Al.
No, like I say, by the time I got everything away, it'll tell you in a minute.
Listen, when we do Becky, she's going to talk about the children.
3,
she'll name them.
2, 1, Jonathan.
Well, our correspondent, Becky Johnson.
So that's what's going on at Sky News and what's happening in the gallery at the moment. At the bottom of your screen, you also see that Theresa May is just about to take to the podium there in Belfast. She is speaking there about Brexit. And on the main screen, our 3 o'clock meeting. This is one of our 3 story meetings that we have throughout the day in the Ocean Room. That's just getting underway.
I mean, like, you know, we might be trained professionals, but then it's the public who pick those things up.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And the person on the screen is Lucy Plint. She is down the line from Westminster. They do a video hookup with the Westminster political unit at this time.
Yeah, so when I kind of was talking to them earlier, that's the bit that we're missing, isn't it, at the moment? The business or whatever.
I'm saying, you know, we might be professionals, but
it sounds like there's good stuff in the interview with Foster, and obviously hopefully there'll be a question from Faisal. From the Q&A that could go into that as well.
And just quickly, because I know May's speaking, so you're going to want to get back. In terms of this end, do we think anything that's happened around Cabinet or Malthouse compromise or anything like that kind of rivals May, if you see what I mean?
No, it doesn't feel like it yet. We'll keep an eye on the Malthouse side of things, and especially after the PM's spoken, just if there's any reaction that we need to chase, whether that's the ERG or whatever from here this evening. And then anything we get could either go into Faisal's piece or John Craig could use in lives later.
Cool, OK.
What,
sorry, go on.
Sorry, just check it. Is there a time that we can run the Foster sit-down from, or can we just run it whenever?
I think you can run it whenever. Let me just double check so we're coordinated across TV and mobile after this.
Great, cheers.
And Kate, just so that you know, Kate McCann is going to file snap analysis at the end of the speech, and then Faisal will do considered analysis for mobile for the end of the day.
Lovely.
Brilliant.
Thanks,
and then so for telly, Faisal package delivered for 7, which you're editing there with Liz, and then Faisal stays in Belfast, so we can do him live 7 and 10. Yeah, and you've got John Craig there this evening for other lives that we might need. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else, Brexit? OK, Lucy, you can go if you need to.
Brilliant, thank you.
OK, thanks. Should we talk about social media, Paul?
Yes. Jason's just got back from... Yeah, worth turning that down.
No.
So two events that have effectively gone on today relating to two separate ministers, all surrounding social media. The first one this morning he was at concerning suicides and what needs to be done about it. And the one this afternoon was with Margot James and her speech, which is about to be fed in. It was taking place kind of in a bunker, so we weren't able to bring that in live, in which she will talk about a code of conduct, which she's asking all big social media giants to sort of sign up to. Again, all linking into the same subject matter, really, about what to do about harmful material that appears on social media, on mobile, online, etc.
Okay, so basically, although we're waiting because we haven't heard the speech in full yet from Margot James, from what Jason was saying, the new line that we're pushing tonight is that government setting out more detail about the kind of crackdown on social media companies.
That's right.
With the current furore.
I think he's about to go out, is that right, in thinking to do a good case study that he's got his hands on?
Yes, that's the hope, isn't it? So, Chris, you're looking after this with Jordan, aren't you?
Yeah, Jordan's looking at the grabs at the moment. I've just commissioned a 3-point graphic on the main proposals, which I've got here.
Okay.
So it's all coming together. His track's down. It's already underway. It should be ready in plenty of time for 7.
Okay, great. So I suppose the question is, and Kate, this might be interesting to you, there is a really strong case study who's one of the kind of 6 that have been highlighted, I think, over the last few days, who hasn't done telly yet, who he's heading out to try and...
This is Jason.
This is Jason, exactly.
Okay.
So it's not completely nailed on that he will get the interview with, I think it's with the father, but obviously if he does, then I would have thought that video would be something that
it will definitely.
you'd want to
yeah.
use.
I wonder if he'd write for us as well, the father.
We can ask.
It's worth asking.
Yeah, I'll talk to Jason. Right.
Yeah, he's on his way out.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Right. Brilliant. Okay, so that'll be a Farrell piece for 7. Now, the only other thing, Paul, and I haven't raised this with Jason yet, is if it were the lead later, we might want to ask if he can stay live through till 10.
Till 10?
Yeah.
Can I come back to you on that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't even know if it's lead, but it just feels like it might be, so...
So our piece at the moment is looking ahead to this.
Certainly
have we got a time?
But beyond, I don't know. Sorry?
Is there a time on it happening?
Which specific thing? The Margot James?
Yeah, well,
it's happened, or it's happening.
Okay, all right,
and
I see.
But it's pre-recorded, so it's going to be fed in.
Okay. There's no speech or nothing like that?
It's a speech from Margot James, but it was downstairs in a
I see. Right.
basement.
Okay.
So bringing it in live wasn't an option. So,
okay, gotcha.
So it's all in the can, and
okay.
They're feeding
So we'll
it in
change our
shortly.
stuff now then.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks,
Great.
Paul.
Okay, thank you. So, Andy, should we talk about Donald Trump and Raj Shah and all that kind of stuff?
Yes. So, well, they should be doing that interview about now. I had a discussion with Emily earlier about playing that as a slab earlier in the evening, then turning it into turning it as a sort of preview VT. They've got a Democrat strategist coming in anyway as a guest at 6:30. There's also a Republican strategist coming in at 4:30. So the body of sort of stuff is there. I have to say, Emily was keen to maintain the integrity of the interview. So I think there could be some discussions that you've had already.
She's already called me. It's fine.
Right.
It's fine. So basically, this is Raj Shah. He was Deputy White House spokesman.
Yeah. So we all heard of Sarah Sanders, and this is basically until 2 weeks ago, her number 2, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
So he's doing an interview with us, pegged to the sky, 30th birthday. But obviously, it's ahead of the State of the Union tonight at 2:30 a.m. whenever it is.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of really good timing. So the idea is that there's a slab that runs at 5:30, and then there's a longer version of the interview, 7 to 10 minutes, that runs at 7:30.
Yeah.
And then, as Andy says, they're looking to package it for 10. What I said to her, Andy, was basically, look, it's fine for it to remain mainly about Raj Shah.
Yes.
But I suppose the package is more about him reflecting on Trump and, I mean, if necessary, Trump's handling of the media as well as Trump generally, rather than it being she didn't want to turn it into a confected kind of State of the Union look ahead.
What's going to be said later. Yeah. But I mean, that can be done around the sort of link and a nod to it in the script, as opposed to it's about the State of the Union.
Yeah, exactly.
Specific.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. So and I think they're aiming to edit all of that in Washington, from what they were saying.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So can we make sure, telly-wise, that we run a trail for State of the Union being live at 2:30, obviously through the evening?
I'll put that in
2:10 it is.
7 and 10 already.
2:10. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. And Kate, I mean, are you, Raj Shah, will you just look at that yourselves, or are you hoping she writes something up for you? Or?
Well, it would be nicer to have a Washington voice on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And she's done the interview, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Andy, do you want to talk about Venezuela?
Yeah, so I'll just... what they've got is they've got an interview with a doctor, but it's not really in a conventional sense, because actually they're not supposed to be in hospitals, or this is all sort of being done a little bit under the radar, so it's going to be a little bit sort of fly on the wall type thing. They've also got a couple of videos that the doctor has done himself, and he narrates a little bit, which is a bit of an explainer really on the sort of difficulties that they're facing, which I think will give it a slightly different context and perspective, if you like. But what Stuart and Cameron, they are going into the hospital, but again, under the radar. It won't be with normal camera kit, they're doing it on iPhones. So it's... what they get will sort of determine how much of the pre-shot stuff that they use as well. But by the sounds of it, it's going to be... It'll be grim conditions, and it's all going to tie into... Maduro says, no, we don't want aid because that signifies the start of an invasion, but actually you're in desperate need. Whether it be people who have been hit by the regime, or whether it's people who life-threatening injuries and they can't get the right treatment for it, it'll be a mixture of that.
Okay, brilliant. And that, as usual, he'll edit all of his bits there, so there's nothing of Maduro yet today that we'd need to drop in, or...?
No, there isn't. I have seen... an interview which on one of the agencies, which I think is a new interview. That said, he did an interview Sunday, he did one Monday. It's almost like it's becoming it's like a daily thing, and there is a question which comes up about balance, that we're not just telling one side of the story. That said, we don't really have access to to the other side.
No, and certainly the last time he packaged, he used the interview with Spanish TV or whatever.
Yes, he did. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, Max Ram, can you see that in? It sounds like it's obviously a map intro with a picture of Stuart Ramsey in it. Sure. Kate, I presume you'll be waiting for some words from him.
Yeah, I think he knows, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We'll take something from him as and when he's able.
And is that for 10 or...?
That's for 10. Okay, Liam Neeson. Delete is editing for 5 o'clock, so isn't here. Does one of you want to talk about it, or do you want me to brief on the conversation I've had?
It's a bit of a jewel here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Do you want to kick off?
Can I say with what I think is the most recent stuff is that he did this interview with ABC, which was good. We've got there was something was clipped up prior to ABC releasing stuff, so I would prefer to use the stuff that ABC have officially released as to what we've just taken.
Does it include the bit of him saying, "I'm not racist"?
I don't know, because I've just been in a meeting for an hour. But Hannah went down to try to doorstep him, but what we got was a walking in and a walking out shot. So that came in, and Delete is aware.
Yeah.
If Delete's here, anyway.
No, she's still in.
Yeah, she's editing it for fun.
Yeah, NM28 plus that, and and I think it's the fabulous John Barnes.
Yeah, he was really strong. The interview kind of wound him up, and off he went and said what he had to say.
Yeah, well, it was rapidly picked up by others. I saw Mail Online had written it up within about half an hour. So.
Lots of places have picked it up.
He says that Liam Neeson deserves a medal, which is not quite what you would necessarily have expected him to say, but he contextualises it by saying that he was in this kind of state of mind for about a week, then realised the errors of his ways, and has been honest enough to be upfront about how he felt, and that was good, because we should be encouraging people to be honest and truthful about the thoughts and feelings they have. So, so he takes that stance. Generally, there's lots more to that interview. So I haven't seen the prereq that was done afterwards, but I should.
He apparently stayed powerful in the end afterwards. Yeah,
he looked
absolutely
powerful from what I was watching. Yeah.
So so from talking to them, they're using the GMA stuff, including some challenge from the presenter Andy, which I don't delete. Didn't tell me whether that was in the bit released to us or not. But I think it's important to see him being challenged in the way that she does. And then John Barnes' clip. They've interviewed Dominic Mohan, former tabloid editor,
chasing another voice,
PR crisis consultant. Now the only other thing is there is a Sky Data poll, which is out, and we don't have the results yet. So
we should do that.
But it basically asks, was he right to speak out, and whether the comments make you more or less likely to watch his films. So I guess when we get that back, Kate, it'll be the usual liaison over when it gets released.
Yeah, OK. Harry's going to write it first.
So we're just watching the afternoon Sky News meeting at the moment. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can just see down there, sitting in the dark, it looks a little bit like. That's Kate McCann, she's one of our political correspondents. She is listening to what is on Sky TV above her, Theresa May there, making notes on her phone, because she's going to be doing a live as soon as Theresa May stops talking. So she's just sitting in there in the studio in the quiet, monitoring what is happening. What's happening in the meeting is the evening team are getting together with the news desk and the foreign desk and the mobile teams and the editing teams to just work out what stories they're going to be covering this evening and what format. The afternoons and evenings are often very America-heavy because America wakes up at around lunchtime, so American stories do tend to move on a lot through the afternoon and evening output.
Who's looking after that? Eva. I know he sent some elements in already about an hour ago or so.
He was filming with Savi Montgomery in Bath, which is quite good. So we've kind of filmed them in the school route and perhaps in London. We've got a graphic in as well, which is kind of amateur events, cost as well as the NHS. And then we are also doing UNICEF this afternoon.
And did you manage to resolve the graphic thing that we were talking about earlier? Great, OK. And so we're running that from 7 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah, because The Guardian broke the embargo, I think, didn't they, on the story earlier? So.
Dan's writing for us as well?
He will.
And we're all right to just use that whenever then, yeah?
I think now it's been out in The Guardian. Yeah.
OK.
OK. Andy, fake news and Diana Magnay?
Yes. So Diana's done. She's done a piece which is about how news can be misinterpreted. It starts off with this building collapse following an explosion, which 39 people died in a town in Russia, and then the following day there was a car explosion and gunfire, and then it all got sort of like rolled into one about this is all about terror attacks and that kind of thing, when one of them could have just been a straightforward accident. And then it gets into sort of rumours about the rumours, who's perpetuating rumours, the Russians blame the Ukrainians, vice versa, this sort of thing. Now, fortuitously, today, there have been 50,000 people have been evacuated from 150 buildings in the Moscow region, and we think it's from false alerts being spread. So it gives it a kind of today peg, if you like. She's written for online, as you'll see. And so she is just tweaking her piece.
Did you get anywhere in terms of bottom top
today's
where
stuff?
It was going to?
No, because I've been in a meeting for an hour, so I've not. I did say it feels to me like it should be further up, but I couldn't. I could see. I couldn't actually see how that would work in the narrative.
I suppose she just set up the idea quite nicely about these two alternative narratives.
Yeah. And for me, the top minute and a half of the piece is the best bit.
Yes.
And it'd be a shame to sort of...
No, look, and I think where's Andrew Booth? You've written in the today events into the intro, haven't you? OK. And Kate, have you got the written copy on?
Yep, we're dressing it now.
Brilliant. And then Sky News Raw.
Well,
Emily, you're here.
It's the first I've heard of that today.
I don't really know what kind of update you want me to give. Well, we're pulling in the best bits of the day, and
are you? How can I put it? Have you had lots of people telling you what they think the best bits are, or have you been
I've asked
picking
people
with
to
Katie?
definitely pass along things. But I also have an idea myself from watching this morning what we should include, and obviously getting a good mix across everywhere. So some of the outside locations, Millbank, and everything that's going on here as well.
I mean, I think I gave it 2 minutes. I don't think it needs to be a.
No, I'd envision kind of a lot of upshot.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of upshot, but not that much scripting.
I think there were a couple of great grabs between 8 and 8:15. Wouldn't you agree, Paul, that I think should definitely make the cut?
I don't expect to be in it, frankly.
Well, you see, he denied that he's the person who... one of the reports says we talked about George Michael, who was the peace envoy in Northern Ireland, George Michael, rather than George Mitchell. Harrison denies it. So.
I've found out who it is. They'll remain nameless.
OK, so are you making that for... You're making that for 5 or for 7?
For 7, because Katie's on till 5.
Brilliant.
So I need her to script after.
And then the staff's fire, I know that's being packaged for 5 o'clock by Becky Johnson.
Yes.
Do we expect any more on that? I know we've had, obviously, stills and neighbours reacting.
Probably not much more today. We've had statements from all the emergency services, ambulance, fire and police. We have had some detail from the police in terms of ages of the 4 who died in the fire. We've put, our kind of jigsaw pieces together and worked out who the family is. We, I think, like much of the press and TV, have worked out the family and have found some photographs. So we'll work to put that into a piece and tell the story.
We haven't. The one thing from what Thomas Newton was saying is we haven't. The cops haven't done anything formal on camera, or.
Yeah, the police did a statement.
Oh, did they?
As part of it. It was all 3 emergency services. Did a kind of not impromptu presser, but they did a press conference, and it was on the basis of I think a tweet from the police that we now kind of worked out the ages. That all stacked up to what we had previously assumed, and what we'd gathered on digital.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we're watching?
Libby Squire.
Sorry?
Libby Squire.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, what there is tonight at 5 o'clock is at Hull University. Have asked students to gather in solidarity at 5 o'clock, just so the other broadcasters know, if they don't already. So we'll be there just to get some vision. I think I don't think the investigation has really moved beyond continuing their lines of inquiry today.
Yeah.
El Chapo is the other one.
The trial.
Hannah is down there. The jury's out.
Oh, okay. Do we have backgrounders and things?
We don't have a backgrounder. No. We've got some picture and we've got some videos. We've got some background material, but we don't have a backgrounder cut.
Would Hannah be able to come up live if it happened?
Yes.
Cool. And then guest-wise, so that people know, we've talked about Raj Shah, which will run at 5:30 and 7:30. There's also an interview with Elliot Higgins, Bellingcat, which, Andrew, when are you planning on running that?
I think they were going to 7, but I might need to do some rejigging now that the air pollution stories come off, and now we can run into 7. So I'll see when that works best.
Okay, brilliant. Anything else? Right, thank you very much. Evening tea, shall we just head out to do our assignments of stories?
So that meeting one of our afternoon meetings, the 3 o'clock story meeting, just breaking up. The evening team outfit editor Nick Phipps there with the foreign desk, Andy Marshall from the foreign desk, Paul Harrison from the home desk. Paul Harrison, a bit of a joker in the newsroom. He's managed to creep into the back of most shots today on Sky News Raw. Says he doesn't expect to be in the piece that goes out later. We shall see. Talking about the deployments, the kind of questions that, interestingly, in there, Nick asking whether Jason Farrell, one of the reporters, can stay late to do a live in the 10. That's the kind of negotiations. Jason may well have been on since goodness knows what time in the morning. Paul Harrison has to then go back and talk to Jason and negotiate what time he can stay on till. Let's cross back to the newsroom. We see Katie Spencer's standing by for us. Katie, we saw Andy Marsh there from the foreign desk in that meeting. Who have you got with you?
I can see him walking back to his desk right this minute, so I thought we'd talk a bit about foreign news for a bit, actually. So Justin here is the sort of deputy editor that works with Andy Marsh, who you see in the background, who is just coming back to talk about some of the stories. These guys are working on what's happening on the day, but also there's this whole other section of the foreign team that are working on sort of pre-planning things in advance. And I thought we'd have a quick chat with Caro, who's head of international news. Hi, Caro. So explain, we've seen a lot of the live feed of them working on the desk, doing on the day stuff, but what are you guys doing over here then?
Yes, so Andy and Justin are essentially dealing with the day. So what we're doing with today's news, really today, and whether that is on television or on mobile or in whatever digital form. And they are the first port of call for our teams in the field on any given day. And what myself and Sally has just walked away, Kirsty and Elo is not here, essentially do is look at all foreign news and what's coming up.
I mean, it's a tricky job, isn't it? Working out when to send and sort of whether or not it's worth sending someone to the other side of the world.
I mean, there are a few things that come into play when you've got to make those decisions. You know, what is newsworthy? How long does it take to get there? What is the cost? What are you going to get? What equipment you need in order to file for which deadlines, and so on and so forth. But Sky News has been doing foreign news for a long time and very successfully, so it's got a very well-oiled machine that
you've got contacts all over the world that we can
we're
we're
very fortunate because we've got a substantial foreign footprint. You know, as a news organisation, we've got foreign teams in lots of different places, actually, and they are knowledgeable of their areas. They've got good contacts, and we've got enough experience in different places that when we go to places, normally we've got some contacts there that we can work with. And that's really essential in the foreign news world, especially if you're arriving on stories new, and often there are difficult stories to cover.
Can I take you to one story in particular as well, Venezuela at the moment? So we've got Stuart Ramsey there at the moment, haven't we? We do. Talk us through the logistics of that then. How long has he been out there for? How long do we think he's going to stay there?
Well, that's the interesting story because we were the first British network to be into Venezuela from this, I would say, this phase of the crisis in that country, which started about 2 weeks ago. And we decided that we thought that the bubbling protests would probably merit going and would be significant enough. And we've identified Venezuela as one of the stories this year that we really want to own. We think it's significant. So our team have been there for about 2 weeks. It is a difficult place to operate.
It's difficult to communicate with him
It
as
is
well,
difficult
isn't it?
to communicate. So we use messaging, and we've got ways that we communicate. And it's very much a collaborative conversation between Stuart, Dominique and our team out there and the desk, myself, Sally, in terms of which stories we cover, and of course they know better than any one of us in terms of what is possible, what isn't possible, and how we cover the story from multiple angles and also push it forward.
Just quickly before I leave you, as head of international news, do you get quite anxious, I guess, about your babies out in different areas as well, worrying that they are
Yes,
okay?
I do get anxious. I get anxious about people when they're in difficult places, in dangerous places.
Yeah.
And I also worry about news stories and about being competitive because this is our bread and butter. This is really what Sky News is about, and especially foreign news. And we want to be first, and we want to be right, and we want to be on the biggest important stories in the world. And so there is the news. The people are always more important, of course. So yes, there is a juggling of that, but it's all enjoyable.
Thank you for talking to us, Caro. Right, we'll take you away from sort of a traditional form of traditional TV, if you like, and we're going to have a look over here at our digital desk just very quickly. to bring you up to date with sort of the newer ways that we are looking also to find stories. Adam Parker.
Hello.
What do we call your role? Digital editor?
News editor.
Digital news editor. So, it's a fairly newish role, isn't it, over the last couple of years?
It's been around for about 6-7 years, and the majority of the time I'm using social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the web to find stories, because most of the time that's where we find them and where they start. Somebody might just tweet something or put a picture on Facebook, and that's kind of my job to try and surface that. It's not just my job, it's all of our jobs really, because that's where it starts.
I mean, I guess the interesting and challenging thing about sort of dealing with Twitter is working out sort of what is made up, what's real, what's fake, and sort of getting the facts from the fiction, if you like. Is that challenging?
Absolutely, yeah. That's been a major part of my role the last kind of few years, has been the verification side of it. Lots of people are trying to fake news us, and we've got to make sure that we have strong procedures in place to stop that. We verify everything that we see, and things like this. There could be something going on in Oxford Street, and it could just be something being filmed, and someone could tweet, "Oh, there's a shooting in Oxford Street," or "shooting in Oxford Street," and that sort of thing can happen all the time. So we have to be really careful, and I'm hopefully that kind of first line of defence to stop that.
We can look very quickly. I mean, we won't linger on it too much, but you've got TweetDeck open, haven't you? So is that a way that you are looking for sort of certain keywords?
Yeah,
or?
so I've got a TweetDeck feed here, and it shows me loads and loads of things. I'm looking at things like police Twitter accounts, I'm looking at regional journalism Twitter accounts, people tweeting to @Sky News. Lots of people often contact us that way. Some of the stories that we're covering today, Libby Squire, the missing student, the fire in Stafford. So Twitter is such a great resource for that.
I mean, it can be a good way of actually genuinely getting to people who are associated with the story, can't it? Of getting to sort of friends who in a bar and saw a fight or something. It's a way of actually making contact with people.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. As the first point of contact, we use that a lot. I might contact them, ask them if they'll speak to us on the phone. They might have put a picture up. We might then put them straight on the phone to us, talking about kind of what they saw. And actually, it's quite interesting because not many people come across news events more than once in their lives. So actually, this might be the first time that someone's contacted them, and they're suddenly getting. So it's quite a shock to some people, but it's a great way of finding them.
Well, you've got many things coming in, so we should leave you to it. We should note as well, poor old Adam's got his moon boot on. He's just
still at work.
Second day back on the job
Yeah,
because he's
right.
hurt himself, haven't you? Thank you very much for talking to us. Right, we'll leave you here from Ostley, and we'll cross over, I believe, Enda Brady is over in Westminster.
Hello again, everyone. Well, we're here in the edit corridor in Westminster, so lots of reports being worked on for the evening news. We're going to go and see how it actually gets into the system to begin with. So we're going to make our way this way, but first of all, this is an edit suite. This is Chris. Chris is working on, you can see the Prime Minister's speaking there, and he is just working on that piece of reporting for later on this evening. So that Prime Minister's speech has come in the past hour or so. So we're heading into Ingest, or NOC. NOC stands for News Operations Centre. And when a reporter like me comes into the building with a fresh interview or some film that we've been working on, this is where we bring the tape. I say tape, but this is what we film on. This is what it looks like. It's literally a little piece of metal and plastic all together. And I hand it over to my colleague Andy Jackson.
Hey.
So Andy, if I brought that back into the building, you've been with Sky 20 years. You guys are pivotal for getting the material onto the server and onto TV.
I should think so. Excuse me, look, they're setups right now. Let me answer this one second.
You can answer that call. So satellite operations, this is the communication working right now. They're going to respond and see what they want. And this is ongoing, so this is busy all day long.
All right, no problem.
Every minute of the day.
Right, so what do I do with this?
So what do you do, Andy?
Right, so I need to get this to across to HQ on the other side. So what I do is, good timing, because I've got this set up to do, yeah? So I do this. Hi, set up Smellbank. Hey, buddy, I've got an Alistair Harper air pollution eng coming your way, please, on News Monitor 08. That, in a nutshell, is what I do. They get back to me in a second to tell me what time to feed.
Repeat that last bit.
Talking about air pollution. So that's pretty much what I do. I get it across to HQ, they record it, and once it's recorded, we either get it to air or the editors use it to edit. That's pretty much it.
So it's a key part of the business, really, and just to remind everyone, that is what we edit on.
Yeah.
The old days used to be tape, used to be reel-to-reel. That is what we film on now. Let's bring in Claire Parry,
You've been talking to Andy, and I just heard him telling you, go run a swivel chair, Andy. He's telling you what he does. Like saying he just feeds an inch. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He watches everything happening in the Commons, every speech happening. He recognises all the politicians, better than us now, really, better than all of us.
Yeah,
and he tells us what we're missing. He rings through to say, hey, are you watching the statement? Can you see the feed coming in? It's absolutely amazing, and he has it all here. And Andy had to come down here and learn about politics, this really dry topic.
Well, thank you, Claire.
Fantastic.
Claire, you've been with Sky News from day one, but you weren't always a political news editor, were you? On day one, what were you doing?
Right. The only job I could get at Sky was working on Wild West End. It was wild.
Showbiz.
Fantastic showbiz thing. Jonathan, who's behind the camera, you can't see, he'll remember. Every day we had an hour of entertainment. It was the most fun. There I was, a young person in Soho, absolutely fantastic, doing that. All I wanted to do was work on the news desk. The news desk, the way to get in was to do the overnight shifts. Anybody watching this should know it's really hard work in news. It's really hard work. So I was just longing to work overnight, Saturday nights, Sunday nights on the news desk, and I got it. And I thought that was my dream come true. And
so let me get this straight. You gave up interviewing celebrities, actors, actresses and musicians to come do politics on the overnight shifts in Westminster.
Well, it was first of all, news desk. They are amazing people on our news desk. You've already talked to them. You've seen them. Amazing people. They work all hours. Then, when I was on the home desk, then I wanted to come to politics. And that was a fantastic time. We're talking back when Thatcher was here, when things were going wrong for Thatcher, John Major, things going wrong. We had all the Euro skeptics at the time, and I'm just living through it again. But it never ceases to be exciting. You just get addicted to Sky. Everybody at Sky is just absolutely addicted to it.
And politics, it's always busy, but in the last 2.5 years post-referendum and Brexit, I'm guessing you're just busy every minute of every day?
I would say so, all the time, non-stop. There's always something to feed, always something to say, and we're still waiting for the outcome.
And you're keeping across all these different feeds, all these different camera shots, parliamentary committees.
Absolutely, the Prime Minister's just finished having a speech, and next just waiting for the cutaways, and then once we do that, you'll see that in a package later, but it's a constant, it's a non-stop.
And what time does your shift start?
Mine starts at 8:30.
And you finish?
5:30. Depending. I don't. As I say that, I do. I go beyond.
I know what's happening.
Beyond.
You have to just check that I know what's happening. Claire, this is coming in, that's coming in. You're going to be all right before he goes. Always.
So, Andy Jackson, 20 years at Sky News. Claire Parry, 30 years at Sky News. So half a century of Sky News between them, and good luck for the next half century. Back to you, Jane.
Thanks, Anna. 30 years at Sky News and still smiling, Claire Parry. They're possibly one of the nicest people in the business you could hope to meet. Andy there was buzzing through and talking to NOC, News Operations Centre, News Operations Control, and this is where it is here at Osterley. That there, Nick Sparks, he's one of the NOC engineers. So this is where NOC, where all of the images, where all of the pictures, where all the feeds, as they're known, come in. This is why they have this huge bank of TV monitors there. And there are lots of spare ones, you can see, waiting for... waiting for different feeds to come in. But the feeds that are coming in at the moment are being watched, they're being downloaded if they need to be, they're being cut up by various producers and various edit suites. Nick, we've just been looking at, he's been 7 years at Sky. Once met Thierry Henry here, which is very exciting for him. And Lisa Robson there, she is the manager of NOC. She's sneaking away to be our off shot. We're going to follow her, but let's go to Katie. She's back out in the newsroom. Katie.
Oh, I love it. Come on, keep following people. So we're approaching the time of day, what is it, 3:40 almost. So it's a time of day when now, hopefully, we're getting various sort of material coming in, lots of bits of footage from the regions that will go into tonight's packages. And the aim is that we are packaging for 7 o'clock tonight. Nick Phipps is the output editor in charge of the 7 o'clock programme, in charge of the 10. So you're the one that is deciding what content you want in those shows, setting the agenda. And we've heard in the meetings today many of the different stories. Has it changed a lot from the morning meeting that we had to this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I suppose by the standards of a kind of moving around day, it hasn't moved around that much. I think the stories have developed, but haven't necessarily changed that much in terms of where we would place them. So the obvious thing that's changed since this morning is that Liam Neeson has gone on Good Morning America in the States and talked about the interview that he gave, said he's not racist, but we can use those clips. So
I mean,
that's moved that
it's
story
proven
on.
so controversial. Do we think sort of he probably felt he had no choice but to come out and say
well,
something?
yeah, I mean, he was already booked to appear on GMA, but obviously, I guess that if you're a PR, then you know that you've got to you've got to address these things. You can't kind of ignore them. So that story has definitely moved on. And our John Barnes interview, who we're replaying at the moment on the telly, has obviously made quite a lot of
been picked up by lots of people as well.
Quite a lot of people, exactly. So that's a story which has developed. I suppose this morning I thought that Brexit would be our lead story tonight.
How is that
now I'm
looking?
slightly equivocating. I mean, May has just been speaking. We knew that she was going to. I don't necessarily feel like the story has materially moved on. We now know that she's going to Brussels on Thursday, but that's just a date in the diary. Whereas actually the story that I do like, and I think I'm toying with whether it's the lead tonight, is social media. Which is basically more detail about what the government plan to do with their white paper that's coming out next month, which basically looks at, new code of conduct for social media companies, statutory duty of care, internet regulator. Obviously, the issue about the impact of social media among teenagers is a very hot issue in the media at the moment, and the fact that the government is seen to have moved on it actually makes it quite a compelling story. So.
When will you make that final judgment call? Can it be right up to the very last minute?
Well, it can, but I think the thing, because we're not aiming towards a single bulletin, what I'll sometimes do is it's almost like I'll feel the evening and think, well, maybe early part of the evening it'll be one story. Perhaps it'll be Brexit early part of the evening. But then by the time we get to 10 o'clock, maybe that's when it will flip around. So you feel the news cycle a bit. May will only have spoken 3 or 4 hours before at 7 o'clock, but obviously by 10 tonight it will feel that little bit older, and we might feel that something else moves its way up to the top.
I mean, this is a relatively quiet day for us, do we think? I mean, compared to some of the weeks that you've had a lot of the sort of parliamentary votes come within your time, haven't you?
Definitely.
So,
Andrew, could you get that? Sorry. So I suppose it's definitely not a quiet day, because there are days when you feel like you're kind of slightly thinking, what are we going to do to fill the bulletin, and may fill it with interesting stories, whereas actually today we've got loads of them. I mean, it's not one of those days when, there are days that I've come in the last month, 2 months, or however long, where you think, is it 2 Brexit packages, 3 Brexit packages, 5 Brexit packages? I mean, and actually tonight it was a relatively easy decision to say it's 1 Brexit package, which is, one Brexit package pleases everyone. So
I was going to, before I left you, get you to point out your producers, but they're all rather diligently in edit suites at the moment. So you've got lots of empty seats over there, which is, I guess, a good thing. It means this footage is coming in.
Yes, I'm always happy when I walk up the edit corridor at about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I see every edit suite busy.
Working
it means
away.
Things are happening as they should.
Oh, well, we'll join you again later. Thank you, Nick. Right, so before Nick's shows come on at 7 o'clock tonight, the next big show that we are working towards really now is at 5 o'clock, when Mark Austin, his programme then goes up live, and I believe we can go and have a quick chat with the man himself. Mark, sorry to bother you. I know we are sort of approaching your hours now, aren't we, almost?
Approaching my hours,
I'll turn the TV down just quickly. So, this time of day, what are you doing? What are you working
Well, we're getting ready for the news hour at 5 o'clock, and I'm normally writing a
headline openers, they're called here.
Are you that hands-on? Do you
in
actually
fact, this
sort of-
whole thing has been very useful to let me know the kind of place I'm working at now, having just got here. It's given me a real insight into how Sky News works.
So you actually script your own
No, I have a
lines,
look.
some
There's
of them?
some openers are put in, but it's constantly battling with trying to say something different about Brexit,
the B
or the
word.
backstop, or it's a constant battle. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, just trying to, having listened to what Theresa May's had to say, then how do we put it in a way that can be explained?
With your show, is it important to you that it sort of feels different? What is...
Well, it's very different to the show I used to do at News at 10, for instance, at ITM, which was a kind of very crafted bulletin that happened obviously at 10 o'clock at night, so you had the whole day to prepare for it. Here, it's a very different game. It's sort of immediate, it's breaking news. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen when you go into the studio, which is the exciting thing about it, and it's very different for me.
Quite a good time though as well.
Well, it is a good time, but it's not a good time, and it's a good time in the sense that a lot of things are happening.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult time in the sense that you don't have time to sort of analyse what it is, really.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're going on air and you don't have time to think about the implications or the repercussions. So that's what was nice about having a programme at 10 o'clock at night. It gave you time to be more thoughtful, perhaps, and more analytical. But this is much busier. This is the immediacy. This is breaking news. It's much busier. So I know what people on terrestrial channels will be doing now. People at News at 10, they'll be watching this because they've got nothing else to do, you see. It's just busier here. Yeah.
What's on the show tonight? What are the sort of
say
moments
Theresa
that
May
come
talking about Brexit. She's gone to Belfast. So she's trying to reassure the DUP, trying to reassure businesses in Belfast about the backstop. So we'll be doing that. Faisal Islam's there, so we've got that. We've got the Liam Neeson story, obviously. He's now gone on television in America to explain himself and to apologise. Terrible fire. Obviously, we've got to do that. And we're also looking at suicide and the role of social media in suicides and self-harm, which is a big issue. It's an issue quite close to my heart. The government's made a lot of noise today about doing something about it, but whether they're doing enough about it, I don't know. And we'll be talking to people about that. In fact, we've got a father of someone who his son took his own life in 2014, so he's coming on. So we'll discuss that question.
Hard-hitting stuff then. So, for an interview like that, will you have sort of prepared roughly and had an idea of what you want to
and also, I think it's one of the issues of our time, social media.
Yeah.
And, in some ways, the impact on children and young people of social media, it's a social experiment. We don't know where it's going to end. And I think we all thought there was a good side to social media, which obviously there is. But I think there's a darker side, which we are slowly coming to terms with.
Can I ask you as a journalist, what are your thoughts then? Do you think it's important to be a part of the conversation, or
I think that's our job to if not lead the conversation, is to be a big part of that conversation and to give people like the father of a son who took his own life a platform to say what he thinks about the role that social media played or didn't play in his son's decision to take his own life. And, we can't just leave it to the government to control the debate. We have to get other people on, people directly involved in it, and that's what we try to do.
Do you think it's an important part of now a sort of journalist's remit to be across social media?
Look, social media is a fact of life. It's impacted on journalists' life in a way you'd never imagine. So there's an explosion in fake news now, which is mainly due to social media. Everybody's a publisher, everybody's a citizen journalist. But it makes what we do even more important because we have to sift through this stuff. We have to, try to get rid of all that mush and noise, the nonsense that's on social media, and make sure that what we broadcast is accurate news. So in some ways it's even more important what we do now than it was before.
there was fake news.
Thank you, Mark. Good luck with your show tonight. And
It's all serious, but,
so it did
but it's great fun, isn't it? And it does, as I
Yeah.
say, give me a real insight into the place I've joined here.
Well, we'll cross back to the live feed and let you guys have another look at what everyone's doing.
Thanks very much, Katie and Mark. You might have seen this man just walking across the newsroom. That's John Riley. He is the head of Sky News. Diminutive figure, quietly slips around the newsroom, always seems to be there if you make a mistake, it seems. He's doing a Twitter Q&A. He's being helped by Liv Maloney from our social media team. We did one a little bit earlier with Sarah Jane Mee. So people are able on Twitter to ask him questions directly, and he's going to answer both. So he's just looking at one of those Twitter questions now. It's not the most riveting telly because we can't hear, as well as not really being able to see. And the kind of questions people have asked. One of the questions got asked today is, what's a slab? He heard some of the producers mentioning it, wanted to know what it was. Slab is a big chunk of pictures, or even a big chunk of an interview that's been unedited that we put out. So it's another word for a series of pictures or an interview. Let's cross across to Francesca Stevens. She's the head of daytime output here on Sky News. She's now looking ahead to what's happening early evening here on Sky. So she's be looking at the scripts, looking at ahead also to what possible stories she might want to be covering tomorrow. It's quite a big chunk of the day that she is responsible for. So as well as coming in early in the morning and setting up stories first thing, often a lot of the job is in the afternoons looking ahead to what kind of stories might be breaking tomorrow, any set pieces or any guests that she might want to be bidding for. They then liaise with the guest getters and the home desk about availability.
There's two ways of doing it.
Yeah.
And this is the home desk. Let's listen for a bit. It's Mike Bradbury there, working on the home desk, looking very smart today, Mike. Paul Harrison there using the standing up desk. We've got the options here at Sky. If you want to stand or you want to sit, you can choose whichever's more comfortable for you. And that is the horror desk. We heard from Carol, who runs the international news output, a little bit earlier. This is the lifeline for correspondents out in the field, especially those in dangerous environments. You know that when you ring this number, somebody will always pick up, someone at the other end of the phone who can help you, somebody who can talk you through what is required of you, what the different programmes want of you, and they filter through everything that happens in the newsroom that you need to know when you're out and about, because you don't need to know everything, you just need to know what really affects you, and these are the guys who help you. They also coordinate flights and things like that. Kit Bradshaw sitting there, very keen to get Kit in today because he works at radio, but also his fun fact is that he was once a hand model for an iPad. So I'm thrilled that he's hoved into view during my shift.
Hello, Spanish Radio.
He's reading the afternoon bulletin, so he's working on his bulletin, which is due to go out at 4 o'clock.
I don't pass
And of course, it's what's going on, it's what's happening now, it's what's live and it's what's breaking, but it's also what's happened in the past. That's very important, isn't it, Katie? You're an archive.
I am, it is indeed. And this is one of the areas that doesn't have any cameras, so I thought I'd come over here and show you what these guys are getting up to off camera. Simon, you've escaped the cameras over here,
have so far today.
Simon is a senior picture researcher. Explain what that involves then.
The main part of my job is to find picture to cover news stories, any breaking news that happens, all right? Because obviously a lot of the stories we cover now can be a little picture light. So our job is to find them archive images from the past, obviously moving images, as well as we do obviously have some still images to cover the stories that you guys
want to do. So we've been going for 30 years.
Yep.
Basically, if someone sort of says, oh, I want a picture of Tesco's in the 80s, that's your job then to try and look through our archive, see if we've actually filmed it back in the 80s, and if it looked different, and then make it available for a producer to put in a package?
Yes, in the case of something like from that far back, it will more likely be on a tape. So
tape?
yes, we have tapes. We have tapes. It's all. I mean, obviously our archive's computerised now, but we still have a rather large stock of tapes that go back to 1989 and before that. We've got a lot of old file footage that we've actually bought in. So that means we probably have to go running off to another building and get the tape and then load it into the system for you.
But if it was, say, the HMV story today, that was a story that I remember covering maybe about a month ago, so we probably wouldn't need to go and film HMV, would we? Because you could find us some shots.
That's all stored now on our online archive.
Should we just have a quick look at Simon's screen? So explain what this is that you've got here then, Simon.
What we have here is just a key word search. In this case, I just used the word Tesco, used some Tesco footage, putting that in, press find, and basically every piece of footage the word Tesco's come up in, will come up on my screen. Obviously that can be refined if you wanted particular checkouts or you wanted particular products on a shelf in a Tesco store. We can use those keywords, and that will then bring me up all the actual footage we have, which it's very simple. We scroll down, we can click on it, and then obviously scroll through to find the shot that might suit you best, like a checkout.
And all of the computers are sort of linked, the programs are linked up, aren't they? So you're getting this and then you're sort of putting it in an area where the producer and the editor can access?
Yep, the producers all put in a request through Open Media, which we now use, and as soon as that request is put in, okay, we have a research bar, and all the requests automatically come up on our screen. So I can just click into that, find out exactly what the reporter producer requires, and load the footage straight up to that. That then goes straight into Open Media, and from there, someone like yourself or a producer can view the footage, decide if that's exactly what they require, and that goes straight on the server and can be edited in one of the edit suites.
So it's our 30th anniversary today. Do you get quite excited when it's really early footage? Is it quite funny to look at now?
Yeah, it is. And I have to say, when you get the opportunity to do those deep, what I call deep searches, trying to find those fantastic either black and white or very early colour shots, which just make a piece pop, because you've got that old images that many might not have ever seen before. Yeah. You know you really added value to that piece. Yeah. And that's, I'm 17 years working here next month, and I still get that excitement when I can find those fantastic little nuggets that just make a piece just that little bit better.
Is the aim then eventually to take everything off tape, though, so that it is digitalised?
That is the project ahead of us, digitisation project. It is, we've got many years of doing it. It is a lot of material. Yeah. I mean, we only went fully computerised with a actual robot that stores all our material back in the middle of 2009.
Wow.
So everything from 89 to 2009 is still sitting on tapes.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I think you probably don't have time to be talking to us, Simon, so we better leave you. Thank you. Right, we will let you have a look at what's going in the newsroom. Then what are we approaching? Almost 4 o'clock, so we're going into the next hour.
Thanks so much, Katie. Yeah, let's go back to the hour. Familiar faces for those who've been watching for the afternoon. You can see there's Emily Deaker sitting there at the bottom of your screen. She's been producing this afternoon's output. A couple of shout-outs we've got to send out to people watching Sky News Raw today. Jordan Milne, she works on our planning desk. Her mum is ever so excited to see her on the telly. She says she is #OneProudMum. And Lewis Goodall, our political correspondent, apparently his nan has been watching all day. She hasn't left the sofa. So a big shout out to all the parents and siblings and family of those in Sky News who are getting to see their loved ones on the telly for the first time, despite the fact that they come home and talk about the telly at the end of their day every single day. This is the gallery. This is where all of the stories are outputted. This is counting up to the end of the hour.
4, 3, 2,
I'll
1.
come out a picture anyway.
On the
so
sting.
That's handy.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Did you say you have recoded it for us? Nice. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Hello.
Thanks very much.
So
Becky,
top of the
making sure you
4,
can
we've got some
hear us
new
okay?
openers.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Hiya.
Faisal Hayes, making sure you can hear us okay?
Hello, Ben.
I'll just stop him. But yeah, double his position or your position.
Becky, Harry, just making sure you can hear us okay?
Faisal, it's Em in the gallery. Can you hear
Did he
me?
go too far? Okay.
Faisal, did you get a question to the PM? I didn't hear one, but there was a lot of breakup on the feed.
Got it?
Okay.
Understood. I thought that was the case. So we will do a grab of Theresa May at the top. Then we will come to you for your analysis. I've got a Foster grab for you to throw to. Are you expecting that?
All the time. I'm getting stopped in the streets, selfies.
Love it. You'll have to get an agent.
Understood.
Can you just do your walk? You're going to do the top. Cameras just wanted to have a quick restore.
I think I messed it up slightly before.
Fine. So if you want it, you throw to and you pick up from an Arlene Foster grab. We'll follow you.
Will you just tell me when to start walking?
3, 2, 1. Start your walk.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Stop there.
And when do I start? Do I start walking after the? When do I start walking?
Literally as you start saying this, really.
Oh right, right at the top.
Yeah.
So for those who might think that presenters aren't that bright, Jonathan Samuels there, who is indeed a very bright chap, asking for information about when to walk. The surreal conversations that I had in news galleries across the world.
Also, Jonathan, a full
From the sublime to the ridiculous, let's cross from the Sky News gallery to Sky News Radio. We're all very excited to see Kit Bradshaw's hands, aren't we, Katie?
Then some key points. Then
Oh, we haven't got your mic, Katie.
In the wall, OS9.
Time to go into detail.
We can see his hands, though.
20 seconds.
We can see the hands, and that's what we'll watch while Kit does his
It's radio. There's no hands involved.
So Kit has to hit exactly 2 minutes. He will start bang on 4 o'clock, and he will finish bang on 4:02.
Because we're going live to commercial radio stations, so they will opt in for that 2 minutes.
Right, we'll be quiet now. Yep.
He's cutting it a bit of fine there, Kit, but let's listen to his bulletin.
From the Sky News Centre at 4 children aged between 3 and 8 have been killed in a house fire in Stafford. A man, a woman and a baby are in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Brian Pickering lives around 40 yards from the property and raised the alarm in the early hours.
Looked out the back window, the flames were lashing out the window. So I dashed to the phone, dial 999 for the fire service, and then within 10 minutes, easy to less than that.
It's not yet known how the blaze started. Liam Neeson says he was compelled by a primal desire for revenge when he had repeated thoughts about killing a black man after someone close to him was raped. The actor has denied being a racist after being widely criticised for his comments. Theresa May has suggested she's looking for a time limit to the Irish backstop.
Always been one that Parliament has raised. It's been raised.
You can see Kit there, as well as writing the bulletin, is driving the bulletin desk himself as well, so playing out the clips that he's presumably edited himself as part of his bulletin.
The UK staying in the EU's customs union if there's no deal agreed for Britain's future trading relationship. The Prime Minister has been speaking in Belfast to reiterate her commitment to avoiding a hard Irish border. A body has been found in a lake by officers searching for a missing University of Reading student. 19-year-old Daniel Williams was reported missing after a night out on the White Knights campus on Thursday. The boss of the Canadian firm, which has bought HMV out of administration, says he paid a fair price for the chain, but won't reveal how much. It means 100 stores will be saved, but 27 which don't make any money have closed. And Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain has been named in Liverpool's squad for the knockout stages of the Champions League. The England international hasn't played since April last year after suffering multiple ligament damage to his knee. That's the latest from Sky News. I'm Kit Bradshaw.
Great stuff, Kit. Thanks very much for that.
2 minutes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Off air.
Impressive stuff.
Slightly more pressure with you in the case.
I know. It doesn't matter that you've got a camera and everyone watching you on the news channel.
No, absolutely.
I have to say, I very briefly for a few months did Sky News Radio, and it is a terrifying thing to have to make sure that you are timed to the exact word.
Yeah.
And I used to invariably end up halfway through my name going, "It's Katie."
Yeah.
The whole of the network.
And as you probably remember, what we do is we have all the back timings on our script, so we know.
Yeah.
We know. Yeah.
The technique is that you've got the odd line that you could add in or take away.
Yeah, exactly. And I've timed exactly what times I should be hitting when I get to each story. So 108, 122, 134. And I knew when I got to the last story, which was about Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, that I was a couple of seconds ahead of myself, so that you might have heard I sort of started taking my time, slowed down. But if I needed it, I had extra lines in brackets, so I could have told you more about his knee injury if I'd needed to. But yeah, didn't need to in the end.
Just before we leave you, hands.
Yeah, I don't know why I put that as my interesting fact.
I love it.
It was years ago that I worked at an Apple store and I was roped into being a hand model. But journalism now, no more hand modelling.
We'll leave you, Jane, on a shot of the hands, shall we?
Never lived this down. Yeah.
49.
Fine set of hands that they are. Interesting to think about the different news agendas also. Sky News News Channel led on the story about Brexit. We're now hearing from Faisal. You can see him up on the right-hand screen, our political editor, talking to Jonathan Samuels in the studio about what Theresa May said on the Irish border. On radio, they led on the house fire. So different stories for different markets.
For the future, she was suggesting
Take a bit of May here.
The backstop could be changed. If I can sort of try to explain this simply.
So there'll be a grab.
Home desk, hi, it's Emma in the gallery.
Throw to here, Arlene Foster.
Hello, Mike. Am I expecting Adele Robinson live this hour?
She wants to change its
Lovely. She knows, does she?
A different type
Thank you so
backstop.
much.
Now, I think that some in the DUP, some in the European Research Group won't like the
So he's got
sound
grab,
of
Jonathan.
that.
He'll pick up from.
So Emily has now eaten her cupcake. Breaking news. And she's looking ahead in her running order to see what's coming up next. She wants to go to Adele Robinson, who's one of our reporters who's out on location. So she was just buzzing through on the intercom to the home desk there to check that Adele is available and that she's going to be able to bring her up on the TV soon.
Or some sort of change, an expiry date, which the Attorney General is looking at. Those are the rough two options. But I think some Brexiters have picked this up and thought that there were the chances that the entire backstop would go. She is clear here to this audience of Northern Irish business people that there will be some sort of backstop in this agreement. Now, I spoke to Arlene Foster, the leader of the DUP, the party that supports her in office, earlier today here in Belfast. And I asked her what exactly...
So Ben, the director, he's been in and out of the gallery throughout the day, an hour on, an hour off. It's the current system that they're working on. So he's looking ahead to the hour that he's on screen and the hour that he's off screen, looking to help build that running order and make sure that all the coding is correct.
Faisal will pick up, yeah?
Yes, please.
Faisal will pick up here. 15 seconds, Faisal. 10 seconds.
And then in the little box in the bottom right, that's Darren. He's coding the next hour. So he'll be coming into the gallery at 5 o'clock. So he's now looking ahead to that running order, working out any particular codes that need to be put in to ensure it all runs smoothly.
It's worth noting
so stand by Jonathan's mic.
Becky,
hi, you'll be next. Okay, I'll follow you through all that stuff you got to do.
Went out of their way to back the Northern Ireland withdrawal deal, originally negotiated by the Prime Minister. To back
Alan, can you look at 70 for me, mate? There's something not right. Story 70.
So Ben's just asking Alan, the co-director, to just look at something. There's something coming up in the running order that Ben thinks doesn't look right. Because it's all automated and coded, a digit or a letter wrong can throw the whole system. So Alan's now looking ahead to work out what the issue is.
Camera 9 next. Jonathan's mic in. Cut 9.
Just about, Faisal, just about. Thank you very much indeed.
And drop down on 9, back to the desk.
Now, detectives
Thanks, Faisal, you're clear.
Fatal fire in Stanford have released names of the 4 children who died. The youngsters have yet to be formally identified.
Back in vision next.
So just a moment ago, they were talking to Becky Johnson. She's out on location. They're going to be coming to her next.
Mixing out here. Stand by, we're going back to the wall next. OS6 delayed.
believed to be run.
And mix in vision. Over you go, 9. Opening the wall. Stand by OS6 delayed.
Photograph. It's just heartbreaking, isn't it? What more are you learning about the family?
Mic's out. Delay. Cut.
Well,
vision.
this is just so shocking, and
So
this
we'll
is a
see
very
the children
close-knit
again,
community,
please.
and the family were very well known. And you know, you look at that picture, and we can see 6-year-old Keegan with his 4-year-old sister Tilly.
She's going to. You can lose Jonathan's mic. She's going to do a lot here.
8-year-old Riley,
including a big graphic
happy,
and a grab.
Family photograph, and it just
So
breaks your heart.
Ben, the director's now looking ahead to all the things that he's going to have to do while Becky's live is on air. So he said that she's going to be talking to a graphic, so he has to make sure that that is queued up. If she's going to talk to any particular clips from interviews, he has to make sure that's queued up, and any images as well that may be being used to float over. You can see that image has just come up on the Sky screen. He has to make sure that those images are in place as well.
Look behind me. If I step out the way, you can see the family home. It's an end terrace house. You can see an awful lot of investigation work underway.
Statement next. It's a long graphic.
They're trying to understand just how this.
Also, she's going to read here story 47. All right, just so you know.
By the time firefighters arrived about 20 to 3 this morning, that fire was well alight on the first floor. And in the last few minutes, we've had some tributes from the children's school teachers. They say Riley, now he was 8, was a very confident, excitable member of school.
Adele, it's Em in the gallery. Can you hear me?
Enthusiasm. He was a caring friend who hated to see anyone
Hi, darling.
hurt
I'm going to come to you next.
Just
Just checking that you are
And we heard that Tilly,
at Woolwich Crown
Tilly
Court.
was a happy little girl who loved coming to nursery. She was friendly and caring.
Brilliant.
Child.
It's Jonathan presenting and you are next. I've got no elements for you to throw to, it's just a straight up and down live.
We've also heard a
Thanks, love.
23-year-old Ollie, who was a happy, loving boy who loved cuddles. He was always happy to come to nursery and loved to be in the role play area with the dolls. And then 6-year-old Keegan's teachers say he was lively, full of fun and mischief, with a really endearing smile. He loved school, and everyone who worked with him loved him. We were all proud of him and the progress that he'd made, and the teachers say it's very hard to accept what's happened. Our school community are understanding.
Millbank, hi, it's Em in the gallery. Can you hear me?
Becky next. She's going to throw to a grab.
Give me one sec.
Well, let's step away from the gallery for now. That is the ongoing output on Sky News, coming away from that house fire in Stafford. Back out in the newsroom, though, Katie has been doing the rounds. Who are you with now, Katie?
I've joined the evening team again to come and see how it's all progressing. Bayer is one of the... You're working as a producer today. Also work as a reporter for us as well.
No.
Well, you're doing some reports, though, aren't you?
No. So I'm producing original stories.
Original content for us. Yeah, OK. One thing you need, every good journalist needs, look at this notepad. Come on, detailed notes of what you're working on tonight, Bayer.
Exactly.
How's it going? What is your responsibility then in the team tonight?
So tonight I was first asked to seeing the Diane Magnane story. Right. So she's doing a piece on fake news in Russia, and although it was already cut out in Moscow, my job is to make sure that it's where it needs to be, make sure that we have all the right name titles and all the right tags, and essentially if anything goes wrong, I suppose it's down to me. But yeah, that's my job today. And also
we saw you I caught you in an edit suite a bit earlier with Nick Phipps, who's output editor, so it's you checking with Nick that everything's okay with it.
It's a very collaborative process. So the piece comes in, I go and speak to the editor, I make sure that again everything's where it needs to be, and if anything is not where it needs to be, I sort of instruct them what they need to do, and then once that's done and I feel it's at a good enough standard, I bring Nick in, and Nick basically says yes or no. Yeah. And if he says no, then you have to go back and figure
Start again.
You have to start again, yeah.
Can I ask you as well how long you've been here as well? You're fairly new, aren't you, to working here as a producer?
Yeah, so I've been with Sky News for 6 months, but my sort of career at Sky started 4 years ago, so it's a bit weird.
But this is what I love about Sky News. It's the brilliant way that you can come here and get experience and then return and sort of work your way up. So what were you doing 4 years ago?
So 4 years ago, I was a school leaver. So at 18, I joined Sky Sports as an intern. Was here for a year. It was amazing. Worked across Spanish football, soccer AM, cricket, various teams. I then went to uni, studied journalism, got loads of experience, and then the right opportunities came up.
So you came here, you realised what you needed in order to sort of get the jobs that you wanted to do, and then you're back here again.
Yeah, and obviously as well, the great thing about being involved with people at Sky is that people kept an eye out for me.
Yeah.
So obviously, I think I made a decent impression, and when opportunities came up, they, you know, buzzed through to me and said, would you like to have a part of this or play a part in that? And yeah.
So anyone who is watching who is perhaps a student and wanting to get in on the ground, do you think it does really help to come and meet people and get your face known, I guess?
One, it makes the difference if you come and meet people and get your face known. Two, what I did was I was doing things away from Sky, and I think that impressed them, and that's at a local level as well, not just at a national level. I was just showing that, you know what, I've got the basic instincts of, you know, to be a journalist, and I have the basic skills. Obviously, those have to be refined, but if you just put in the effort and you show that you've got enterprise and you're driven, then that makes the right impression. But also, Sky have actually started going to universities in the north and outside of London, and looking for students, and they've actually made me an ambassador to do that.
Oh, wow,
so
great.
If there are any students who are interested in getting into journalism, email me, if you have any ideas.
Oh, come on, Bayer. How do we get in touch? What's the email address?
My email's bayer.cabelu, so beya.kabelu@sky.uk, and I'm very happy to give advice, help people out, and share a little bit of knowledge if I have any.
I love it. You're doing so well. Thank you, Bayer. Very nice to meet you. Good luck with all of the stuff that you're seeing in. And we'll let you cross back to the live feed then. We're approaching the 5 o'clock hour when Mark Austin's going to be taking over.
I do fear, Katie, that Bayer may regret doing that. Let's take you back to the newsroom. There you can see Mark Austin. He's preparing for his evening show tonight. But also later on this evening, we're going to be crossing to Millbank, and we're going to be seeing Sky News Tonight, which is on from 7 till 9, presented, of course, by Dermot Murnahan. That's the Millbank editorial desk. That's where the political unit sits. And there's Dermot lurking in the corner. That is actually a shared chair. You heard it here first. Adam Bolton and Dermot Murnahan, hot desk, hot chair. As Adam leaves, Dermot comes in. So they share that space. Enda Brady is down there to talk us through what happens in Millbank from that side of the office, the guest-getting team and the evening production team. Enda.
Hi, Jane. Yeah, let's go find out. So we have all our guest-getting team here. These are the cameras, by the way, that you can see all the newsroom on. So they're remote controlled. I've just seen it move. All the wires and cables and everything that it needs to work and function. And the guest-getting team, we have Gemma here, first of all. Gemma, quick hello. I know you're busy. What are you working on?
So I'm working on Sky News Tonight, and I'm just looking for a guest on the State of the Union.
Any ideas so far?
Dermot's given me some ideas. So we've already got a former media advisor for Trump as a pre-record. So we're now looking for someone who's more to the left to come on and talk about it and talk about...
So you'll have a couple of guests.
Yeah.
Brilliant, from both sides of the argument.
Exactly.
OK, right, we'll move along. Lucy is next. Lucy, what are you working on?
I am working on All Out Politics with Adam Bolton for tomorrow. And we are looking at definitely some political guests. Probably we'll have a guest on about the Canada free trade agreement and also the UK one. There's an event tomorrow with David Davis, former Brexit Secretary, and Greg Hands. We're hoping to get an interview with one of them. So
will Adam ring in tonight to give you suggestions about guests, or will you liaise with him?
Usually we liaise with him. We have a chat with him before he leaves after the show today, and then it'll be via email, kind of his suggestions and working on what's happening. If anything obviously breaks or anything changes, then we can readjust.
Good luck. Thank you,
Great.
Lucy. And finally, Cloudy is here, and she is working on an interview that you recorded earlier on. This is a famous photographer.
Yes, so Don McCullen. So myself and Dermot went to an exhibition, which he's doing at the Tate, and filmed an interview with him this morning, so I'm now cutting it down.
All the best bits of the interview,
Exactly.
just all the key points.
All the key points, trying to keep everything in, but
And
yeah.
I'm hoping Dermot asked some good questions. We'll go and ask him. Dermot, how are you today?
Well, great. I mean, very excited about the Don McCullen interview because he's an absolute legend. 60 years in the business. Vietnam War, basically every conflict since the 1960s, and to actually get to meet him was incredible. And I must say, the job that Cloudy's doing is probably one of the most difficult that anyone will ever have, because I got so excited doing the interview, and the fact is that we were pre-recording it. So
You kept talking.
We kept talking. Well, he keeps talking as well, but every single word he says is a gem. Now, you and I know that when you do an interview, you listen as a reporter, thinking, right, if we've got to cut it down, we won't use that bit, and that bit's really good. With Don, 20 minutes, every word, an absolute gem. So Cloudy and I are, you know, discussing really the hardest part, which is what you leave out to get it down to kind of broadcast length. Just every anecdote, every story, that you can see the photographs on the walls behind him in the gallery. As he talks about those in particular, there's a shell-shocked Vietnam Marine, isn't there, who he takes a photograph of just after a shell has dropped, which nearly got him. Thankfully, Don survived. So did the Marine. But he was so shocked that he said he took 5 shots of the Marine as he kind of retired, got off the scene, and the Marine didn't blink once because he was gone. And it's in those eyes that you actually see the horror of the Vietnam War without actually seeing any blood, any gore, any guts. Amazing photography.
So your time frame of the day, a lot of the day's political events have already happened, a lot of the news has happened in the day, and you're wrapping up in the evening. You've got a great kind of period of time to reflect on the day, and we know pretty much what's going to be on the front pages tomorrow.
And we also do have a great location as well, in that we're just across the road from Westminster. So, you know, on the big political days, and we've been having an awful lot of those recently. You know, we can get a stream of the politicians in here and interview them face to face, which really makes a heck of a difference. It must be said today, though, you know, the political action, the Brexit actions taking place in Northern Ireland. So our political editor Faisal Islam's doing that. So we're touching wood, pretty Brexit light tonight from my point of view.
You've been broadcasting a long time. Have you ever seen anything like Sky News Raw?
A long time. Seen anything like it?
Sky News Raw. I mean, what has happened today? Cameras coming in, everyone being interviewed.
No, nothing like it at all. But, you know, that's part of Sky News. You know, the thing is that 30 years ago we thought we were innovating, and we were, you know, innovating by just doing a 24-hour channel. Now it seems very commonplace, and during the discussions I've been having during the course of this week about the future of the news, people keep referring to us as legacy broadcasters, mainstream media. So, you know, we're just showing people that, hey, you know, we can do an awful lot of other things as well. And if you want to see how we make these decisions, if you want to disagree with them, but certainly if you want to understand how they come about, what appears on your screen, what appears on your phone, what appears online, this is how we do it.
What advice would you give to any young person out there at college or university wanting to get into the media and wondering if it's something that they can achieve or would even want to go and do?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, you did mention how long I've been in the media. I mean, I started an old route going through newspapers and whatever. There are many different routes in, but I think the formula stays the same, and it goes for all of us, all my colleagues here at Sky News, front of camera, behind camera, is, you know, pursue a passion, be interested, learn how to communicate, and follow that through. Don't necessarily think I have to be this, that, or the other. Follow those through. If it really is journalism for you, there are many different routes in. It doesn't necessarily have to be papers, radio, or TV as it was in my day. Now there are many, many other ways in. But at the end of the day, I would also say try and get paid for it, because if you want to make a career out of it, there are many ways that I see nowadays for people to produce some pretty good quality journalism. You know, particularly online, and you know, you wouldn't be able to live off it.
Still a great time to be in the business?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I was originally a historian by training, and I spent, now looking back at it, too long doing it, many years doing postgraduate attempts. and I suddenly realised there's an old cliche about journalism that you have a front row seat at the making of history. Now, I hate cliche, but that's one I will buy into. It's absolutely true. I mean, the things that I've seen in the 35 years I've been in the business is quite unbelievable.
That's brilliant, Dermot. Thanks for your time. Couldn't have put it better myself. A front row seat in the making of history, and 30 years of Sky News history today. So Sky News Raw. I'm going to leave you with a shot of our Millbank newsroom. Everyone just going about their day. It has been a busy day. A lot of the action happened in Downing Street. We started off with cabinet arrivals, and then there was the Prime Minister heading off to Belfast giving that speech. And there we have Beth Rigby. Let's actually just go and we'll grab a quick word with Beth. And Beth is never short of anything to say. So, Beth, tell me.
Yeah.
What's going to be on the front pages tomorrow?
I don't know. No idea.
You know everything. Come on.
I've been deep in thought, doing a Sky Views column today. It's going to be on the website tomorrow.
Sneak preview. What's it about?
What do you think it's about?
Politics,
what might I be?
Brexit?
Yeah, it's about Brexit. I think on the front page tomorrow will be whatever happened in Ireland today. I think actually the Prime Minister had maybe a little glimmer of hope today because Arlene Foster and the DUP sort of seem to suggest that she might help her out on the issue of this Irish backstop.
Well, I was in Downing Street and I saw
weren't
some
you?
members of the DUP coming out. They did not look very happy.
Didn't they?
They did not look very happy.
Faces like thunder. Huh? Well, Arlene Foster, the mood music, I think, was quite positive for the Prime Minister from her.
Do you feel something has shifted today, maybe?
No, she might just be chipping away at it. She's going to Brussels, I think, later this week as well. But I've spoken to lots of Brexiteers today as well, and they're saying she's got to get that withdrawal agreement. That's the international treaty. That is our exit deal from the EU, that she's got to get that reopened and renegotiated. I think we've got 50 days to go.
And yet Brussels have said that
They've said no.
They've
said no, and also it's taken 2 years to negotiate it. So that's why some people would say that her going to Brussels is riding off on a unicorn, that this is fantasy politics. Look, she's probably going to come back with something. The question is, can she get enough of her Brexiteers to get it through the Commons? Adam Bolton thinks she can. And I always agree with Adam Bolton.
There we go. We're in Millbank, and he is the king of this palace a lot of the time, so we'll have to agree with Adam Bolton. Back to you, Jane. A fantastic day's coverage here in Westminster on Sky News Raw.
Thanks, Enda.
Yeah, it's going to move back and it's the old baby.
There you can see Enda just there on the monitor in the middle of your screen there. This is the newsroom. If you've been watching us all day, one, why aren't you doing something else? But two, it has been compelling viewing. Lots of people are saying that they are absolutely tuned to us. If you were watching from 7 o'clock this morning when we started, the newsroom was a little bit quieter than it is now. Throughout the day, it's been interesting to see how stories have developed. Now the big push is ahead to the 5 o'clock programme, fronted by Mark Austin. There's the head of news, John Riley, talking to Mark Olfold, the head of social and digital.
One of the jobs is to keep them what's happening.
Are they tweeting each other? Are they texting each other? We've had lots of people asking us questions. We were asked what a slab was a while ago. A slab is a chunk of video or a chunk of interview that we put out on air. Somebody wanted to know what Sky Sources means. When we talk about Sky Sources, it's when one of our reporters has spoken to somebody that they trust, that they believe, or they may have seen a document with their own eyes, but it hasn't been officially announced. So, for example, a good example would be Mark Kleinman's exclusive on Sunday that the people of Nissan were going to be told that the X-Trail wasn't going to be built there. It was at Sky Sources on Sunday. It was announced officially by Nissan on Monday. Neil Dunwoody there talking to John Riley. Neil Dunwoody, head of output.
Good, okay.
There's Francesca, who is coming to the end of her shift. She's been output editing throughout the whole day here on Sky News. She gets in really early in the morning, goes to all the early morning meetings and works out which stories we're going to be covering throughout the day on Sky News. A little sneaky fact about Francesca. Her brother told her to put some makeup on after she appeared on the telly earlier this morning. She doesn't need it. As Darren, over the last hour, we've seen him building the running order and assisting the producer in building the running order, because he's one of the directors. He's going to be going in at 5 o'clock into the gallery. So he's checking that the coding is right on each of the slugs that's put into the running order, because if the coding isn't right, it won't go on the telly, and it just takes a digit or a letter to be wrong, and it doesn't work. Mark Austin there, of course. He's got about half an hour to go before his programme starts. So this last half an hour before you go on air is quite a crucial time for a presenter. You're going through your notes that you've made since you've been in. You'll have sat and read some articles, done some background, and you'll have written some questions. So it's a chance for you to perhaps go over and review questions you've asked. You're going to ask what answers you think you might get, what supplementary questions you could maybe have, any extra background reading that you want to do, and then if you've got time, you then get to go through all the scripts. So going through, rewriting scripts, tweaking scripts, putting them in your own words, makes it easier to read for you. And that goes on while you're on air as well. You know, presenters read ahead. We often, on the lunchtime shift, read ahead to see what scripts are coming up and how we can alter them. Just been told that we can cross to Washington now. We've been across the UK today, but now we're going across the world. Becky Cottrell is across there for us. This is Sky News' Washington studio. Hi, Becky. Give us a tour.
Hi, yes, so this is the office in our Washington bureau. Just have a little look round. It's quite small. There's only actually 6 of us here in DC. So this desk here is where I sit. I am one of the producers, so it's my job to work with the correspondents. So we're putting together TV packages, planning stories. And one of the main difficulties we face is trying to plan stuff where we can get out of DC, speak to people, see how they're feeling, often about the president, but also having to cover the on-the-day news. So often we'll have a conversation in the morning, see what the president's doing. There are kind of multiple news lines on any day, depending on what Trump's up to and kind of how he's been behaving recently. So I often will be kind of looking at this monitor, watching what Trump's up to. There'll be kind of unscheduled press conferences that we'll have to look out for. And we kind of have to think about how much time we designate to the president and, you know, the things that he often uses to distract the media from unfavourable coverage, and also, you know, responding to things like shootings or just, you know, other big stories that are playing out big across the networks here. One of the most kind of memorable Trump incidents of recent times was when he had that very bizarre meeting with Kanye West in the Oval Office. So we all gathered around one screen and kind of watched in amazement as the two had this pretty bizarre encounter. I don't know if you remember it. It's well worth watching back. And then over here we've got where the correspondents sit, so Cordelia and Amanda. Amanda is actually away in Venezuela at the moment, and Cordelia is in the edit suite. I'll take you in there in a moment. And then over here, she's not here right now, but this is where Emily sits. She is the bureau chief, and she's in charge of the DC operation as well as New York and LA, where we also have teams. Now, I will take you through. There's Emily, very busy woman. So this is our edit suite. So in here we've got Dickon and Cordelia. Dickon is one of our cameramen, so he shoots everything you see and edits everything you see. And him and Cordelia are working on an interview they did earlier.
Yeah,
Tell us a bit about it.
Just spoken to Deputy Press Secretary Raj Shah. You might remember he worked very closely with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. He's left the White House, and it's really intriguing. He's quite open and candid about his time working there. Talks about some of his regrets, about learning about the president's policies from tweets and having to try and manage the message, and a bit about the State of the Union, which of course is tonight as well. So quite open and frank, which is good.
Good, so they're working on this now. As you can see, we've got these screens above us, so that's all the feeds we have coming in, whether it's President Trump in the White House or politicians on the Hill over at Congress. And over here, so you might not get a sense of it, but this is an extremely small room. And over here is where the correspondents will often do their live hits. This is the background we have. It's not as exciting as what I'm going to show you in a moment up on the roof. So kind of depending on how busy it is on any given day, we've got an edit space there, an edit space there. So we've got an edit going on, a correspondent could be doing live hits, so it can all get a bit chaotic, especially when Trump throws a curveball late afternoon and we all have to scramble. And I will, in a second, be taking you up on the roof, and that's a nice view of the Capitol building in the background.
Okay. Becky, thanks very much for that. Great to see all the team in Washington. Not seen some of them for quite a long time, so it's lovely to see who's behind the scenes and what the Washington Bureau looks like. We're used to seeing the reporter, but we don't get to see all the people who are behind the scenes making it all happen. Well, what about where it all happens here in West London? And this is NOC, the News Operations Centre. This is where all the images from elsewhere come in, foreign bureaus, satellite trucks, digitally, and also where the live interviews come in. And as these images come in, the people in NOC liaise with the gallery, so they let the gallery and the home desk and the foreign desk know if important images have come through that they think should be going on the telly or that they know people are waiting for. So it's a really crucial centre. Katie Spencer is there for us, with Lisa Robson, I believe, the manager of Sky News NOC. She's been ducking and diving out of the cameras today. She's been desperately avoiding being on the telly, but you've cornered her, Katie.
It was the only way we were going to actually get to talk to her, weren't we? She's been dodging cameras all day. Lisa, we've got you now, haven't we?
I'm a very camera-shy person normally, yes.
Well, I guess that's part of the joy of today, isn't it? It's actually everyone who wouldn't normally be on TV.
Exactly.
We get to sort of see what each other does, aren't we? So you're the manager here.
I am, yes.
I mean, it's a huge bank of sort of feeds that we can see coming in front of you guys.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys are doing? Sort of explain what's
happening? I'm not watching a lot of TV. Yeah, there is a huge bank. You get very used to kind of noticing when things are going wrong because kind of the colours change or what have you. But it's amazingly, it is in an organised, so there's incoming fees coming on one side, outgoing fees going on the other. So you learn to know which way to look. So we could probably find you in that group.
I mean, if we just sort of quickly sort of look over here, it looks like one of your team. Are they setting up a Skype interview over there?
Tim D is doing a Skype guest, which is going to be on the news channel shortly. So he's just lined up the guest who's obviously waiting to go on air. So
making sure they can hear correctly.
And once everything's established, so the important thing is that vision and good comms are established so that everybody can hear each other and that the guest feels comfortable. So we're the first point of contact. So we introduce ourselves, say who we are, say you're going to be on air, you know, we're going to put you through the gallery, so hopefully reassure them. So it can be a very nerve-wracking experience being on air.
Yeah, I mean, we try to stay away from Skypes if we can, don't we? Because sometimes the delays can just be so painful, and that's one of the things that you guys have to dial in and dial in again to see if it's
totally
working.
Right. And also, depending on the region you're in, your broadband connection, it relies on broadband, so your connection could be amazing or it could be a little bit different. So if you've got kind of family and friends watching kind of things upstairs or streaming online, that could
ruin
differ.
your live on Sky News.
You have to tell your kind of children, would you mind not going online for 5 minutes? I'm just going to appear on Sky News, something like that. So that's how it works.
Talk us through who else we've got here. What other people are doing?
Rod is one of the NOC supervisors, along with Richard Westwood. So Rod Laverick is on a late shift today, and he has been responsible for switching a lot of the source feeds for your Gallery 8.
Oh, okay.
So the last half an hour. So it's been a bit of a flurry, hasn't it, Rod?
It has been.
So it's been a very busy day.
Busier than normal.
Yeah. So this chap here is Nick Sparks. Then he plays a big role in because he's the voice ident.
Just like yourself, Katie, you probably heard me coming through.
Before you came to us, we had some issues, which was the reason that we were delayed. Communications, comms in our ear. At the moment, I'm getting a feed of the gallery that are going to be talking to me, but when we sort of test whether or not we've got comms, there is an ident that is your voice, which says...
happens to be me. This is the Sky News circuit for London. So.
Which repeats over and over again and drives you slightly crazy until you actually get to hear your proper gallery. But so that's a big part of it, though, isn't it? Communication with people out in the field.
Exactly. So making sure you've got communication and comms. So if you dial up and you don't obviously hear anything, then instantly you know that's a problem. So the first thing you generally do is call us and we sort it out and make it happen.
Yeah. And so what are you guys doing at the moment? We're looking like we're...
So I think you can get a sneak preview of what's about to happen next. So this is the team in Washington who have just gone to our rooftop. So
this is getting terribly confusing. Behind the scenes is behind the scenes
behind
the scenes.
So they just relocated. So I'm just making sure that it's all stable and it works. And so far, so good.
Well, in that case, perhaps we should cross across to Washington then, in that case. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you.
Hi, yes, so welcome back to Washington. So the last time you saw us, we were in our kind of slightly grotty, to be honest, edit suite downstairs. Now we're on the roof of our building, and in the background we've got the Capitol building, which is probably kind of the most iconic building associated with the political wrangling here in Washington. This is where our reporters do their lives as much as possible. So this is Sky News' spot. Either Cordelia or Amanda, our correspondents, will stand here. The Capitol's in the background. Tonight, we'll also have Greg up here. So it's President Trump's State of the Union address. That's an annual thing where he goes over there and speaks to the congressmen and women and the senators and kind of tells them how he thinks the country is doing under his leadership. Apparently, his message is going to be all about kind of bringing people together and, you know, cutting through the divisiveness. So we'll see how that goes down. And as you can see, looking across here, we've got other live spots that the other networks use. So we share this with the likes of Fox News and MSNBC, who are American networks, obviously. And then Channel 4 News and ITV News also have spaces up here. So the reporters very much have to stand in their spot and kind of drone out the sound of the other correspondents if they're doing lives at the same time. And tonight will be particularly busy with State of the Union. If you look again, you can see some of the networks have already got their spots set up in preparation. And so that's 8 p.m. local time. So we'll be reporting on that live and into sunrise. So morning time in the UK. And if you look over here, this isn't so glamorous. You can see lots of kind of untidy wires and chairs strewn across. This is where the cameramen would kind of keep all their equipment. And it might not look too hot now, I'm in a coat, but it kind of gets unbearably hot in the summer. And you can often see pasty-looking British and American cameramen taking shelter under their in-between lives so that they don't get sunburnt. And this is obviously where we would plug in for our lives, and the cameramen would have to come up early and get connection with London and make sure that it's all okay before the live. And then just finally, I'm going to point out we've got a giant American flag on our roof space. Now, that is a very common sight in America. They are incredibly patriotic. And if you look, you probably can't see, but as I look out across here, all the buildings have stars and stripes on them. And at times, you know, of national mourning, most recently, I'm thinking of the death of George H.W. Bush, the former president. The president will order for these flags to be lowered to half-mast, so they will all go down. And I think that's pretty much it from here in Washington.
Thanks so much. That was really, really great. And great to see the roof there up at West in Washington. And it is, I can attest, very, very windy, very cold in the winter and blindingly hot in the sunshine. Right, we're back here in West London. This is the newsroom. A lot of energy throughout the day has been going into what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes or so, the 5 o'clock hour with Mark Austin. A lot of energy going into packaging for that and into getting some good guests for that. You can just see Katie there walking through in the middle of the newsroom again. It's been interesting for those of you who've been watching it throughout the day, how stories have developed throughout the day, stories that were first mentioned this morning. Liam Neeson was a story that was bubbling around a little bit this morning. By mid-morning, it had really ramped up, and then we got a new interview from him this afternoon, and it's moved up the running order throughout the day because of what's happened to it. Interesting also, when you look at these shots of the newsroom, how the different outlets have taken the same story and used it differently. So we've seen Sky News leading on a different story to Sky News Radio, and those in turn will be different stories that will be the top clicked stories on mobile or on the iPad, etc. Back on the foreign desk now, it's Justin Bosenkay, and we were hearing from Carol earlier, who's the head of our international operations, about the significance of the foreign desk. It's a really tricky job working on the foreign desk. You've really got to know your stuff. It's not just understanding about UK news, obviously. It's about knowing international news, knowing who are the people to call in different countries when a story may unexpectedly happen. There's Neil Dunwoody. He is head of output. Head of the output editors. I think we're hoping to talk to Neil, actually.
Sorry, live at 5 desk.
He's playing it quiet at the moment. So Darren, the director that we were watching earlier, who hopefully will have built the next hour by now, will have checked it for any glitches. But a lot of attention at the moment being focused on what's actually going out on the telly. Let's talk to some of the daytime output team. Katie's there with Andy Milburn, I think. Let's just let the camera settle. Hi, Katie. Hi, Andy.
Sorry. Hello, yes. So, what time are we on at the moment? So we're about 5 o'clock, busy time for those people like Andy, who's assistant editor today, who is building the rundown for 5, aren't you?
Yeah.
How is it going? Has anything changed? Is everything sort of fairly in place?
We're looking in a really good shape, actually. The programme's pretty much done. I've checked everything up until about 5:10, so that's pretty good.
And is there any? Is there a VT that's running in the 5 as well?
So there is. We've got 2 VTs, 2 stories, which we have been doing as live stories throughout the day, which we're doing VTs on for 5 o'clock.
Well, these are VTs from scratch, so
yeah,
they're
so
hopefully in the works at the moment.
Yeah, they're in the works in edit suites. VTs are always the most stressful thing to get on air. They take a very long time, and there's a question mark as to whether or not they will actually make.
This is the exciting time of day, isn't it? So we're going to just quickly, thank you, Andy, have a chat to Francesca, the output editor. Is that what you've been doing? Have you been going down the edit
yes, I've
suites?
just been in one of the edit suites looking at Becky's piece, which is almost there. They're just making a few final touches to it. The other piece, the Ian Woods piece, is coming on, but I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. So hopefully, fingers crossed,
sometimes when it is down to the wire, we do a thing called hot rolling, don't we?
That's right. Let's hope there aren't any this evening, but there could well be. Like I said, I haven't been able to watch the Woods piece yet. So.
And is it? I mean, it's sometimes we're packaging for 5, sometimes we're packaging for 7, aren't we? So it's depending on when the footage is available.
Yeah, that's right. It depends how the story's gone throughout the day. I mean, with Stafford, obviously, it's been an awful story, but we've heard from the emergency services and we've heard from neighbours. So the elements are there. It's just about making sure that we can edit it in time.
Has the news agenda changed much today? I know you were waiting for Theresa May to speak this afternoon.
I mean, it's been kind of as we thought it would go. Theresa May was very good, very strong on the backstop, so we've got that top. Stafford, like I said, is a really emotional story. The Liam Neeson has had us all talking in the newsroom all day, and Ian's got some great elements for that, including the John Barnes interview that we did earlier. Hatton Garden, we're getting some good lines from that now. So yeah, there haven't been any major unexpected developments.
Maybe we should go and take a look and see how Ian's piece is progressing.
Do let me know that it's going to make.
We'll check for you, shall we? Right, okay, let's take you down the edit corridor and we can see whether or not this VT is probably going to be published on time or whether they're going to have to do a thing called hot rolling, which I will explain to you when we go in there. So, edit 1. Belinda is in here and she's the person that we always come to ask what edit suite we need to go into. So we're looking for Ian Wood's edit suite.
Yeah, he is doing there next door, I think, doing edit 2.
Edit 2? Dead easy, it's just the next door room to here, so we will... Edit 4. Slightly longer walk, but it's only 2 extra rooms. So we will come this way. Hello! Hello! Oh, no one in there. Ian Woods, right. So we may have to be quiet and we might not be able to stay that long, depending on how high pressured the situation is at the moment. Ian Woods. I'm so sorry, you're live on Sky News Raw at the moment. Is this pressured time?
No, it's
so
not. The VT is due to go out at 5:05. We've got 20 minutes, which is a lifetime in television news, except when you're the editor like Jen. But we are pretty much finished. But being perfectionists, we like to sort of fiddle around with things, and there's an interview which I think should be props higher up in the report, which we're still toying with a way of trying to swap things around. So there's always debate right up until airtime.
But what looks good, I don't know if the camera can sort of spin around to see what Jen's on at the moment. This is a relief because you've got no black holes in there, which is the main thing. There's pictures covering everything. So now it's just sort of tweaking and finessing, is it?
And we had a very late interview that we just put in as well.
Right, okay.
We were all done and ready for you, Katie. And then someone said some very interesting things that we thought added to the story.
Jen, can I ask you if you have got time as well? Hot rolling. So hopefully we're going to publish this. It will be dropped into the rundown. What is hot rolling? Because that is if we don't have enough time to publish, isn't it?
Yeah, hot rolling is when instead of all the redundancy of publishing a flattened file and it going into the system and then a very sturdy machine playing it out on air, instead we just dial up the gallery and we play it and they just record from our screen and it goes straight out.
So it can be literally Mark Austin would be reading the intro link and then the director in the gallery would say cue.
We're talking to them saying make the intro longer. We're almost there.
And you just have to hit the space bar and play it out straight away.
Yeah.
So that is a scenario that we want to at all costs avoid.
No.
No?
No. Hot rolling is fine. We don't want to miss our slot. That's what we want to avoid.
That's the main thing. Has this story changed much from how you thought it would be?
Yeah, I mean, Jen, are you all right to carry on with us here, or shall we step outside?
Shall we step out?
We'll step out into the corridor because otherwise work isn't getting done.
Sorry.
Yes, because this morning when we had our morning meeting, we didn't really expect, frankly, to have Liam Neeson on the programme. We thought we'd still be talking about the audio clips from the original interview.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was appearing on Good Morning America...
Is that just a coincidence?
I think
then?
he was already booked. He's on the media tour at the moment, so he was booked to do this slot.
Because he's promoting a film. That's how it came out.
Because he's promoting a film. And ABC were saying, well, credit to you for still turning up and doing the interview, despite all the backlash that he's had over the past 24 hours. But when we were planning the story, we thought the ingredient we probably wouldn't have was Liam Neeson.
Yes.
So you're building other elements around it. And having built those other elements, you still want to keep as many of those elements as possible. So, for example, we decided that we wanted to talk to someone who is involved in the publicity side of things, in crisis management. How do you deal with a situation like this? So we went to Dominic Mohan, who's a former editor of The Sun, who's done lots of junket interviews in the past and knows how bland they normally are and can talk in that context, but can also advise, now that he's working as a crisis management consultant, about what he should do. Now, this is a typical story that I often end up with, where you're pulling together different elements from different places. So you've got interview in America, you've got an interview with John Barnes, the former England footballer, talking about this, who's in the northwest of England. I'm in London.
Yeah.
You always kind of want your reporter to be somehow seen to be involved in the story, as opposed to just spending all his time in an edit suite. So I made a point of driving into central London to do an interview with Dominic Mohan, which actually makes like a 12-second soundbite in the piece, but takes up 3 hours of your time driving in and out. So I don't think people are often aware of how much effort goes into
It's painful, isn't it, to run back here as well to edit on time as well. So, I mean, you're very close now, though. It is just the final sort of tweaks. What have we got? We've got 13 minutes to go?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, in 12 minutes I've changed the entire tops of packages.
Really?
Yeah, because you can do that kind of thing, but we're not in that kind of situation. It is a finessing operation at the moment. We've got all the interviews in there. We've got someone criticising Liam Neeson, understandably. We've got John Barnes defending Liam Neeson. We've got somebody advising Liam Neeson, and we've got the man himself. So all of that is crammed into a package which is just under 3 minutes, I think, isn't it?
This is the scary thing, when you find it's 3 minutes 10 and you have to try and cut 15 seconds out.
I think we're going to be all right. We may try and reduce it in duration for later on, because programmes later in the evening have got less time available. Yeah. But at the moment, it's fine.
We'll leave you to it then. I sense that we've come at an annoying time, because you do need to check these things, really, don't you?
Imagine if this had happened to you at 10 to 4.
I'd be cursing you at this stage. Thanks, Ian. We'll hand you back to the live feed then, so that you can get these final moments building up to the 5 o'clock hour.
Thanks very much, Katie. Great stuff today, really given us a real insight into different roles of different people in the newsroom. You can see it was dark when we started this morning. The sun was just coming up. It's just getting dark again as the sun's going down again. The newsroom a lot busier now at 4:45 than it was at 7 o'clock this morning when we started broadcasting Sky News Raw. If you're just tuning in, you just about missed it. The reason we're doing this today is because it's our 30th birthday. 30 years today that Sky News began, and so because of that, we have been broadcasting from 7 a.m. Behind the scenes. We've got 32 cameras around the newsroom. We've brought you reports from our Washington bureau, from correspondents out in the field, and from our Millbank studios as well, just to try and help you understand how we put out the news at Sky News, how many people are involved, where decisions are made, who they're made by, when they're made. We've been in quite a lot of the key meetings throughout the course of today, the early morning 7 o'clock, 7:30 editorial meetings, story meetings throughout the day, and we've sat in with production teams and listened to them as they've talked about the different stories, how they're going to treat them. We've followed reporters like Ian Woods on a story throughout the course of the day, and we've been in and out of the gallery throughout the course of the day as well. You can see Francesca in the middle of the room there. She's just walking away with the dark hair. She is looking ahead to the 5 o'clock news programme. She's in charge of the daytime output on Sky. So this is the last few minutes before the programme goes on. Quite a tense time. She's got Andy sitting next to her. They're working together. Let's listen in.
What article is that? Strong spelling conditions in the I'll get Mark to give you a shout later. Lovely Phil, thank you.
What do we do? What should we do with it?
It's only rig, isn't it?
It's not an opener, is it?
No. We've got the pictures there, and then we can put the pictures and the read.
Yeah, we'll see. Paul's trying to see if Martha can do it. I mean, at least mark it for us.
Oh, really? Yeah, we've got, I don't know what this is. What is this?
So Francesca's now talking to Paul Harrison on the news desk. Paul has been a bit of a regular feature of Sky News Raw. He's popped into a lot of shots today. Some say he's rather hogging the limelight. But he's in charge of the home desk. He's in charge of deploying reporters and crews across the UK.
Let's do it just before Hatton Garden. I don't know, where you put it, that's perfect.
So they're just working out the timings of when one of their live reports are going to be on. She should check with Paul that it's OK if you put the person on at that time. Also been liaising with the foreign desk today.
Yeah. Will you keep an eye on that for us?
The 5 o'clock news programme, of course, in the afternoons, as America's woken up now, so we often get a lot more American news. Of course, anything to do with Trump. Venezuela's also featuring relatively highly on the running orders today. We saw Andy in the afternoon meeting this afternoon talking about both of those stories. And that's across the road at Sky Central, and there's Mark Austin. You can just see him nipping out the back of shot. He has just arrived at the glass box. It's where we broadcast from throughout the day, throughout the week at Sky News. There he is, just walking along the walkway to the production desks, getting his microphone on, presumably, doing the final bits of prep. I'm sure he doesn't know we're watching him. I hope he doesn't do anything embarrassing. I'm sure he won't.
Yeah, Christine's spoken to him, Joe. Right, I'm just going to go and check on the pieces. Will you just double check the top sequence again for us?
So Francesca, the producer there, is running off down the edit corridor, obviously going to check on the progress of that piece. There's Belinda, she's in charge of editing at the moment. She's sitting in edit 1. So Francesca, the producer there, is running off down the edit corridor, obviously going to check on the progress. Andy and Justin on the foreign desk. They will have made sure that any of the reporters that we're planning to cross to this hour in our international bureaus are aware and that they are ready to go. Francesca now just got ahead in that edit suite to check on the progress. Thomas, the producer, in there, giving her an idea of when it'll be ready. Got 6 minutes till we're on air.
Briefs for everything, yeah? Eleonora, will you give Sophie the guest details? Okay. I think we are all okay. You happy with key points?
Yes, I've read through them and checked them.
Okay. Openers all look good.
That's the running order.
Yeah, if you pop them in and fit them. Yeah. Say that again, Christine. Okay, have you written it in, yeah? Okay. They're publishing now. If we need to, we might just have to flip them over, because I think Woods is going to be there before Johnson. But Stephen should use that time. Can we make sure Stephen Murphy's up in plenty of time, please? Thank you.
5 minutes till we go on air now.
They're just publishing now, so I don't have the package yet.
Okay.
But no, the package, as long as there's no problem with the package. Okay. All right. We're going in. Any questions about the 6, just buzz me. Okay. Super. All right, thank you. Thank you. No, it's not. I floated it.
So Francesca and the director Darren now making their way into the gallery. You can hear Francesca's constant pen clicking.
10,
Slight sign of nervousness.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Emily's counting off air.
On the bumper.
Counting to off air. 30.
Sponsor white here. And white. And Jonathan in vision. Q.
This is Sky News.
Taken
20 to off air.
Plus Bob.
Austin, Theresa May says she won't allow the
Stand by camera 12.
on the island.
Plenty of
Off air
time.
count 10,
You
9,
can stop early. Go 12.
7, 6,
And mix. All
5,
rise. Stand by
4,
promo.
3,
And
2,
run the bumper.
1.
Monitor itself off or on? It's monitored itself off red again.
4 minutes still on air. Mark Austin's now just making his way into the glass box. Thank you.
The one that was online, 1600. I just went.
So Jonathan Samuels there just logging out. He's been on air for the last 3 hours.
Great. Thanks.
And now they have to change the desk around and get it all ready for the 5 o'clock show.
I quite enjoyed that. Yeah. Good. Have a good one. Well done. See you soon. Cheers.
The circuit, we have the circuits up, but I haven't seen Stephen yet. I'm trying to work out if that's people waiting to leave. Is Teresa left?
I can hear you, yeah.
3 minutes till we're on there.
I'll buzz Mark and see.
I mean, it was 9, I meant, no, it was 6. I got upside down, sorry. There's Murphy.
Hi, Marcus Darren.
Yeah, hi, Dan.
Francesca Paul.
Go ahead. Mark, Francesca, just checking you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Great stuff. You'll see we have now got a Brexit guest at 5:30. The brief's out on email for you.
Yeah.
And just to confirm, it's going to be Stephen Murphy at the top, not Faisal.
2 minutes to the ident roll, 2 minutes.
Okay. So it's a professor of sort of British and Irish history.
2 minutes to 1 hour.
Exactly. Can talk to us about the significance of the backstop
Yeah.
and the Good Friday Agreement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just give us a bit of context and talk about some of those things we discussed.
Yes.
What are the solutions?
Yeah.
2 minutes to go.
Have we got Stephen?
I might just
1:30 to
confirm
1.
before we get to Stephen, we've got the May grab and the key points to go through.
Yeah. Okay. How long is the May grab?
Thanks.
Is it just the?
It's about 50
Hi, Stephen.
seconds.
You're through to the gallery in London. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you're good to go. It's all quiet, but you hear the ident rolling in a minute to the top of the hour. So we've got Comms OS 9, Stephen in Belfast.
Go ahead.
Also Comms OS 5 in Woolwich.
Thank you.
And 1 minute to the ident roll.
We've just got about a minute to go here on Sky News Raw. Thanks for joining us today.
Stephen, hi,
We've
it's
been
Francesca
bringing
in the
you
gallery
what
here.
goes on behind the scenes live at Sky News to celebrate our 30th
Stephen, just to let
birthday.
you
It's
know,
been
we've got,
a real blast watching
Theresa
it,
May
and thanks for
grab
joining us. Let's leave you with Francesca and the 5 o'clock team as they count down to the 5 o'clock news. And you can always turn across to Sky News at 5 to watch it go out live.
Adele and team in Woolwich, co-director in the gallery in London.
30 to the ident.
30 to
Have
ident.
people in Northern
Hi there,
Ireland
just checking in
been
with you. Not with
reassured
you
by
for a
what
while,
the Prime
but just
Minister
checking
said?
that, so you can obviously hear me, and you'll hear the programme starting in about 20 seconds.
Great stuff, thank you.
Okay, all good there. We'll keep
Stephen,
you
also, have
posted.
we seen Theresa May leave yet?
15 seconds to the ident roll. Counting to the ident then in 10.
10 seconds to the ident.
Okay, understood,
7,
thank you.
6, 5 to the ident. 4,
Mark, Francesca.
3, 2,
Did
1,
you hear
0.
we're expecting to see
rolling.
Theresa
Coming
May
to camera 8.
leaving shortly? So if that's before we get to Stephen, are we able
Mark,
to
can
get
you
it
take a
queued
step to
up?
your right, please? Thank you. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and cue Mark.
It's 5 o'clock and you're watching the News Hour. I'm Mark Austin, coming up in the next 60 minutes.
On the LVO.
To the heart of the problem, Theresa
Full
May
stop
in
next.
Belfast to reassure business over the Irish backstop.
Full stop.
Northern Ireland does not have to rely on
Outwards,
the
not let that
Irish government
happen.
or the European Union to prevent a return to borders of the past. The UK
5,
government will
4,
not let that happen.
3,
I
2, will
will not let that
1.
happen.
Mix, cue.
Also tonight, 4 young children aged between 3 and 8 die in a house fire in Stafford.
Mix, cue.
Liam Neeson says he's not a racist after admitting he once wanted to kill a random black man.
Mix, Q.
And
Can I come
social
8 out to the
media,
wide shot, please?
self-harm and suicide, the government act. But is it enough?
And come into A, hold it there, and push in on A. Go A. Q.
Good evening. We begin the news hour in Belfast, where the Prime Minister is trying to convince people that she can find an alternative.